10 Gods Chapter 1178 to Chapter 1230. The blazing divine sun burned everything as the sun ocean enveloped the entire space, engulfing an old drunkard within. Lin Tian's expression changed. It was very dangerous to be engulfed by the king region with the king physique. Suddenly, the sun ocean shook violently as a silver divine diagram appeared with dense divine runes. An old drunkard had the silver divine diagram above his head as he walked in the sun ocean as though he was walking on a flat road. The terrifying power of the sun ocean was completely isolated within his body and couldn't affect his emperor physique. He isn't affected at all in the sun ocean king region of a ninth heaven emperor? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The king region with the king region had a very mysterious and shocking power. Once engulfed by it, one's power would be greatly weakened or even suppressed to the point of being unable to move. But now, an old drunkard wasn't affected at all when the ninth heaven emperor of the Sun Ocean King region unleashed the strongest Sun Ocean King region. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as the radiance in his eyes became very intense. Until now, he wasn't suppressed by the king region. Now, an old drunkard wasn't suppressed by the king region either. However, the two were completely different. He wasn't suppressed by the king region because he relied on the reincarnation physique, which was the strongest king physique. On the other hand, an old drunkard used his absolute power to isolate the suppression of the king region and forcefully break the power of laws within the king region. Gosh, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were dumbfounded. The three supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked as their eyes flickered violently. At the same time, the Sun Emperor of the Sun Ocean King's expression changed drastically. Impossible. He had the Sun physique, which was a very powerful king physique even among the other 11 king physiques below the reincarnation physique. But now, he couldn't suppress an old drunkard when he unleashed the Sun Ocean King region with his ninth heaven emperor cultivation. His king region was ineffective against an old drunkard. Clang! An old drunkard stepped into the sun sea with the Tao diagram of the four symbols above his head. He raised his sword and slashed at the Sun Emperor. The powerful sword strike struck fear into one's soul. It pierced through the Sun Sea Monarch domain and pierced through the Sun Monarch Emperor. The Sun Emperor shouted and staggered back. At this moment, an old drunkard stepped out of the Sun Sea Monarch region. He waved the Divine Light Emperor sword in his right hand and slashed out tens of thousands of sword force towards the South Sea Immortal Monarch and the other emperors. Then, he stepped forward again, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Sun Monarch again. He reached out with his left hand and aimed directly at the Sun Monarch. The Sun Emperor trembled, shocked by an old drunkard's methods and speed. A chill ran down his spine. "You, Buzz." An old drunkard's expression was indifferent. As he reached out with his left hand, the silver Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared and enveloped the Sun Monarch. There was only one silver Tao diagram of the four symbols. Then, a second, third, and fourth appeared in the blink of an eye. The four silver Tao diagrams overlapped, and the silver divine light became denser and denser. The aura was shocking. The Sun Emperor's entire body trembled, and his expression changed. As the four silver pictures appeared, he felt his divine power gradually solidifying. Even his soul was trembling violently, as if it was about to be struck into nothingness by some kind of power. Damn it! The Sun Emperor roared and struggled with all his might under the four silver diagrams. He shook the four silver diagrams and tried to break free. For a moment, the four silver diagrams rumbled as if they were about to shatter at any moment. The old drunkard's expression didn't change. A buzzing sound could be heard as a fifth silver Tao diagram appeared. It overlapped with the first four Tao diagrams, and the five Tao diagrams trembled, causing the silver light to grow several times brighter. It suppressed everything, and the air itself began to vibrate. This is? Lin Tian's expression changed. He knew that an old drunkard was undoubtedly using the four symbols seal. It was a powerful heavenly venerate mystique. An old drunkard had passed this mystique to him. And as someone who cultivated this mystique, he knew very well that the four symbol seal's limit should only be the fourth level. But now, an old drunkard had actually used the fifth level of the four symbols Tao diagram. He surpassed the limit of this heavenly venerate mystique and evolved it to an even higher level? His heart trembled, and he was shocked again. The four-symbol seal was a supreme sealing technique created by an ancient heavenly venerate. But now, an old drunkard had surpassed this heavenly venerate mystique and evolved it from the limit of the fourth level to the fifth level. How amazing was this? Buzz, silver divine light surged, covering all directions. It seemed that everything in this place was about to be annihilated and sealed by the five-layered Tao diagram. The Sun Emperor's body trembled violently, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. He frantically channeled the divine power in his body. "Open!" he roared. For a moment, the blazing divine light of the sun surged, shaking the nine heavens. However, in the next moment, the silver light became even brighter. A sixth silver divine diagram appeared, stacking with the first five silver diagrams. It instantly suppressed everything, obliterating all the divine light of the sun. Lin Tian's expression changed again. The sixth level? It surpassed the limit of the four-symbol seal's fourth level. An old drunkard had already deduced this heavenly venerate mystique to the sixth level? Ah! A scream sounded in front of him. The Sun Emperor struggled frantically, his eyes completely filled with fear. He shouted at an old drunkard, "Stop!" Buzz, the resplendent silver light was vast and mighty, suppressing everything. An old drunkard's expression was cold. His left hand shook, and the 6 layers of the four symbols Tao diagram merged, transforming into a huge silver vortex that instantly swallowed the Sun Emperor. Not a single drop of blood splattered in the air. Only a scream mixed with fear and despair sounded. Then, the Sun Emperor disappeared without a trace. His body and soul were destroyed in the silver vortex formed by the 6 layers of the four symbols Tao diagram. An old monster who had lived a second life hundreds of thousands of years ago, the sun body of the Nine Heavens Emperor, disappeared just like that. Many cultivators were terrified. They all trembled as they looked at an old drunkard. Even powerful figures like the 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Previously, they had not been able to contend against the Sun Emperor with their full strength. Now, the Sun Emperor had been killed by the old drunkard, both in body and spirit. Ling Yun trembled. Lin Tian was naturally shocked and excited at the same time. An old drunkard was too powerful. Clang, the sword chime sounded again. It was ear-piercing and terrifying. An old drunkard used the four-symbol seal to wipe out the Sun Emperor. He didn't show any emotion, as if he didn't do anything. He directly used the Divine Light Emperor sword in his hand to slash at the dozens of other emperors. With one slash, another dense sword light appeared. Crack! 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 This sword light was a little terrifying. It pierced through space and attacked everyone. Junior. An old monster gritted his teeth and used a powerful divine ability secret technique to cover the vast sky and shroud an old drunkard. At the same time, the other emperors naturally wouldn't show mercy. One after another, their killing intent was vast and mighty, shaking the sky. The dense divine ability clashed with the dense sword light, directly shattering the sky. An old drunkard took a step forward and punched down with his left hand, directly smashing the 3 emperors in front of him. All of them coughed out blood, and cracks appeared in their divine souls. Attack together, attack with all your might. Someone shouted. With a rumble, dozens of emperors moved together and surrounded an old drunkard. Their divine abilities and secret techniques kept pressing down. With a chi sound, the void in all directions was destroyed. The radiance covered everything. An old drunkard was in this destructive divine radiance. With the four symbols Tao diagram protecting his body, nothing could hurt him. He stepped out of this destructive divine radiance and slashed with the Divine Light Emperor sword again. The sharp sword light seemed to destroy everything. PFFF, 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 3 streaks of blood mist exploded. The physical bodies of the 3 emperors were slashed into pieces. Only their divine souls were left as they escaped pathetically. However, it was also at this moment that 3 silver Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols flew over and enveloped the 3 souls in the blink of an eye. No! The 3 cried out tragically as their divine souls were destroyed by the 4 symbols Tao diagrams. Another 3 emperors were. Whooshing crocodile scales stood up. He swallowed his saliva and said to Lin Tiandao, kid, your teacher, is really defying the heavens. Lin Tiandao's eyes were very bright as he looked forward closely. Rumble, the great void shook and shattered piece by piece. An old drunkard was able to shake dozens of old monsters and dozens of emperors by himself. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He casually walked through the encirclement of dozens of experts and slashed with his sword. With the power of the four-symbol seal, even the air was destroyed. In that direction, 3 experts at the 6th heaven of emperors were sent flying. They were all coughing out large mouthfuls of blood and their divine souls were shaking. Boom, 3 lightning bolts descended from the sky and drowned the 3 at the same time. They were smashed into pieces and their divine souls were destroyed as well. An old drunkard waved the divine light sword in his hand and shattered the killing radiance in front of him. He then pushed the divine sword forward. Bang! 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 The majestic sword radiance intertwined with astonishing emperor's might and sent 2 old monsters at the 9th heaven of emperors flying. Damn it! The 2 old monsters' faces turned cold. Let's use the great Tao laws together. One of the old monsters yelled. As he spoke, he immediately attacked. With a rumble, decaying great Tao laws surged and shook the heavens and earth. Kill! The other dozens of emperors roared and didn't hesitate. They all activated their emperor-level laws at this moment. At this moment, they had to kill an old drunkard because only by killing an old drunkard could they obtain the reincarnation origin from Lin Tiandao. Moreover, an old drunkard was attacking all of them at the same time. If they didn't kill an old drunkard, they could only wait to be killed. Obviously, no one was willing to be killed by others. Boom, instantly, dozens of emperors attacked together. More than 200 Emperor Dao laws surged and turned into a Dao ocean that covered the entire area. The terrifying aura was countless times stronger than the Sun Ocean Monarch region. It covered the sky and suppressed all directions as it flooded towards an old drunkard. Every Emperor-level expert could control many different great Daos. At this moment, dozens of Emperor-level experts worked together to activate the great Daos. When they interweaved, there were hundreds of Emperor-level great Daos. With so many Emperor-level great Daos fused together, the power was truly terrifying. The entire void collapsed, and the chaotic light was blasted out. Boom, at this moment, the great Daos in this heaven and earth surged like a vast ocean, creating waves of great Daos. An old drunkard was drowned in it immediately. With a sizzling sound, the space melted like ice in the face of a raging fire. It was a hair-raising sight. Humph. The South Sea Immortal Emperor of the 9th heaven snorted coldly. His gaze was merciless. With so many Emperor-level great Daos, it was enough to destroy everything. He believed that an old drunkard wouldn't have any other ending other than death. He deserves to die. The other old monsters of the 9th heaven sneered. The 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi were moved. Even though they already knew that an old drunkard was very powerful, they couldn't help but worry when so many Emperor-level great Daos enveloped an old drunkard at this moment. This situation, so many great Daos, this. Ling Yan was also moved. Ling Yan's expression changed as he started to worry. At the side, Wuxing Crocodile didn't speak, but there was still some worry in his eyes. Indeed, with hundreds of Emperor-level great Daos fused together, the destructive power was too strong. Lin Tian naturally noticed their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He could also clearly feel the terrifying destructive power of the great Dao Sea after hundreds of Emperor-level great Daos fused together. However, his expression was very calm. He wasn't as worried about an old drunkard as when the Sun Emperor took out the Sun Ocean of the King's region. No problem, the old man will definitely be fine. He said. Sizzle, almost at the instant he said that, the surging 100 Emperor-level great Daos in front of him trembled. Then, cracks appeared, and it started to shatter like porcelain. The expressions of the dozens of Emperor Realm experts changed. At this moment, their great Dao laws were actually disintegrating rapidly. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously as the dense Dao laws shattered. The old drunkard walked out of the surging Dao light step by step. Crack! An old drunkard's hazy Dao power interweaved outside his body. It was like the source of destruction, and the void in the sky instantly shattered. An old drunkard calmly walked through the shattered void. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed and ended. With rumbling sounds, the great earth began to tremble, continuously breaking apart. That is? The South Sea Immortal Emperor and the other old monsters couldn't help but tremble. The other dozens of emperors also changed their expressions. The eyelids of the three grand elders of the demon imperial palace twitched. Lu Yunzi's pupils constricted. Lin Tian looked ahead and sensed the Tao light outside an old drunkard's body. At this moment, he couldn't help but tremble. Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth and murmured, "And Terminus Great Tao." Extremely far away, the group of cultivators were all stunned. The Terminus Great Tao is the number one Great Tao among the 3,000 Great Taos. It's a complete Great Tao of destruction. Once the Tao law appears, everything will be destroyed. Divine power, demonic power, laws, divine soul, everything will be destroyed. He has mastered the Terminus Great Tao. A Nirvana Realm senior cultivator stared at an old drunkard from afar and was completely stunned. Rumble. The sky trembled at this moment. Unknowingly, pitch-black clouds gathered in the sky. Bolts of lightning interweaved in the sky like electric dragons. The aura of destruction and terminus spread across the entire world. How is this possible? He has cultivated for over 100 years and reached the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm. Moreover, he has mastered the Terminus Great Tao? The nascent soul Taoist couldn't help but exclaim. How can such a thing happen? The other emperors felt their hearts palpitating. After battling for so long, these emperors saw through an old drunkard's true age and also sensed an old drunkard's specific cultivation level. Over 100 years old and reaching the 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm shocked these old monsters and old emperors. At this moment, they sensed the Tao radiance fluctuation outside an old drunkard's body. These old monsters and old emperors were even more shocked and trembled. It was actually the Terminus Great Tao. It was the number one Great Tao among the 3,000 Great Taos. It was a Great Tao recorded in the history books that no one had mastered before. How can this be? Some old emperors were shocked. In just over 100 years of cultivation, an old drunkard had reached the 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, he had mastered the Terminus Great Tao, which was the number one Great Tao among the 3,000 Great Taos. Such a person made these emperors feel as if their internal organs had turned cold. An old drunkard's body was wrapped in Tao radiance. He walked in the shattered void and the Tao radiance interweaved on the divine light emperor sword in his hand. Clang! With a sword chime, he swung his hand and slashed forward. Instantly, a great Tao sword radiance mixed with the Terminus Great Tao flew over and enveloped an Emperor Realm expert. This Emperor Realm expert felt a chill down his spine. He immediately roared and used his strongest technique to resist the sword. In the next moment, there was a chi sound. This Emperor Realm expert's powerful technique was annihilated and turned into starlight. At the same time, an old drunkard's great Tao killing sword didn't lose its momentum and landed firmly on this Emperor Realm expert. Ah! There was a miserable scream. This Emperor Realm expert exploded. Blood mist drifted and his divine soul turned into ashes. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Dozens of emperors trembled. That Emperor Realm expert was at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Emperor Realm. However, he was killed by a single sword. Even his divine soul was shattered. This caused these emperors to feel a chill in their hearts and a sense of fear rose within them. Clang! The sword chime sounded again. An old drunkard took a step forward and swung his sword again. In an instant, dozens of sword lights flew out. Each sword light was wrapped in the Terminus Great Tao's fluctuation. All the emperors' expressions changed. They all used their divine abilities and great Tao laws to resist the sword lights that flew towards them. However, the sword lights that were intertwined with the Terminus Great Tao were too sharp. Divine abilities, secret arts, and great Tao laws couldn't withstand it. They were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Dozens of emperors were sent flying and coughed out blood at the same time. Once the Terminus Great Tao is executed, divine power, demonic power, divine soul, everything will be terminated. Is it really so? Wuxing Crocodile said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian stared ahead. The radiance in his eyes was even more intense. Clang! There was a surge of sword chime. An old drunkard stepped into the void and slashed out with the terminus great Tao's divine light sword. This time, only 3 sword lights flew out. However, they were much stronger than the previous sword lights. The intertwined terminus great Tao laws were very dense. In the blink of an eye, everything was terminated. PFFF. 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 3/5 heaven of the Emperor Realm experts were slashed into pieces. They didn't even have time to scream. Their physical bodies and divine souls were shattered. Damn it. So what if it's the terminus great Tao? It can't destroy everything. Use the formless divine perception to attack him. The 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm soul formation Taoist yelled out. His divine perception surged out and pressed down on an old drunkard. At the same time, the other old monsters and Emperor Realm experts didn't hesitate. They also released their powerful divine perception to attack. In an instant, the terrifying divine perception power surged out and suppressed everything. An old drunkard had a cold expression. The terminus Tao radiance surged out from his body. The pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky started to rumble. In the next moment, bolts of lightning struck down. Every bolt of lightning was intertwined with the terminus great Tao. Chi. 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 Soft sounds echoed. Dozens of Emperor Realm experts' divine perception were all destroyed. Many people were forced to take a few steps back. At the same time, 2/4 heaven of the Emperor Realm old Emperor Realm experts were struck by the bolts of lightning. They exploded in the void and were destroyed along with their divine souls. Kacha. An old drunkard stepped forward. With one step, the space shattered. It couldn't withstand the power of the terminus great Tao outside his body. He moved forward in the shattered space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm soul formation Taoist. The soul formation Taoist trembled. He was shocked by the terminus great Tao outside an old drunkard's body. He quickly retreated. However, an old drunkard's speed was beyond imagination. He walked slowly and steadily beside the soul formation Taoist. The soul formation Taoist felt a chill down his spine. You, Ka. An old drunkard reached out his left hand. The space shattered. Endless terminus great Tao gathered in his left hand. He slapped down mercilessly at the soul formation Taoist. The soul formation Taoist's heart palpitated. He quickly supported various great techniques and great Tao laws to receive an old drunkard's slap. However, he couldn't block it at all. The terminus Tao power surged in an old drunkard's palm and destroyed everything in an instant. PFFF. Blood splattered everywhere. The soul formation Taoist exploded. Damn it. The soul formation Taoist roared. His soul escaped, wrapped around his damaged flesh, and fled into the distance. An old drunkard's expression didn't change. The divine power light sword in his right hand was intertwined with the thick terminus Tao light. He threw it out. With a whoosh, the divine power light sword intertwined with the terminus Tao light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the soul formation Taoist's soul. PFFF. The divine light sword pierced through the soul formation Taoist's soul on the spot. The terminus Tao light began to devour his soul. Ah! The soul formation Taoist screamed. Then, he roared furiously, damn it, destroy. He shook out his soul and burned a part of it. He turned it into a tyrannical power, wanting to break apart the terminus Tao light that wrapped around his soul. However, the terminus Tao was too strong. Even though the soul formation Taoist burned his soul to borrow power, he couldn't resist it at all. No! A shrill scream rang out. In the next moment, the soul formation Taoist's soul was completely devoured by the terminus Tao. His body and soul were destroyed. In this place, all the cultivators were shocked and terrified. This Tao, everyone trembled. Lin Tian looked at an old drunkard in the sky and the Tao light outside an old drunkard's body. His eyes were filled with shock. The terminus Tao could really end everything. 25 emperors have already been killed. Whooshing crocodile trembled. He stared at an old drunkard in the sky and said to Lin Tian Dao, "Kid, your master, when he's angry, he's simply terrifying. Is he really planning to kill everyone who jumped here to seize the reincarnation origin?" Including the 15 old monsters, there were 50 emperor rank experts. Not long after the old drunkard appeared, 25 of them had already been killed. Among them were 2 old monsters at the 9th heaven of the emperor rank. It was truly horrifying. This is. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun swallowed their saliva. Yeah, so powerful. Little Taichu looked at an old drunkard with his big, watery eyes. Lin Tian looked up at the sky, at old drunkard's figure. He was just as shocked as everyone else, but he was even more excited and proud. Because this was his master. No, we can't stop him. Some of the emperors were terrified and felt a chill down their spines. The 9th tier of the emperor realm plus the Tao of Terminus was too terrifying. We can't win. Some of the other emperors were terrified. Most of these emperors were at the end of their lifespans. In order to live a new life, they had come to seize the reincarnation origin. Their will to seize the reincarnation origin was very strong. However, at this moment, many of them were terrified and wanted to retreat. An old drunkard's methods were too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 25 emperors. Humph. The 9th tier of the South Sea Immortal Emperor said coldly, no matter how strong he is, he's just one person. How long can his godly power last? He can't outlast so many of us. He'll die in the end. Exhaust his godly power and kill him isn't hard. Another 9th tier of the Emperor Realm old monster said coldly. As the 2 old monsters spoke, some of the old emperors who were afraid and wanted to retreat couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes glowed again. That's right. Although he's strong, his godly power is limited. Against so many of us, he won't last long. When his godly power is exhausted, he'll die for sure. If we work together, we can kill him. And then we can seize the reincarnation origin. Some of the old emperors said. These people stared at an old drunkard and their killing intent surged again. Now, only by killing an old drunkard could they obtain the reincarnation origin. Kill. The South Sea Immortal Emperor, who was at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, shouted coldly. He was the first to make a move. At the same time, the other dozens of old monsters and emperors also made their moves, using powerful divine arts and secret techniques. With a rumbling sound, the surrounding space was shattered into pieces at the first moment, and a terrifying force mercilessly pressed down on the old drunkard. An old drunkard's expression was cold. He walked on the broken void. He shook his right hand, and the light of the End Dao surged. In the blink of an eye, a pure End Emperor sword was formed. He slashed forward. This sword was formed entirely from the great Tao of Terminus. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Everything fell into the great Tao of Terminus. The divine abilities and secret arts of many emperors were turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. An old drunkard took a step forward and raised the sword of termination in his hand. He slashed down and the sky seemed to have been cut open. Pooh! An expert at the 5th heaven of the Emperor realm had his physical body and soul destroyed. Immediately after, the light of the End Emperor sword slashed down and landed on a 10,000 zhang tall mountain not far away. The mountain crumbled and dust filled the sky. Don't be afraid. Use your mystiques to kill him from a distance and exhaust his godly power. He won't be able to hold on for long. The South Sea Immortal Emperor, who was at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, shouted. With a rumbling sound, the group of experts attacked. Dense amounts of killing intent once again shot towards the old drunkard. The old drunkard's body was surrounded by the faint light of the Tao of Terminus. He tilted his head and looked at the South Sea Immortal Emperor. The Tao of Terminus surged on its own and shattered the void with a crack. He took a step and appeared in front of the South Sea Immortal Emperor. The South Sea Immortal Emperor was shocked and hurriedly retreated. The End Tao of Termination around an old drunkard made his heart tremble. However, an old drunkard was too fast. Although the South Sea Immortal Emperor was at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, he could not shake off an old drunkard. Just like the Sun Emperor and the nascent soul formation Taoist, an old drunkard followed like a shadow. Kung. With a sword hum, the old drunkard swung the imperial sword condensed from the light of Terminus and slashed down coldly. The South Sea Immortal Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. He pushed up all his godly power and laws to resist and met an old drunkard's sword. However, the great Tao of termination was too strong. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed. With a pu, the End Emperor sword pierced through the South Sea Immortal Emperor and brought out a large amount of blood. Damn it! The South Sea Immortal Emperor shook his body, and his Emperor light surged. In the blink of an eye, he had used more than 10 mystiques, all aimed at the old drunkard. An old drunkard's expression did not change. He raised his left hand and slapped down. Pfft! The dozens of mystiques that the South Sea Immortal Emperor had unleashed were all destroyed. Immediately, half of his body exploded. It was also at this time that an old drunkard's right hand shook. The End Tao of termination surged and enveloped the South Sea Immortal Emperor. Ah! The South Sea Immortal Emperor screamed as he struggled in the End Tao of termination. His physical body and soul were constantly being destroyed. Open for me! The South Sea Immortal Emperor screamed as he released all his potential. His aura surged in the sky and shattered everything. He used this godly power to resist the End Tao of termination. He knocked away an old drunkard's emperor sword and retreated into the distance. At the same time, the other old monsters and Emperor Realm experts End Tao of termination surged towards an old drunkard. Rumble. The space in all directions was frozen. The destructive power was terrifying. An old drunkard was enveloped by this power, but his expression did not change. He used the End Tao of termination to open a path. He slashed open a spatial crack and stepped into it. In the next instant, beside the retreating South Sea Immortal Emperor, the spatial crack opened. An old drunkard stepped out of the void. The South Sea Immortal Emperor's face turned pale. You. An old drunkard raised his hand and aimed at the South Sea Immortal Emperor. The silver 4 symbols Tao diagram formed instantly. From the first layer to the 6th layer, it covered the South Sea Immortal Emperor completely. Then, the 6 silver diagrams fused and turned into a silver vortex. The South Sea Immortal Emperor shuddered. He had seen an old drunkard use this move to kill the Sun Emperor. He used all his strength to resist. He even burned a part of his life essence and exploded with godly power. Rumble. The earth shook. All sorts of godly runes and Emperor light filled the sky and pushed the silver vortex away. Kung. An old drunkard waved the End Emperor sword in his hand and pressed down. The South Sea Immortal Emperor shuddered. The 6th layer of the 4 symbols seal and the End Tao suppressed all the godly light outside his body. The silver vortex pulled him in bit by bit. No. Stop. The two terrifying powers combined. The South Sea Immortal Emperor could not resist. He could not help but shout. An old drunkard's expression was cold. He shook his right hand and the 6th layer of the 4 symbols seal and the silver vortex exploded together with the End Tao. It drowned the South Sea Immortal Emperor completely, shattering his physical body and destroying his soul at the same time. Everyone was shocked and could not help but shudder. Another old monster at the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm had been killed. They are all at the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm. However, these old monsters at the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm are really too weak. Whooshing Crocodile looked at an old drunkard in the sky and could not help but shudder. Too powerful. Ling Yun was also shocked. This was really one person defeating close to 100 Emperor Realm Masters. Lin Tian looked at the sky. At this moment, he was completely relieved. With an old drunkard around, these Emperor Realm Masters would not be able to cause any trouble in this place. In the sky, an old drunkard's Tao light intertwined around his body. He held the End Tao light in his hand and slashed again. With a clang, the End Tao light transformed into a sword light and almost cut the space apart. Pfft. In front of him, a 6th layer of the Emperor Realm Master was cut into pieces. Only his soul escaped pathetically. However, it was also at this moment that a bolt of lightning that carried the energy of the Terminus Tao descended from the sky, and it directly blasted this person's soul into pieces before it vanished. No, we can't block it. Before his godly power is exhausted, we might all be killed. A 7th layer of the Chaos Emperor Realm Master said. His eyes were flickering and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The other Emperor Realm Masters were also shocked. At this moment, they looked at an old drunkard and felt a chill in their hearts. Boom. At this moment, the sky shook. At the end of the horizon, a middle-aged man shrouded in blood radiance walked over from afar. The bloody light around this person surged with a bone-chilling coldness. Each step he took caused the world to tremble, causing many cultivators to tremble in fear. Even the old monsters at the 9th layer of emperors couldn't help but be moved. 7. Ultimate Demonic Emperor? Far away, a half-step to Nirvana Realm Master shivered. He obviously recognized this middle-aged man shrouded in blood radiance. When Lin Tian saw this person, his body involuntarily trembled. He could clearly feel how terrifying this person was. He was much stronger than the Sun Emperor and the other old monsters from before. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor. 200,000 years ago, he was close to becoming a heavenly master. How is he still alive? Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. He obviously knew who this 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor was. What? When Lin Tian heard this, he was shocked. Someone close to becoming a heavenly master? He knew how terrifying a heavenly master was. He could really suppress everything with a raise of his hand. Now, the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor shrouded in blood radiance was close to becoming a heavenly master? The 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon Lord Palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked. When they saw this person, they couldn't help but be shocked. Reincarnation Origin. I want it. The evil monarch of the 7 lords stepped forward. His eyes were filled with evilness, like the bloodthirsty Yama of hell. An old drunkard stood in the void with his sword in hand. He looked at this person without any change in expression. The Tao radiance of termination hummed. In the next moment, his gaze moved away from the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor and looked towards the west and north. At this moment, a powerful emperor's aura came from the west and north respectively. 2 figures appeared almost at the same time. One was shrouded in dark demonic light while the other was shrouded in dense Tao radiance. The aura they emitted was thick and terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor. It was as if they came from ancient times. After the 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor, another 2 extreme experts walked over. One was covered in Tao light while the other was covered in devil light. The aura they emitted wasn't any weaker than the 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor. They were much stronger than the dozens of old monsters at the 9th Heaven of Emperors. Ryugen Daojun. Extreme Overlord. All the cultivators shuddered and some of the older experts couldn't help but exclaim. The whooshing crocodile's expression changed again. Ryugen Daojun and Extreme Overlord are both people from 200,000 years ago. Just like the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor, they were all people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. To think that all of them are still alive. Lin Tian's body shook slightly. Although he had already guessed it, he still felt a chill down his spine when he heard the whooshing crocodile's words. Including the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor, there were 3 people infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. These 3, the 3 Grand Elders of the demon race and Lu Yunzi, who were all emperors, shuddered. Their faces were filled with astonishment. If the Sun Emperor and the others were old monsters, then the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor and the other 2 were undoubtedly old monsters. The ruler Great Emperor and the other old monsters of the 9th Heaven Emperors were all shocked. The other dozens of emperors were also shocked. These 3 were rumored to be infinitely close to the Emperor realm. Their strength was extremely terrifying, the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor, Ryugen Daojun, and Extreme Overlord. The 3 old monsters stepped forward and stared at Lin Tian. Their eyes were extremely deep and filled with vicissitudes. Reincarnation Physique. The 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor's eyes were filled with demonic blood light. In the next moment, he moved towards Lin Tian. He belongs to me. A cold snort resounded with a trace of tyranny. Demonic Venerate Extreme made his move, also closing in on Lin Tian. Ryugen Daojun didn't say anything. He was surrounded by Tao light as he stepped forward and grabbed at Lin Tian. 3 people who were infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm attacked at the same time. The surrounding space shook, and everything seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This kind of power was much stronger than that of the Sun Emperor and the other old monsters. They were on a completely different level, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Clang, sword cries were astonishing, shaking the sky. An old drunkard made his move. The divine sword formed by the great path of termination swung, and 3 beams of sword light of termination slashed toward the 3 old freaks. Chi, 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 everywhere the sword light passed, everything ended, everything was destroyed. The eyes of the 7 ultimate evil emperor and the other 2 old monsters narrowed as they stopped in their tracks. Each of them sent out a palm strike towards the incoming sword light. These 3 palms were full of vigor, and the 3 sword of eradication were instantly shattered. However, at the same time, the 3 old monsters were also shaken to the point where their bodies swayed and they took a step back. The great path of terminus? Ryugen Daojuan's pupils constricted. His voice was extremely low as he stared at an old drunkard who had unleashed the sword of eradication. At the same time, the other 2 old monsters also revealed strange expressions and were somewhat shocked. Someone actually mastered the great path of termination? Demon Monarch Extreme stared at an old drunkard. Then, like Ryugen Daojun, his pupils constricted as he discovered something else. Judging from the fluctuation of his vital energy and blood, he's only slightly over 100 years old. There's actually such a person in this era? The 7 ultimate evil emperor was also shocked. He stared at an old drunkard without blinking. His gaze was sinister and terrifying. Clang, an ear-piercing sword cry sounded, and the sword aura was terrifying. An old drunkard didn't say anything unnecessary. He slashed the sword of eradication in his hand again, and a large wave of sword radiance swept out in all directions. These sword radiances were mixed with the power of the great path of termination. They slashed toward the 3 old monsters, Great Emperor Measurement Ruler and the other 10 old monsters, and the dozens of other emperors. Just like before, they enveloped everyone in the attack. Such an action immediately caused all the cultivators present to tremble. Many of them couldn't help but gasp. Too powerful. Brat Lin, your master is simply too domineering. Wuxing Crocodile shuddered. 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor, Flowing Cloud Dao Lord, Extremine Overlord. These 3 old monsters were all people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level. Such people were synonymous with invincibility in this era. But now, the old drunkard had actually killed all 3 of them at the same time. Moreover, he was also indiscriminately attacking other Emperor Realm experts at the same time. Brat Lin is already powerful and ferocious enough. However, his master is even more powerful and ferocious. Ling Yin swallowed his saliva and said, "This is really going to kill everyone who dares to attack Brat Lin." Lin Tian looked at the sky with bright eyes. However, he couldn't help but feel worried at this moment. After all, although the old drunkard was very strong, the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the other 2 were existences that were infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level. Furthermore, the old drunkard was attacking other old monsters and dozens of emperors at the same time. The pressure was too great. Junior. Insolent. Courting death. 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor and the other 2 old monsters' eyes turned cold. Terrifying light burst out from their eyes. Instantly, there was a rumbling sound. The entire area trembled as 3 waves of Emperor's aura surged out from their bodies. They directly shattered all the sword lights of eradication. Immediately after, a buzzing sound rang out as terrifying gales swept out in all directions. The violent emperors of the 3 old monsters directly occupied this heaven and earth, causing all living things to tremble. Bang! 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 In the surroundings, dozens of other emperors were sent flying by the terrifying aura emitted by the 3 old monsters. All of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the old monsters like Measure Ruler Great Emperor couldn't withstand it and were sent flying far away. These are people who are extremely close to the level of a heavenly master. Such aura. Who can withstand it? The cultivators were terrified. At this moment, the Emperor's aura released by the 3 old monsters was too terrifying. That person didn't get sent flying. He withstood the aura of the 3 old monsters. It was also at this moment that someone pointed to the battlefield with a shocked expression. Following this person's gaze, an old drunkard stood motionless in the sky above the battlefield. His expression didn't change at all. Only the sound of his clothes fluttering in the wind could be heard. Junior. 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor's eyes were cold. "You're quite capable." Ryugen Daojun and Extreme Overlord spoke. Their words were the same and their eyes were cold. An old drunkard stood in the sky with a cold expression. The black hair in front of his forehead swayed in the hurricane formed by the Emperor's aura of the 3 old monsters. In the next moment, there was a loud boom. The aura on his body began to rise like an erupting volcano. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sky, shaking the earth and shattering everything. Crack! 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 The void in all directions shattered inch by inch. Chaotic light shot out recklessly. Then, it was shattered by the terrifying aura. In an instant, everyone shuddered. This aura, it's clearly not inferior to 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor and the others. This person, all the cultivators trembled in fear. The 3 old monsters of the Fey Imperial Palace trembled. Lu Yunzi was also shocked. Lord Crocodile has nothing to say. Wuxing Crocodile said with his eyes wide open. Me too. Ling Yun muttered. Lin Tian stared at the sky and couldn't help but clench his fists. An old drunkard shocked him again and again. 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor and the other 2 old monsters were completely moved. They were truly shocked. He's actually not inferior to me. 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor's voice was cold. The other 2 old monsters also stared at an old drunkard. Their eyes were filled with shock. A person who was only a little more than 100 years old and had cultivated for a little more than 100 years was actually comparable to them, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, staring at an old drunkard, the shock in their eyes gradually turned into killing intent. It turned into a bone-chilling killing intent. "Kill him," Extreme Overlord said. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the old monster immediately attacked. Vast and mighty demonic radiance pressed down on an old drunkard. At the same time, Ryugen Daojun and 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor attacked together. Each of them unleashed a monstrous killing intent without any mercy. Cultivating for a little more than 100 years, he was already comparable to them, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, an old drunkard's strength and monstrous talent had deeply shocked them. Boundless killing intent rose in their hearts. They definitely didn't want to leave such a talented person alive. Moreover, they had to kill an old drunkard first if they wanted to obtain the reincarnation origin. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook and everything collapsed. The entire sky changed color at this moment. The pitch-black clouds became thicker as if night had fallen. The oppressive aura was vast and mighty in all directions. An old drunkard's black hair danced in front of his forehead. His robes fluttered loudly. A total of 6 silver Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols appeared beside him. They were like silver wheels as they charged towards 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor and the other 2 old monsters. At the same time, he swung the Emperor sword formed by the Tao radiance of termination in his hand. With a swing of his sword, killing intent filled the sky. He once again slashed toward Measure Ruler Great Emperor and the other old monsters, who had been pushed back by the 3 old monsters' domineering auras. At the same time, he also slashed toward the other emperors who had been pushed back by the 3 old monsters. In the blink of an eye, the sword radiance approached the dozen old monsters and old emperors. It was still an indiscriminate attack. It was extremely fierce. This is really, the group of cultivators was shocked. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun widened their eyes. They were so shocked by an old drunkard that they were almost dazed. Lin Tian looked at the sky. The light in his eyes became even brighter. He was really proud to have such a master. "You're going too far." The patriarch of the Saint Yin Yang sect shouted angrily. An old drunkard didn't take them seriously at all. With a loud boom, the strongest cultivator of the Yin Yang sect immediately unleashed a powerful aura. He used his emperor's power and laws to rapidly form a Dao rune formation. In the next moment, a black and white seal appeared from the Dao diagram. Its Yin and Yang aura was extremely strong. The pinnacle heavenly treasure of the Saint Yin Yang sect, the Yin Yang seal. The patriarch of the Yin Yang sect summoned this pinnacle heavenly treasure? Many cultivators were shocked. Boom, boom, boom. the other three terrifying auras surged. A treasure flag appeared beside the Patriarch of the Desolate Divine Palace, an Emperor's sword appeared above the Patriarch of the Immortal Sword Island, and a strange bronze all appeared in front of the Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. They were all manifested from different Tao pattern diagrams. It was obvious that they were using special divine arts to summon the heavenly treasures of their respective lineages. The Desolation Godly Palace's soul-suppressing flag, the Immortal Sword Island's Immortal Sealing Sword, and the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect's Heavenly Demon Divine Sect's Heavenly Demon Divine Sect's Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. These are the pinnacle heavenly treasures used by the three top forces to suppress their power and providence. They've all been summoned here from a distance. The Yin-Yang Seal, Sky Devil All, Soul-Subduing Flag, and Immortal Sealing Sword were the four pinnacle heavenly treasures of the four sections. They were forcefully summoned from their respective sects by the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect and hovered above their heads. Together with their cultivation of the ninth heaven of Emperor Realm, they unleashed a terrifying aura and shattered an old drunkard's sword of eradication radiance. The cultivators were shocked. The four pinnacle heavenly treasures of the four sects were unleashed at the same time. The power was enough to shatter everything. These four old fogies must have been forced into a corner. They have all summoned the heavenly treasures of their respective sections. Whooshing Crocodile said. We have no choice. If we don't do this, their lives will be in danger. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just stared ahead. Ah! An ear-piercing scream was heard. In front of them, the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect and the other three had summoned their respective pinnacle heavenly treasures to block an old drunkard's sword of eradication radiance. However, the other ordinary emperors weren't so lucky. They were struck one by one. Many of them were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their emperors' bodies were shattered. 2 emperors of the fourth heaven were even destroyed. Insolent brat. The 7th ultimate demonic emperor said coldly. Slash. Ryugen Daojuan's eyes were cold. With a rumble, the 2 old monsters used their great abilities to slash at an old drunkard. Emperor Light surged and covered the sky. The Extreme Overlord also made his move. Boundless Devil Radiance instantly gathered and shot towards an old drunkard. They were dignified existences infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, existences that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. But now, a mere 100-some-year-old youth had attacked the 3 of them at the same time. Moreover, he had attacked the others twice in a row. This was a complete disdain for them. To them, it was a form of humiliation. In an instant, 3 terrifying forces intertwined. Various Emperor Light and runes flashed and occupied the entire area. Kill. A cold voice sounded. The 9th layer Emperor of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect wielded the Yin-Yang seal and charged towards an old drunkard. At the same time, the old ancestor of the Sky Demon Divine Sect, the old ancestor of the Immortal Sword Island, and the old ancestor of the Desolation Divine Palace, these 3 old monsters of the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm all made their moves. They wielded their respective peak heavenly treasures and attacked an old drunkard. These 4 people had the cultivation of 9th heaven emperors and peak heavenly treasures. Their strength wasn't much weaker than the 7 absolute evil emperor and the other 2 old demons. The sky collapsed and the ground sank. Let's go too. Kill him. Kill. The other old monsters of the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm and dozens of Emperor Realm experts all had cold expressions. At this moment, they moved together and unleashed their killing lights towards an old drunkard. Dense monarch runes enveloped the entire area. These people were previously suppressed by an old drunkard. Now that the 3 old demons had appeared and the 4 peak old ancestors of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect and the other 3 factions were all attacking an old drunkard with their peak heavenly treasures. It could be said that this was the best opportunity to kill an old drunkard. These people naturally didn't want to let go of this opportunity. They attacked together and flooded towards an old drunkard. The reincarnation origin is in front. Let the end come faster. The 7 absolute evil emperor said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzz. A blood-colored skull appeared above his head with terrifying monarch runes intertwined. Ryugen Daojun and Extreme Overlord had cold expressions. A bronze lamp rushed out of Ryugen Daojuan's body while a broadsword rushed out of Extreme Overlord's body. Both of them were intertwined with astonishing Dao runes and dense monarch light. The moment they appeared, they froze the entire area. They are all peak heavenly treasures. Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. Lin Tian's body shook slightly. The 7 Absolute Evil Emperor, Ryugen Daojun, and Extreme Overlord all had peak heavenly treasures. How strong would people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm and had peak heavenly treasures be? Boom! In front, the sky collapsed. The 3 old demons, dozens of old monsters, dozens of old emperors, and 7 peak heavenly treasures enveloped an old drunkard at the same time. They truly sealed off every inch of the void and turned this place into a land of destruction. Yes. We can kill him. A 7th heavenly venerable realm expert who was attacking an old drunkard said. His attacks were even sharper as rays of monarch light shot out. This entire area was sealed off. All the destructive power was directed at an old drunkard. Old man. Such a scene was a little scary. Lin Tian couldn't help but shout as he took a step forward. This. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's expressions changed. An old drunkard might be powerful, but he was definitely in a situation of death when surrounded by so many experts and peak heavenly treasures. Fellow cultivator, receive the Demon Lord Pagoda! Shouted the first supreme elder of the demon clan. He threw the Demon Emperor Pagoda, the pinnacle of the Demon Emperor Palace, towards the old drunkard. Humph! A cold snort sounded. The blood-red skull beside the 7 ultimate demonic emperor's shoulder shook. With the power of this peak heavenly treasure, it forcefully sent the Demon Lord Pagoda out of the battlefield, preventing it from getting close to an old drunkard. This caused the first supreme elder of the demon race's expression to change. The other 2 supreme elders and Lu Yunzi were also moved. Boom! Billowing monarch aura intertwined in all directions, covering the entire battlefield in front. The destructive power completely surged towards an old drunkard. Your talent is heaven-defying. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant. Arrogant people don't live long. Ryugen Daojun said coldly. With a boom, the bronze lamp beside him released a dazzling monarch light, and the killing intent became even stronger. The other 2 old demons and the other emperors also increased their divine power again. The dense killing intent surged like an ocean. An old drunkard was among them. Facing the mighty killing intent, his expression did not change at all. He was calm and cold. With a buzzing sound, the void behind him cracked open, and a small world opened up. There were mountains and rivers, and in the center of this small world, there was an emperor sword that was completely condensed from light. It was stabbed into the ground, and there were emperor runes engraved around it. Sword, come. An old drunkard spoke. With a clang, the emperor sword was psychic. It rose from the ground and instantly rushed out of the small world, appearing in front of an old drunkard's chest. The emperor sword was formed completely by light. There were no Dao patterns or monarch patterns on it. However, the moment an old drunkard held the emperor sword, there was an earth-shattering and terrifying sword aura that surged. For a moment, the world shook. Holding the emperor sword, an old drunkard raised his hand and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura swept out, shattering all the destructive killing intent that was pressing towards him. The entire space was filled with unparalleled sword aura. A pinnacle heavenly treasure emperor sword. Wuxing Crocodile was dumbfounded. Lin Tian was even more shocked. His pupils constricted. That's... An old drunkard still had some impression of the emperor sword that he was holding. Although it was very different from before, he would never forget that it was the 9-spring sword that an old drunkard had wielded. However, the 9-spring sword that an old drunkard wielded back then was incomplete. Now, the 9-spring sword that he wielded was complete. Moreover, its aura was much stronger than the 9-spring sword back then. The difference was like heaven and earth. At the same time, far away, a group of cultivators' expressions changed. They were all shocked. That's right. That's the 9-spring sword. Legend has it that it's a sacred weapon that grows in the 9-spring secret realm. But wasn't it destroyed in the ancient times? He collected all the sacred weapons and evolved it to the pinnacle heavenly treasure level? The cultivators' hearts trembled. Even the 7 absolute evil emperor and the other old evildoers' expressions changed. Their emperor bodies couldn't help but tremble. A sacred weapon that was born naturally and evolved to the pinnacle heavenly treasure level was incomparable to an ordinary pinnacle heavenly treasure. It was at least twice as powerful. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. An old drunkard wielded the Emperor Grade 9 spring sword. Intertwined with the terminating Tao radiance, the sword slashed down. Chi, the space collapsed. Chaotic light overflowed. With one slash, everything was destroyed. Pft, 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 blood mist exploded. In the blink of an eye, the 3 emperors were shattered. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Among them, there was even an old evildoer at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. In an instant, everyone trembled. This is, Ling Yun trembled. Lin Tian looked at the sky. He was shocked by an old drunkard again and again. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Too powerful. I suddenly feel that I've lived my life in vain. The first supreme elder of Demon King Palace murmured. Boom, in the sky, terrifying energy intertwined and rumbled. It shattered the heavens and cracked the earth. An old drunkard wielded the 9 Springs Emperor sword and strode across the shattered void. He used the terminating Tao radiance to activate the Emperor sword. He blocked everyone. He went against the 7 sects pinnacle heavenly treasures. He attacked the 3 old evildoers and wiped out dozens of old evildoers and dozens of other emperors. Ah! There was an ear-piercing scream. A person at the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm suffered. He was attacked by an old drunkard's terminating Tao radiance and 9 Springs sacred sword. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed. On the other side, another expert at the 5th heaven of the Emperor realm suffered as well. He was struck by the 9 Springs Emperor sword Chi. His sea of consciousness and soul were instantly destroyed. He died on the spot. Attack with all your might. Attack with all your might. Extreme Overlord yelled. Rumble. The 3 old evildoers attacked with all their might. They activated their pinnacle heavenly treasures to the limit. At the same time, the old ancestors of Yinyang sect and Immortal Sword Island also attacked. They activated their pinnacle heavenly treasures to the strongest level, increasing their killing power by a few folds. They surged towards an old drunkard. Kill! The other emperors roared furiously. They attacked with all their might and no longer held back. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound as the color of the world changed. A destructive aura enveloped the entire area, and the sky was completely covered by pitch-black clouds. Dazzling bolts of lightning crisscrossed within, crackling with crackling sounds. Such a fluctuation sent chills down the spines of the ordinary cultivators far away. Even though they had retreated far away, they could not help but tremble in fear. They felt that their souls were about to shatter. Retreat! We still have to retreat. Someone yelled. Immediately, all the cultivators retreated, wanting to get as far away as possible. As they retreated, they looked at the battlefield in front of them. Suddenly, someone's expression changed. That battlefield. Why is someone walking over? Someone pointed at the battlefield. What? Someone looked over in shock. He was also shocked. There's really someone there. An old drunkard and a group of emperors were fighting fiercely in the sky. The pinnacle heavenly treasures of the 8 sects collided. Destructive auras filled every inch of space, covering an area of 10,000 feet. However, at this moment, 2 figures appeared on the battlefield. One was a woman in a white dress, and the other was a girl in a red dress. They walked on the shattered ground. The woman in the white dress was in front, and the girl in the red dress was behind her. They seemed to have come from the other side of the battlefield. They're walking towards us. These 2 people. Ling Yin saw the 2 figures as well. His eyes were filled with shock. In such a devastating battlefield, there was actually someone who could walk so unscathed. Wuxing Crocodile opened his eyes wide. That's, Lin Tian was even more moved and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Wui. An AI? Within the destructive battlefield, 2 women walked through it, their footsteps calm and unhurried. They immediately shocked everyone. How can they walk freely in such a battlefield? Every cultivator was shocked. At this time, an old drunkard was fighting with dozens of emperors in the sky, and there were 8 peak heavenly treasures clashing with each other. Destructive power surged, and many of them fell to the ground in waves. It basically contained the killing power of all the experts and heavenly treasures on the battlefield. It was truly a destructive area. Even a 9th heavenly layer emperor would be shattered instantly if he was in such a position. However, at this moment, 2 women were walking calmly in the battlefield. The 3 supreme elders of the demon imperial palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked. They stared at the 2 women in disbelief. Such a scene really had a visual impact. Wu Yi, Xiao Ai. Lin Tian was surprised. When he first met Wu Yi in the 7th heaven and parted with her in the 7th heaven, he always remembered this extremely beautiful woman. Even after so many years, he still recognized Wu Yi at a glance. She was wearing a white silk dress, but he still recognized her at a glance. As for the lively red-clothed girl beside Wu Yi, he thought for a moment and recognized her. Without a doubt, she was little Ai. After so many years, little Ai had also grown into a slender and elegant girl. They actually came. 5 elements. Crocodile's eyes widened as he recognized Wu Yi and Ai. Hearing the words of one person and one crocodile, Ling Yun was taken aback. You know each other? Yes, the woman in the white dress walking at the front. Her strength is very, very terrifying. Whooshing crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He still remembered that in the 7th heaven's no-return immortal island, Wu Yi scared the 6th heavenly layer emperors with just one sentence. Boom, in front of them, endless destructive power interweaved. The space was collapsing, and the earth was sinking. The terrifying power was shocking. That was the abyss of destruction. Wu Yi wore a white dress and walked over from the other side of the battlefield. She ignored the battle between an old drunkard and the dozens of emperors in the sky. She appeared very calm. Wherever she passed, the shattered space and cracked earth calmed down and returned to their original state. It was as if a withered flower had been reborn. Little Ai was already more than 10 years old and appeared to be very lively. She followed behind Wu Yi and looked to the east and west from time to time. It's really not affected at all? The ground, the void, are all recovering? Who are they? But that woman in white, she's so beautiful. All the cultivators widened their eyes. They were shocked that Wu Yi and Ai were able to pass through the battlefield unscathed. At the same time, there were quite a few people who looked at Wu Yi. They were shocked by Wu Yi's stunning appearance. Boom, 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 the battlefield was chaotic and destructive power overflowed. An old drunkard wielded the 9 Springs Emperor sword to fight against dozens of emperors. At this moment, he naturally noticed Wu Yi and little Ai walking through the battlefield. His eyes immediately narrowed and revealed a trace of shock. At the same time, the 7 absolute evil emperor and the other 2 old demons and the other old monsters and emperors also noticed Wu Yi and little Ai. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and their killing momentum involuntarily slowed down a lot. Wu Yi walked on foot and brought little Ai through the destructive battlefield. She didn't react to everything around her. She didn't care about the dozens of emperors fighting in the sky or the destructive ripples in the surroundings. She simply walked in a straight line towards Lin Tian. She didn't waste any time and walked out of the battlefield and arrived in front of Lin Tian. Big brother Lin. Ai jumped out from behind Wu Yi. Even though they had been separated for so many years and she had grown into a slender and elegant young lady, she didn't feel estranged from Lin Tian at all. She immediately pounced onto Lin Tian. Xiao Ai. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Ai let go of Lin Tian and said happily, hee, big brother Lin immediately recognized the grown-up Ai. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile again and immediately looked towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi stood in front of him. She wore a white silk dress and looked as though she had walked out of a painting. She was quiet and cold and her absolute beauty caused the heaven and earth to lose some color. However, she didn't speak and only looked at him quietly. This made him feel slightly awkward. He knew that Wu Yi didn't like to talk, so he took the initiative to speak. Wu Yi, long time no see. N. Wu Yi responded very softly, like a gentle breeze. Lin Tian was already used to this and smiled lightly at Wu Yi. We saw the spiritual imprint at that time, and then Master brought AI here. Big brother Lin, don't worry. With Master here, no one can make things difficult for Big brother Lin. Little AI said and looked at Lin Tian with starry eyes. However, Big brother Lin is so powerful. He actually has the most powerful and mysterious king physique in the legends. This kind of king physique has never appeared before. After cultivating with Wu Yi for so many years, AI naturally knew a lot and was very clear about the 12 king physiques. Lin Tian smiled again and looked towards Wu Yi. Thank you. Wu Yi looked at him and shook her head lightly. Miss Wu Yi, long time no see. Hello. Wuxing Crocodile and Wu Yi said. Wu Yi looked towards Wuxing Crocodile and nodded lightly in return. Ling Yan looked at Wu Yi. At this time, he truly saw Wu Yi's appearance, and his eyes immediately widened. Yeah, so beautiful. Little Taichu looked at Wu Yi at this time, and a pair of big watery eyes immediately lit up. It flew past Lin Tian and didn't feel unfamiliar at all. It came to Wu Yi's chest and looked up at Wu Yi. It blinked its beautiful eyes and called out in a childish voice, "Ya, Wu Yi, Wu Yi." Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was the first time he saw the little guy take the initiative to be so intimate with someone they just met. Wu Yi lowered her head and looked at little Taichu. She paused for a moment, then reached out and held little Taichu in the palm of her hand. Hello. Her expression was very calm, and her voice was very soft. As usual, she used her divine sense to communicate. Yeah. The little guy called out to Wu Yi again, and its watery eyes curved into a pair of small crescent moons. Wu Yi paused again, and a light smile appeared on his face. It was as if 100 flowers were blooming, and he hugged the little fellow to his chest. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Seeing the smile on Wu Yi's face, he couldn't help but smile and whisper to himself, "It's really rare." In the past, he and Wu Yi stayed together in the 7th heaven for a year, but he really didn't see Wu Yi smile more than a few times. Not far away, the 3 supreme elders of the Demon King Palace and Lu Yunzi were sizing Wu Yi up. Then, they were shocked. Even with their current cultivation, they couldn't see through Wu Yi. Even when the supreme elder of the Demon King Palace used the power of the Demon King Pagoda to secretly investigate, he couldn't find anything. His divine sense directly disappeared around Wu Yi. At the same time, in the sky, an old drunkard stopped attacking, and the other emperors also couldn't help but stop attacking. At this time, they couldn't help but look at Wu Yi in front of Lin Tian. Wu Yi had previously passed through the destruction zone where they were fighting, giving people a great sense of awe. These people couldn't help but be moved by it. Who are you? Are you also here to protect the samsara body? The 7 ultimate evil emperors' eyes fell on Wu Yi, and he asked coldly. Next to Wu Yi, AI stared at the 7 ultimate evil emperor and snorted, "You want to take brother Lin's origin? You won't succeed." The 7 ultimate evil emperor's eyes immediately turned cold, and he looked at AI ruthlessly, "Little girl, you have no right to speak here." As he said that, a powerful spiritual pressure directly rushed towards AI, like a monstrous sea pressing down on her. Wu Yi tilted his head and looked at the 7 ultimate evil emperor. In an instant, the 7 ultimate evil emperor was struck by lightning, and the spiritual pressure that was pressing towards AI collapsed on the spot. He staggered back more than 10 steps in the void. After retreating a dozen steps and stabilizing his body, this old monster who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes involuntarily showed a strong sense of fear, and his emperor body could not help but tremble. Such a scene immediately shocked all the cultivators in this place. What's going on? Just one look and it actually caused the 7 ultimate demonic emperor, caused that person to, all the cultivators were horrified. The 7 ultimate evil emperor was a super old monster who had lived for more than 200,000 years and was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. Now, he was trembling and retreating just because of a young girl's look, and there was fear in his eyes. All the cultivators were shocked. Although Wuxing Crocodile knew that Wu Yi was very powerful, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Previously, the 6th Heaven Emperors from the immortal island of no return trembled in fear because of Wu Yi's words. Now, the 7th ultimate evil emperor who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm was also trembling in fear because of Wu Yi's look. Ling Yan's eyes widened. At this moment, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him, and he was almost petrified. The 3 grand elders of the Demon Lord Palace and Lu Yunzi couldn't help but tremble, and there was disbelief in their eyes. An old monster who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm was trembling in fear because of a person's look. How can this be? In the battlefield, above the sky, the other 2 old monsters and the group of emperors also looked at Wu Yi in shock. The powerful 7th ultimate evil emperor was actually frightened into retreating just because of a single glance. This was simply too inconceivable. Even an old drunkard was shocked, and there were streaks of light in his eyes as he looked at Wu Yi in disbelief. This mountain range in the north region had been completely destroyed. It was unknown how much it had sunk. Scorching hot underground magma had long emerged, scorching much of the land. Every inch of space was mixed with destructive Emperor Qi. At this moment, all the fighting stopped. Everyone's gaze landed on Wu Yi. A person who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm was actually trembling from just a gaze. This was too shocking and inconceivable. Daoist 7th Absolute, what's going on? Ryugen Daojun asked the 7th Absolute Demonic Emperor in a deep voice. Extreme Overlord and dozens of other emperors also looked at the 7th Absolute Demonic Emperor. The 7th Absolute Demonic Emperor's forehead was filled with cold sweat. His gaze landed on Wu Yi as his body trembled uncontrollably. I don't know. He didn't know why he was like this. He didn't feel any terrifying aura. In other words, he didn't feel anything at all. However, even so, when he met Wu Yi's calm gaze, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He only felt that his body was enveloped by a boundless darkness and was filled with oppression. You don't know? Such words caused Ryugen Daojun and dozens of emperors to frown. A group of cultivators extremely far away were also puzzled. The 7th Absolute Demonic Emperor was trembling in fear, but he couldn't say why. What was this? Many people were stunned. Lin Tian's expression was very normal. He looked at Wu Yi beside him and didn't say anything. In this place, the vast mountain range was dilapidated to the extreme. The sky was pitch black, and powerful electric arcs were crackling incessantly. The destructive aura interweaved in every inch of space. It was extremely frightening. Wu Yi hugged little Taichu. Her expression was very calm. Bits of light intertwined from her body. This light was very peaceful. There wasn't a trace of terrifying fluctuation. However, it seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth. It caused the 3,000 Great Tao to appear instantly. It was like fairies jumping around Wu Yi. At the same time, the collapsed space in this place instantly reformed. The pitch-black sky returned to its original state and the destructive aura dissipated. Everything fell silent. Instantly, all of the cultivators present began to tremble. The more powerful a person was, the more shocked they felt. This is, the 3,000 Great Taos are submitting? No, it's not like that, it's because of her existence. She. Everyone was horrified. The 7th Absolute Demonic Emperor trembled even more violently. Ryugen Daojun and Extreme Overlord's eyelids twitched violently. They couldn't help but tremble. The other 9th Heaven's old monsters and dozens of emperors were even more terrified. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Even someone as powerful as an old drunkard narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wu Yi. The light in his eyes became even brighter. This aura is already at that height. He whispered. The 7th Ultimate Demonic Emperor stumbled back again, trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Wu Yi as if he was looking at an ancient god. Sky Sovereign, you've reached that level. The man's voice trembled as cold sweat drenched his entire body. All of a sudden, all of the cultivators in the area were shocked, completely shaken by these words. She's a Sky Sovereign? 9 great Sky Sovereigns? There's such a person in the 10 heavens? All the cultivators were shocked. The whooshing crocodile widened its eyes and looked at Wu Yi in shock. This It knew that Wu Yi was very powerful, but it never expected her to be so powerful. She was actually at the height of the Sky Sovereign realm. My God! Ling Yun was dumbfounded. The three grand elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked. Their eyes fell on Wu Yi, and they couldn't help but tremble. She was at the height of the Sky Sovereign realm. A living legend. At this moment, in this place, only Lin Tian's expression remained normal. Back in the seventh heaven, Wu Yi had seen through his reincarnation physique at a glance. He had long known that Wu Yi was at least at the Sky Sovereign realm. Ryugen Daojun, Extreme Overlord, and the other emperors felt a chill down their spines. They could clearly see that Wu Yi and Lin Tian had an unusual relationship. They came here to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, but they didn't know that there was such a terrifying character behind Lin Tian, an existence at the Sky Sovereign realm. They came here to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. Didn't they provoke the Sky Sovereign in front of them? These people looked at Wu Yi and Lin Tian, and they all panicked. Wu Yi hugged the little Tai Chu, and his gaze fell on the three old demons, the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, and the other emperors. The sky suddenly lit up, and 3,000 great Daos jumped. Strands of divine radiance fell from the sky. The divine radiance was very peaceful, and there was no power to speak of. However, it was like the sacred light of heaven and earth. Other than an old drunkard, the three old demons, the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, and the other emperors were all shrouded in it. Instantly, these people were all shocked. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The emperors all trembled, and the Emperor Qi and laws around their bodies became chaotic. After 3 breaths, the radiance in the sky disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. This place was still the same as before. No one was injured, and no one was bleeding. However, the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the other emperors trembled even more violently. Their auras were much weaker, and many of them retreated in the void. My cultivation, you've weakened our cultivation? The emperors were terrified. At this moment, other than an old drunkard, all of them who were standing in the sky had their cultivation reduced by 7 small stages. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the other old demons were reduced to the 2nd stage of the emperor realm. Some of them even fell from the emperor realm. The Emperor Qi around their bodies disappeared without a trace, and they had aged several times. These people trembled. Cultivating in the Emperor realm was extremely difficult. To raise one minor rank in the Emperor realm required a large amount of time and endless effort. However, in just 3 breaths of time, all of them had their cultivation shaved off by 7 minor ranks. Moreover, some of them had their cultivation shaved off from the Emperor realm. This was worse than killing them. Their cultivation has been reduced? 7 ultimate demonic emperor, their auras, have all weakened. Much weaker. Someone fell from the emperor realm. All of the cultivators were trembling in fear. So terrifying. Ling Yan shrunk his neck and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In just 3 breaths of time, 3 old monsters who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, a dozen old monsters, and dozens of emperors were weakened at the same time. A portion of them were even knocked down to the emperor realm. Such power was truly frightening. Even the 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi couldn't help but tremble as they all took in a cold breath. No! My cultivation! My cultivation! Return my cultivation to me! In the sky, dozens of emperors cried out in grief. Especially those who had fallen from the emperor realm, their eyes were filled with blood. They were high and mighty emperors just a moment ago, but now, they had fallen from the emperor realm to the Nirvana realm. How cruel and despairing was this? It was as though they had fallen from heaven to hell. Wu Yi looked at these people without any change in expression. He was still very calm. A gentle breeze blew forward with him as the center, landing on the wailing 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the others. Then, there were loud bangs as the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and dozens of emperors were all sent flying. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Instantly, the place became completely silent. Then, far away, the cultivators' hearts trembled again. This is the power of a heavenly venerable. This is really, these people trembled. They were all deeply shocked by Wu Yi's power. "Master, you're too merciful to only reduce their cultivation." AI muttered. Wu Yi didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Tian and was as calm as ever. Lin Tian knew that Wu Yi didn't like to talk. He took the initiative and said with a smile, "Thank you." Wu Yi was such a quiet person, but he came here for him. This made him very happy. Wu Yi shook his head gently, "As long as you're safe." "Yeah." Little Taichu was hugged by Wu Yi's chest. He looked very comfortable and called out to Lin Tian in a cute voice. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He scolded jokingly, "You're really enjoying it." As he spoke, he introduced little Taichu to Wu Yi. Absolute beginning. Wu Yi looked at little Taichu and called out using his divine perception. "Yeah." Little Taichu looked up and replied to Wu Yi in a cute voice. It had to be said that this little guy was really cute. Even a quiet person like Wu Yi smiled again. Lin Tian stood in front of Wu Yi. Seeing the smile on Wu Yi's face, he couldn't help but smile as well. This. Not far away, Ling Yin saw this scene and opened his mouth. He looked at Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and then at the little Taichu in Wu Yi's arms. He muttered, "Why do they look like a family of three?" Wuxing Crocodile nodded, "Oh, you don't say, they really do look like one." Lin Tian naturally heard Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile's conversation. He glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he quickly turned his head to look at the sky. There, the 7 ultimate evil emperor and the others who had tried to seize his reincarnation origin were all swept away by Wu Yi's weakening of their realms. Only the old drunkard was left standing in the void. "Oh, master, you can come down now." He smiled. An old drunkard smiled. The 9-spring sword returned to the small world in his body. In the next moment, it disappeared from the sky and appeared beside Lin Tian. "Not bad, kid. You actually remember that your master is here. Your mind isn't filled with beautiful women." An old drunkard hugged Lin Tian's neck and moved back to his usual lazy self. Hearing an old drunkard's words, Lin Tian was both embarrassed and speechless. This old fellow was teasing him for no reason. He coughed dryly and introduced an old drunkard to Wu Yi. Then, he introduced an old drunkard to Wu Yi. An old drunkard let go of his hand that was around Lin Tian's neck and said to Wu Yi, "Many thanks to young lady for coming here. For this foolish brat." Wu Yi looked at an old drunkard and shook her head. She remained very quiet and didn't say anything. She stood beside Lin Tian and looked down at little Taichu. Lin Tian then introduced an old drunkard to the 3 grand elders of Demon Imperial Palace and Thousand-Sword Emperor Lu Yunzi. At the same time, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to these emperors. This time, the old ancestor of the sacred Yin Yang sect and dozens of emperors came to steal his reincarnation origin. These experts rushed over to help. No matter what the reason was, he had to thank them. "Thank you for helping my foolish disciple." The old drunkard had a lazy smile on his face as he simply thanked the 3 grand elders of the Demon King Palace and Lu Yunzi. "Dao friend is too polite. Lord Lin is the brother of our Demon Emperor. Protecting him is the highest order given by our Demon Emperor. It is the duty of our Demon Emperor." The first Grand Elder of Demon Imperial Palace spoke. Although he had lived for much longer than an old drunkard, he was very polite to an old drunkard. His eyes were filled with admiration and sorrow. "It is Dao friend's strength that makes me blush with shame." The word prodigy was probably prepared for Dao friend. He was only a little over 100 years old and had reached the peak of 9th heaven of Emperor realm. He even grasped the terminus Great Dao, which was ranked first among the 3,000 Great Daos. Such talent was truly shocking. It is just a different encounter. An old drunkard smiled. "Dao friend is too humble," Lu Yunzi said. Lu Yunzi was dressed in a black robe. After he finished speaking, he nodded at the old drunkard, the 3 grand elders of the Demon Emperor Palace, Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the others. After bidding farewell to the group, he waved his hand and pulled Ling Yun to his side. Ling Yun's eyes widened as he had a bad premonition. "Old man, what are you doing? Our agreement back then was to give you some freedom. A few years have passed since then. Come and cultivate with me," Lu Yunzi said. Ling Yan's eyes widened even more as he recalled the tragic situation when he was cultivating with Lu Yunzi. If they weren't fighting evil spirits, they were fighting to the death with ferocious demons. There was almost no time for rest. He immediately shouted, "No. No. Old man, let go. Let me play again. No. Let me and Brat Lin train for a while more." Lu Yunzi's face darkened, and he tore open a huge rift in the void. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He smiled at Ling Yun and said, "Don't worry and follow Senior Lu to cultivate. Next time, we'll meet again in the Emperor realm." "Little pervert, you have to be strong." Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. Back then, Ling Yun had said that he and Lu Yunzi had been miserable during their cultivation. Now that Lu Yunzi wanted to bring Ling Yun away to cultivate, it knew that Ling Yun was going to undergo inhumane training again. "Goodbye, pervert." Little Taichu was being carried by Wu Yi. It waved its little paws at Ling Yun and said in a childish voice. Ling Yun's face was sullen. He wanted to struggle, but how could he struggle free? He was directly taken away by Lu Yunzi. Lin Tian looked at the spot where Lu Yunzi and Ling Yun left and couldn't help but smile. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past this place, bringing with it a trace of cold air. That was because the air in the north region was originally a little cold. An old drunkard glanced at Lin Tian. At this time, he hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, "Speaking of which, kid, you're not bad. You found a demon king as your sister, and now you have a celestial venerable's daughter. Not bad." An old drunkard glanced at Wu Yi and whispered, "Oh right, have you made any progress with the immortal spiritual body that I picked for you?" Lin Tian, this old fellow is not serious at all, he coughed dryly and changed the topic. He asked an old drunkard, "Have you surpassed the limits of the four-symbol seal?" "He's already deduced the sixth seal?" Watching old drunkards battle, he was a little surprised that the four-symbol seal had been used 6 times in a row. "I was just tinkering with it when I was free, and it reached the 6th layer." An old drunkard said casually. Lin Tian, he was just tinkering with it when he was free, and he had surpassed the limits of the four-symbol seal and reached the 6th layer from the 4th seal. Wasn't that a little too easy? One had to know that this was a sealing technique created by the ancient celestial venerables. It was already at the pinnacle of power. How could it be so easy to break through and reach the 6th layer? What kind of amazing talent and aptitude did one have to be to break through the four-symbol seal to such a level? He looked at an old drunkard speechlessly. An old drunkard naturally saw Lin Tian's surprise, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Do you want to learn it?" "Of course." Lin Tian nodded. How could he not learn the 6th layer of the four-symbol seal? This was a super-killing technique. Old drunkard smiled and pointed his finger. A divine sense imprint entered Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt that there were many things in his sea of consciousness. Densely packed runes intertwined, and they were connected to the 5th and 6th layers of the four-symbol seal that an old drunkard had deduced after breaking through the 4th layer of the four-symbol seal. It was incomparably profound, and it seemed to contain the operation of tens of thousands of daos. He couldn't help but be shocked again. How terrifying. He said these 2 words in his heart. "Old man, you're really a freak," he said to an old drunkard. An old drunkard had surpassed the limits of the four-symbol seal and deduced the 5th and 6th layers of the four-symbol seal. It was really shocking. He couldn't imagine how an old drunkard had deduced it to this extent. An old drunkard slapped him. "What freak? Say something good to your dear master." Lin Tian rolled his eyes. An old drunkard smiled and let go of Lin Tian's neck again. "Alright, kid, I'm going back." An old drunkard said goodbye to the 3 Grand Supreme Elders of the Demon King Palace and Wu Yi. He also said a few things to Lin Tian. Then, he directly tore open the heavenly domain barrier and disappeared into the mountains. A peerless prodigy. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace looked at an old drunkard's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh and feel shocked. Then, this demon race powerhouse's gaze fell on Wu Yi, and an even more obvious shock appeared in his eyes. A heavenly venerable one was standing in front of him, and appearing in this place, it was impossible not to be shocked. Beside him, the other two Grand Supreme Elders also looked at Wu Yi in shock. And then, the three powerful Eternal Demon Emperors looked at each other, and then at Wu Yi, and then at Lin Tian. There was a strange light in their eyes, and they nodded to each other. Then, the first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace walked up to Lin Tian, and whispered to Lin Tiandao, "Sir Lin Tiandao, may I have a word with you?" Lin Tian was a little puzzled, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately followed the first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace to the side. "Senior, please speak," he said. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace looked at Wu Yi, and then said to Lin Tiandao, "This old man can see that Sir Lin and that Wu Yi's relationship is not ordinary. Could I ask Sir Lin to step forward and ask that girl to do our tribe a favor? Did something happen?" Lin Tiandao could see the worry in the eyes of the first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace nodded. Sir Lin's eyes are sharp. Indeed, something has happened. As he spoke, the Eternal Demon Emperor continued, "Previously, when Sir Lin's reincarnation constitution was exposed to the world, the Demon King used a sliver of aura that he had left in the Demon King Pagoda to summon an emperor's shadow, and ordered our tribe to protect Sir Lin with all our might. Our tribe also learned that the Demon King is now trapped in an ancient place, and unable to escape." The Eternal Demon Emperor's worry deepened. "But with our strength, it is difficult to enter that ancient place, and we cannot help the Demon King. Therefore, we would like to ask Lady Wu Yi for help. With Lady Wu Yi's heavenly venerate strength, she will definitely be able to help the Demon King break free." "What?" Lin Tian was shocked. Violet Fairy was trapped in some unknown place. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile was also shocked. "That can't be? That stunning Demon King is actually trapped?" Almost at the same time, not far away, Wu Yi looked over. His gaze landed on the first Grand Elder of the Demon Imperial Palace. What happened to Ling Er? Although she had been very quiet, she was very clear about everything that was happening around her. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace was shocked. The other two Grand Elders were also shocked. Ling Er? As the Grand Elder of Demonic Emperor Palace, the three of them naturally knew that the Demonic Emperor's name was Violet Fairy. At this time, Wu Yi actually called Violet Fairy Ling Er. It was very intimate, and the three Eternal Demon Emperors were a little surprised. "Wu Yi and Little Violet's best friend," Lin Tian explained. The three Grand Elders of the Demon King Palace were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. This heavenly venerate before them was the best friend of their Demon King Palace's Demon King? The three powerful Eternal Demon Emperors were stumped. Their Demon King Palace's Demon King Palace actually had a heavenly venerate human friend. They had never heard of such a thing. "Ling Er, what's wrong?" Wu Yi sent his divine sense again. "Big Sister Violet, what happened? Is she in danger?" AI also asked. "Seniors, please explain clearly. What's wrong with Little Violet? Where is she trapped?" Lin Tian spoke anxiously. He was very worried that Violet Fairy was trapped. The three Grand Elders of the Demon King Palace knew that Wu Yi and the Demon King Palace were good friends. They were both surprised and pleasantly surprised. At this time, facing the anxious looks of Lin Tian and the others, they did not hesitate. They took a deep breath and said, "Sealed Dust Ancient Region." "Sealed Dust Ancient Region?" Lin Tian frowned. "Sealed Dust Ancient Region." This was the first time Lin Tian had heard of it. Wuxing Crocodile was also bewildered. Wu Yi tilted her head, looking towards the southern region. She was expressionless, but it was clear that she knew about Sealed Dust Ancient Region. Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder looked at Wu Yi, and then at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. "It's normal that you don't know about Sealed Dust Ancient Region. That's a very special space, and only emperors know about it." As he spoke, the Demon Emperor continued, "The eastern region, western region, southern region, and northern region that we are in now are only half of the ninth heaven. The other half is Sealed Dust Ancient Region." "What? The eastern region, western region, southern region, and northern region added together are not the complete ninth heaven?" Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. The first great elder of the Fey imperial palace nodded and said, "The sealed dust ancient region occupies half of the ninth heaven. It's a very vast world that has existed since ancient times. A very terrifying ancient race lives in it, the Netherworld race." Wait. Nether race? Whooshing Crocodile was startled, and couldn't help but interrupt Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder. "You know of this race?" Lin Tian looked at him. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. "I've seen records of this race in an ancient book. They are like humans, but not humans, beasts, but not beasts. They cultivate mainly in the form of nether chi, and are very terrifying." As he spoke, he looked at Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder. "However, according to the records in that ancient book, isn't this race extinct long ago?" Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder shook his head. "The Nether race is very strong. They are evil by nature, tyrannical and cruel. They are not extinct. The records of this race in the ancient books are very different from the real situation." Then, the first Supreme Elder of the Demon Imperial Palace continued, "This clan was born in the sealed dust ancient region. A group of Netherworld tribesmen once walked out of the sealed dust ancient region. They were extremely powerful. They burned, killed, and plundered in the 10 directions heavenly domains, causing countless lives to be lost. Then, a few supreme experts of the human clan appeared and killed this group of Netherworld tribesmen. They sacrificed their lives and souls to seal the passage from the sealed dust ancient region to this side, causing the Netherworld tribesmen to be suppressed in the sealed dust ancient region, unable to enter this side to cause trouble. The sealed passage is at the border of the southern region, opposite the Netherworld abyss." Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He had never heard of such ancient history before. Whooshing Crocodile frowned. "Since that passage is sealed, why is Demon Emperor in sealed dust ancient region?" Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's question, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. "We don't know. We only know that Lord Demon Emperor seems to have entered sealed dust ancient region to search for something. Now, he is trapped in an ancient land in sealed dust ancient region." Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder shook his head and looked at Wu Yi. "Please, Miss Wu Yi. With our strength, we can't pass through that seal and enter sealed dust ancient region to help Lord Demon Emperor. However, you can definitely do it." Wu Yi was at the Heavenly Venerable Realm. He believed that Wu Yi, who was at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, could definitely pass through that seal and bring Lord Demon Emperor out safely. Wu Yi nodded. She looked at Lin Tian and said softly, "Take care of AI. I will go over there and bring Linger back." "You want to go over there alone?" Lin Tian listened to Wu Yi's words. Wu Yi was obviously planning to go to sealed dust ancient region alone. He said, "I want to go too." He might not be able to help much if he went to sealed dust ancient region. Wu Yi alone was enough to bring back the Violet Fairy. Even so, he still had to go. He had to go because this matter was related to the Violet Fairy. Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian. She didn't say anything and nodded lightly. AI also wants to go find Sister Purple." AI shouted. Wu Yi looked at AI and didn't say anything. "Lord Crocodile also wants to go." Whooshing Crocodile said. "Yeah." Little Taichu was carried by Wu Yi. He called out in a childish voice. Naturally, he wanted to go as well. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi nodded. She didn't say anything and didn't do anything. She instantly brought Lin Tian and the others and disappeared. The 3 Demon Imperial Palace Grand Elders were shocked. They knew that Lin Tian and the others disappeared because Wu Yi brought them and moved. They couldn't help but be shocked. This was because during this process, they didn't feel any trace of divine power or spatial ripples. It was as if they were moving with the help of heaven and earth. This is a heavenly venerable rank expert. Truly, terrifying. The second Grand Elder of this faction said. "This way, Demon Imperial Palace should be able to escape very soon." The first Grand Elder of Demon Imperial Palace said. The 3 emperors didn't stay in this place for too long. They tore apart the void and went to the Demon Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, only a group of cultivators remained standing in the distance. Many of them had shocked expressions on their faces. They were shocked by Lin Tian's physique of reincarnation, shocked by the relationship between Lin Tian and the demon emperor, shocked by the strength of the old drunkard, and even more shocked by the appearance of an empyrean-level existence like Wu Yi. Many of them were stunned. The ninth heaven, the border of the southern region, there was a huge abyss at the border of the southern region. It was dark below, and it was difficult to tell how deep it was. At this moment, at the edge of the abyss, the figures of Lin Tian and the others appeared silently, without the slightest fluctuation in the air. Lin Tianyi saw the huge abyss in front of him, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Is this the netherworld abyss? Yes, it's the netherworld abyss. Lord Crocodile knows this. Wuxing Crocodile said. The bottom of the netherworld abyss couldn't be seen, and it was very wide. It was surrounded by wisps of blue mist. It was as cold as Yin Qi, but it was obviously not Yin Qi. Lin Tian frowned. Is this netherworld Qi? It should be. Wuxing Crocodile said. It didn't know about the sealed dust ancient region, but it had read some records and descriptions of the netherworld race and netherworld Qi in ancient books. The description of netherworld Qi in the book was very similar to the blue mist in this place. Lin Tian looked at the blue netherworld Qi and sensed it with his divine power. He frowned slightly. It's very corrosive and aggressive. After that, he shook his head and said to Wu Yi, let's go to the sealed dust ancient region first and find Little Purple. Little Purple is now trapped in an ancient land in the sealed dust ancient region. Now is not the time to explore other things. Wu Yi nodded. The next moment, he disappeared with Lin Tianyi and the others, appearing on the other side of the netherworld abyss. The blue vortex had a diameter of a few dozen feet. It was surrounded by a faint mist that was rotating slightly. This is the passage between the sealed dust ancient region and this side? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange glint. N. Wu Yi nodded in response. The group walked forward and came within a few dozen feet of the blue vortex. Instantly, a transparent barrier appeared. At the same time, there was a formless energy that interweaved and cut off the path ahead. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. She immediately felt that this formless energy was extraordinary. She felt the firmness of the transparent barrier. Even someone at the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm couldn't break it. How did the demon emperor enter? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. He also felt the shocking part of the barrier and couldn't help but frown. Lin Tian shook her head. Although she was puzzled, she didn't care about it at this time. She tilted her head and looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi raised her hand and placed it on the transparent barrier. Circles of divine light interweaved and spread around the barrier. Weng, the blue light screen vibrated. Strands of Dao light gathered around Wu Yi's right hand and penetrated the other side of the transparent barrier. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. This sealing barrier, Lin Tian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Wu Yi was a heavenly venerable level existence. However, more than half an hour had passed and she still couldn't pass through the sealing barrier. Moreover, this was only from the sealed dust ancient region. The difficulty of passing through was definitely several times easier than coming here from the sealed dust ancient region. After all, the main power of the seal was to prevent the netherworld race from coming here from the sealed dust ancient region. Even with Wu Yi's heavenly venerable level strength, it took him so long to reach the sealed dust ancient region. He couldn't help but be moved. It was hard to imagine how powerful the seal was. As expected of the seal that those experts sacrificed their lives and souls to set up. It's really amazing. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. It was also at this time that the light around Wu Yi's body became denser. Circles of light spread out and enveloped Lin Tian and the others. We're leaving, she said softly. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. Done? Wu Yi nodded lightly. Then, in the next moment, a faint light flashed, and the group disappeared at the same time. His vision was shrouded in darkness, and he couldn't see anything. Space would vibrate from time to time, and Lin Tian knew that he was passing through the void tunnel leading to the sealed dust ancient region. Thus, he was extremely quiet and focused his mind, not moving at all. After an unknown period of time, a faint light suddenly appeared in front of him. The void silently broke open, and an invisible force shook them out of the tunnel and landed on the solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, they were currently in a mountainous area. The space was somewhat dusky, and the soil was scarlet red. There was a faint blue mist floating in the air, intertwining with a cold intent. The spiritual qi seemed to be very thin. This is the sealed dust ancient region. A strange light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The netherworld energy is everywhere. This is definitely the sealed dust ancient region. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Then, he didn't think too much and looked at Wu Yi beside him. Wu Yi nodded lightly. The group quickly left this place and soared into the sky. Each of them spread out their powerful divine sense and began to search for the purple fairy's aura. Boom! Suddenly, the space in front of them trembled. A majestic netherworld energy wave rolled over, and the aura was incomparably cold. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a large amount of sword qi slashed forward. Then, with a swoosh, the netherworld energy wave was cut into pieces. However, Lin Tian's expression changed. In the process of releasing the sword qi, he clearly felt that the circulation of his divine power was not smooth. Whooshing Crocodile saw Lin Tian's strange expression and asked, "What's wrong, kid?" Lin Tian didn't hide anything. He simply explained that the circulation of his divine power was not smooth. Whooshing Crocodile was suspicious. He tried to circulate his own demonic power, and then showed a trace of surprise. Lord Crocodile's demonic power is also not smooth. It's like his blood, flesh, and meridians are blocked by something. AI tried to circulate the divine power in his body and said, AI too. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi. Then, he looked at little Taichu on Wu Yi's shoulder. Little guy, what about you? Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian and shook his head gently. Obviously, the problem that Lin Tian said was not the case. Yeah. Little Taichu shook its wings, and a ray of 6 colors divine light was released. It was no different from usual. Obviously, it was not affected. It seems that people above the emperor rank are not affected. Lin Tiandao said, moreover, this should only be caused by the environment. After some time, we will gradually adapt to this space, and we should be able to return to normal. Well, it's the same as Lord Crocodile's thoughts. Whooshing Crocodile said. They used to live in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Now that they suddenly appeared in this sealed dust ancient region with thin spiritual energy and netherworld energy, it was normal for their divine power to not be able to circulate smoothly for a while. As long as they get used to the environment here, the circulation of divine power will naturally return to normal. It's just a matter of time. Lin Tian nodded, looked at Wu Yi, and walked away again. He released a stronger divine sense to explore the surroundings, looking for the traces of the purple elf. At the same time, the entire ninth heaven was in an uproar. The undead ghost emperor exposed Lin Tian's physique, and the battle between the emperors in the mountains of the northern region shocked the entire ninth heaven. The images of that battle were released by some cultivators who watched the battle. In the blink of an eye, they floated in every corner of the ninth heaven, causing countless cultivators and major forces to tremble. That Lin Tian is not only a reincarnated body, but he also has a mysterious and terrifying little beast emperor by his side, and he is also the elder brother of the monster emperor. He has the support of the monster emperor palace? How could there be such a thing? He actually has a master at the ninth heaven of the emperor realm, and he has the legendary 9-spring sword that has evolved to the level of a peak heavenly treasure. And he has mastered the first great Tao of Terminus? He killed dozens of emperors alone? That woman in the white dress, is she really a heavenly venerable? In this era, there is actually a living heavenly venerable? A reincarnated body, actually has a heavenly venerable behind her. All the cultivators and major forces felt their hearts palpitate. On the same day, in the desolate divine temple, the Yin-Yang cult, the immortal Sword Island, and the heavenly demon divine sect, their respective ancestors roared and lamented. In the process of snatching Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, their cultivation base was reduced by 7 small stages, and they fell from the 9th heaven of the emperor realm to the 2nd heaven of the emperor realm. Their vitality was greatly weakened, and their lifespan was greatly reduced. Lin Tian, how could such a thing happen? in the four major forces, the important figures and disciples of their respective factions were horrified, and many of them were trembling. These major forces had always wanted to snatch Lin Tian's heavenly venerable ancient scripture and the pure yang flame, and they had been targeting Lin Tian. Now, because of the battle in the northern region mountain ridge, various things about Lin Tian had surfaced. As the elder brother of the unparalleled demon emperor, he had a ninth heaven of the emperor realm who had mastered the great Tao of Terminus, and a heavenly venerable behind him. His identity was extremely shocking, and the four major forces were terrified. They had been targeting Lin Tian all this time. Targeting Lin Tian time and time again was simply courting death time and time again. In the legendary Saber Pavilion, this Lin Tian, all the disciples of the legendary Saber Pavilion were shocked, and the ninth heaven emperor realm old ancestor couldn't help but tremble. Previously, their faction was tempted by Tian Xuanzi and wanted to snatch the heavenly venerable ancient scripture from Lin Tian's body. Later, Tian Xuanzi divined that the little Taichu was in trouble, causing the entire legendary Saber Pavilion to be almost half destroyed. After that, the old ancestor directly felt the terror of the little Taichu, and his origin was probably horrifying. Therefore, at that time, he ordered them to never provoke Lin Tian again. After learning about Lin Tian's reincarnation physique, the old ancestor of this faction didn't make a move. Now, after hearing about the battle in the northern region mountain ridge, the old ancestor of this faction was shocked, but he couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate. The elder brother of the unparalleled demon emperor, a ninth heaven of the emperor realm who had mastered the great Tao of Terminus, and a heavenly venerable existence, Lin Tian actually had so many terrifying existences behind him. On this day, in the ninth heaven, the east, west, south, and north heaven trembled. Countless cultivators were shocked, and each major faction was horrified. Who in the 10 heavens domain dares to provoke him? Someone trembled. In the sealed dust ancient region, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianyi and the others were traveling in the sealed dust ancient region when they finally sensed the aura of the Violet Fairy. It's right in front. Lin Tian stared ahead. In front of them, a large stretch of dark mountain was connected together. Wisps of dark blue mist floated in the air, and it was very dense. The aura of the Violet Fairy was coming from the depths of dark mountain. Immediately, the group sped up a little. After about 10 breaths, they stepped into the depths of dark mountain. In front of them were coarse boulders, and there wasn't even a blade of grass on the ground. The coarse boulders formed a large circle with a diameter of about 100 feet. There were circles of divine runes entwined in the air. A girl who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old was sitting cross-legged inside. She was as dazzling as a fairy, and wisps of demonic divine radiance lingered around her body. Little Violet. Lin Tian revealed a look of joy and couldn't help but shout out. This elf-like girl who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old was naturally the Violet Fairy. Now, he finally found her. Sister Violet. AI also shouted. Inside the circle made of coarse boulders, the Violet Fairy's eyebrows twitched slightly. She opened her eyes and looked over, and her expression immediately changed. Brother, AI. The Violet Fairy was a little surprised. She stood up and then saw Wu Yi. Wu Yi. You guys, she was a little surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Tianyi and the others to suddenly appear in front of her. Lin Tian naturally knew what the Violet Fairy was thinking at this time. He said, the 3 Grand Elders of the Demon Emperor Palace said that you were trapped in the sealed dust ancient region, so we came over. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Violet Fairy immediately understood. Those 3 sure talk a lot. She giggled as she spoke and looked at Lin Tian Dao. However, I didn't expect Big Brother to be a reincarnated being. What a surprise. At this time, she didn't ask Lin Tian what happened after his physique was exposed. There was no need for that, because Lin Tian was standing here safely. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. This physique has brought me a lot of trouble. Because of this reincarnated being, he attracted heavenly tribulation as soon as he stepped into the airborne realm. After that, he attracted heavenly tribulation every time he stepped into a higher realm. Each tribulation was more terrifying than the last. This time, because his physique was exposed, countless old monsters jumped out to kill him and take his source. Thinking about it, he had suffered a lot. Don't be helpless. Many people dream of having such a physique. Although it is troublesome, there are also many benefits. The Violet Fairy smiled. Let's not talk about this first. Lin Tian shook his head and looked at the mysterious ancient runes in the void in front of him. He said, "It seems that you have been trapped in this place for a long time. Think of a way to get out first. It is a huge worldly trap. It is easy to come in but difficult to get out. More than a year ago, I came in here for a purple evolution stone. I got the stone, but unfortunately, I can't get out." The Violet Fairy was a little embarrassed when she said this, but she was not dispirited at all. She looked at Wu Yi and giggled. "It's all up to you, little Yi." She looked to be about 12 years old. Her soft black hair hung down to her waist. She looked very cute when she called Wu Yi little Yi. With such a giggling face. Lin Tian blushed with shame. The Violet Fairy actually called Wu Yi little Yi. It was really, quite funny. However, from this point, he could also see that the relationship between the two was very close. Otherwise, the Violet Fairy wouldn't be like this. "I am not little," Wu Yi said. Her voice was always soft and emotionless. She raised her right hand slightly, and a circle of light floated forward. This light was gentle and calm. When it landed on the divine rune imprints in the void, it instantly obliterated them. The Violet Fairy immediately broke free and floated out. "My Wu Yi is still the best." She wasn't the least bit surprised that Wu Yi had so easily obliterated the divine inscriptions in the surroundings, because she was well aware of how powerful Wu Yi was. As she spoke, she looked at Wu Yi and then at Lin Tian. "Speaking of which, when did you two meet?" Lin Tian and Wu Yi appeared in this place together and seemed to have a good relationship. This made her a little curious. "A few years ago, we met by chance in the seventh heaven, and then traveled together for a period of time." Lin Tiandao briefly explained the process of meeting Wu Yi. As he spoke, he looked at the Violet Fairy and asked, "Little Violet, why did you enter the sealed dust ancient region to look for something? Did you find what you were looking for?" "Because the thing I was looking for only exists in the sealed dust ancient region. It was the purple evolution stone mentioned before, and I found it. As for why I was looking for it, it was to solve that one-day problem every year. You know that." The Violet Fairy winked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, and then immediately understood. The one-day problem every year should be that the Violet Fairy would completely lose her cultivation on a certain day every year. Moreover, she would lose her memories and forget who she was and what her identity was. "That's great," he said with a smile. For an emperor, there would be a day every year where she would completely lose her cultivation and forget who she was. This was indeed a huge problem. Now that the Violet Fairy had found a divine material to solve this problem, it was naturally something to be happy about. Wu Yi looked at the Violet Fairy. "Ling what kind of trouble?" "It's a secret, but now it has been completely solved." The Violet Fairy smiled. Lin Tian stood at the side, somewhat speechless. There would be a day every year when the Violet Fairy would completely lose her cultivation and forget who she was. Wu Yi's body had two types of origins that restrained and clashed with each other. Occasionally, it would be very painful, but the two of them seemed to have never told each other about this. Obviously, they didn't want each other to worry about them. He really didn't know what to say. However, now that he thought about it, both of their problems had been solved. The Violet Fairy would no longer have to worry about losing her cultivation on a day every year. Because Wu Yi had the help of his reincarnation origin, the two types of monarch body origins in his body would no longer clash with each other. Instead, they might slowly merge into one and become stronger. It could be considered a true perfection. "Then, let's go back," he said, looking at Wu Yi. Wu Yi replied. They had come to the sealed dust ancient region to find the Violet Fairy. Now that they had found her and gotten out of her predicament, there was naturally no need to stay in this space. Immediately, the group rose into the air and went back the way they came, heading toward the passage that led to the other side. Soon, the group had traveled extremely far away. Right at this moment, the void suddenly trembled violently and shattered piece by piece. A terrifying force surged over from afar. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy surged out. In the distance, cracks appeared in the void as the netherworld chi churned. After that, over 10 towering silver tornadoes appeared, moving towards them from afar. Every single one of these tornadoes was unimaginably large. Spatial storm. There are more than 10 of them. How can there be so many? Whooshing crocodile's expression changed. It quickly shrunk its body even smaller and laid on Lin Tian's head, grabbing onto Lin Tian's hair tightly. Spatial storm was incomparably terrifying. Even the weakest spatial storm could tear apart a Wuxian expert. At this moment, the 10 spatial storms in front of them were even more terrifying. It was definitely not difficult to tear apart an emperor expert. With a rumbling sound, more than 10 spatial storms swept over in the blink of an eye, completely enveloping the space in all directions. Ka! 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 The void continued to collapse. The netherworld chi in the air was directly absorbed and obliterated. Even the light was sucked in. This was the natural energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and boundless. Ya! Little Taichu stood on Wu Yi's shoulder. Seeing such a spatial storm, it couldn't help but widen its eyes in shock. Lin Tian was also shocked. More than 10 spatial storms reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. The scene was truly terrifying. AI grabbed onto Wu Yi's sleeve and swallowed her saliva. It was obvious that she was also shocked by such a huge spatial storm. Wu Yi seemed very calm. A circle of faint light surged out from his body and rippled out in all directions like water. Instantly, more than 10 spatial storms and tornadoes trembled. Immediately, they all shattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is really... Whooshing crocodile looked at Wu Yi and couldn't help but tremble. It said, terrifying. He didn't even move. Instead, he merely emitted a faint light from his body, and the spatial storms that were capable of tearing apart emperors were instantly shattered and dissipated into nothingness. This level of power was truly shocking. As expected of a heavenly venerate. Lin Tian was also a little moved. However, he calmed down in the blink of an eye. After all, he was very clear about Wu Yi's strength. It was also at this moment that he casually shifted his gaze. Suddenly, his expression changed. A few hundred feet away from where the spatial storm swept over, he suddenly saw a piece of black metal. There were strands of 7-colored light twining around it. This caused him to be instantly moved. Indeed, the color of the divine sword soul light in his sea of consciousness was 7-colored. At that moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and grabbed the black metal in his hand. This piece of black metal was very hard. There was very little 7-colored light on it. As soon as he touched it, he realized that it was indeed the unique light produced by the divine sword soul in his sea of consciousness. It had the same aura as the divine sword soul. The 7-colored light of the sword soul is twining around this piece of black metal, causing it to become incomparably hard. It didn't break even after being swept here by the spatial storm. This means, he muttered to himself in a low voice. His eyes shone with a deep light. In this sealed dust ancient region, there were fragments of the sword soul. Whooshing crocodile was lying on top of Lin Tian's head. Naturally, it noticed the 7-colored light on the black metal. It couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Kid, this light seems to have the same aura as those 7-colored light sources you found before. This space also has that kind of 7-colored light? Speaking of which, what is it? It had seen Lin Tian find this kind of 7-colored light aggregation several times. It could feel that this 7-colored light was extraordinary, but it didn't know what it was. It's something very important. Lin Tian Ondao. He gripped the black metal in his hand tightly. It seemed that he couldn't leave the sealed dust ancient region for now. He had to find the fragments of the sword soul that existed in this space. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out beside him. It was no different from the sound of glass shattering. Then, with a rumble, a huge spatial vortex appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. It had a diameter of several tens of feet. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into it. A huge suction force acted on his body, pulling him towards the center. A spatial vortex that was born after the spatial storm? Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. Lin Tian was shocked. He used all of his divine power to escape from the vortex. Use your full strength, kid. Although this damn thing doesn't have any destructive power, if we don't escape in time, we will be sucked into all kinds of messy places. We have to get out of here. Whooshing Crocodile shouted. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and directly circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to the limit. His whole body erupted with golden divine light, and together with the reincarnation diagram, he tried to break out of the vortex. However, the suction force of this spatial vortex was too strong. Even if he used all of his strength, he couldn't resist it. His body was quickly pulled towards the center of the vortex. At the same time, in the distance, the Violet Fairy's expression changed. Wui was also slightly shocked. At the same time, they stretched out their hands and grabbed in this direction. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. Two powerful forces sealed off the surrounding space. They reached into the spatial vortex and grabbed at Lin Tian. The spatial vortex swallowed Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile together. It swayed slightly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. For a moment, there was not even the aura of the man and the crocodile. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Big Brother Lin. Yeah. AI couldn't help but shout. Little Taichu also couldn't help but shout. Wui was as calm as usual. She didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. They've moved. They're fine. She said. That big whirlpool moved them? AI asked, where were Brother Lin and the others moved to? Wui looked at the location where the spatial vortex disappeared and shook her head lightly. They're still in this sealed dust ancient region. Let's find them first and then leave. AI said. The space was pitch black and shook violently. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were swallowed together. They only felt their heads buzzing. After that, the group felt that a full 14 hours had passed. Then, a trace of light appeared in their field of vision. Then, the space shook even more violently. A majestic force surged and directly shook the man and the crocodile out. They looked around. At this time, they were in an unfamiliar mountain forest. There were plants all around them. The leaves were like needles and looked very hard. The spiritual chi in the air was so thin that it made one's hair stand on end. The netherworld chi was very dense. Lin Tian looked around. Wu Yi, Violet Fairy, Little Taichu, and AI were all not there. He was slightly stunned for a moment. Whooshing Crocodile lay on his head and looked around. It was also stunned. After a while, Whooshing Crocodile opened its mouth and said, "Brat, you tricked me. Where were we swept to?" Lin Tian was speechless. He said, "What does this have to do with me? Don't tell me I'm the one who brought you here? If you didn't grab that piece of scrap metal, would you have been swept into that spatial vortex that suddenly appeared?" Whooshing Crocodile said through gritted teeth. Lin Tian, he coughed dryly and didn't say anything else. He looked at the piece of black iron he had caught before. This piece of black metal was neither big nor heavy, but it was extremely hard. At this moment, there were still 7 colored lights intertwining around it. He stared at the 7 colored light, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. He didn't expect that there would be a fragment of the sword's soul in this space. Don't be in a daze, kid. Let's figure out where we are first. Whooshing Crocodile said. As it spoke, it flew up from Lin Tian's head and looked around. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Then, he put away the black iron that was wrapped in 7 colored rays of light into his stone ring. Then, he began to look around. Whooshing Crocodile was right. At this time, they should figure out where they were before making other plans. In terms of the overall situation, we are still within the sealed dust ancient region. Lin Tian Dao. He glanced around and randomly chose a direction to walk in. The netherworld energy here is so dense. Of course, we are still in the sealed dust ancient region. You are talking nonsense. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't want to talk to it anymore. With a rumble, the space shook. Suddenly, a huge beast claw covered in black fur appeared not far away. Lin Tian stepped back to avoid it. The beast claw landed on a huge tree and smashed it into pieces, leaving debris all over the ground. Roar! A black ape that was about 10 feet tall rushed out. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Tian as if he was its prey. It reached out its beast claw again and grabbed Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it. Bang! The black ape was sent flying. It rolled for a few hundred feet and couldn't get up for a long time. This was only a demonic beast that was equivalent to the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian didn't care and continued to walk forward. At this time, he planned to figure out his current environment and then look for the sword soul fragment in this space. As for Wui and the others, there was no need for him to worry about them at all. Now that the Violet Fairy had escaped, all of them, with the exception of Stuttering, were supreme experts who were much stronger than him. They could move unhindered in the sealed dust ancient region without any danger. If he had to worry, he should be worried about himself. The soil in this place was a little damp. Withered yellow needle-like leaves were everywhere. Stepping on them made a crunching sound. The strongest few are not around. I don't know where they are now. How unlucky. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Lin Tian glanced at it. Look at your useless face. He scanned the surroundings as he walked forward. It didn't take long for him to travel a distance of around a few hundred meters. At this time, 3 figures appeared in front of him. They were very burly and their muscles were exposed like dragons. Humans? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian glanced at it. Obviously not. Don't you feel the strong fluctuation of netherworld energy on them? Whooshing Crocodile stared for a moment and sensed for a moment. Then, a strange light flashed in its eyes. There is indeed a very strong netherworld energy. As it said this, it couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be the netherworld race? As soon as it finished speaking, a trace of doubt appeared in its heart. Isn't it recorded in the ancient books that this race is neither human nor beast? Didn't the first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace say that the things about the netherworld race recorded in the ancient books are very different from the real situation? Perhaps, the description of the netherworld race as described in the ancient books purely refers to the original form of the netherworld race. Just like how the demon race's original form is that of a beast but can transform into a human form, these netherworld race members could also transform from their original form into a human form. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Oh, that makes sense. Who is it? At this moment, a cold shout rang out. In front of them, 3 netherworld race cultivators looked directly at the man and the crocodile. Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. When he and Whooshing Crocodile were talking just now, both of them had already concealed their auras to the lowest level. Even an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator shouldn't be able to discover them. However, the 3 netherworld race cultivators in front of them who were only at the Grand Dao realm had easily discovered them. This really surprised him. Their spiritual senses are really strong. He was very surprised. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The 3 netherworld race cultivators appeared in front of the man and the crocodile in the blink of an eye. Their gazes were very cold. Then, in the next moment, the 3 netherworld race cultivators' expressions changed. Their gazes fell directly on Lin Tian. You are a human. Staring at Lin Tian, the 3 netherworld race cultivators were shocked. Then, their gazes instantly became several times colder. One of them shouted coldly, "Capture him." Wait. Lin Tian frowned and shouted to stop them. Although he had learned from the 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace that the netherworld race had once left the sealed dust ancient region and wreaked havoc on the other side of the world, that was in the past. Most importantly, that matter had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he naturally didn't have any grudges against this race. At this time, he didn't want to casually make enemies because he still had to search for the sword soul fragments in this space. If he casually made a big enemy, it would greatly affect his future actions. The 3 netherworld race cultivators' expressions were cold. They attacked together without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, their gazes became even colder. Puny humans, you don't have the right to negotiate with us. One of them said mercilessly. Another person said, "Be careful when you attack. Don't kill him." This person stared at Lin Tian, the light of the netherworld intertwining in his eyes. "A puny human has actually jumped into our world. Suppress him and hand him over to the overlord for interrogation. Showing mercy to a puny human is very unpleasant," the third netherworld race cultivator said. With a rumble, the space shook. 3 large hands pressed down on Lin Tian, suppressing every inch of space around him. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and raised his hand to slap them. "Puny your mother." It was rare for him to swear. Originally, he didn't want to be too ostentatious because he wanted to search for the sword soul fragments in this space. He didn't want to casually make enemies, so he didn't plan to attack at first. However, these 3 netherworld race cultivators kept calling him a puny human, which really made him very unhappy. No matter what, he was still a member of the human race. He really couldn't bear the humiliation of the human race. For a moment, with a crack, the space in this place directly shattered. Poof, 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 a mist of blood splattered in the air. The 3 netherworld race cultivators were all sent flying. The large hands that were grabbing at Lin Tian were all shattered. The 3 netherworld race cultivators steadied themselves in the distance. Blood was gushing out of their mouths as they looked at Lin Tian in shock. "Who's puny?" Lin Tian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the 3 netherworld race cultivators. He raised his hand and slapped them again. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 netherworld race cultivators were slapped to the ground at the same time. They each coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and smashed the ground. The 3 netherworld race cultivators struggled and raised their faces with difficulty. They were even more shocked. Lin Tian took a step forward. The ground suddenly shook, and the 3 netherworld race cultivators were directly sent flying by his aura. Cough. The 3 of them coughed up blood together, and their faces instantly turned ghastly pale. Lin Tian was expressionless. He took another step forward and walked toward the 3 of them. "See who's puny?" he said. Before this, he naturally did not use his full strength. Otherwise, these 3 great Dao realm netherworld race cultivators would have been completely wiped out when his first slap landed. He did this to humiliate these 3 netherworld race cultivators. Secondly, he temporarily kept them alive so that he could search them for information about the sealed dust ancient region. Facing Lin Tian, the 3 netherworld race cultivators could not help but tremble. After being injured several times in a row, they naturally realized that Lin Tian was very strong. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be able to resist him. "Let's go." The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. They immediately retreated decisively and flew into the distance like 3 bolts of lightning. "Get back here," Lin Tianling said. With a thought, a powerful aura swept out and sealed off the surroundings. At the same time, it turned into an invisible wave that intercepted the 3 netherworld race cultivators who had shot into the distance. Pong, 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 they were pulled back and landed at his feet. The 3 netherworld race cultivators landed at Lin Tian's feet. Blood gushed out of their mouths, and cracks appeared all over their bodies. The 3 of them struggled, got up immediately, and fled into the distance once again. However, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't give them a chance. His powerful aura suppressed all directions, directly imprisoning the 3 of them. The 3 netherworld race cultivators couldn't move at all. Only their eyes could move. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian, and their expressions became even more shocked. The human in front of them was too strong. "What do you want?" One of them gritted his teeth, and there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. "You took the initiative to suppress me and interrogate me. After the interrogation, there's no need to say much about the outcome. You'll definitely die. What do you think I want now?" Lin Tian swept a glance at this person. "You want to kill us?" This person's expression changed. Another netherworld race cultivator said coldly, "This is the territory of the netherworld race. If you dare to kill us, you'll..." Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped this netherworld race cultivator, destroying his body and soul, interrupting his next words. "You're just a mere great Dao realm cultivator. How dare you threaten us?" Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips at the side. The other two netherworld race cultivators who were imprisoned by Lin Tian changed their expressions. Their expressions became cold, and they were full of killing intent. One of them stared at Lin Tian. "Human! How dare you, shut up!" Lin Tiandao flipped his hand and slapped the person who spoke into pieces as well. His spirit and body were obliterated directly. In the blink of an eye, only one of the three netherworld race cultivators remained. This netherworld race cultivator stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He said sinisterly, "Human, you won't have a good ending. You're thinking too much. Right now, you're the one who won't have a good ending." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, his powerful divine sense spread out and entered the knowledge sea of this cultivator from the netherworld race. He searched for information about the sealed dust ancient region and the netherworld race. He only withdrew his divine sense after a quarter of an hour. The netherworld race cultivator glared furiously at Lin Tian. His face became somewhat sinister and filled with killing intent. "Human!" Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped him. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as the netherworld race cultivator was killed on the spot. "How is it? What did you find?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded and said, "I found some basic things." From the sea of consciousness of this nether clan cultivator, he found out that the sealed dust ancient region was mainly divided into 9 enormous territories. Every single territory was boundlessly vast, and countless experts of the nether clan resided there. They were collectively called the Netherworld 9 territories. Other than the 9 territories of the Netherworld 9 territories, there were naturally other regions in the sealed dust ancient region. Many ferocious beasts lived there, and at the same time, there were also some extremely dangerous life forbidden zones. He briefly explained these matters to Whooshing Crocodile. "Netherworld 9 territories," Whooshing Crocodile muttered. He then asked, "Then, what is the general strength of the netherworld race?" "Very strong." Lin Tian's expression turned slightly cold as he said, "The netherworld 9 territories. Each territory has an overlord, and each overlord is at the Emperor realm. In other words, each territory has an Emperor realm expert. Among them, the first territory of the netherworld is the most terrifying. It is equivalent to the central main tribe of the netherworld race. In this territory, other than the overlord on the surface, there are also 9 ninth heaven Emperor realm experts. Moreover, there are also a few supreme ancestor kings of this bloodline in hibernation." Naturally, he had obtained these things from the netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness. Whooshing Crocodile's expression immediately changed. In other words, the netherworld race has at least 18 Emperor realm experts, and he took a deep breath and said, "How strong are the so-called ancestor kings in hibernation in the first territory?" From Lin Tian's words, the ancestor kings of the netherworld race were definitely stronger than ordinary 9th heaven Emperor realm cultivators. "I don't know." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "But I can be sure that they are definitely not weaker than the 7 ultimate demonic emperor. This is a terrifying tribe." Whooshing Crocodile muttered. 9 ninth heaven emperors, 9 ordinary emperors. Moreover, there were a few supreme ancestor kings that weren't any weaker than the 7 ultimate evil emperor, who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level. Such strength was truly terrifying and shocking. Lin Tian let out a turbid breath and said, "Let's not care about this. Now, let's go to the depths of this mountain range." What are we going to do in the depths?" Whooshing Crocodile was slightly puzzled. "To get a kind of treasure fruit." Lin Tian Ondao. Just now, not only did he find all kinds of information about the sealed dust ancient region and the netherworld race from the netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness, he also found another thing. That was, in the depths of the 8th territory of the netherworld, called Ghost Pass Mountain, he found an ancient place that was full of natural restrictions. There was a netherworld fruit tree growing in it, and it had already condensed 3 netherworld fruits. The 3 netherworld race cultivators just now came for the netherworld fruit tree. He briefly told the 5 elements crocodile about this matter and said, "From what I learned from that netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness, the netherworld fruit is a sacred fruit that can help Nirvana realm cultivators reach Nirvana realm quickly. It even has a miraculous effect on 8th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators." Whooshing Crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up. "Let's go." Get it? It and Lin Tian were both in the Nirvana realm now. If they could get these 3 netherworld fruits that had magical effects even for Nirvana realm experts, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Lin Tian nodded and immediately led the way in front, walking into the depths of the Ghost Pass mountain. This mountain range was very vast, and the air was slightly cold. The ground was full of withered yellow needle-like leaves. The man and crocodile walked through it, and their speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of several thousand feet. Boom! Right at this moment, a ruthless aura surged out abruptly as an entire 15 m tall ferocious beast emerged from the ground, and it was a devil lizard that was covered in red scales. Its scarlet-red tongue swept out, and it pierced through the sky as it swept towards Lin Tian and the 5-element alligator. Lin Tian raised his hand, grabbed the long tongue of the fierce beast, and flung it away along with its body. Roar! The ground shook, and a few more demon lizards emerged. They were all comparable to great Dao experts, and they all pounced towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all, and his footsteps did not change either. He slapped out at the demon lizards that lunged at him, sending them all flying. They shattered one tree after another as he continued on his way to the depths of the mountain range. After about an hour, he and Wuxing Crocodile finally arrived at the depths of the mountain range. According to the information in the mind of the Netherworld race cultivator from before, they found the ancient land where the Netherworld fruit tree grew. As far as the eye could see, the ancient land occupied an area with a radius of several hundred feet. It was located under a red cliff, and the air there was somewhat stifling. All kinds of strange runes interweaved in the air, isolating an ancient tree that was several feet tall. This ancient tree was surrounded by a faint netherworld aura, and at the same time, it also had a very rich spiritual chi fluctuation. Compared to the other places in the sealed dust ancient region, the amount of spiritual chi here was more than 10,000 times more intense. There were 3 fruits the size of a baby's fist on the tree. They were crystal blue and translucent, and there were even strands of patterns interweaving on the surface of the treasured fruits. That's the netherworld fruit? Wuxing Crocodile was moved. It should be. Lin Tian nodded. According to some of the things found in the mind of the netherworld race cultivator, there was no doubt that it was the netherworld fruit. Who's there? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In front of them, there were a dozen netherworld race cultivators outside the ancient land where the netherworld fruit tree was. At this moment, some of them looked in their direction. Lin Tian and the 5 elements crocodile couldn't help but be moved. This netherworld race cultivator's spiritual sense was truly extraordinary. They had only just arrived at this place for a moment, but they were already detected again. Since they had already been detected, Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile did not hide anymore and openly walked forward. Outside the ancient land, a dozen netherworld race cultivators were originally breaking the natural restriction outside the netherworld tree. At this moment, they noticed Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile and stopped, looking at the human and crocodile. Then, the netherworld race cultivators were all moved. You're a human. One of them looked at Lin Tian and revealed a trace of surprise, then immediately turned cold. Puny human beings from the other side of the world have actually entered our world? These netherworld race cultivators obviously knew that there were other spaces outside the sealed dust ancient region. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian and realized that Lin Tian was a human from another world outside the sealed dust ancient region, their eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light. How did the humans from the other world enter our world? Suppress him. Find out the reason and kill him. Seal the surroundings. Don't let him escape. According to the ancient records of our race, the taste of human flesh is very good. It seems that we can taste it today. Do it. The netherworld race cultivators attacked at the same time, their eyes cold and gloomy. They temporarily stopped breaking the natural restriction outside the netherworld tree and reached out their large hands, sealing every inch of space around Lin Tian and suppressing Lin Tian. These people were all in the Great Path realm, and their cultivation was not weak. When they attacked together, the void shook and rumbled. This time, Lin Tian would no longer say things like wait. He could clearly see that these cultivators from the netherworld race didn't put creatures from the other side in their eyes at all. They wanted to kill them on sight and even wanted to devour their flesh and blood. Just like what the first Grand Elder of the Demon Emperor Palace had said, they were evil by nature, tyrannical and cruel. His expression was calm. He raised his right hand and casually slapped in front of him. Although this slap was relatively casual, it was still very terrifying when it was slapped out by his tyrannical physique. It caused the void in this place to shatter with a crack. The scene was very shocking. Immediately after, the dozen or so netherworld race cultivators that had reached out to grab him were all sent flying. Among them, 5 of them were immediately smashed to pieces by this slap, and even their divine souls were shattered by it. There were still 7 netherworld race cultivators who were lucky enough to survive. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian, and their pupils shrank. Lin Tian's expression was calm. His outstretched hand froze the surrounding space, enveloping all 7 netherworld tribe cultivators. The 7 netherworld tribe cultivators immediately sensed the terror of this attack, and their expressions changed drastically. "Stop!" one of them shouted. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this person. His large hand fell. Although it was very casual, its power was still frighteningly strong. Then, with a few splashes, dazzling blood splattered. The 7 netherworld tribe cultivators were all slapped to death. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. He tilted his head and looked at the netherworld fruit tree not far away. 3 netherworld fruits had condensed at the top of the netherworld tree. Each fruit was entwined with a faint light, and there were strands of intertwined mysterious imprints on them. He did not stop for too long. He directly walked over, preparing to break the natural restriction around the netherworld tree and take the netherworld fruit. However, he stopped after walking a few feet. He tilted his head and looked toward the southeast of this place. "What's wrong, kid?" Wuxing Crocodile was slightly suspicious. "Someone else is coming." Lin Tiandao. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a majestic force surged over from the southeast of this place. The space trembled. A figure wearing black armor stepped over in the blink of an eye. His physique was very tall and sturdy, and there was an astonishing amount of netherworld chi intertwined around him. Wuxing Crocodile was slightly moved. 8th heaven of Nirvana. He's about to reach the 9th heaven of Nirvana. Lin Tiandao. The figure wearing black armor was obviously a netherworld tribe cultivator who had come for the netherworld fruit. After stepping into this place, his gaze fell directly on the 3 netherworld fruits in the ancient land. His eyes immediately intertwined with a bright light. However, in the next moment, this person noticed the existence of Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. His gaze fell directly on Lin Tian, and his expression immediately changed. A human from the other side of the world. This netherworld tribe cultivator was slightly shocked. Then, like the netherworld tribe cultivator before, 2 rays of cold light shot out of his eyes. A human actually came to my tribe from the other side of the world. "Tell me, how did you come here?" This person's eyes were filled with evil. The sealed dust ancient region that their netherworld race resided in had long since been isolated from the other world. Even the ancestral kings of their race were unable to pass through. Yet now, a Nirvana realm human had actually arrived here from the other world. This naturally caused him to be shocked, and he wanted to know exactly how Lin Tian had arrived here. Lin Tian looked at this netherworld race elite with a calm expression. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to order me around?" The netherworld race expert's eyes suddenly turned cold. He glanced at the 3 abyssal fruits in the ancient land, then his gaze once again fell on Lin Tian. His expression became even colder and more sinister. "You won't speak? It doesn't matter. After I suppress you and refine your soul, I will naturally know everything. Perhaps, our clan will be able to kill our way over there faster and unify the 10 heavens as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, a clanging sound rang out. A long spear appeared in this person's hand. It was covered in strange patterns as it pierced towards Lin Tian. Crack! In an instant, this space directly collapsed. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped forward to meet the eerie long spear piercing towards him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 collided. Then, with a loud bang, he was forced to take a few steps back. This scene caused the Wuxing Crocodile to widen its eyes. "No way, kid, what are you doing?" It knew how powerful Lin Tian was. His strongest reincarnation body was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm and could even kill a quasi-emperor. Yet now, he was actually forced to take a few steps back by an 8th level netherworld race cultivator. It really couldn't understand how this could happen. Lin Tian stabilized his body and frowned. The circulation of my divine power is not very smooth, and it is difficult for me to fully exert my physical strength. Compared to normal, it is about 50% weaker. When he first came to the sealed dust ancient region, he found that the divine power in his body was not very smooth. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Previously, when he slapped the dozens of netherworld race cultivators to death with his pure physical strength, because they were only at the level of the Great Path and could be easily killed, he didn't notice that his physical strength was also affected. Now that he encountered an 8th level netherworld race cultivator, he realized this. In addition to the circulation of divine power not being smooth, the physical strength is also affected? The whooshing crocodile opened its mouth and clenched its claws slightly. Then, it couldn't help but grit its teeth. That's really the case. Lord Crocodile's physical strength seems to be at most 30%. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out again. The black-armored netherworld race cultivator moved again, piercing toward Lin Tian with his battle spear. At the same time, this person stretched out his other hand, intertwining with a rich netherworld aura. Along with the sharp battle spear, it charged toward Lin Tian, shaking the void and causing it to collapse. Spatial turbulence overflowed, and it was directly crushed into pieces. Lin Tian raised his hand, and golden divine power intertwined out. He met the attack with a simple and direct punch. Buzz! The void buzzed, and the golden divine power collided with the netherworld aura of this netherworld race cultivator. Suddenly, the friction produced streaks of lightning. The blue netherworld aura surged, as if it could corrode all things, and began to erode his golden divine power. At the same time as the blue netherworld chi surged, an extremely sharp aura interweaved, shaking the golden divine power he had unleashed. Many parts of it began to disintegrate, as if a piece of ice had met a heavy blow from a hammer. Strong corrosiveness, and strong attack power. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He shook his golden divine power and clashed with this person. His divine power was not circulating smoothly, and his physical body had not adapted to the sealed dust ancient region in time. At this time, it was difficult for him to even use 50% of his combat power. However, his expression did not change. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out again. The battle spear in the netherworld race cultivator's hand pierced toward Lin Tian like a netherworld dragon, sweeping across the void. At the same time, the netherworld aura he conjured became thicker and more terrifying, causing Lin Tian's golden divine power to be corroded even more. The human race is too insignificant. You can't even withstand a single blow. This netherworld race cultivator's gaze was cold, and he had a haughty attitude as he looked at Lin Tian Dao. You're not bad. You can barely withstand my attack. Then, with a clang, the battle spear in his hand emitted an even more ear-piercing sound, and he conjured even more netherworld aura. As the battle spear rang, the space distorted. As the netherworld aura surged, the space collapsed. The momentum of this attack was very frightening. Human, submit. This person's voice suddenly rose, like an emperor commanding his subjects. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and there was no change in his emotions. However, his gaze was slightly indifferent. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that you're invincible, he said. As he spoke, with a boom, the golden divine power outside his body suddenly surged like a volcano erupting. In an instant, the aura outside his body soared. With a shake of his left hand, he grabbed the person's battle spear that was piercing toward him. At the same time, his powerful aura shook and directly shattered the netherworld aura that was pressing down on him. It dissipated like starlight. The netherworld race's 8th heavenly layer nirvana expert was shocked. The human that he had just suppressed had become so powerful in an instant. His aura had directly increased by several times. You. He shook the battle spear with all his might, but he found that he couldn't pull the battle spear out of Lin Tian's hand. It was as if the battle spear was grabbed by an emperor. Lin Tian looked at this person. Although I can only use 50% of my combat strength, It's enough to deal with a small fry like you. In the beginning, when he fought with this netherworld race cultivator at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm, he had only used 20% of his strength at most. At this time, he began to increase his combat strength. Powerful divine power intertwined and immediately shook the void. The netherworld race cultivator was shocked by the sudden burst of divine power from Lin Tian. Then, he was enraged by Lin Tian's words. Small fry? You dare to call me a small fry? This person's eyes were burning with anger. He was at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm and was a general of the 8th territory of the netherworld. His status was extraordinary, and his combat strength was tyrannical. But now, Lin Tian had called him a small fry. With a boom, even more shocking netherworld aura surged out of his body. It was like a turbulent wave that pressed toward Lin Tian. This kind of turbulent wave was somewhat frightening. It was completely condensed from extraordinary netherworld aura. It was equivalent to a very shocking great magical ability that could annihilate and corrode everything. Lin Tian snorted. Without any movement, the golden pure yang flame rushed out of his body and met the turbulent netherworld aura. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the turbulent netherworld aura. Chi. 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 The pure yang flame lived up to its name of divine fire. Even though Lin Tian's divine power was not circulating smoothly, it still possessed an incomparably terrifying power. It shattered the turbulent netherworld aura that the other party had summoned in the blink of an eye and directly burned it. The netherworld race cultivator was shocked again. The turbulent netherworld aura he had summoned was actually burned. Damn it! This person gritted his teeth and growled. An even stronger netherworld divine light rushed out from behind him. Clearly, he was summoning some great magical ability. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He did not give the other party another chance. He directly kicked out and landed on the netherworld race cultivator's abdomen. With a bang, this person coughed up blood on the spot and was sent flying dozens of feet away. Lin Tian had also seized the divine weapon-level battle spear. You can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Tian Ondao. The netherworld race cultivator's expression suddenly froze and became somewhat ashen. These 4 words were exactly what he had said to Lin Tian before. But at this moment, Lin Tian had heavily injured him, seized his divine weapon, and then used the same words on him. This was clearly an undisguised humiliation, and it was like a resounding slap to the face, causing him to feel his face burning hot. I'll kill you. With a furious roar, the netherworld race cultivator's pupils became somewhat red. The netherworld aura around his body became denser. Suddenly, the space shook uncontrollably. The power of the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of Nirvana overflowed. Its destructive power was astonishing. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a shake of his arm, he fiercely threw out the opponent's battle spear that he had just seized. Puff! The netherworld race's 8th heaven Nirvana layer elite let out an angry roar as his body was shattered. His flesh and blood instantly reassembled. At the same time, he grabbed his battle spear. Damn it! He stared at Lin Tian with a sinister and awe-inspiring gaze. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He glanced at the netherworld fruit tree behind him and then looked at the netherworld race's 8th heaven Nirvana layer cultivator. He raised his hand, and golden divine power surged. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a divine light sword and slashed at the person across the air. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out as a golden blade slashed across the sky. The netherworld race's elite let out a low cry. He activated his netherworld energy and brought his battle spear to meet the attack. However, he was swept away in an instant. Cough. This person coughed up blood, and his body was covered in cracks. Lin Tian held the golden divine sword and walked toward this person. Since he had made a move, he naturally couldn't leave his opponent alive. The netherworld race's elite coughed up blood, and his gaze became even more sinister. With a boom, an even stronger netherworld energy erupted. Lines of netherworld runes intertwined, and at the same time, a very shocking great path order circled out. Kill! This person roared. The netherworld energy almost turned into a monstrous flame that pressed down on Lin Tian along with the great path order. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change. He raised his right hand and immediately activated the Ling Tian sword manual. He slashed out the 3 styles of Ling Tian sword technique. A golden sword aura mixed with a sharp killing intent flashed and shattered as if it was jumping through space. With a whoosh, the Great Path Order and Netherworld divine power that the Netherworld race elite had activated were instantly shattered. Poof, the 3 styles of Ling Tian sword radiance pierced through and directly cut into this person's body, shattering it on the spot. Blood splattered all over the sky. This person roared and reformed his body. He stared at Lin Tian with sinister eyes. The aura he emitted was still very strong. Your vitality is really strong. Lin Tian Dao. As he said this, his footsteps didn't stop at all. He continued to step forward, and the divine light sword in his hand became even stronger. The Netherworld expert at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm slightly gritted his teeth. He glanced coldly at Lin Tianyi, turned around, and left. This was because after several exchanges, this Netherworld race elite could tell that he was definitely no match for Lin Tian. With a whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air reverberated. In the blink of an eye, that person had crossed several thousand feet. You actually ran away with your tail between your legs in front of your so-called insignificant human? Lin Tian's voice was calm, but there was a hint of sarcasm in it. At the same time, his feet flashed and he took 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, he had blocked the path of the Netherworld race's Nirvana realm elite. Clang, he waved his hand, and a beam of sword energy slashed down from the sky. The Netherworld race cultivator resisted with his battle spear. Netherworld aura and Great Path nomological laws were unleashed together, but he was swept away in the blink of an eye. Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Tian said casually. As he spoke, he raised his hand again and slashed out dozens of sword lights. Dozens of sword lights swept out in all directions, freezing the space as they slashed toward the Netherworld race expert from dozens of different angles. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. This Netherworld race expert was directly pierced into a hornet's nest. This person gritted his teeth and dragged his broken body to escape again. He knew very well that if he stayed to fight, he would only end up dead in the end. However, Lin Tian obviously would not give him a chance to escape. Even though his divine power was not circulating smoothly, and even though his physical body was greatly affected, his speed was still faster than this person's. He blocked this person time and time again, severely injuring him time and time again. Damned human! You will pay the price. This Netherworld race cultivator roared fiercely. The Netherworld aura and Great Path nomological laws around him instantly became incomparably chaotic. At the same time, the battle spear in his hand shattered with a crack, turning into a destructive force that swept out in all directions. He destroyed his own body and his battle spear. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian was also slightly moved. He did not expect this Netherworld race expert to be so decisive. Moreover, at this time, the aura that his opponent emitted after destroying his own body and his battle spear was indeed very terrifying. At this time, when his divine power was not circulating smoothly, he felt a slight threat to his life. Retreat a little further, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. As he spoke, his expression was slightly solemn. His hands quickly formed a seal, and 3 silver 4 symbols Dao diagrams appeared. At the same time, the space buzzed, and the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him, immediately interweaving into divine light that filled the sky. Die, human! The Netherworld race expert at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm roared. His battle spear completely turned into a destructive force, and his body was also burning. It almost evolved into a destructive storm that pressed towards Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian's eyes had a faint divine light. The 3 layers of the 4 symbols Dao diagrams directly met the attack. At the same time, the reincarnation diagram also flew out. In the blink of an eye, the 3 layers of the 4 symbols Dao diagrams and the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory collided with the destructive storm that the opponent had turned into. Boom! The Netherworld light and the golden divine light covered all directions, shaking out waves of destructive hurricanes that swept out in all directions. The 4 symbols Dao diagrams and the reincarnation divine diagram were on par with the power of the Netherworld race's self-destruction. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The Netherworld race expert still had a trace of consciousness left. He let out a wild roar, and the destructive force became even stronger. At the same time, a dim light shot out from this destructive hurricane. It was extremely fast and rushed straight into the distance. Human, even if I can't destroy you now, you will die without a burial place and will never be reincarnated. The Netherworld race expert's voice once again came from the destructive hurricane, carrying with it a trace of ruthlessness and cruelty. Lin Tian's expression turned slightly cold. He guided the sword light that filled the sky and slashed at the dim light in the distance. However, the dim light's speed was too fast. The sword light that he slashed out was unable to intercept it in the end. That dim light should be this person telling the other Netherworld race people about you and me. Whooshing Crocodile said in a low voice. I can see that. Lin Tiandao. While saying that, he frowned. If he couldn't intercept that dim light, the existence of him and Whooshing Crocodile would definitely be exposed. At that time, many Netherworld race experts would come knocking on their door one by one. That was naturally not a good thing because he had to search for the sword soul fragment in this sealed dust ancient region. Once his traces were exposed, the process of searching for the sword soul fragment would definitely be greatly affected. With a buzz, the four symbols Dao diagram and the reincarnation divine diagram of the king's territory became even stronger, and the divine light directly suppressed all directions. At this moment, he used the strongest 50% of his combat power that he could at this time and directly suppressed the huge power of the other party after the self-destruction. He used the four symbols Dao diagram and the reincarnation divine diagram to crush it completely and erase the last trace of consciousness of the other party. He paused for a moment in the direction of the dim light and then no longer cared about it. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. He casually said. With that said, he put away the reincarnation divine diagram, turned around, and walked towards the ancient land that was isolated from the Netherworld fruit tree. In the ancient land, on the Netherworld fruit tree, the three Netherworld fruits intertwined with a faint spiritual light. Just by looking at the surface, it looked very extraordinary. When he arrived at the edge of the ancient land, dense mysterious Dao patterns suddenly lit up in the void, forming a transparent barrier that blocked him. There was also a fierce aura intertwined from these lit-up Dao patterns. This natural restriction is quite extraordinary. It's definitely very difficult for an ordinary Nirvana realm expert to break it. Whooshing Crocodile was a little surprised. Lin Tian nodded. This natural restriction was indeed very strong. However, it was nothing to him. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique and placed his right hand in front of him. Suddenly, wisps of faint soul light spread out from his right hand and surged towards the natural restriction in front of him. Pft, pft, pft. A soft sound was heard, and soon, the natural restriction outside the ancient land collapsed one by one, turning into spots of faint light and dissipating. Lin Tian stepped forward and arrived in front of the Netherworld fruit tree in the ancient land. With a wave of his right hand, he plucked all three Netherworld fruits. The three abyssal fruits intertwined with spiritual light and abyssal energy. There were also strange seals on them. As he held the three abyssal fruits, he instantly felt his body become lighter. Moreover, the flow of divine power in his body became much smoother. Moreover, even Whooshing Crocodile, who was closer to him, had the same reaction and revealed a slightly strange expression. This, staring at the three Netherworld fruits in Lin Tian's hand, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with bright light as he said, "It looks like refining this abyssal fruit will not only allow our cultivation to rise, but it will also allow us to fully adapt to this sealed dust ancient region. Our divine force will no longer be unable to circulate smoothly, and the strength of our physique will no longer be affected. We will be able to unleash our full strength." Very good. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced around. Let's find a place to refine them. Let's go. He put away the three Netherworld fruits and immediately left this place. The eighth territory of the Netherworld race was vast and boundless. There were all kinds of strange plants everywhere. At the center, ancient buildings towered into the clouds. No one knew how long they had existed, but they were intertwined with an extremely dignified aura. At this time, a dim light flew in from the sky and landed in the tallest ancient building. Immediately, a very frightening fluctuation intertwined, bringing with it a wave of cold and icy coldness. Humans! That puny race from the other side has actually entered the world of my race. How did they get in? Should we inform the Overlord? The Overlord is in seclusion and should not be disturbed. We will not inform the Overlord for now. Capture them as soon as possible. A cold voice sounded, and the netherworld chi surged above the ancient building. In Ghost Pass Mountain, needle-like leaves were everywhere. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile moved very quickly among them. After about 15 minutes, Lin Tian found a relatively hidden place. He activated the Heavenly One Soul mantra, and faint soul power surged. He engraved 18 sealing formations in this place, completely isolating the aura inside and outside. Only then did he stop and exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he took out the 3 netherworld fruits and threw them slightly. The 3 netherworld fruits floated about 10 feet above the ground. There's no need to consume the netherworld fruits. Just activate the ancient scripture and absorb the essence inside at a close distance. Whooshing Crocodile listened to Lin Tian and nodded. Understood. Okay, let's begin the refinement. Lin Tian Dao. The 3 underworld fruits floated in the air, glowing faintly. At the same time, they were surrounded by underworld chi. Let's begin, let's begin. Whooshing Crocodile shouted. He immediately activated his ancient scripture of the demon clan, and a demonic aura appeared around his body. Lin Tian sat down and closed his eyes. The Heart Sutra of the Sun intertwined strands of golden divine light to absorb the power of the underworld fruit. Strands of crystalline blue light overflowed from the underworld fruit and quickly poured into his body. This crystalline blue light was the essence of the underworld fruit. It was cold. After entering his body, it was quickly refined by his Heart Sutra of the Sun. Then, it flowed to every corner of his body, entering every inch of his flesh and meridians. It even entered his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by his flesh, meridians, and sea of consciousness. For a moment, the golden divine light around his body gradually became thicker. His essence, vitality, and cultivation began to slowly rise. At the same time, on the other side, the 5 elements crocodile was circulating the demon clan ancient scripture to absorb and refine the essence of the netherworld fruit. The aura outside his body was also rising at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, his aura had increased by a lot. Suddenly, in this hidden place, the grey demonic aura and golden divine power intertwined and became stronger. Buzz, golden light flashed around Lin Tian's body. As he absorbed the essence of the underworld fruit and cultivated, the golden light became brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Half a month later, on this day, the aura outside his body suddenly weakened. His powerful body slowly turned to stone. At this time, after entering the Nirvana realm, he began the 6th Nirvana metamorphosis, advancing toward the 7th Nirvana realm. Naturally, he was very clear about this matter. He immediately focused himself and became incomparably tranquil. Gradually, his aura became weaker and weaker. More and more parts of his body began to turn into stone. From his legs to his waist, from his waist to his chest, from his chest to his hands, then to his neck, then to his head. Finally, his entire body turned into a dull gray stone. At this time, his aura had almost completely disappeared, as if he had been extinguished. However, at the same time, there was a bright light between his brows. Although it was small, it was like a saint source that supported the heavens and earth. There was a majestic and vast aura being nurtured within it. He maintained his stone body for another half a month. On this day, half a month later, along with a crisp crack, his stone body began to crack. In the blink of an eye, it shattered, and a new body sat cross-legged within. Its skin was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of glass, and a faint light circulated around it. Nirvana 7th layer. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. He felt that the divine power in his body had become much more vigorous. He clenched his fists. His physical body had obviously become stronger. His bones, meridians, consciousness, and soul had all undergone a qualitative leap. He was much stronger than when he was at the 6th Nirvana realm. Moreover, at this time, because he had refined the power of the abyssal fruit, he clearly felt that his divine power could be completely operated smoothly. He waved his fist slightly and felt that his body was no longer affected by the special effects of this space. He had completely adapted to it and could unleash his strongest combat strength. Very good, he said to himself. He looked across. Whooshing crocodile's demonic light intertwined around its body. It was much stronger than before. Obviously, it had completed a new nirvana realm within this month. Its cultivation had reached the fourth nirvana realm, and now it was beginning a new round of cultivation. Phew! The essence of the three abyssal fruits had not been completely absorbed. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes again and used the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb the power of the abyssal fruit to consolidate his cultivation at the seventh nirvana realm. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. On this day, the three abyssal fruits had dried up. The essence of the fruits had been completely absorbed, and they turned into ashes with a whoosh. Lin Tian happened to wake up at this time. His essence, qi, and spirit had become stronger. As he opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed across them. "You're awake, kid." Whooshing crocodile's voice sounded. He had already woken up 3 days ago, and his cultivation had reached the 5th nirvana realm. Like Lin Tianyi, the demonic power in his body could be operated smoothly, and the power of his flesh shell could be completely unleashed. Lin Tian naturally sensed Whooshing crocodile's current cultivation level. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he stood up from the ground. In these 7 days, he had used the power of the abyssal fruit to consolidate his cultivation at the 7th nirvana realm. The divine power in his body was as vast as the ocean. "Let's go," he said to Whooshing crocodile. The power contained in the 3 abyssal fruits had been completely refined. At this time, there was naturally no need to stay in this place. He raised his hand and completely destroyed the 18 ceiling formations here. Then, he called Whooshing crocodile and walked into the distance. "Oh, speaking of which, where are we going now?" Whooshing crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. "To find something." Lin Tian's words were very concise. "Find something? What is it?" Whooshing crocodile was puzzled. Then, it suddenly thought of something. "You're looking for that rainbow light source we found before?" Previously, Lin Tian had obtained a piece of black iron wrapped in rainbow light. The rainbow light on it was the same as the rainbow light source Lin Tian had found before. Lin Tian was very concerned about this. Now that it heard Lin Tian say that he was looking for something, it naturally guessed that Lin Tian was looking for that rainbow light source. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes." As expected, Whooshing crocodile muttered. Then, it asked, "Speaking of which, what exactly is that thing? I've already seen you find several of those things before. How many of them are there in this world?" Speaking of this rainbow light source, it was really curious. It could feel that this thing seemed to be very important to Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head and didn't say anything. "Found it." At this moment, a shout rang out. Dozens of figures rushed over from the distance, all of them surrounded by astonishing netherworld energy. "That's right, it's him. Human. Surround him and capture him." The dozens of figures were all experts of the netherworld race. The auras they exuded were very powerful. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile. Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile stopped in their tracks and swept their eyes over the dozens of netherworld race cultivators. More than a month ago, that netherworld race cultivator at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm shot out a beam of light. It was indeed to inform the other netherworld race cultivators about you and me. These netherworld race cultivators have probably been searching this mountain for a long time. Whooshing crocodile said. "I can see that." Lin Tian was very calm. The dozens of netherworld race cultivators surrounded them. Their eyes were cold and sinister, and their bodies were surrounded by powerful netherworld energy. "Remember, capture him alive," one of them said coldly. His eyes were cold and indifferent. He was at the 9th heaven of Nirvana realm. For a moment, swooshing sounds could be heard as the dozens of netherworld race cultivators rushed out and grabbed at Lin Tian. These people belonged to the 8th netherworld race. A month ago, several quasi-emperors of the 8th Ridge received news that a human had entered the sealed dust ancient region and appeared in Ghost Pass Mountain. they had also given Lin Tian a portrait. These Netherworld race cultivators had entered Ghost Pass Mountain at that time and had been searching for him. Now, they had finally found him. Puny human, I can't believe you made us search for so long. I really want to kill him directly. Not now. After the interrogation, we'll give him a reward of 1,000 cuts. The dozens of Netherworld race cultivators all became strong and sinister. They looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a toy. For a moment, the void rumbled and trembled. Streaks of Netherworld light rushed toward Lin Tian and sealed off the surroundings. Lin Tian glanced at these Netherworld race cultivators. Other than the leader who was at the 9th heaven of Nirvana realm, the others were at the Great Path or Enlightenment realm. There were even Netherworld race cultivators at the Connecting Immortal realm among them. You're as weak as ants, but you think you're infallible. His voice was flat, and he didn't make any substantial movements. A dense number of Ling Tian's swords appeared beside him. Then, the sonorous sound of a sword was very ear-piercing as it slashed out. Pft! 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 Blood exploded in the blink of an eye. To him, who was at the 7th heaven of Nirvana realm, these Netherworld race cultivators at the Connecting Immortal realm, Great Path, and Enlightenment realm were really too weak. They couldn't block his sword light at all. Ah! Screams rang out. The Netherworld race cultivators who charged forward exploded one after another. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. A bunch of clowns. At this time, only the leader of the group of Netherworld race cultivators was left, a 9th stage Nirvana realm cultivator. Seeing Lin Tian kill dozens of his clansmen in the blink of an eye, this person's eyes flickered and became even sharper and more awe-inspiring. Human, not bad. You have some strength. Unfortunately, in front of me, you're not. Clang. The ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, interrupting this person's words. A streak of sword light flew out from Lin Tian's side and slashed straight at him. With a poof, this 9th heaven of Nirvana realm Netherworld race cultivator was directly slashed into a bloody mist. It feels good to be able to circulate my divine power smoothly. Lin Tian Ondao. Previously, when he couldn't circulate his divine power smoothly, he had to use his remarkable ability to fight the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm Netherworld race cultivator. Now that he could circulate his divine power smoothly, a casual streak of sword light could slash this 9th heaven Netherworld race cultivator into pieces. Although his cultivation had increased by a small level compared to before, the Netherworld race cultivator in front of him was much more powerful than the Netherworld race cultivator who was at the Nirvana realm 8th stage a month ago. It was obvious that the divine power had a great effect after it was successfully channeled. Boom! Netherworld chi billowed, and a powerful aura surged. The 9th heaven Nirvana realm cultivator who was slashed into pieces instantly reformed his body. Human. Staring at Lin Tian again, this Netherworld race cultivator's eyes were even colder, and there was a shocking murderous intent intertwined. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a black blade rushed out of his body, immediately exuding a billowing saint aura. Mid-grade saint weapon. A black blade rushed out from the body of the 9th heaven Nirvana realm Netherworld elite. It was covered with runes, and saint's might surged and intertwined. With a clang, this person stared at Lin Tian, and his aura suddenly soared several times. Rolling Netherworld chi intertwined, and he slashed at Lin Tian with the black blade, which was a mid-grade saint weapon. Don't worry, I will spare your life for now. I won't kill you immediately. A puny human like you is still of use. This person said coldly. Suddenly, the aura in his body became even sharper, and the blade swept out, pressing down on Lin Tian from all directions. Spare my life? Thank you very much. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He casually took a step forward, and as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of this Netherworld elite in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, I won't spare your life. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He directly smashed down with his fist, shattering the void and landing on this person's saint blade. Clang, a loud metallic sound rang out, and the cultivator from the Netherworld race was sent flying. Lin Tian's great physical strength had shaken his body through the black saint blade. With a poof, the cultivator's body was once again pulverized. Blood splattered everywhere. The black saint blade fell to the side. Lin Tianyi waved his hand and directly caught the saint blade in his hand. This saint weapon is not bad, he said. With a casual swipe of his hand, he destroyed the Netherworld race member's spiritual imprint on his body. In the distance, the ninth heaven of Nirvana realm expert from the Netherworld race was in the process of reforming his physical body. He immediately trembled violently and self-detonated. Clearly, he had suffered some backlash because Lin Tian had erased the spiritual imprint on his blade. Ah! This person let out a roar of his spirit and reformed his body as quickly as possible. His eyes turned crimson blue, full of ferocious hostility. He lunged at Lin Tian like a madman. Damn human, give it back to me. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped, landing directly on this person's cheek. With a poof, this person was smashed into pieces. At the same time, faint golden divine light intertwined in his palm, and he grabbed this person's spirit. With your puny ability, you dare to say that you will spare my life for now? You dare to say that I'm puny? He looked down at this person's spirit. This Netherworld elite spirit trembled. You. Boom, 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 in the distant sky, from 3 different directions, there was an extremely tyrannical Netherworld chi surging up from each direction, sweeping over. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Netherworld race armies arrived. They were in the east, south, and west, and each position had over 100 people. Moreover, they were all led by a half-step Emperor rank expert. The surging Netherworld aura swept through the sky like an overflowing divine sea. There are quite a lot of people. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at these people. People? Didn't you just call those dozens of Netherworld race cultivators a bunch of clowns? Lin Tian casually said. The 5 elements Crocodile laughed. Alright, there are quite a few clowns here. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of Netherworld race elites, the human and Crocodile's expressions did not change at all. It was as if they did not see these people. These words naturally fell into the ears of the hundreds of Netherworld race cultivators who were charging over. These hundreds of Netherworld race cultivators all had murderous looks on their faces. It was very sinister. A month ago, they had received orders from their race's quasi-emperor to come to this mountain range to find and suppress the humans who had entered their world. Now, they had finally found them and were charging over. They really did see a human, but they did not expect this human to be holding the spirit of one of their elites. He did not care about their arrival at all and completely ignored them. Moreover, the crocodile demon that was with him actually called them clowns. Let go of my clansmen and then surrender. The half-step emperor in the east stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were ice-cold, like an emperor giving orders to his subjects. Lin Tian looked at the Netherworld race expert who had spoken. Without saying a word, his divine power surged and shattered the divine soul of the Netherworld race expert he was grabbing. His divine soul was completely destroyed. Human! How dare you? You're courting death. The hundreds of Netherworld race cultivators who had rushed over all instantly widened their eyes. Sinister murderous lights shot out from their eyes. Especially the half-step emperor rank Netherworld race expert in the east who spoke. His eyes instantly became incomparably bone-piercing. Human race bug, you actually dare to disobey this monarch's words and dare to kill my clansmen. I will definitely. Kung. The ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out. Lin Tian held the middle-grade sacred weapon Black Blade that he had taken from the ninth sky of Nirvana realm Netherworld race elite. He then raised it and slashed down at the half-step Netherworld race elite who spoke. Instantly, a golden killing light swept over with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the half-step Netherworld race elite. Facing the sword that appeared in front of him, this half-step Netherworld race elite's expression immediately changed. PFFF. Blood splattered out. This half-step Netherworld race elite was directly shattered by this attack. Blood splattered all over the sky. My race's half-step emperor actually, how is this possible? The hundreds of Netherworld race elites' expression changed. Their race's half-step emperor was actually shattered in a single attack. Even the other 2 half-step emperors who had rushed over couldn't help but be shocked. A casual attack that shattered a half-step Netherworld race elite like them. Such strength caused their pupils to shrink. Lin Tian glanced at the half-step Netherworld race elite in the east who was shattered. Netherworld fruit. You came at the right time. Refining the netherworld fruit would allow his divine power to circulate again. This was of great significance to him. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't be able to be as calm as he was now if he encountered a half-step emperor while circulating his divine power. He wouldn't be able to easily injure his opponent. In fact, if he encountered such an elite while circulating his divine power, he would be in great danger. Boom! In front of him, netherworld chi surged. The half-step netherworld race elite that was shattered reformed his body. Human. Staring at Lin Tian, this person was both shocked and angry. He was shocked because Lin Tian was able to shatter his body in a single attack. He was angry because he was actually injured by a human he looked down on. Lin Tian casually glanced at this person, then at the other two half-step emperors and hundreds of netherworld race cultivators. His expression didn't change at all. Kill. He said to the whooshing crocodile. As he spoke, he casually stepped forward. As he took a step forward, a clang rang out, and a dense sword light appeared and rushed out in all directions. This sword radiance was a bit terrifying because it was sent out by a mid-grade sacred weapon Black Blade. The instant it swept out, the netherworld race cultivators suffered from blood loss and exploded one by one under this sharp sword radiance. Heh. I've reached the 5th level of Nirvana realm. I'll use you clowns to test out my newest strength. The whooshing crocodile laughed sinisterly. With a rumble, a grey demonic aura rushed out of its body and swept through the void like a stormy wave. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a grey demonic sea and flooded towards the netherworld race elites. Ah! Screams sounded in the blink of an eye. Under the murderous demonic light unleashed by the whooshing crocodile, who had cultivated to the 5th level of Nirvana realm for the 2nd time, how could ordinary netherworld race cultivators resist? Immediately, dozens of people were crushed into pieces. How dare you attack my race like this? How dare you? The half-step emperor netherworld race elite in the south said coldly. Two terrifying divine lights shot out from his eyes. You mustered such a large force to capture us and kill us after this, but you don't allow us to fight back. What an idiot. Lin Tian held the black blade and slashed at this person. With a clang, he used the black blade, a mid-grade sacred weapon, to activate the 3 styles of Ling Tian Grade Abhijna. The sword light mixed with sacred might flashed and shattered as if it was jumping through space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this person. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. This half-step emperor was crushed into pieces just like the previous person. Damn it! As a half-step emperor rank elite, he naturally couldn't be killed so easily. This person roared angrily. Rolling netherworld chi surged, and the shattered blood mist rolled. In the blink of an eye, a new physical body was formed. However, at this moment, the sound of air breaking rang out. Lin Tian used the yin-yang steps and instantly arrived in front of him. This person was shocked. You, Wang. Lin Tian held the black blade in his right hand. With a wave of his left hand, the 4 symbols Dao diagram appeared and enveloped this person. Immediately, this half-step emperor rank netherworld race expert trembled violently. He felt the netherworld aura in his body begin to solidify at an extremely fast speed, and it was difficult to mobilize it. Moreover, even his physical body suddenly lost consciousness. Seal. Lin Tiantan said coldly. With his 7th sky of Nirvana realm cultivation, he used all of his strength to activate the 4 symbol seal. The 4 symbol seal's power surged and was released at full force. Not only did it suppress this person's physical strength, but it also solidified the netherworld chi in his body. It even imprisoned the netherworld chi in his sea of consciousness. Instantly, the light of life in this half-step emperor rank netherworld race elite's eyes rapidly dissipated. Immediately after, he fell straight down. When he touched the ground, there was a loud bang. His body was perfectly preserved, but his soul was destroyed. He died on the spot. Lord Commander. Lord Commander's life aura has disappeared. How can this be? Half-step emperor rank experts were respected as commanders in the netherworld race. At this moment, seeing a half-step emperor rank commander lose his life aura in Lin Tian's hands, the hundreds of netherworld race elite who had killed their way here all trembled. What did you do? Damn human. The other two Netherworld race half-step emperors stared at Lin Tian with both shock and anger. Lin Tian glanced at these two. With a flash of his feet, he used the yin-yang steps and instantly appeared in front of one of them. The black blade in his right hand slashed down, forcefully creating a huge crack in the void. Spatial turbulence surged out. Sacred shield, appear. This Netherworld race elite roared. An ancient shield covered in ancient runes rushed out of his body and blocked Lin Tian's attack. Sacred sword, slash. The saint sword was sharp as it slashed towards Lin Tian. The blade was extremely sharp and had strange saint runes intertwined. It immediately cut through space with a terrifying aura. It was a middle-grade saint weapon. Lin Tian raised his hand and waved the saint weapon black blade in his hand. With the might of the high heaven sword scripture, he slashed towards the saint sword. Clang, the saint blade and saint sword clashed, instantly exploding with an ear-piercing metallic sound. Divine power and netherworld aura clashed, causing the two saint weapons to stick together tightly. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He shook the black blade in his hand and a circle of golden divine light spread out. With a clang, the saint sword was sent flying. At the same time, the half-step emperor that was controlling the saint sword also trembled and retreated dozens of feet. Too weak, he said. When he was at the sixth sky of Nirvana realm, he could even kill a half-emperor. Now that he was at the seventh sky of Nirvana realm, his divine power was flowing smoothly. Against a half-step emperor, he didn't feel any pressure at all. The half-step emperor from the Netherworld race became incomparably ashen and sinister, human. The human that he looked down on, the insignificant human, actually called him too weak. This was clearly a humiliation. Boom, he roared and his entire body exploded with rolling netherworld aura. It swept towards Lin Tian like a tsunami and sealed off all directions. With a clang, he used the roiling netherworld chi to activate the mid-grade saint artifact level saint sword and saint shield, one for offense and one for defense. They formed an impenetrable battle line, attacking Lin Tian from all directions. Their auras were sharp and fierce. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. His right hand shook and the saint weapon black blade swept out a sky full of high heaven sword aura, shattering everything. Suppress. With a low roar, the other half-step emperor from the Netherworld race took out a bronze bell. It was also a middle-grade saint weapon. All sorts of runes fell from it and netherworld aura rolled out. It descended from the heavens and suppressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at this person. His right hand held the black blade and his left hand reached out. The silver four symbols Dao diagram appeared and faced the attack. Buzz. The Dao diagram of the four symbols intertwined with silver light as it was activated with his cultivation of the seventh heavenly layer. It immediately unleashed a powerful sealing power that landed on the bronze bell that was a mid-grade saint artifact. The Netherworld race half-step emperor holding the bronze bell immediately trembled and felt his saint weapon being suppressed. The originally vast and mighty saint aura was extinguished like a flame meeting water. Damn it! This person clenched his teeth, quickly forming an imprint to withdraw the bronze bell. Since you've already done it, don't take it back. Lin Tian Dao. His voice was flat. The silver Dao diagram of the four symbols shook, causing the bronze bell to tremble as well. Then, the dense rune imprints on the bell instantly became incomparably dim, and the light on the surface completely disappeared. The Netherworld race half-step emperor holding the bronze bell immediately trembled. He was shocked and angry. You destroyed my saint weapon? You want to destroy it too? Lin Tian's words were simple. He used the mid-grade saint artifact black blade to execute the high heaven sword scripture, isolating the other half-step emperor. His left hand formed an imprint again, making the four symbols seal even stronger. After destroying the bronze bell, he threw it at the half-step emperor holding the bronze bell. This half-step emperor's eyes trembled. He endured the anger of his saint weapon being destroyed and quickly retreated because he could clearly feel the terror of Lin Tian's silver Dao diagram. It seemed to have a power that could turn all things into nothingness. However, he retreated a bit too late. Lin Tian shook the four symbols Dao diagram, completely sealing the surrounding space. Seal. A calm word came from Lin Tian's mouth. With a buzz, the four symbols Dao diagram shone brightly, enveloping the Netherworld race half-step emperor holding the bronze bell. Ah! This half-step emperor from the netherworld race let out a miserable shriek. In an instant, he felt his divine power solidify. At the same time, his divine soul was being crushed by an invisible force, disintegrating bit by bit in his sea of consciousness. It was like a water source being evaporated. No! He couldn't help but cry out and struggle with all his might. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The silver Tao diagram of the four symbols shone brightly, interweaving into an even more terrifying sealing force that directly annihilated the divine soul in his knowledge sea. With a ping sound, just like the netherworld race half-step emperor, this person fell straight down. The life in his eyes flew away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The body was fine, but the person was dead. Lord Commander! Another Lord Commander, how is this possible? Many netherworld race cultivators were shocked. It had only been a short time, but 2 half-step emperor commanders had already died in the hands of a human they thought was insignificant. Little netherworld children, where are you looking? Have you forgotten the existence of your grandpa crocodile? Whooshing crocodile said. With a rumble, grey demonic light vibrated and pressed down on the group of netherworld race cultivators. Immediately, miserable shrieks rang out. How could these ordinary netherworld clan cultivators withstand the attacks of the 5-element crocodiles at the 5th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm? In the blink of an eye, they were crushed into pieces and exploded one after another. Lin Tian looked at the last netherworld race half-step emperor. His expression was calm. The middle-grade sacred weapon grade black blade vibrated and released a sky full of killing light. As it slashed towards this netherworld race half-step emperor, it also swept towards the nearby normal netherworld race cultivators. Instantly, the void shattered. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Under this tyrannical sword light, the ordinary netherworld race cultivators were as fragile as tofu. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of people were killed. Human! The netherworld race half-step emperor holding the sacred sword and sacred shield roared. He stared at Lin Tian venomously with a malevolent expression. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He stepped on the void and pressed towards this person. Rumble. Suddenly, the bottom of this place trembled greatly, the bottom suddenly breaking open, roiling vicious energy interweaving. Roar. A loud roar came from underground, shattering a large area of soil. Immediately after, a colossal creature covered in red scales rushed out, bringing with it waves of underground magma. An astonishing heat filled this space, causing people to involuntarily tremble. Scorching beast. The netherworld race half-step emperor's expression changed. He revealed a trace of fear and retreated a few steps. At the same time, the other netherworld race cultivators stared at the huge creature that emerged from the ground and couldn't help but change their expressions. This creature was born in the Earth's core. The red scales on its body had shocking defense and its sharp claws could pierce through anything. It was extremely terrifying. Pseudo-emperor rank. The whooshing crocodile squinted its eyes. Lin Tian looked at this huge creature and felt that this so-called scorching beast was not ordinary. It was comparable to a pseudo-emperor rank expert. However, this level was nothing to the current him. He didn't put it to heart. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards the depths of the ground where the scorching beast had charged up. There was a strand of extremely resplendent blood-red light flickering there. It was a palm-sized piece of blood-red jade that lay quietly in the depths of the ground. Immortal attraction exquisite jade? His expression changed. Immortal attraction exquisite jade. This was something he had seen by chance while flipping through ancient books. Its description was exactly the same as the palm-sized blood jade underground. The use of this precious jade was extremely shocking. When combined with something called the Heavenly Heart Stone, it could allow a pinnacle sacred weapon to evolve into a heavenly treasure. He stared down, his eyes revealing a profound light. He didn't expect to find such a piece of immortal attraction exquisite jade in this place. After obtaining this precious jade and finding another Heavenly Heart Stone, he would be able to forge the pinnacle sacred bow in his sea of consciousness into a heavenly treasure. At that time, his battle strength would directly increase by a large amount. Roar. A loud roar rang out. Flames splashed everywhere and the entire surface of the ground cracked. The scorching beast rushed out from the ground. Its body was covered in red scales. Its body was dozens of feet tall, like a small mountain. Its eyes were blood red. It directly reached out with its beast claws, covering the hazy sky. At the same time, it grabbed at everyone here. Clearly, it had taken everyone in this place as its prey. It had emerged from the ground to devour everyone. It's really fierce. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. Although he was very strong after reaching the fifth sky of Nirvana realm for the second time, he still couldn't face a boundary emperor. He hurriedly dodged. The wings on his back flapped, and he directly flew hundreds of feet away to avoid the scorching beast's claws. Retreat! The half-step emperor from the Netherworld race who was holding the sacred shield sacred weapon shouted. He held the sacred shield in front of his chest and also moved hundreds of feet away. The other Netherworld race cultivators also dodged, but not everyone dodged. More than half of them were directly pierced by the scorching beast's sharp claws. Their blood chi was completely absorbed by the scorching beast's claws in the blink of an eye. So fierce. In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile muttered. With a rumble, the space shook. As the scorching beast's claws reached out, a large number of Netherworld race cultivators died. Then, its sharp claws fell in front of Lin Tian, dragging a large shadow with them. Get out of the way. Lin Tiandao slashed out a ray of sword chi from the black saber in his hand. Suddenly, with a pu sound, blood splattered everywhere. The scorching beast's claws were directly chopped into pieces. This is? In the distance, the Netherworld race experts all trembled. Even the half-step emperor who was holding the sacred shield and sacred weapon had a change in expression. The boundary emperor scorching beast's claws were actually chopped into pieces by a sword. Roar! The scorching beast roared angrily. After its claws were chopped into pieces by Lin Tian, a billowing murderous aura rushed out. It used its other claws to grab Lin Tian. I told you to get out of the way. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped. With a pu sound, the scorching beast's claws were smashed into pieces again. At the same time, the beast's body was sent flying hundreds of feet away, smashing hundreds of tall ancient trees. In any case, that's still a boundary emperor ferocious beast. He actually sent it flying with a slap. His physical body is even more abnormal. Not far away, Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian didn't care about the scorching beast that was sent flying. His gaze fell on the ground. With a wave of his left hand, golden divine power interweaved, and he grabbed the blood jade that appeared below. The blood jade was sparkling and translucent like an agate. Inside, there were strands of strange light flowing. It was very beautiful. It really is the immortal attraction exquisite jade. The exquisite immortal attraction jade was blood red in color, and there was a strange light flowing inside. It felt warm in his hand. Very good. Lin Tiantan smiled. He had unexpectedly obtained such a precious jade in this place. As long as he could find another Heaven's Heartstone, he would be able to forge a heavenly treasure. Kid, this is the exquisite immortal attraction jade? Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian. When he saw the blood-red jade in Lin Tian's hand, he was shocked. He obviously knew about this precious jade. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. You're so lucky. This is the best divine jade to evolve a peak sacred weapon into a heavenly treasure. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He was quite happy to have obtained such a precious jade. He carefully kept it in his stone ring. Roar! The beast's roar resounded through the mountain. Not far away, the boundary emperor rank scorching beast stood up. Its beast claws that were shattered by Lin Tian had recovered. Its eyes were blood red as it stared at Lin Tian ferociously. The next moment, with a boom, its aura became even more ferocious and violent. It pounced directly at Lin Tian. Quite ferocious. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. It's nothing. Lin Tiandao. He shook the black saber in his hand and slashed at the scorching beast that was charging at him. With a crack, the space was cut open, and the powerful scorching beast was sent flying. Roar! The scorching beast roared. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its body was covered in red scales. With a roar, the entire ground shook. Streaks of flames rushed out of its body, burning and melting the air. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapse. What a terrifying flame! Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. This level of flame was indeed terrifying. It could easily burn a half-step emperor rank expert to ashes. It's just SOSO. Lin Tiandao. Saying so, a golden pure yang flame rushed out from Yang Kai's body. Now that he could circulate his divine qi smoothly, it became even more terrifying than before, and in the blink of an eye, it met the destructive flames of the scorching beast head-on and directly enveloped them. Immediately, these flames sizzled as they were ignited by the pure golden yang flame and burned away bit by bit. His golden flames are actually within the flames of the burning scorched beast? In the distance, the netherworld race cultivators were shocked. Flames burned. This scene was truly horrifying. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying those golden flames were. Retreat. Go back and report to the commanders, said the half-step emperor holding the sacred weapon Sacred Shield. Seeing the battle between Lin Tian and the scorching beast, he could clearly see how terrifying Lin Tian was. He was definitely not someone they could suppress. Go. That person said in a low voice as he retreated into the distance. At the same time, the other netherworld race cultivators also retreated at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian was fighting with the scorching beast, but he had a clear grasp of his surroundings. Naturally, he saw this scene. You came in such a grandiose manner, but now you want to run away with your tail between your legs? His expression was calm. Clang. He shook the mid-grade sacred weapon black blade in his hand and slashed out a killing light that filled the sky. This killing light was unleashed by his seventh sky of Nirvana realm coupled with a sacred weapon. It was naturally very terrifying and had shocking killing power. PFFF, 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 the netherworld race cultivators who were retreating into the distance suffered one after another. They were cut into pieces one by one, and their blood dyed the sky red. At the same time, one of the sharpest sword lights headed straight for the netherworld race half-step emperor wielding the sacred shield and sacred sword. It forcefully avoided the sacred shield and pierced through his chest with a pu sound. Damn it! This person's mouth was filled with blood, but he gritted his teeth and didn't dare to stay. He erupted with an even faster speed and fled into the distance. How pathetic! Lin Tian mocked. He stood in place and didn't move. Instead, he raised the sacred weapon black blade in his hand again and slowly slashed down. With a clang, a total of 99 sword rays appeared. They were mixed with heaven's will. It was one of the great sword arts of the heaven's sword scripture. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on the netherworld race half-step emperor and slashed down like a rain of swords. This person was shocked and used all his strength to activate the sacred shield to block. However, Lin Tian's 99 sword rays were too sharp. It was an Empyrean level great sword art. It was purely offensive. A single sacred shield couldn't block it at all. It was directly blasted away along with the sacred sword. Then, the sword rays pierced through the half-step emperor, shattering his body. Ah! This person roared angrily and his body quickly reformed. However, at this moment, Lin Tian attacked again. The four symbols Dao diagram appeared and instantly closed in, enveloping him. This person trembled and couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" Just now, Lin Tian used this divine diagram to kill two half-step emperors at the same level as him. Now that he was enveloped by the four symbols Dao diagram, fear appeared in his eyes. Tisk, Lin Tian mocked. He activated the four symbols Dao diagram with all his strength and directly destroyed this person's soul through his body. For him, who was at the 7th level of Nirvana realm and had the reincarnation king physique, killing a half-step emperor was too easy. After killing this person, he grabbed this person's sacred weapon and sacred shield from afar. After erasing the divine sense imprint that the other party left on them, he stored them in the stone ring. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the other netherworld race cultivators. Clang, without any superfluous words, he shook his black blade. A sky full of heaven's sword rays swept out and slashed towards these people. These netherworld race cultivators were terrified and tried to escape in panic. However, they couldn't escape at all. PFFF, 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 blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, all the netherworld race cultivators who came here were slashed into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He looked at the quasi-emperor scorching beast and activated his divine power. The pure golden yang flames became even more turbulent and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the flames spat out by the scorching beast were completely incinerated. Then, like a vast ocean of golden divine flames, the space collapsed from the heat and directly enveloped the quasi-emperor scorching beast. The scorching beast's strength was astonishing, but it couldn't resist the pure yang flame summoned by the 7th level Nirvana realm Lin Tian. It immediately let out a miserable cry and couldn't break free. In the blink of an eye, half of its beast body was burned by the pure golden yang flames. Roar, it roared again, reformed its body, and pounced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he raised his hand and slapped down. Bang! He slapped Xianxia down into the depths of the ground, causing expanse after expanse of soil to shatter, and it caused Xianxia's aura to decline to its lowest state. It was like a flame that would be extinguished at any moment. He looked at the scorching beast underground. The silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions floated out, but after a pause, it dissipated. Forget it. He muttered to himself. Because the scorching beast had emerged from the ground, he had obtained a piece of immortal attraction exquisite jade. After thinking about it, he decided not to kill it. Let's go. He called out to the whooshing crocodile. Let's go. The whooshing crocodile responded. Then, the man and crocodile left this place and walked into the distance. Soon, they left Ghost Pass Mountain. In the center of the 8th territory of the Netherworld race, there were many ancient buildings. What? A cold voice sounded from an extremely grand palace in this ancient building, mixed with a trace of coldness. There were 9 tall figures standing in this palace, all of them at the half-emperor level. They were respected as commanders in the Netherworld race and were the 9 strongest people under the 8th territory lord. At this moment, the 9 Netherworld race half-emperors' eyes were cold, because just now, they discovered that the soul lamps of the 3 half-step emperors sent to suppress Lin Tian were all extinguished. This meant that the 3 half-step emperors had all died in battle. Since the 3 half-step emperors had all died in battle, it was not hard to guess what happened to the others who followed them. They were all annihilated. It seems like that human is not simple. One of the 9 half-emperors said coldly. I'll go. Another person among them said. All right. Another one spoke. He was the strongest of the 9 half-emperors, the number 1 commander of the 8th Netherworld Ridge, and was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. Just in case, bring the fallen Yama pagoda. This time, we must suppress it and bring it back. After Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile left Open Ghost Mountain, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they traveled very far. Kid, the sealed dust ancient region is so big. Isn't it too hard to find a rainbow light source without any clues in such a big space? Whooshing crocodile said. Even if it's hard, we still have to find it. Lin Tiandao said. Along the way, we can also find the Heaven's Heart Stone. Whooshing crocodile rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile went to many places, but they didn't sense any sword soul shards auras. At the same time, they didn't find a single Heaven's Heartstone either. How long is this going to take? Whooshing crocodile sighed. No matter how long it takes. Lin Tiandao. At this moment, a man and crocodile were walking on a scarlet ground, and they just happened to walk out of a large mountain. Clang! Suddenly, a fierce killing light fell from the sky. It was as fast as lightning, mixed with a faint emperor's might. Lin Tian frowned. He wrapped whooshing crocodile in a golden divine light and directly moved hundreds of feet away to avoid this killing light. With a rumble, this killing light landed on the ground and directly blasted a huge crater in the ground. Destructive power intertwined. Good spiritual sense. A cold voice sounded. In the sky, a figure surrounded by netherworld chi appeared. He was tall and sturdy, wore a purple robe, and his eyes were cold. Quasi-Emperor. Whooshing crocodile narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the purple-robed quasi-emperor of the netherworld race who had forced him here. His eyes were calm and he didn't say anything. The purple-robed quasi-emperor of the netherworld race looked down at Lin Tian from the sky. He was high and mighty, and after a cold snort, he directly attacked. He stretched out his right hand and suppressed Lin Tian. Buzz. All of a sudden, the void in all directions froze. Rolling netherworld chi intertwined around this giant hand, and it was terrifying. This terrifying palm was much stronger than that of a half-step emperor. They couldn't be compared. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He casually raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, the two giant hands collided. Poof! The purple-robed netherworld race quasi-emperor's hand was shattered and he stumbled back. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his face was full of shock. He was a quasi-emperor and his physical body was strong. He had lived for 30,000 years, but his arm was shattered with a single blow. However, in the next moment, a chilling look appeared in his eyes again. His body is strong, but I wonder how strong his divine abilities are. With a boom, rolling netherworld chi surged and turned into a monstrous netherworld ocean. Unknown creatures rushed out from it. Some had 3 heads, some had 6 arms, and all of them were intertwined with terrifying killing intent. They roared at the sky and charged toward Lin Tian. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound as the void started to tremble. Large cracks started to appear in the void. It's much more terrifying than the scorching beast from before. Whooshing crocodile said. There's not much difference. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He directly waved the Chaos Emperor fist with his 7th heaven nirvana cultivation. A beam of fist light burst out and shattered the purple-robed quasi-emperor's great divine ability. You're just as weak. The whooshing crocodile widened his eyes and opened his mouth. You're awesome. Ah! The purple-robed quasi-emperor roared. His shattered body reassembled in the blink of an eye, and a look of shock appeared on his face again. In terms of pure physical strength, his arm was shattered by a palm. In terms of divine abilities, he was even more defeated. I don't believe it. He growled. Even more terrifying netherworld chi rushed out of his body. Great Dao Law surged out as he stared coldly at Lin Tian. He was unwilling to admit that he, a quasi-emperor, had lost to a nirvana-level human. Old 9, that's enough. Don't waste time. Use the fallen Yama pagoda to suppress him and bring him back. At this moment, a low voice sounded from the void. A middle-aged man in black armor appeared in front of the purple-robed quasi-emperor. The black-armored middle-aged man was like the purple-robed quasi-emperor. He was tall and sturdy, and his aura was stronger than the purple-robed quasi-emperor. Originally, he would not have come here, and only the purple-robed quasi-emperor had come. However, because the first commander of the 8th underworld domain knew that the purple-robed quasi-emperor was too warlike, he secretly followed the purple-robed quasi-emperor and revealed himself at this time. Another quasi-emperor. Whooshing crocodile narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was slightly apprehensive, not because of the arrival of another quasi-emperor, but because he had keenly captured the words Fallen Yama Tower in the words of the black-armored middle-aged man and vaguely had a bad feeling. Humph. The purple-robed quasi-emperor of the netherworld race snorted. His eyes became even colder and more sinister as they fell on Lin Tian. I wanted to try my newly comprehended divine technique on you. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, a pagoda rushed out of his body with a boom. As soon as it appeared, it gave off a vast and mighty aura that caused the 9 heavens to tremble. Lin Tian was shocked and his expression immediately changed. He finally knew what the Fallen Yama Tower that the black-armored middle-aged man had just mentioned was and why he vaguely had a bad feeling. It turned out that this so-called Fallen Yama Tower was a heavenly treasure. I can't believe you brought out such a weapon. Whooshing crocodile gritted his teeth. Let's go. Lin Tian said in a low voice. He very decisively wrapped the whooshing crocodile in golden divine light and directly fled into the distance. He had now reached the 7th heaven of nirvana and could easily kill a quasi-emperor. However, he was absolutely no match for a heavenly treasure. This weapon was too powerful. Whoosh! He used the duality steps and was extremely fast. With a sound of breaking through the air, He was more than 10,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. Don't even think about leaving, the purple-robed quasi-emperor said coldly. He activated the fallen Yama tower that rushed out of his body and suppressed Lin Tian. It was unknown what material this Zhong Luoyan pagoda was made of. It was 13 floors high and was completely blood-red, as if it had been soaked in blood. With a light shake, it shattered everything and set off terrifying hurricanes. Lin Tian used the duality steps to escape and was already very far away. However, he was still affected by the power of the pagoda. Just a wisp of its power caused his tyrannical body to tremble and a wisp of blood immediately spilled from his mouth. Kid, how are you? Wuxing Crocodile was moved because Lin Tian had used his divine power to carry it and escape. Most of the damage had been taken by Lin Tian. I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. His expression was solemn and he did not stop at all. He used the duality steps even faster and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed more than 10,000 feet away. His speed was so fast that it caused the two netherworld quasi-emperors behind him to be moved. However, in the next moment, both of their expressions turned cold again. In front of a heavenly treasure, whatever you do is just a futile struggle, the purple-robed quasi-emperor said. With a boom, the 13-story fallen Yama tower shook again. Billowing divine power spread out like ripples on water. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly as the void collapsed inch by inch. The spatial turbulence that had just flowed out was shattered and even the chaotic light was struck out. The scene was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian used the duality steps and was very fast. However, the divine power of the heavenly treasure was even faster. It closed in on him in the blink of an eye, causing his internal organs to turn cold and a chill to run down his spine. He did not think too much and continued to use the duality steps to escape while using the duality steps to summon the for symbols Dao diagram. Buzz. The for symbols Dao diagram rotated as it was fully activated by his 7th tier nirvana. Cultivation. The intertwining power was extremely tyrannical. However, it was slightly weaker in front of the divine power of the fallen Yama tower and was crushed on the spot. Then, the power of the fallen Yama tower shattered pieces of the void, and the remaining power fell on Lin Tian. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood and his face instantly turned pale. However, the injuries he suffered were not too serious. He did not linger at all and used the Sun's Nirvana technique to protect his body and repair his injuries. He also used the duality steps to increase his speed again, and each step took him nearly 10,000 feet away. You can't escape. The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man chased after him and used the fallen Yama tower to suppress all directions and slow down Lin Tian's movement. At the same time, they were also using the fallen Yama tower to attack. Under the condition that they did not kill Lin Tian, they shot out beam after beam of divine light. They wanted to capture Lin Tian alive and find out how Lin Tian had entered this world. Crack. 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 The space broke apart inch by inch and was annihilated inch by inch. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He used divine abilities and secret techniques to escape behind him at an even faster speed. In the face of a heavenly treasure supported by two quasi-emperors, he definitely did not have the ability to fight head-on. Great Five Elements Technique. The Wuxing Crocodile roared and used its most powerful technique within Lin Tian's divine light circle, causing the void to rumble. Of course, it did not expect to be able to force the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man to retreat. This was obviously impossible. It only wanted to weaken the destructive power of the heavenly treasure as much as possible, which was exactly the same as the reason why Lin Tian used divine abilities and secret techniques. Futile struggle. The purple-robed quasi-emperor said coldly. The fallen Yama pagoda shook slightly and immediately shattered everything. The destructive waves were vast and mighty, as if to suppress everything. Lin Tian and the Wuxing crocodile coughed up blood at the same time. They had both suffered heavy injuries. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and continued to escape into the distance without any hesitation. Humph. The purple-robed quasi-emperor sneered and activated the fallen Yama pagoda with the black-armored middle-aged man. Rolling netherworld energy rushed out of the fallen Yama pagoda and turned into a destructive netherworld ocean. It covered the sky in all directions and covered thousands of miles of space as it pressed down on Lin Tian. For a moment, a huge shadow was cast on the surface of the earth. The surrounding space was completely enveloped by this netherworld ocean. Boom! The sky trembled and collapsed. The netherworld ocean pressed down on them. It was a terrifying sight. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and directly propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the nameless Great Path nomological laws were also activated. The two merged and immediately evolved into the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path, which faced the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld ocean intertwined by the fallen Yama pagoda collided with the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path, erupting with monstrous divine light. Soon, 7 breaths passed. With a crack, the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path collapsed. The netherworld ocean turned into a monstrous force that swept down and directly shattered every inch of the void in all directions. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood and was sent flying. His body was immediately covered in cracks. He had suffered unimaginable injuries from this attack. He still did not stay. He endured the pain of his body shattering and continued to flee into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 10,000 feet. The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man's faces were as cold as ice. They immediately chased after him, but their eyes were filled with shock. What was that diagram just now? It could actually withstand the destructive power of the fallen Yama pagoda for 7 breaths. The purple-robed quasi-emperor said in a low voice. The fallen Yama pagoda was the heavenly treasure of the 8th lord of the netherworld. Once a heavenly treasure was activated, it could suppress almost all things. But now, a nirvana cultivator's divine ability was actually able to withstand the destructive power of the heavenly treasure for 7 breaths. This was too shocking. It should be known that even the first commander of the 8th lord of the netherworld, who was infinitely close to the emperor level, could only barely withstand the fallen Yama pagoda's most powerful divine ability. Extraordinary. Very extraordinary. Quickly suppress him and bring him back. The black-armored middle-aged man said in a low voice. Immediately, the two quasi-emperors worked together to activate the fallen Yama pagoda even more. It pressed down on Lin Tian, crushing pieces of the void. Lin Tian used the duality steps and rushed into the distance like lightning. At the same time, he continuously attacked with divine abilities to weaken the destructive power of the heavenly treasure. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile also attacked together. The Great 5 Elements technique was activated again, and it blasted toward the back. Boom, 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 the powerful destructive power of the heavenly treasure surged, shattering the sky and cracking the earth. The man and crocodile were constantly injured. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. With the sun's nirvana technique protecting his body, he only flew in one direction. Soon, a full 12 hours had passed. In 12 hours, he used the duality steps to carry the 5 elements crocodile. He didn't know how many mountains and rivers they had crossed. The injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. His body was bleeding profusely, and even his spirit body was showing cracks. At this time, the surrounding air suddenly became somewhat oppressive. A black mountain ridge appeared in front of them, with billowing black fog intertwining from it. It almost dyed the sky of this place pitch black. Demon Corpse Ridge? The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man who were chasing behind suddenly changed their expressions. P.S. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I'd like to wish my brothers and sisters a Happy New Year. Then, I'd like to apologize to everyone. Tomorrow is the start of the new year. Everyone knows that during this most significant and traditional holiday period in China, there are many things to do. One has to accompany one's parents, visit one's relatives, have guests at home, and have many other things to do. There will be a lot of delays, and the time for writing will be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the next few days, the dragon may not be able to update 2 chapters every day. The updates for the next few days will be roughly like this. From tomorrow until the 7th day of the new year, 1 chapter will be updated every day. On the 8th day of the new year, 2 chapters will be updated every day. Then, please rest assured that ever since the release of the 10 Directions Divine Kings book, the dragon has always made up for the missing chapters, no matter the reason. This time will be no exception. The dragon will make up for the missing chapters in March, and will definitely miss a chapter. Demonic Corpses Ridge was a place where black mountains were connected together and black fog surged within. Since ancient times, countless creatures had died here, and it was one of the 7 most dangerous places in the Sealed Dust ancient region. Just looking at it from afar made one's heart palpitate. Quickly suppress him and leave, the black-armored middle-aged man said. Got it, the purple-robed quasi-emperor said in a low voice. With a rumble, the Yama Pagoda's divine power became even stronger and suppressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was pale. He held up the Great Path reincarnation diagram and faced the attack. Cough. In an instant, he coughed up blood again and was thrown hundreds of feet away. There were even more cracks on his body. He gritted his teeth and stood up. The sun's nirvana technique continuously healed his injured body. He stared at Demonic Corpses Ridge in front of him and rushed over. Kid, are you going in there? It's not friendly, Whooshing Crocodile said. He was also seriously injured under the pursuit of the Yama Pagoda. Many of the scales on his body had fallen off. It's more dangerous if we don't go in, Lin Tian Ondao. In front of him, the black mountain ranges were connected to each other, and pitch-black mist rolled within. He naturally sensed an extremely terrifying and oppressive aura. Even from far away, it gave off a sinister feeling. This was definitely a forbidden zone for life. However, he had no better choice now. The heavenly treasure Yama Pagoda was chasing after him. If this continued, he and Whooshing Crocodile would definitely be in trouble. In comparison, entering this dangerous forbidden zone might give him a chance to turn things around. This was because he had heard the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man exclaim. They were obviously very afraid of the Black Mountains and might not dare to enter because of fear. If that was the case, they would have a chance to catch their breath after entering the Black Mountains. Whoosh! He gritted his teeth and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra. He activated the yin-yang steps and turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed toward Demonic Corpses Ridge. The expression of the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man immediately changed. Naturally, they could tell that Lin Tian wanted to temporarily shake off their pursuit by entering Demon Corpse Ridge. A cold light flashed across their eyes as they said, "Stop him." With a boom, the fallen Yama Pagoda's emperor light surged, and the netherworld energy surged. Large amounts of light intertwined with each other within the pagoda. This kind of radiance was extremely terrifying. It was as if the starlight in the starry sky was rippling down. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Lin Tian immediately felt a sense of horror. He didn't dare to be careless. His strongest reincarnation diagram of the Great Path was once again raised. Moreover, at the same time, his footsteps didn't stop. He executed the duality steps to the limit and rushed forward like lightning. Boom, the light of the fallen Yama Pagoda spread out. The reincarnation diagram of the Great Path only lasted for a moment before shattering into pieces. At the same time, a violent storm shattered everything. It was like the waves of the starry sky, spreading out in all directions. Lin Tian was flipped over again. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body was covered with cracks, and in many places, even his bones were exposed. He gritted his teeth. Blood flowed continuously, and he was severely injured. However, at this time, he circulated his divine power and used the impact of the fallen Yama Pagoda to wrap his body. Together with the duality steps, his speed suddenly increased by several times. In the blink of an eye, he landed at the edge of Demon Corpses Ridge. He staggered slightly, and the injuries he suffered became even more serious. He didn't stop at all and stepped into Demon Corpses Ridge. This caused the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man to change their expressions. You actually used the destructive impact of the fallen Yama Pagoda to reach the edge of the ridge in the blink of an eye. Cunning human, the black-armored middle-aged man said in a low voice. The purple-robed middle-aged man stared at Lin Tian and Demon Corpses Ridge. He said coldly, "That's a dangerous place. You'll definitely die if you go in. If I don't go in, I'll wait to be suppressed by you. Idiot. Lin Tian mocked and stepped into Demon Corpse's Ridge without looking back. As soon as he stepped into the range of Demon Corpse's Ridge, he immediately felt an extreme chill. The temperature in the air seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees in an instant. There was surging yin qi and death qi, and it was as if he had entered the underworld. This caused his body to shiver, but he didn't think too much about it. He stepped into the deepest part of the ridge. Damn it. Outside Demon Corpse's Ridge, the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man's expressions changed. They didn't expect Lin Tian to really step in. They stared at Demon Corpse's Ridge and moved their feet. They wanted to enter and suppress Lin Tian, but in the end they didn't take a step forward. They were really afraid of Demon Corpse's Ridge because too many experts had died here. Even their netherworld race's emperor-level lords had fallen here. Now, even if they had heavenly treasures, they didn't dare to enter. What should we do? The purple-robed quasi-emperor asked. They wanted to capture Lin Tian and find out how Lin Tian entered this world. This could be very useful for their race to enter the other world earlier. However, Lin Tian had now stepped into this dangerous forbidden area. It's too dangerous here. Even if we bring the Fallen Yama Pagoda in, it's hard to guarantee our safety. If there's an accident, the Fallen Yama Pagoda may be left behind. We can't just barge in. The black-armored middle-aged man stared into Demon Corpse's Ridge. The black fog was billowing, and Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's figures could no longer be seen. He said in a low voice, "Take the Fallen Yama Pagoda and guard outside to prevent that human from turning back. I'll go back to the territory and ask the 7 commanders for their opinions." Okay. The purple-robed quasi-emperor said. The black-armored middle-aged man nodded and immediately headed toward the 8th Netherworld Ridge in a flash. Inside Demon Corpse's Ridge, there were many dark mountains. The pitch-black fog billowed and was extremely thick. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile walked in. They didn't know how far they had traveled, but they could feel that the air was frighteningly cold. Those two didn't chase after us. Lin Tian ondao. At this time, he and Wuxing Crocodile were already far away from the edge of Demon Corpse's Ridge. They couldn't see the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man from the netherworld race either. They couldn't even sense their auras. It was as he had expected. Those two were very afraid of Demon Corpse's Ridge. Even though they had heavenly treasure weapons, they didn't dare to casually step in. It seems like they really didn't chase after us. Wuxing Crocodile looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately grimaced, "It hurts." Previously, it was chased by the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man with the Fallen Yama Pagoda. Although it was severely injured, it didn't feel much pain because it had been tense during the chase. Now that it discovered that the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man didn't chase after it, it was slightly relieved. Then, an intense pain suddenly surged, causing it to grimace in pain. "Shut up, don't scream," Lin Tian scolded. His injuries were much more serious than Wuxing Crocodile's, so the pain was naturally more intense. This was originally nothing and he could endure it. However, at this time, Wuxing Crocodile kept screaming in pain, causing him to feel the pain on his body become more intense. He couldn't help but feel a few black lines appear on his forehead. "It feels better if you scream," Wuxing Crocodile grimaced. "Scram," Lin Tian scolded. He operated the Nirvana of the Sun technique and quickly repaired his damaged physical body. At the same time, he began to observe the surrounding environment. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding black mountains were connected to each other. They weren't very tall and there was almost no vegetation. Even if there was, most of it was withered and emitted an aura of death. At the same time, the soil here was blood red. Many places were bumpy and there was a red viscous liquid inside. It emitted a fishy smell, as if it was blood. "I feel that this shabby place is a little horrifying, boy." Wuxing Crocodile was operating the ancient scriptures of the demon race to repair his injured body while looking around. At this time, he couldn't help but shiver. "Those two old things from the netherworld race saw us enter here and didn't chase after us. They may have already left. Why don't we turn around and leave this place?" This place was so horrifying that even an old monster like him who had lived for thousands of years couldn't help but shudder. According to my estimation, those two people definitely won't leave so quickly. They must still be guarding outside with the Heavenly Treasure Pagoda to prevent us from turning back as soon as we entered. If we leave now, there's a 90% chance that we'll be courting death. Lin Tianandao cast a sideways glance at Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth and then sighed. Well, this possibility is indeed quite high. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. At this time, because the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man didn't chase after them, he slowed down his pace. As he walked slowly in this demon corpse ridge, he carefully looked around. After this, he and Wuxing Crocodile unknowingly walked a distance and suddenly saw many corpses. Among them, many of the corpses were very well preserved and seemed to have died not long ago. Very astonishing energy fluctuations could be felt from the corpses. That black ape, 9th stage nirvana. That bull turtle, half-step emperor. Over there, it seems to be an old thing from the netherworld race. He should have been a quasi-emperor when he was alive. Wuxing Crocodile pointed at these corpses and said from time to time. Lin Tian sized up these corpses. They were scattered very messily. He didn't pay much attention to them and casually walked forward. Later, he saw even more corpses. Some of them had been obliterated by the power of time and emitted surging yin qi. Some of them had died not long ago and their bodies were still well preserved and hadn't rotted. He saw dozens of half-step emperor corpses and dozens of quasi-emperor corpses. He couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. No wonder it's called Demon Corpse Ridge. He muttered to himself. Don't walk anymore. Let's stop here temporarily and calm down to recover from our injuries. Wuxing Crocodile said at this time. Saying this, it couldn't help but grit its teeth again. This affected a very serious injury and caused a heart-wrenching pain. Lin Tian nodded, but the next moment, his expression turned slightly cold. It seems that now is not the time for us to calm down and recover from our injuries. What do you mean? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Following Lin Tian's gaze, it couldn't help but tremble and suck in a breath of cold air. Looking around, it didn't know when, but ancient corpses had appeared one after another. Each of them had blood-red eyes and were emitting a monstrous aura of death. It had discovered dozens of Nirvana ghost saint-level ghosts with a sweep of its eyes. It couldn't help but tremble. It was also at this time that the aura of death surged. In the surroundings, the ancient corpses' speed suddenly increased. Their expressions became malevolent as they pounced over like wild beasts. Ghostly claws tore through the air, and the eerie aura of death was terrifying. Lin Tian endured the intense pain in his body and waved the high heaven sword scripture. A large amount of sword gleams spread out in all directions and clanged loudly. These sword gleams closed in on the ancient corpses in the blink of an eye and swept away the first wave of ancient corpses, causing a large amount of black blood to spurt out. However, there were too many ancient corpses that suddenly appeared. They were densely packed, and many of them were Nirvana ghost saints. Lin Tian had just split open the first wave of ancient corpses when the ancient corpses behind him pressed forward in groups. Focus on evading, Lin Tian said. Both he and Wuxing Crocodile had suffered extremely serious injuries under the Heavenly Treasure Yamafal Pagoda. Their battle strength was at most about 10%. Under such circumstances, facing so many fierce corpses, it was obviously unwise to attack head-on. Evading was the best choice. The ancient corpses were densely packed, and none of them were weak. Under such pressure, Lin Tian, who was seriously injured, did not even use the yin-yang steps. He only relied on his physical strength to dodge. Occasionally, he would throw out a punch to knock away the approaching ancient corpses. Wuxing Crocodile understood Lin Tian's intention and dodged like Lin Tian. Occasionally, it would also throw out a claw to knock away a few ancient corpses. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the distance. A black mountain shattered, and a giant worm that was dozens of feet long crawled out. The giant worm was red all over and as thick as a house. The strangest thing was that there were vertical eyes on its body. What the hell? Wuxing Crocodile felt disgusted. Lin Tian was also visibly moved. This large bug was truly a little strange. In the distance, the giant worm crawled out. The dense vertical eyes on its body were rolling, and then they all aimed at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. It rushed over like a wild python. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked. An ancient corpse at the Nirvana Ghost Saint level was hit by the giant worm and was smashed into pieces on the spot. Black blood spilled all over the ground. Wuxing Crocodile immediately stared. It's obviously a worm with a soft body. How can it have such power? It's comparable to a quasi-emperor. Lin Tian's expression was slightly stern. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile to dodge because this strange giant worm was clearly coming for them. At this time, they were seriously injured. It would be very difficult for them to face a quasi-emperor level evil spirit head-on. The giant worm rushed over and moved close to the ground. In the blink of an eye, it was close to them. With a swing of its body, it flung away all the ancient corpses around Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. It opened its mouth full of mucus and swallowed Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. F***ck. Lord Crocodile would rather be struck by lightning than be swallowed by this thing. It's too disgusting. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Tian Dao. He grabbed the Wuxing Crocodile's tail and used the duality steps to dodge. With each step, he left behind after images, avoiding the big insect's mouth part. Moo. At the same time, the tiger roared like a cow. A transparent shockwave spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the void would collapse inch by inch. Large rocks would shatter one by one. Corpses would be crushed one after another. Lin Tian's expression changed. He hurriedly put up the divine power light screen. In the next moment, the shockwave in the air landed on his body. With a bang, he and the five-element crocodile were blown away. They were sent flying dozens of feet away before they crashed into a black mountain. His entire body was embedded into the mountain wall of Black Mountain. His chest and back were in great pain, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Boy, how is it? Wuxing Crocodile asked. I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. At this moment, the void was buzzing. In front of them, the tiger roared like a cow again. The dense vertical eyes on its body turned and emitted rays of green light. They interweaved into a green light net and rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved his body away from the Black Mountain wall and used the duality steps to move hundreds of feet away, avoiding the light net. Chi. The light net fell on the Black Mountain, corroding a large area of soil and rocks on the spot, causing the entire Black Mountain to shake. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were both shocked. This green light net was a little scary. On the tiger's body, the dense vertical eyes turned and stared at the man and the crocodile. Then, it pounced towards them again. There was no vitality on its body. It was full of death aura. Obviously, it treated the man and the crocodile as its food and wanted to devour them. Lin Tian grabbed Wuxing Crocodile's tail and propped up a golden divine light screen to protect his body. Then, he used the duality steps to retreat again. At this time, his seriously injured body was not suitable to fight the quasi-emperor level tiger head-on. That would be asking for trouble. The tiger looked bloated, but its speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was only 100 feet away from Lin Tian. Crack! Suddenly, the sky rumbled. A black lightning bolt struck down without warning and landed directly on the tiger's body. With a poof, the tiger let out a miserable howl and exploded under the black lightning. Not even a trace of its body was left. At the same time, the black lightning bolt smashed the tiger into pieces and landed on the ground, blasting a huge deep hole in the ground. The diameter was about 100 feet, but the depth was unknown. It was pitch black below and they could not see the bottom. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile could not help but gasp. They were shocked by this scene, and their hearts skipped a beat. That black lightning, how did it come about? The quasi-emperor level tiger was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Wuxing Crocodile trembled. It felt that even an ordinary emperor level expert would not be able to withstand that black lightning. Lin Tian scanned the surroundings and looked at the dark sky. Maybe it was the destructive tribulation lightning that was produced under the influence of the earth veins here. It had been brewing in the void and just happened to reach saturation, so it struck down on the tiger's body. that's possible," Whooshing Crocodile said. Immediately, the man and the crocodile quickly left the area, afraid that another bolt of black lightning would strike down. If that kind of destructive lightning were to hit head-on, it would really be bloody bad luck, and it was very likely that they would be directly struck to death. Soon, they were very far away. Lin Tian took out 2 8th-grade healing Baodam pills from his stone ring. He had obtained them when he destroyed the strongholds of the Great Extermination Divine Dynasty. He threw one of the Baodam pills to Whooshing Crocodile and swallowed the other one. Then, he used his mind to activate the Nirvana of the Sun technique, causing this healing saint technique to quickly circulate. Together with the 8th-grade healing Baodam that he had swallowed, the injuries inflicted by the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man were quickly healed. He did not stay where he was. Instead, he walked in this mountain range, healing his injuries while looking around. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. With the Nirvana of the Sun technique and the 8th-grade Baodam pill, his injuries were mostly healed. At the same time, he and Whooshing Crocodile walked further and roughly crossed 7 or 8 black mountains that were connected together. As they walked, they crossed 7 or 8 black mountains in a row. The soil on the ground was still very red and there were more potholes. Most of them were filled with red liquid. At a glance, it was really no different from blood. Crack! The ground cracked open and a ghost claw reached out and grabbed Lin Tian's ankle. Lin Tian reacted quickly. He dodged sideways and at the same time, stomped down. With a crack, the ghost claw was directly crushed by his foot. This was just a small interlude. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile walked in other directions. Not long after, they saw piles of corpses piled up into small mountains. It was a terrifying sight. "Isn't this too much?" Whooshing Crocodile shrunk its neck. Lin Tian glanced around and saw a few quasi-emperor-level corpses. They were very well preserved. However, he did not care. After all, they were just corpses. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and left. Very soon, they had traveled another 1,000 feet. The reason why he moved like this was not because he had any ulterior motives. He just did not want to stay in the same place like a piece of wood. That would make him look very silly. He walked casually like this. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. The sky gradually darkened. Through the black mist between the mountains, a few stars could be vaguely seen, shining in the darkness. "It's nighttime," Lin Tian muttered to himself. After nearly 6 hours, his injuries had basically healed. Whooshing Crocodile was also almost healed. Subsequently, the man and crocodile walked another 2,000 feet. Along the way, they saw even more corpses. It was very terrifying. It was also at this time that the surroundings suddenly became very quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Something's not right. Lin Tian frowned and stopped. This silence was too strange. "Something's wrong," Whooshing Crocodile said. It also felt that something was wrong with this place. Lin Tian pondered and looked around. Then, his expression suddenly changed. He wrapped Whooshing Crocodile in golden divine light and moved 7 feet away. "Boy, what are you doing all of a sudden?" Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. Then, its expression changed drastically. "Oh my God!" At this time, the scales on its body stood up. At the place where it and Lin Tian were just a moment ago, there was a figure with disheveled hair. Its hair had already reached the ground, and its face was also covered. Only a pair of green eyes could be seen. At the same time, its body was covered with hair, and its 10 fingers were as long as chopsticks. In the sky, black mist lingered. A few more stars could be vaguely seen, but they were very blurry. Roar! The figure with disheveled hair roared at the sky. Its disheveled hair scattered, revealing an extremely pale face that looked as if it had been smeared with flour. At the same time, it had 4 black fangs in its mouth, facing each other. It looked extremely horrifying. For a moment, along with its roar, a terrifying murderous aura rolled out from its body. It was as sharp as a blade, causing the entire demon corpse's ridge to shake involuntarily as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Moreover, Within this murderous aura, there was a faint trace of Emperor's aura that seemed to be able to crush everything. An Emperor-level murderous aura? Wuxing Crocodile felt his hair stand on end. Lin Tian was naturally surprised. He did not expect that there would be a ghost of this level in Demon Corpse's Ridge. Although it was not comparable to a true Emperor-level expert, it was almost there. The murderous aura mixed with the Emperor's aura was very terrifying. Roar. The figure with disheveled hair let out another roar. Billowing murderous aura surged as its green eyes stared straight at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. The murderous aura and faint Emperor's aura that filled the sky pounced toward them like a wild beast. Suddenly, a large part of the void collapsed. The surging murderous aura mixed with the Emperor's aura seemed to want to annihilate everything. It's pouncing over. Kid, dodge. Wuxing Crocodile shouted. Being targeted by an Emperor-level murderous aura was even more terrifying than being targeted by the two quasi-emperors of the Netherworld race with heavenly treasures. Be quiet. What's the rush? Lin Tiandao said. This Emperor-level murderous aura was indeed much more terrifying than being attacked by the two quasi-emperors of the Netherworld race with heavenly treasures. However, he appeared very calm and composed. Pitch-black fiendish chi of death surged, intertwined with a faint Emperor aura. It was indeed somewhat terrifying, as if it could corrode everything in the world. The entire Demon Corpse Ridge shook as if it would collapse in the next moment. It was a terrifying scene. However, Lin Tian's expression was very calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Buzz. He remained motionless, but faint rays of light appeared between his eyebrows. Alternating black and white lotus petals floated out, intertwined with faint yin and yang. As soon as they appeared, they floated forward to meet the oncoming Emperor-level fiendish chi. This was the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. It was a natural counter to evil spirits and ghosts. Therefore, even though this Emperor-level evil spirit was even more terrifying than the two quasi-emperors of the Netherworld race who had attacked him with their heavenly treasures, he was very calm and composed at this moment. Clang! 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 The alternating black and white yin-yang lotus petals vibrated, emitting a sound like the whistling of swords. Clang! Clang! Yin and yang surged. In the blink of an eye, these lotus petals collided with the Emperor-level fiendish chi of death. The fiendish chi of death around the Emperor-level fiendish chi of death was wiped out, causing its sturdy ghostly body to involuntarily tremble violently, and it was knocked back dozens of feet. This? The Wuxing Crocodile could not help but stare. Boy, you're amazing. An Emperor-level fiendish chi, much more terrifying than a heavenly treasure, was knocked back by Lin Tian. It was truly unexpected and shocking. It just so happens that my sea of consciousness can restrain it. Lin Tiandao. He looked at the Emperor-level fiendish chi of death in front of him with a calm expression. The alternating black and white yin-yang lotus petals floated around him. Roar. The disheveled Emperor-level fiendish chi of death roared. Its eyes were green, and its fangs were dense. It became even more ferocious. It stared fixedly at Lin Tian, and like a wild beast, pounced again. Billowing fiendish chi surged, corroding everything. Beside Lin Tian, the alternating black and white yin-yang lotus petals vibrated. Yin and yang chi intertwined and swept toward the fiendish chi of death again. The disheveled Emperor-level fiendish chi of death was knocked back dozens of feet again, and then it pounced again. Clang! 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 The yin-yang lotus petals clanged as if they were immortal lotus swordlights. Piece by piece, they landed on the other party's ghost body. As such, this disheveled figure was continuously sent flying by Lin Tian, black blood splattering in the air bit by bit. Good, good, good. Looks like we can kill it. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. It rubbed its claws and said, there's a high possibility that this kind of Emperor-grade ominous chi has a life-blood pill in its body. If it can be refined, its cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Beside Lin Tian, the alternating black and white lotus petals fluttered. At this moment, however, she frowned. With the yin-yang lotus sea psyche sea, Zhongyu firmly suppressed the monarch-level fiendish chi. He then discovered that the monarch-level fiendish chi seemed to have been a human when it was alive. Even though it had turned into such a terrifying fiendish chi after death, there was still a trace of a human's unique aura in its dead body. Back then, there was a human expert who entered the sealed dust ancient region and died in this devil corpse ridge? He muttered to himself. Roar. The disheveled monarch-level fiendish chi roared. Mixed with monarch aura, the fiendish chi of death surged like a tidal wave, pouncing towards Xianxia again. Lin Tian used the yin-yang lotus psyche C to meet the attack. Sometimes it turned into a lotus sword, sometimes it turned into a lotus storm, crushing every strand of fiendish chi outside the opponent's body. Time after time, the fiendish chi was blasted away, slashing out streaks of black corpse blood that contained terrifying power. When the blood landed on the ground, it directly melted the ground, causing huge craters to appear on the ground in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, in the west, a black mountain collapsed, and a figure about a zhang tall walked out. Its whole body was intertwined with a gloomy light, and the aura of death was tumbling. It also carried a faint fluctuation of netherworld chi. Its eyes were blood red, and it was extremely terrifying. Roar! In the north, the ground broke open, and a ferocious beast about 5 zhang tall walked out. It had no signs of life, and its whole body was covered in black corpse scales. With one step, the whole devil corpse ridge seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The aura of death was terrifying. 2 more monarch-level fiendish chi. Whooshing crocodile was shocked. The monarch-level corpse devil with blood-red eyes and the monarch-level fiendish chi formed by the ferocious beast rushed out, directly staring at Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile. Feeling the surging vitality of the human and crocodile, they immediately pounced on them, obviously wanting to devour them. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. Devil Corpse Ridge shook even more violently, and the ground continued to crumble and shatter. Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but shudder, swallowing his saliva. In addition to the monarch-level fiendish chi with disheveled hair, there were now 3 monarch-level ghosts. Back off a little. Lin Tian spread out his golden divine power, pushing Whooshing crocodile back 100 zhang. Then, in the next moment, the divine light between his brows shone, and the yin-yang lotus psyche C became even more powerful. In the blink of an eye, it evolved into a yin-yang lotus diagram, enveloping the 3 monarch-level fiendish chi. Buzz. Half of the yin-yang lotus diagram was black yin, while the other half was white yang. They intersected, and the yin and yang radiated in all directions. He used this psyche C to envelop the 3 monarch-level corpse devils at the same time. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory was also supported. It exuded a divine and holy aura, and also had the ability to restrain the yin and yang evil. Roar! The 3 monarch-level fiendish chi roared, and the aura of death surged, collapsing in all directions. This kind of aura of death was somewhat terrifying. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. Even though the yin-yang lotus psyche C and the reincarnation diagram could restrain the yin and yang evil, they were still shaken non-stop, as if they could shatter at any time. In fact, the 3 monarch-level fiendish chi were all pouncing on Lin Tian. Their combined aura of death was truly frightening. Lin Tian's expression was slightly stern. He raised his hands and formed a seal again, causing the yin-yang lotus psyche C and the reincarnation diagram to become even stronger. Boom! Astonishing divine might and aura of death surged. He was fighting 1 against 3 monarch-level fiendish chi, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Following this battle, the void and ground here were cracking. In an instant, in this demon corpse ridge, the other demons and ghosts hiding in the dark couldn't help but tremble. In fact, the aura of battle between Lin Tian and the 3 monarch-level fiendish chi was too shocking. For some ordinary demons and ghosts, it was extremely intimidating. This brat is really too suitable to fight against the yin and evil ghosts. He's practically the nemesis of the yin and evil ghosts. Whooshing crocodile muttered. Lin Tian had actually blocked all 3 monarch-level corpse devils by himself. Boom! 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 In front of them, rolling divine power and the dense aura of death kept colliding, almost shattering the sky of this demon corpse ridge. At this moment, the black fog that covered the sky dissipated, and there were more stars in the sky. Moreover, a full moon was hanging high in the sky at some point, casting strands of silver-white moonlight onto the ground. It looked extremely holy. The three monarch-level fiendish qi attacked Lin Tian, all of them treating Lin Tian as prey. The disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi suddenly stopped. Its ghostly body was covered in hair, and it stared straight at the full moon in the sky, almost dazed. Outside of Lin Tian's body, the yin-yang lotus petals rolled, intertwining with yin and yang. The blood-red-eyed monarch-level fiendish qi and the monarch-level fiendish qi beast naturally noticed the abnormality of the disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast and frowned slightly. What's going on? Is it going to absorb the essence of the moonlight now? Whooshing Crocodile looked at the disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast and found it rather strange. Roar! The blood-red-eyed monarch-level fiendish qi beast roared, and the monarch-level fiendish qi beast roared, still attacking Lin Tian fiercely. These fiendish qi beasts did not have any intelligence. They were like wild beasts that only had appetite. They completely regarded Lin Tian as food that they could devour, constantly pouncing on Lin Tian. The aura of death outside of their body became more and more ferocious, and they were absorbing the vasting aura in this demon corpse ridge to strengthen themselves. Lin Tian could not help but gradually feel some pressure. However, his expression did not change much. The yin-yang lotus sea and the vision in his sea of consciousness became even stronger. Boom! Divine power rolled, and the aura of death surged, shaking all directions. Not far away, the disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast stared at the bright moon in the sky in a daze. Then, the green ghostly light in its eyes gradually weakened, and its powerful ghostly body could not help but tremble slightly. Its hairy ghostly hand stretched towards the sky, facing the full moon, as if it wanted to touch and grab it. Roar! It let out a loud roar, and its hairy ghostly body trembled even more violently. Suddenly, it tilted its head and stared in Lin Tian's direction. The green light in its eyes weakened again, but the aura of death became even stronger, like a flash flood erupting. This is? There's the aura of a human. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. At this moment, he sensed the aura of a human from this disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast. Roar! The disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast roared again. At this moment, it was like a wild beast among wild beasts, pouncing straight towards Lin Tian, its aura of death surging like a galaxy. This aura of death was a little terrifying, and even Lin Tian could not help but tremble. He directly activated the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory, even more tyrannical, erupting with an extremely strong light, preparing to meet this disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast head-on. However, in the next moment, he was shocked again, and even Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed again. This was because the disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast did not pounce towards him at this moment. Instead, it pounced in front of the monarch-level fiendish qi beast with blood-red eyes. It grabbed the monarch-level fiendish qi beast and tore it apart in a frenzy like a devil. Black blood splattered all over the ground. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. He was so shocked by this disheveled monarch-level fiendish qi beast's ferocious killing intent that his scales stood on end. Lin Tian was surprised. This disheveled monarch-rank evil spirit was just attacking him and looked like it was going to devour him. However, it suddenly turned to attack another monarch-rank evil spirit. Moreover, the strength of its claw was terrifying. It actually tore another monarch-rank evil spirit apart and killed it on the spot. Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Roar! The disheveled monarch evil spirit roared. The green ghostly light in its eyes weakened significantly. However, the deathly aura around its body became denser. It was like a ghost monarch that walked out from hell. Everyone couldn't help but tremble and distort the void. Its entire body was covered in fur, and its 10 fingers were as long as chopsticks, extremely sharp. It turned its head to stare at the ferocious beast emperor fiend that was attacking Lin Tian. With a single step, it arrived beside the ferocious beast emperor fiend. With a swipe of its claws, it pierced through the ferocious beast emperor fiend. Then, it grabbed the ferocious beast emperor fiend that was more than 50 feet tall and viciously tore it into two. In an instant, black corpse blood mixed with monarch chi splattered everywhere, shattering the void in this area. Whooshing Crocodile's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He was frightened by the disheveled monarch evil spirit's ferocious appearance. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. He didn't know what happened to this disheveled monarch evil spirit. It suddenly became 10 times more terrifying. 2 monarch rank evil spirits were actually killed by this disheveled monarch evil spirit in the blink of an eye. Black blood splattered everywhere. The monarch evil spirit that was formed by the blood pupil evil spirit and the monarch evil spirit was torn apart. The disheveled monarch evil spirit stopped. Its hairy arms were stained with black blood. It lifted its head to look at the full moon in the sky. Its sturdy corpse body couldn't help but tremble. The green ghostly light in its eyes weakened and the unique aura of a human became denser. Go back. I want to go back. Its sturdy corpse body trembled. It bared its fangs. At this moment, it actually let out a voice that was extremely hoarse. It spoke? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian was also quite shocked. This monarch evil spirit actually spoke at this moment. He looked at its actions and followed its gaze to the sky. His eyes couldn't help but twitch. Its sudden change is because of the moon? Go. 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 The disheveled monarch evil spirit stared at the full moon in the sky. Its hairy corpse body trembled. The green ghostly light in its eyes almost disappeared. The ghostly aura also started to weaken. And the unique aura of a human became denser. It stared at the full moon in the sky, then turned its head and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was shocked and could not help but take a step back. At the same time, he cautiously guarded against the yin-yang lotus sea and the reincarnation diagram of the monarch region. At this moment, this Disha was way too horrifying. He could feel an immense pressure bearing down on him. Swoosh! Lin Tian's is to Lin. Lin Tian's crocodile. Lin Tian crocodile to Lin. Lin Tian's expression changed. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and hurriedly activated the yin-yang lotus sea and the reincarnation map to suppress the monarch evil spirit. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He forcefully stopped the yin-yang lotus sea and the reincarnation map of the king's territory. At this moment, the disheveled monarch evil spirit grabbed his shoulders. It didn't seem to have any intention of hurting him. Most importantly, he saw the shadow of a full moon in each of its eyes. It seemed to have imprinted the full moon in the sky of this place on its eyes with some hidden power. It didn't dissipate for a long time. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile was initially worried that Lin Tian would charge over. However, at this moment, it also noticed the abnormality of the disheveled monarch evil spirit. It didn't seem to have any intention of tearing Lin Tian apart. Hence, it also watched from afar with caution. Go. 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 The disheveled monarch evil spirit grabbed Lin Tian's shoulders. His furry body was trembling, and his voice was very hoarse. Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. He looked at the other party, looked into the other party's eyes. At this moment, not only could he see the full moon reflected in the other party's eyes, he could also see the deep sorrow and heavy longing within. Homesick while looking at the moon. In an instant, these 4 words appeared in his mind. Since ancient times, the human race had a tradition of admiring the moon. Relatives and friends would gather together and look at the full moon in the sky. It symbolized reunion, perfection, and happiness. For wanderers who left home, there were poems such as Looking Up at the Bright Moon, Looking Down at Home. It symbolized the longing of people who left their homeland and their relatives. Now, looking at the disheveled monarch evil spirit, the full moon reflected in his eyes, and the sorrow and longing in his eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. He's missing the other world, his homeland, his friends, and his family. He murmured in his heart. Roar. The longing in the disheveled monarch evil spirit's eyes intensified. He couldn't help but roar, and his entire body emitted a monstrous divine light. This is? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. As a corpse evil spirit, he actually emitted divine light. Roar. The disheveled monarch evil spirit roared, and the divine light around his body intensified, shaking the entire demon corpse's ridge. For a time, there was a rumbling sound as the sky trembled. Dense divine light directly wrapped around Lin Tian. Lin Tian trembled as he felt intense pain come from his body. At the same time, numerous scenes floated into appearance within his sea of consciousness. He saw a bright mountain range that was covered in ancient trees, and there were a few small houses within it. A green-robed middle-aged man was sitting with a few other middle-aged men before a stone table. They were drinking wine and discussing the Tao, and all of them had smiles on their faces. In the next moment, he saw a broken land. He saw netherworld race cultivators, their faces cruel and ferocious. They were slaughtering living beings, adults, children, women, and children, without sparing a single one. He also saw the middle-aged man in a green robe charging through the chaotic netherworld race army. His mighty emperor aura obliterated one netherworld race expert after another. Then, he charged into the sealed dust ancient region from the netherworld abyss in the northern region, blocking wave after wave of netherworld race experts who wanted to leave the sealed dust ancient region. He saw the netherworld race experts falling one by one. The middle-aged man in a green robe stood at the entrance of the sealed dust ancient region's passageway to the other world, his body covered in blood. He guarded this passageway until it suddenly closed. The middle-aged man went berserk, slaughtering his way through the sealed dust ancient region. His body exploded and reassembled again and finally fell into a black mountain range. He looked at the disheveled monarch evil spirit grabbing his shoulder, and his body shook violently. The images that appeared in his mind were the other party's past experiences? This disheveled monarch evil spirit in front of him was the middle-aged man in a green robe in the images? Back when the netherworld race army rushed into the other world to wreak havoc, the other party killed his way into the sealed dust ancient region and blocked the netherworld race experts who wanted to rush out of the sealed dust ancient region to wreak havoc in the other world. This bought time for the other human race experts to seal the passageway from the sealed dust ancient region to the other world. Then, he went berserk in this world, slaughtering the netherworld race, and died here. He stared at the disheveled monarch evil spirit, his eyes twitching. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace said that the few human race experts who sacrificed their flesh and soul to seal the passageway from the sealed dust ancient region to the other world, are they the other middle-aged men in this Disha's memories who drank and discussed Tao with him? Roar. The disheveled monarch evil spirit roared loudly, grabbing Lin Tian's shoulders. His eyes were filled with sorrow and longing. I want to go back, but I can't go back. He obviously sensed the similar human aura on Lin Tian. He grabbed Lin Tian tightly, his voice hoarse, as if he was telling Lin Tian everything. His eyes were filled with longing. He grabbed Lin Tian and looked at the full moon in the sky. His body trembled again. Roar. He roared loudly, and the ghostly aura on his body weakened. The divine light became thicker, and cracks appeared on his body. This is? Lin Tianyi was shocked. This disheveled monarch evil spirit was actually disintegrating at this moment. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile was shocked. He broke free from the Yin attribute of the ghost, causing the Yin attribute to be destroyed. He is self-destructing. Roar. The disheveled monarch evil spirit roared loudly. His voice shook the sky, shaking the entire demon corpse's ridge. The deathly aura on his body weakened, and the divine light became thicker. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered. Then, more and more cracks appeared on his hairy body, and the speed of his disintegration became faster and faster. I want to go back. He roared one last time. His voice was hoarse and piercing, as if he had regained his intelligence and humanity. Then, in the next moment, the divine light on his body became even thicker, burning like a flame. The arms that grabbed Lin Tian were instantly shattered, and his entire body completely disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of ashes, falling at Lin Tian's feet. In an instant, the entire place became quiet. It was dead silent. Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at the ashes at his feet. His eyes flickered uncontrollably. In order to buy time for the other supreme masters of the human race to seal the passage to the other side of the sealed dust ancient region to prevent more netherworld race cultivators from entering the other world and wreaking havoc there, the former emperor of the human race slaughtered his way into the sealed dust ancient region alone. He fought bloody battles in all directions in this world, and in the end, he fell in this world and was buried in a foreign land. After he died, he turned into a monarch evil spirit and forgot everything. However, there was one more word in his heart, a word that was filled with longing. Go back. He just wanted to go back to the other world, go back to his homeland. He took a deep breath, squatted down, and grabbed the pile of ashes at his feet. I'll take you back. The former supreme master of the human race died in the other world for the sake of all living beings. His ashes should be buried in the other world. Buzz. Suddenly, the ashes of the human monarch evil spirit in his hand emitted a dazzling light, instantly enveloping him. This light was filled with divinity and domineering. It quickly rushed into his body and entered his sea of consciousness. Then, in the next moment, this light buzzed, and mysterious runes appeared in his sea of consciousness, interweaving into a complex and domineering Tao pattern. Using the flesh and blood of the netherworld to forge my supreme treasure body, kill. 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 The loud roar shook Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, setting off huge waves. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. Buzz. The mysterious symbols twinkled, and the Tao pattern was so complicated that it was hard to imagine. Different kinds of symbols intertwined with each other, spinning in his sea of consciousness. Flows of obscure Upanishads rippled with a terrifying power. At the same time, divine light shone brightly outside his body. All kinds of runes fluttered, dispelling the darkness around him. This is? Whooshing crocodile stared at the divine light outside Lin Tian's body. It couldn't help but be surprised. It stared at him from a distance. After Lin Tian grabbed the ashes of the dead Di Sha, a ray of light rushed out from the ashes and enveloped Lin Tian. This scene really surprised it. Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, the divine light became stronger. All kinds of runes fluttered like little fairies and quickly entered his body. In the next moment, the Tao pattern diagram in his sea of consciousness became even brighter. All kinds of runes and veins appeared. Moreover, there was a domineering aura that was almost demonic intertwined. His body couldn't help but tremble again. The inherited precious skill contained in the ashes of flesh. Saint refining. He couldn't help but murmur softly. His eyes were filled with shock. The Tao pattern diagram in his sea of consciousness slowly became clearer from its initial abstruse state. This was actually an awe-inspiring grand divine ability. It was created by Di Sha when he was still alive in the sealed dust ancient region during the bloody battle with the netherworld race. This art, he observed the Tao pattern diagram in his sea of consciousness and comprehended the saint refining precious skill. His eyes flickered, and he was a little shocked. This saint refining precious technique actually used other people's flesh and blood as a sacrifice to strengthen oneself, allowing one to grow continuously. It also used one's physique as a supreme precious weapon to refine, allowing one's physical body to become stronger and grow continuously. At the same time, this art was different from ordinary cultivation by taking the essence of other people's flesh and blood. Ordinary cultivation by taking the essence of other people's flesh and blood was to use one's own strength to forcibly absorb the energy from other people's flesh and blood. The energy absorbed in this way could only be used in a small part. Moreover, there would be many impurities. After refining and absorbing these impurities, it would affect one's foundation and future cultivation. However, this saint refining precious skill was different. This art required one to first erase the original consciousness in other people's bodies, leaving behind an ownerless flesh shell. Then, one would use one's own origin spirit to enter this ownerless flesh shell and use the origin spirit to adapt to this ownerless flesh shell. Then, with the origin spirit that entered the ownerless flesh shell as a foundation, one would perform the saint refining precious skill in the flesh shell and evolve the saint refining Tao pattern. Then, one would sacrifice the power of the flesh shell to one's own body to strengthen oneself. This process was very complicated and difficult. Moreover, one mistake could cause harm to one's own spirit. It was not something that ordinary people could control and cultivate. However, the effects of this technique were extremely shocking. After wiping out the owner's consciousness, the owner would place a strand of his spirit into the flesh shell and perform the sacrifice from the inside of the ownerless flesh shell. This allowed him to fully absorb the power of the flesh shell without any side effects. It would not affect his future cultivation or his foundation at all. It would only make him stronger and stronger. Saint refining. Light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. It constantly flowed out from the ashes of the human Di Sha and entered his body. Then, in his sea of consciousness, the Tao pattern formed by the saint refining precious skill became clearer and spun with a buzzing sound. Gradually, the light completely enveloped the space within a radius of 30 feet. More and more of the surrounding darkness was dispelled, and even the sky was illuminated slightly. After another 7 minutes, the light that seeped out from the ashes of the Disha of the human clan finally dimmed slightly. Then, it slowly dissipated. Faint light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. Wisps of light flickered in his eyes. He took a long deep breath. Boy, what was that light just now? Are you all right? Whooshing crocodile flashed over. I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. As he spoke, he looked back at the ashes of the human Disha in his hand. He took out a jade bottle and carefully put it into the bottle. He also put away the remaining ashes of the human Disha on the ground. The supreme master of the human race in the past, the hero of the past, he wanted to bring his ashes back to the other side of the world to be buried. He put away the jade bottle that contained the ashes of the supreme master of the human clan into the stone ring, then stood up. Whoosh! The demon corpse's ridge was surrounded by pitch-blacking qi. From time to time, a breeze would sweep by, bringing with it a trace of chilliness. Lin Tian took another deep breath. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the path he had taken in the demon corpse's ridge. Let's go and get something. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile. Get something? Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. What is it? Treasure. Lin Tiandao's eyes glowed. From the ashes of the Disha of the human race, he had obtained the inheritance of the Saint Refinement Precious technique, which allowed him to strengthen himself by sacrificing the flesh and blood of others. There were corpses everywhere in the demon corpse ridge, and he had already seen dozens of quasi-emperor corpses. All of them were ownerless flesh shells, and they were all well preserved. As such, to him, who now controlled the Saint Refinement Precious technique, these corpses were undoubtedly a treasure trove. He only needed to pick up these well-preserved quasi-emperor corpses and sacrifice them to himself using the Saint Refinement Precious technique. His strength would definitely soar in a short time. Treasures? What treasures? There are corpses everywhere. How can there be treasures? Whooshing Crocodile frowned. Lin Tian did not explain in detail. He walked along the path he had come from, toward the place where the corpses were. He was very fast. Soon, he arrived at the place where he had come from. He saw corpses one after another. With a wave of his right hand, he swept up dozens of quasi-emperor corpses and pulled them to his side. He stared at them with bright eyes. Whooshing Crocodile stared at him with a strange expression. Boy, why are you moving these dozens of corpses to your side? You'll find out later. Lin Tian. He wrapped these dozens of quasi-emperor corpses with his divine power and called out to Whooshing Crocodile. Soon after, he found a relatively secluded mountain cave in the demon corpse's ridge. It was about 100 square meters in size. He placed the dozens of quasi-emperor corpses in the innermost part of the mountain cave, and then engraved a total of 9 ceiling formations outside the mountain cave. Only then did he sit down cross-legged. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him. What do you want to do by moving dozens of corpses here and sitting down here? Looking at Lin Tian, it was full of curiosity. Watch, you'll find out soon enough. Lin Tian. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and stared at one of the dozens of quasi-emperor corpses. A wisp of divine radiance directly rushed out from between his eyebrows. This wisp of spirit was a wisp of his origin spirit. After it rushed out from between his eyebrows, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the quasi-emperor corpse that he had just stared at. Then, in the next moment, a chilly wind blew. This quasi-emperor corpse suddenly opened its eyes. 2 sharp rays of light rushed out from its eyes, and an extremely powerful quasi-emperor pressure spread out. It stood up straight from the ground. The corpse has changed? Whooshing Crocodile stared. A corpse that was originally cold to the bone suddenly stood up like this. It was truly a shock to see such a thing. It's me. A voice came from the quasi-emperor corpse. It was Lin Tian's voice. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. It looked at Lin Tian, who was sitting on the ground next to it, and then looked at the quasi-emperor corpse that stood up and spoke. It was full of surprise and bewilderment. Boy Lin? You're cultivating. Lin Tian's voice came from the quasi-emperor corpse again. Cultivating? Whooshing Crocodile was even more bewildered. Just watch, you'll understand soon enough. Lin Tian's voice came from the quasi-emperor corpse again. A wisp of his origin spirit sank into this quasi-emperor corpse, and his soul power quickly flowed into every corner of this corpse. After dozens of breaths, he had adapted to this ownerless flesh shell and could fully feel the extraordinary power that this flesh shell contained. Even though much of the power had dissipated because it had been dead for a long time, it was still very shocking. He used the wisp of his origin spirit to control this flesh shell and temporarily became the consciousness master of this flesh shell. Then, he controlled this quasi-emperor corpse and walked step by step. In the blink of an eye, he walked to the side of his body and sat down cross-legged in front of him. The distance between them was less than 5 feet. Begin. He muttered to himself. The wisp of his spirit that had sunk into the quasi-emperor corpse directly operated the Saint Refining Treasure technique. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Formation imprints lit up from this quasi-emperor corpse, then floated out of its body and suspended in the air above its head. It covered the quasi-emperor corpse that his wisp of origin spirit resided in and his body. Saint Refining Tao illustration. Buzz. The Saint Refining Treasure technique buzzed, and the Tao pattern veins on it seemed to come alive, exuding an astonishing brilliance. Then, in the next moment, rings of light rushed out from the quasi-emperor corpse, bringing with them an astonishing life aura. Like waves of life, they passed through the Saint Refining Treasure technique in the air and used it as a medium to directly enter Lin Tian's body. Suddenly, Lin Tian's body shook, and the spirit in his body also operated the Saint Refining Treasure technique, quickly refining this life aura and injecting this tyrannical life aura into every inch of his body, every inch of his meridians and bones. Then, the aura on his body loosened and began to grow. Although the growth rate was not very fast, it was definitely not slow either. There was also a fierce and domineering aura that intertwined and curled around his body. Divine light buzzed, and a hazy Saint Refining Tao diagram floated in midair. Lin Tian sent a wisp of his origin spirit into the quasi-emperor corpse, temporarily taking control of it. He used this wisp of his origin spirit to execute the Saint Refining Precious technique within the quasi-emperor corpse, sacrificing the life aura within the flesh and blood of the quasi-emperor corpse to his main body. Buzz, thick radiance enveloped the corpse, and it was the purest life aura. Wisps of it entered his main body. The quasi-emperor corpse that he had sent a wisp of his origin spirit into had been dead for some time, but it was impossible for the life aura within the flesh and blood to dissipate in such a short period of time. There was still a lot left. At this moment, he used the Saint Refining Precious technique to sacrifice this life aura to himself, and then activated the Saint Refining Precious technique in his main body to continuously refine and absorb it. The effect of this technique was vastly different from that of cultivating with the essence of other people's flesh and blood. However, they were essentially the same. They both used the essence of other people's flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. They were both plundering, and could even be said to be the path of evil. However, Lin Tian did not care about this at all. In his opinion, in this world, there was no true distinction between good and evil in the sense of divine powers and secret techniques. He believed that there was only a distinction between good and evil in people's hands. No matter what kind of divine power or secret technique it would be evil in the hands of evil people, and it would be good in the hands of good people, and it would be good in the hands of good people. Buzz, outside his body, divine light was dense, and the life aura rapidly entered his body, and then was refined and absorbed. During this process, his essence, qi, and spirit became more and more vigorous, and his cultivation level slowly increased. The fluctuations of Tao laws also became stronger. This whooshing crocodile stared at this scene, and could not help but widen its eyes. It never thought that Lin Tian would move these quasi-emperor corpses to cultivate this technique. It could naturally see that Lin Tian was absorbing the life aura within the quasi-emperor corpses, but the process of this technique casting surprised it. It could clearly see that this technique was very different from ordinary cultivation using the flesh and blood essence of others. The difference was too great. Buzz. The saintly refining Tao diagram hovered in the mountain cave. Lin Tian sent a strand of his essence spirit into the corpse of the quasi-emperor. The remaining life force in the corpse surged out and entered his body, causing his aura to grow stronger and stronger. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour passed. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. At this moment, the quasi-emperor's corpse trembled. Then, a crack appeared on the corpse as if it was made of ceramic. Soon after, more and more cracks appeared on the body and began to expand. They continued to spread to other parts of the body. The cracking sounds continued to echo in the cave. With a swoosh, a ray of light shot out from the quasi-emperor corpse. It was a wisp of divine soul that Lin Tian had summoned. Just as the quasi-emperor corpse was about to shatter, it broke away and entered the sea of consciousness of his main body. It was also at this moment that another crisp sound rang out. The quasi-emperor corpse in front of Lin Tian was directly shattered and turned into ashes. Lin Tian opened his eyes. He had completely sacrificed the life force in the corpse of the quasi-emperor with the saintly refining treasure technique. At this moment, the corpse naturally disintegrated into ashes. At the same time, he clenched his fists and clearly felt that his physical body had become much stronger. At the same time, his essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation had also improved tremendously. Seventh heaven of nirvana, 1/10 of the way out. He muttered to himself. Using the saintly refining treasure technique to sacrifice a quasi-emperor corpse to himself, his cultivation began to increase from the early stage of the seventh heaven of nirvana realm. At this time, he had walked 1/10 of the seventh heaven of nirvana realm cultivation step, which could be considered a very shocking gain. Boy, where did you learn this treasure technique? It's very shocking. I've never seen you use it before. Whooshing crocodile stared at Lin Tian. It could tell that Lin Tian's technique was a kind of plunder, but as an old monster that had lived for thousands of years, it naturally did not care about this. It only cared about the power and amazement of this technique. It was too extraordinary. I just learned it from the Disha that human senior turned into. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing crocodile was stunned, then seemed to recall something and suddenly realized, is it because of the light emitted from the ashes? Lin Tian nodded, yes. Whooshing crocodile was shocked again, that Disha was not ordinary when he was alive. He actually created such a treasure technique. It is indeed extraordinary, and his battle record is world-shaking. Lin Tian nodded. Based on what that human senior had done, he felt that it was most appropriate to describe his battle record as world-shaking. As he spoke, he looked at Whooshing crocodile, stretched out his hand, and a wisp of treasure light entered between Whooshing crocodile's eyebrows. This is the technique that I just obtained. It was created by that human senior during the bloody battle in the sealed dust ancient region. It is now known as the Saint Refining Treasure Technique, and it uses the flesh and blood of other people to strengthen itself. Whooshing crocodile sensed the Saint Refining Treasure Technique that Lin Tian had inserted into its sea of consciousness, and its eyes immediately lit up. It is indeed amazing. After comprehending the Saint Refining Treasure Technique, it clearly felt the extraordinariness of this treasure technique. It could not help but look at the dozens of quasi-emperor corpses that Lin Tian had moved into the mountain cave, and then looked outside the mountain cave. The light in its eyes became even brighter. If I control this Saint Refining Treasure Technique, this demon corpse ridge will be filled with treasures. There were too many corpses in this demon corpse ridge. Just the quasi-emperor corpses alone, it and Lin Tian had seen dozens of them, not to mention the half-step emperor corpses. After controlling the Saint Refining Treasure Technique, these corpses would be treasures. Yes. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing crocodile could not help but become excited, as if it had found a broad path to quickly increase its cultivation strength. It looked at the quasi-emperor corpses that Lin Tian had moved into the mountain cave, and said with its claws, "Let me try." As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately took out a strand of its origin soul and inserted it into one of the quasi-emperor corpses in the mountain cave. It began to use the Saint Refining Treasure Technique to sacrifice the quasi-emperor corpses. However, after dozens of breaths, it failed. Its main body could not help but tremble, and it directly coughed out a mouthful of essence blood. What's wrong? Lin Tian frowned. No, this Saint Refining Treasure Technique. I can't cultivate it. It seems that only the human race can cultivate it. Whooshing Crocodile said with a long face. Only the human race can cultivate it? Lin Tianwei was stunned. There are racial restrictions on the cultivation of the Saint Refining Treasure technique? Whooshing Crocodile nodded and said, when the creator of some very powerful Saint Refining Treasure technique created, he would add special seals and runes into the technique. Only the special races can successfully cultivate it. If other races were to cultivate it, they would not be able to successfully master the technique due to the difference in their meridians and auras. As it spoke, it was very depressed because the Saint Refining Treasure technique was really amazing. Furthermore, there were corpses everywhere in Demon Corpse Ridge, so using the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine them would allow one's cultivation to soar in a short period of time. However, as a member of the demon race, it was unable to cultivate this technique. Lin Tian was a little surprised that there was such a thing. Then, he was slightly moved as he thought of something, that Senior created this Saint Refining Treasure technique during the battle with the Netherworld race in the Sealed Dust Ancient region. He probably did not want the Netherworld race to seize this Saint Refining Treasure technique after his death, so he made such a restriction when he created it. Even if the Netherworld race obtained this Saint Refining Treasure technique, they would not be able to successfully master it. This is so annoying. The Whooshing Crocodile howled. Lin Tian glanced at it sympathetically and said, since you can't cultivate it, then there's nothing I can do. Stand guard for me. As he spoke, he calmed his mind and once again immersed himself in cultivation. He used the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine the quasi-emperor corpses in the cave. Buzz. He used a wisp of his spirit source to enter one of the quasi-emperor corpses. The Saint Refining Treasure technique evolved into a Saint Refining Treasure technique and enveloped both the corpse and his body. Wisps of life aura turned into divine light and continuously flowed into his body. Soon, the sacrifice of this quasi-emperor corpse was completed. Cracks appeared on the corpse and it turned into ashes with a crack. Next one. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He sat cross-legged in the cave and used the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine the dozen or so quasi-emperor corpses that he had brought over. It took him a full 2 days to complete the refinement and the aura that he exuded immediately reached an extremely high level. However, the next moment, the powerful aura that he exuded suddenly paused and then began to weaken at an alarming rate. His powerful battle body was also slowly petrified. Ever since he had stepped into the Nirvana realm, he had begun his 7th metamorphosis and was moving toward the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. He has advanced again. That Saint Refining Treasure technique, this cultivation speed. The Whooshing Crocodile was shocked and could not help but roll its eyes at the same time. How could this technique only be cultivated by the human race? Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the cave and the aura on his body continued to weaken as his body continued to transform into stone. Of course, he knew very well what was happening at this time and immediately calmed himself down to concentrate. Gradually, his aura became weaker and weaker. More and more parts of his body began to turn to stone. From his legs to his waist, from his waist to his chest, from his chest to his hands, then to his neck, and then to his head. Finally, his entire body turned into a dull gray stone. At this time, the aura that intertwined around his body had weakened to the lowest level. It was like a weak flame swaying in the wind and could be extinguished at any time and disappear from the world. Time passed by and soon, he maintained this stone body for a full month. Crack. On this day, a crisp sound was heard and his stone body began to slowly crack. Cracks spread out like a spider web on this stone body. Then, in just a dozen breaths, this stone body completely shattered and a new body sat cross-legged in it. Its skin was as clear as glass and intertwined with a faint light. Lin Tian opened his eyes and 2 rays of light flashed across them. He had successfully achieved the 7th level of Nirvana and his cultivation had reached a new level. 8th level of Nirvana. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly as a faint light twirled around his body. After refining the dozens of quasi-emperor corpses with the Saint Refining Treasure technique, he had reached the 8th level of Nirvana realm and could clearly feel that he had become stronger. His essence, chi, and spirit had improved a lot, his divine power had become more abundant, his sea of consciousness had become wider, and his spirit had become much stronger than before. The most obvious thing was that his physical body had improved significantly. The life force of the dozens of quasi-emperor corpses had merged with his flesh and bones, causing his body to become much stronger, as if it had been reforged by lightning. Good. He thought to himself as a bright light flashed across his eyes. You've reached the 8th level of Nirvana realm, really? Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Even now, it was still a little depressed that it could not control the amazing saint refining treasure technique. Lin Tianyi smiled and stood up. Continue refining the treasure, he said. After that, he walked out of the cave and walked into Demon Corpse Ridge. He came to the piles of corpses that he had seen before and took away all the quasi-emperor corpses. There were more than 50 of them. Then, he also took away some half-step emperor corpses. Most of them were netherworld race corpses, while the rest were corpses of ferocious beasts. In an instant, the cave of more than 100 square meters was filled with corpses, and there was a strong wave of yin qi that was vast and mighty. There are so many corpses. You have a good appetite. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at him from the corner of its eyes. To become stronger. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he asked Whooshing Crocodile to guard him while he sat down cross-legged in the cave. A wisp of his origin spirit rushed out from between his eyebrows and entered a quasi-emperor corpse in the cave. Then, the quasi-emperor corpse stood up, and 2 rays of terrifying divine light shot out from its hollow eyes. It walked over to Lin Tian and sat down facing Lin Tian. Lin Tian's wisp of origin spirit was stored in this quasi-emperor corpse. He controlled the corpse and began to use the saint refining treasure technique. Buzz. As the saint refinement treasured technique was activated, the corpse of the quasi-emperor began to glow. Lines of runes began to intertwine, forming a saint refinement Dao diagram. It slowly rotated in the cave, enveloping the corpse of the quasi-emperor and Lin Tianyi. In the next moment, the saint refining Dao diagram buzzed and the life aura of the quasi-emperor corpse rushed out, turning into rays of light that entered Lin Tian's body. Under the condition that his main body was also operating the saint refining treasure technique, it was quickly refined and absorbed. Immediately, the aura emitted by Lin Tian began to increase once again. His essence, qi, and spirit were all increasing, and his Dao power was also becoming stronger. However, at this moment, the speed of his growth had slowed down greatly, and it couldn't be compared to before. After all, he was at the 8th level of the rebirth realm now, so if he cultivated using the same method, his speed of improvement would naturally be inferior to when he was at the 7th level of the rebirth realm. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour passed. At this time, a crisp sound was heard. Opposite Lin Tian, a clear crack suddenly appeared on the quasi-emperor corpse. Then, this crack began to spread in all directions, and more cracks appeared, covering the entire corpse in the blink of an eye. Swoosh, a ray of light rushed out of the quasi-emperor corpse. It was the wisp of origin spirit that Lin Tian had sent out before, and at this moment, it returned to his sea of consciousness. Then, a continuous cracking sound was heard. In front of him, the quasi-emperor corpse collapsed, turning into a pile of ashes. The remaining life aura in it was completely sacrificed by Lin Tian's wisp of origin spirit using the saint refining treasure technique. Lin Tian opened his eyes and felt that his cultivation had improved. However, the improvement was not by much, and only the strength of his physical body was more obvious. Yes, this was originally a divine technique to refine the supreme treasure body, and the improvement of cultivation was just a side effect. He muttered to himself. The saint refining treasure technique was a body refining treasure technique that sacrificed others to increase one's physique, and the focus was on refining one's body. In a sense, it is much more powerful than the 4 extreme scripture that I cultivated before. He thought to himself. The 4 extreme scripture was very extraordinary, but it mainly relied on one's body and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and it was about gradual improvement. The saint refining treasure technique relied on plundering. As long as there was something to plunder, one's physique would improve greatly in a short period of time, and the speed of strengthening one's physique was far from what the 4 extreme scripture could compare to. From this point, the saint refining treasure technique was very powerful. He took a deep breath and looked at the other corpses in the cave. Without hesitation, he used the saint refining treasure technique again. Buzz. Divine light intertwined in the cave, and Lin Tian began to refine the second quasi-emperor corpse, and he quickly finished refining it. Continue. He muttered to himself. The cave was about 100 square meters, and the height was about 10 feet. He moved about 200 corpses, and the weakest one was a half-step emperor when they were alive. He sat cross-legged in the cave and refined these corpses one by one. It was not until 10 days later that he completely refined these corpses with the saint refining treasure technique, and his essence, qi, and spirit were greatly improved. Buzz. Divine light intertwined around his body, and the air could not help but buzz. Middle 8th heaven of Nirvana realm. He muttered to himself. This time, after refining 200 corpses, his cultivation went from the early stage of the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm to the middle stage of the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm. It was not a small improvement, after all, he was still in the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm. At the same time, his physique had become even stronger. With just a slight movement of his fist, it brought about a series of thunderous sounds, and the void was distorted with a crackling sound. This physical body, it's really, whooshing crocodile was shocked. He could clearly feel the strength of Lin Tian's physical body, and it was infinitely close to the emperor realm. Lin Tian stood up and looked outside the cave. I remember that there are still some half-step emperor corpses. This devil corpse ridge was filled with corpses. He had already moved all the quasi-emperor corpses, and although he had moved quite a few half-step emperor corpses, there were still quite a few left. At this time, he wanted to continue cultivating and strengthen himself. Again? Can you handle refining so many at once? Whooshing crocodile said with a frown. There was a limit to everything. Refining too much spirit qi in a short period of time would have a negative effect on a cultivator, let alone refining corpses. Lin Tian nodded. No problem, I won't do anything reckless. Immediately, he walked out of the cave again. Not long after, he moved back more than 100 half-step emperor corpses and placed them in the cave. He sat down cross-legged and inserted a strand of his origin soul into one of the corpses to refine it. Wang. In an instant, divine light runes intertwined, and the saint refining Tao diagram appeared again. Strands of life-precious light quickly rushed out of the half-step emperor corpse and entered Lin Tian's body, causing him to be enveloped in divine light. He refined these corpses in the cave, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. 10 days later, he had completely refined all the corpses of the half-step emperors. The aura on his body had increased by quite a bit. His cultivation was almost at the peak of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, and his essence, qi, and soul had become much stronger. On the other hand, his physique strengthening was undoubtedly the most shocking. He had crossed a barrier and obtained a qualitative change. Ka. He lightly clenched his fist, and instantly, the surrounding space collapsed and shattered completely. Moreover, strands of lightning intertwined and wrapped around his fingertips. Good. He looked at his fist, and his eyes were filled with radiance. At this moment, he felt like he could shatter the sky with a single punch. Just the strength of my physique has definitely surpassed the Nirvana realm. It is at least comparable to an early-stage Emperor realm expert. Whooshing crocodile stared. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground and stood up. Following his movement, the cave couldn't help but shake. It's time to go out, he said. Almost all the half-step emperor corpses and half-step emperor corpses in Demon Corpse Ridge had been refined by him using the saint refining treasure technique. His cultivation had increased by almost 2 small levels, and his physique had undergone a qualitative change. It was dozens of times stronger than before. At this moment, he felt that his body had temporarily reached a saturation point, and he couldn't continue refining corpses. Moreover, there were almost no more corpses in Demon Corpse Ridge that were still worth refining. As such, it was time to leave. Whooshing crocodile nodded, let's go. Then, a human and a crocodile walked out of the cave, and walked out of Demon Corpse Ridge. Demon Corpse Ridge was intertwined with a faint pitch-black fog. The Yin Qi was very dense, and the Qi of death was very dense. From time to time, there would be shocking ghost howls in the mountain range, and it shook the mountains violently. Boom! A giant creature appeared. It was at least 10 feet tall, and it was rolling with Yin Qi. Its eyes were blood red, and it grabbed at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. Ka! 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 The giant creature's beast claws were frightening, and it was covered in black beast fur. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, this giant beast claw was above the human and crocodile. It pressed down fiercely, and the surface of the ground cracked. There was also a shocking hurricane that swept out, and it was a terrifying sight. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked, a quasi-emperor level ghost, and within the quasi-emperor level, it's a very terrifying existence. More or less. Lin Tian Ondao. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, blocking the incoming beast claw on the spot. Then, his index finger that was pressing down on the beast claw shook gently. Poof! The quasi-emperor level giant creature suddenly collapsed, and its black blood splattered all over the ground, directly corroding a large area of the ground. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. A ghost that was extremely terrifying even among quasi-emperors was destroyed by a light finger. Really, abnormal. It sighed. Lin Tian didn't pay much attention to it. After a pause, he walked out of Demon Corpse Ridge along the path that he had taken to enter. Roar! Roar! In Demon Corpse Ridge, the howls of ghosts and wolves shook the mountains from time to time. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile walked out of Demon Corpse Ridge. Along the way, they were surrounded by many evil ghosts, but they were all dealt with by Lin Tianyi and turned into ashes. After about 2 hours, they had completely walked out of the Demon Corpse's Ridge. The stifling pressure and chill in the air suddenly weakened a lot. The air outside is still better. The air at the edge of Demon Corpse's Ridge was still somewhat cold and stifling, but it was undoubtedly much better than inside Demon Corpse's Ridge. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He turned back to look at Demon Corpse's Ridge and walked away without lingering any longer. The Wuxing Crocodile naturally had nothing to say, so it flapped its wings and followed beside him. Soon, the man and crocodile were extremely far away from Demon Corpse's Ridge, and they could no longer see any traces of Demon Corpse's Ridge. The air had truly become calm. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stopped. What's wrong? Why did you stop? The Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian smiled faintly, nothing, I just found a few rats hiding in the dark. This place seemed a little empty, so he stopped and looked behind him. The Wuxing Crocodile was suddenly shocked. Someone was following them? It did not discover them. Humph. There was a cold snort, and the void behind the man and crocodile distorted, and 2 figures appeared. Seeing these 2 figures, the Wuxing Crocodile was immediately shocked. It's you. The 2 figures that appeared from the void were both middle-aged. One was wearing a purple robe, and the other was wearing a black armor. They were staring coldly at the Wuxing Crocodile and Lin Tian. They were the 2 quasi-emperors of the Netherworld race who had chased after the Wuxing Crocodile and Lin Tian with their heavenly treasures. The ant of the human race is really lucky to be able to walk out of that dangerous place alive. The purple-robed quasi-emperor's gaze fell on Lin Tian, and his expression was grim. Not long ago, he and the black-armored quasi-emperor chased after Lin Tian and the Wuxing Crocodile with their heavenly treasures, but the man and crocodile escaped into Demon Corpse's Ridge. He did not dare to enter Demon Corpse's Ridge because of how terrifying it was. At that time, the black-armored quasi-emperor had returned to the 8th Netherworld Ridge and discussed with the other quasi-emperors in the 8th Netherworld Ridge. Subsequently, they all decided to let him and the black-armored quasi-emperor temporarily guard the Demon Corpse's Ridge for a few months. They felt that Lin Tian, who had entered this world from the other side, might not die in the Demon Corpse's Ridge. Since then, the 2 of them had been guarding outside Demon Corpse's Ridge. Now, more than a month had passed. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had really walked out alive. What a tough life. That person said coldly. The black-armored quasi-emperor stared at Lin Tian with deep eyes. Your spiritual sense is also not bad. You were actually able to discover us when we merged into the void. The 2 of them had been guarding outside Demon Corpse's Ridge for a period of time. When they discovered that Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile had walked out of Demon Corpse's Ridge alive, although they were surprised, they did not show up immediately. They were worried that Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile would directly rush into Demon Corpse's Ridge again, so each of them used a very powerful secret technique to suppress their aura. They hid in the void and followed behind the man and crocodile, preparing to take action only after the man and crocodile had completely left the range of Demon Corpse's ridge. However, they did not expect that Lin Tian had already discovered their existence before they could walk out of the void. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and could not help but sneer. At this time, he naturally guessed that the two of them had been guarding outside Demon Corpse's ridge and also guessed why they did not appear to suppress him and Whooshing Crocodile the moment they walked out of Demon Corpse's ridge. They were worried that he and Whooshing Crocodile would escape into Demon Corpse's ridge again. Seeing him sneer at the two of them, the two quasi-emperors of the Netherworld race turned cold and felt uncomfortable. Lowly race. The purple-robed quasi-emperor's expression was gloomy and cold. Let's see where you can escape to now that you've left Demon Corpse's ridge. As soon as he finished speaking, a 13-story pagoda rushed out of his body with a boom, intertwining with astonishing Emperor Qi and Netherworld light. The heavenly treasure, Fallen Yama Pagoda. This time, I won't give you any more chances. The quasi-emperor's eyes were cold. As he said that, the 13-layered Fallen Yama Pagoda directly moved. At this moment, it completely froze every inch of space around it, and mightily pressed down on Lin Tian. Under the premise of not killing Lin Tian, it wanted to suck Lin Tian into the pagoda. For a time, cracking sounds resounded as the surface of the ground collapsed inch by inch while expanses of the sky collapsed, and this scene was extremely shocking. The scales on Whooshing Crocodile's body stood on end. This quasi-emperor was also holding the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda, but the momentum of this attack was obviously much stronger than it was more than a month ago. It felt a chill run down its spine and a feeling that it could not resist rose up in it. Subdue the ant. The purple-robed quasi-emperor looked down at Lin Tian and said coldly. With a boom, the netherworld light emitted by the Fallen Yama Pagoda became denser and the laws of Emperor Qi intertwined as if it could suppress all things in the world. A majestic force descended from the sky and shook all directions. Lin Tian looked up and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, he did not flee like he did more than a month ago. He just took a step forward, raised his hand, and punched out. This action stunned the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored quasi-emperor of the Netherworld race. Then, they laughed mockingly. Although you were lucky enough to survive after entering Demon Corpse Ridge, have you been scared silly? You're only at the Nirvana realm, but you dare to take a heavenly treasure with your bare hands? The purple-robed quasi-emperor mocked. You're courting death. The black-armored quasi-emperor's voice was indifferent. At this moment, Lin Tian's fist approached the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda and the two collided in the blink of an eye. The purple-robed quasi-emperor said coldly, "Ant, don't die. Our race still has use for your lowly life and we still need to get some information from you. How did you enter our world from that world?" Boom. An earth-shattering boom rang out and the sky collapsed. Terrifying divine light sputtered and directly interrupted the quasi-emperor's words. In that area, the divine light and the underworld light enveloped everything. Immediately after, the Fallen Yama Pagoda flew out horizontally and rolled for thousands of feet before landing on a towering mountain. It directly crushed the mountain into pieces. Lin Tian did not move at all and the corners of his clothes were not damaged at all. A faint treasure light circulated on the surface of his body. This is? The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored quasi-emperor's expressions changed. The Fallen Yama Pagoda had been blasted away with his bare hands. Impossible. The purple-robed quasi-emperor could not help but exclaim as he stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of disbelief. More than a month ago, he and the black-armored quasi-emperor had attacked with the Fallen Yama Pagoda. This person in front of him was completely unable to resist and was forced to flee into Demon Corpse Ridge. But now, the purple-robed quasi-emperor had activated the Fallen Yama Pagoda even more and sealed off every inch of the surrounding void to suppress this person. However, this person had sent him flying thousands of feet away with a single punch. The difference between before and after was simply too great. A Nirvana realm cultivator who had been chased in a sorry state before was now able to blast a heavenly treasure with his bare hands after a month. Even the Whooshing Crocodile was a little dumbfounded. This guy, although it had already sensed that Lin Tian's physical body was comparable to an emperor's back in Devil Corpse's Ridge, it still couldn't help but widen its eyes in shock when it saw Lin Tian send a heavenly treasure flying with his bare hands. Lin Tian looked at the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored quasi-emperor with a faint smile on his lips as he walked toward them. "Thank you for taking care of me previously," he said. He walked forward, and with every step he took, the earth could not help but tremble because of his powerful physical strength. A terrifying aura rippled out from his body. It was completely the power of his physical body and caused the space to tremble. The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored quasi-emperor could not help but tremble. At this moment, they could clearly feel that Lin Tian was a little different from a month ago. The aura he exuded sent chills down their spines. "You were lucky to blast a heavenly treasure away once. Do you think there will be a second time?" The purple-robed quasi-emperor said coldly. He called back the fallen Yama pagoda that had been blasted away by Lin Tian and summoned the black-armored quasi-emperor to activate it together. Suddenly, there was a loud boom and the fallen Yama pagoda shone brilliantly, emitting beams of astonishing light that intertwined into strands of frightening divine runes. The pagoda was enlarged by hundreds of times and pressed down on Lin Tian like an ancient demonic mountain. Crack! 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 The surrounding space was directly shattered and there was an astonishing chaotic light that flowed out from the void. The scene was terrifying. This kind of aura was so terrifying that the whooshing crocodile could not help but tremble. "Kid, can you take it?" It knew that Lin Tian was now very terrifying, but it could not help but ask. The attack at this moment was really too terrifying. Lin Tian smiled. "Take a guess." As he spoke, he did not make any unnecessary movements. He still raised his hand and punched the fallen Yama pagoda that was pressing down on him. Boom! The violent punch, with a force that could suppress the world, directly suppressed everything and the fist radiance covered all 10 directions. Then, in the next moment, there was another earth-shattering boom. The fallen Yama pagoda trembled violently and was once again sent flying. It rolled for more than 10,000 feet and continuously crushed several mountains before coming to a stop. The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored quasi-emperor trembled and were completely stunned at this moment. This human in front of them had actually blasted the heavenly treasure fallen Yama pagoda away twice with his bare hands. Twice in a row. How could this be? The black-armored quasi-emperor gritted his teeth. More than a month ago, this human in front of him could only flee pathetically in the face of the heavenly treasure fallen Yama pagoda and was repeatedly shaken to the point of coughing up blood. But now, only a month had passed, and he could actually shake a heavenly treasure with his bare hands. What happened when you entered Demon Corpse's Ridge? Did you obtain some kind of shocking immortal opportunity? The purple-robed quasi-emperor growled. After Lin Tian entered Demon Corpse's Ridge, there had been such a huge change in just over a month. It was definitely not caused by normal cultivation. No one could have such a huge change in just over a month under normal circumstances. The quasi-emperor of the Netherworld race did not even have to think about it. He was certain that Lin Tian must have obtained a great opportunity in Demon Corpse's Ridge. Lin Tian did not speak and his expression was calm. He looked at the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored quasi-emperor and thought of the scene of the human Di-Sha fighting against the Netherworld race. A family feud, a pile of ashes, he said. The next moment, he moved. His physical body trembled and shattered the space. In an instant, he appeared in front of the purple-robed quasi-emperor. Die. An indifferent word came out of his mouth. He raised his hand and slammed his palm down. With a loud boom, the space in all directions collapsed. His palm fell like the universe was falling, destroying everything as easily as dry weeds and rotten wood. The purple-robed quasi-emperor trembled. He immediately felt fear and hurriedly retreated. However, he became even more terrified. This was because as Lin Tian's palm fell, a terrifying force interweaved in all directions and sealed off all his escape routes. He had nowhere to retreat. No. You stop. Pfft. Lin Tian's large palm fell as expected, interrupting the quasi-emperor's words and smashing him to pieces with a loud pfft. His physical body and spirit were both destroyed. Blood splattered in the void as the purple-robed quasi-emperor's physical body exploded and his spirit crumbled. He had been completely destroyed by Lin Tian's palm strike. This result was somewhat terrifying and caused the black-armored quasi-emperor to tremble violently. His internal organs instantly turned cold as he staggered backward. How? How is this possible? This person trembled. At their level of cultivation, no one could be killed by a single punch from a Nirvana realm expert, but now, this had happened. A human in the Nirvana realm had killed a quasi-emperor with a single punch. Even Wuxing Crocodile could not help but gasp, this is really. Relying on pure physical strength, he killed a quasi-emperor with a single punch. Lin Tiany's expression did not change. For the current him, killing a quasi-emperor was too easy. He tilted his head and looked at the black-armored quasi-emperor of the Netherworld race, then stepped forward. Suddenly, the black-armored quasi-emperor trembled violently. Whoosh, the sound of breaking air rang out. At this time, the black-armored quasi-emperor did not hesitate to call back the heavenly treasure fallen Yama pagoda that had fallen in the distance and then fled at top speed. The heavenly treasure fallen Yama pagoda had been sent flying by Lin Tiany twice and the purple-robed quasi-emperor had been killed with a single punch. At this time, this quasi-emperor was very clear that even if he controlled the Yama pagoda, he was absolutely no match for Lin Tiany. If he stayed, only death would await him. Lin Tiany looked at the quasi-emperor's fleeing figure, his expression still unchanged. He took a step forward and his pure physical strength shattered the space, interweaving wisps of chaotic light, and instantly blocked in front of the quasi-emperor. He did not say anything and directly raised his right hand and slapped down like he had done to the purple-robed quasi-emperor. The black-armored quasi-emperor trembled and used all his strength to meet the attack. He also activated the heavenly treasure fallen Yama pagoda, which erupted with divine light that filled the sky. Suddenly, with a rumble, the light of the heavenly treasure scattered, turning into a destructive wave that rushed toward Lin Tiany. Lin Tiany's expression did not change, and his palm did not stop at all and continued to fall. With a soft sound, the divine light of the heavenly treasure fallen Yama pagoda was directly annihilated as his large hand fell. Cough. The black-armored quasi-emperor coughed up blood and was sent flying several hundred feet away. His strong body was covered with cracks like a ceramic that could shatter at any time. This was because the Yama Fall Pagoda had neutralized most of the power of Lin Tiany's palm. Otherwise, his ending would have been the same as that of the previous purple-robed quasi-emperor, and his body and soul would have been destroyed. Lin Tiany looked at this person and stepped forward unhurriedly. His tyrannical physique caused the void to tremble. Such a physical body is simply, in the distance, Wuxing Crocodile gulped. Lin Tiany's physique was too strong, the black-armored quasi-emperor felt a chill run down his spine. As Lin Tiany pressed down, he felt that the surrounding space was completely frozen by Lin Tiany's aura. It became very difficult for him to move, and even breathing became somewhat laborious. Damned humans! He stared at Lin Tiany in shock and anger. Then, he let out a low roar and surged blood chi and soul energy toward the Yama Fall Pagoda above his head. Soldier spirit, please awaken. He used his blood chi and soul energy to enter the Yama Fall Pagoda, as if he was performing a kind of supply or a special sacrifice. His face suddenly became much paler. At the same time, with a boom, the Yama Fall Pagoda exuded an extremely tyrannical aura. Waves of emperor chi spread out, as if a huge monster had awakened from the Yama Fall Pagoda, causing the sky to tremble. Buzz, underworld light surged, and the Yama Fall Pagoda trembled. The rune imprints on it also trembled and released an immortal divine light. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. This old thing has awakened the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda. That thing is coming out. The Chaos Yuan heavenly treasure was refined by an emperor-level expert. Normally, there would be a soldier spirit within it that possessed a certain level of consciousness and intelligence. Moreover, it was very powerful and comparable to an ordinary emperor-level expert. Under normal circumstances, the soldier spirit within the heavenly treasure would not awaken. It would be in a deep slumber and would only awaken under extremely special circumstances. It would automatically protect or kill enemies. At this moment, the black-armored quasi-emperor used a special method to sacrifice the Yama Fall Pagoda, causing the soldier spirit within to gradually awaken. An extremely shocking aura intertwined, causing the quasi-emperor to instantly feel a great threat. Buzz. Outside the Yama Fall Pagoda, the underworld light was even more shocking. Waves of Emperor Qi flowed out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The black-armored quasi-emperor's face turned pale as he glared at Lin Tian. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. "You will be suppressed." As he said this, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to escape with the Yama Fall Pagoda, but Lin Tian stopped him. In order to survive, he had to use a special method to awaken the soldier spirit within the Yama Fall Pagoda. As the Yama Fall Pagoda was not forged by him, he had to use a special method to awaken the soldier spirit. In an instant, he had to pay a huge price. His essence, qi, and spirit were greatly weakened, and his cultivation fell from the quasi-emperor level to the nirvana 8th heaven. He hated Lin Tian to the core. Boom, as his words fell, the light emitted by the Yama Fall Pagoda became even more intense, and the intertwining Emperor Qi became even stronger. When Lin Tian saw this, he stopped in his tracks, but his expression did not change. Boom, the underworld light soared into the sky, and the Yama Fall Pagoda shook. The intertwining Emperor Qi became even more terrifying. Then, in the next moment, a hazy shadow appeared from the Yama Fall Pagoda like a primordial ferocious beast. Its body was completely constructed from divine light and Tao laws, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of incomparably deep eyes could be seen as it looked down at Lin Tian from high up in the sky. It was as if it was a true ancient emperor, and its powerful aura caused the air to hiss. "Brat, this is not good." Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. At this moment, the hazy shadow that appeared from the Yama Fall Pagoda was undoubtedly the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda. The intertwining aura around its body was truly terrifying, and the great Tao of heaven and earth in this place was trembling with it. It was extremely frightening. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he looked at the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda. He could naturally sense how terrifying it was, and it made him feel a little pressured. However, it was only a little pressured. "Human." The soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda looked at Lin Tian, its eyes deep and indifferent. It raised its hazy hand and directly grabbed at Lin Tian. It had been awakened by the black-armored quasi-emperor's blood essence and soul energy, so it naturally knew many things. Boom, as its hazy hand reached out, the surrounding space trembled, and a majestic force seemed to crush everything. Lin Tian did not show any emotion. He raised his right hand and, just like before, slapped forward. Buzz, this time, he slightly increased his strength compared to before. Immediately, his pure physical strength brought about a divine radiance that filled the sky. With a loud boom, the two palms collided. The surrounding space was destroyed, and even the ground sank several feet. A dazzling brilliance covered the surroundings. Then, in the next moment, a figure flew out horizontally and rolled several thousand feet away. "This is?" Whooshing Crocodile's pupils constricted. It clearly saw that the figure that flew out was the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda. Lin Tian had sent the soldier spirit of a heavenly treasure flying with one slap. The black-armored quasi-emperor of the netherworld race naturally also noticed that the figure that flew out was the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda that he had awakened. His body could not help but tremble, and the expression on his face changed again. How is this possible?" The dazzling brilliance dissipated. Lin Tian stood still and looked calmly in the direction that the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda had flown out. It was unscathed. Boom, in the distance, a powerful netherworld light rushed up, and Emperor Qi intertwined. The soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda stepped into the void. It stared at Lin Tian, and its deep eyes became colder. It had just awakened from the heavenly treasure, but it had been sent flying by a Nirvana realm human. This was somewhat embarrassing. Buzz. The body of the Yama Fall Pagoda shook and instantly emitted a dazzling light. Strands of runes were trembling on it, and the destructive power that it released was like a boundless ocean that enveloped all directions. At this moment, the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda took control of the pagoda and drove this heavenly treasure to suppress Lin Tian. Its aura was many times stronger than before, and it completely released the power of a heavenly treasure. For a moment, the entire space trembled, and the air was annihilated. The firmament was covered with destructive thick clouds. Under the control of the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda, the peerless Yama Fall Pagoda descended from the sky and suppressed thousands of miles. Good. Human ants, be subdued. The black-armored quasi-emperor of the netherworld race said coldly. At this moment, the soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda took control of the Yama Fall Pagoda, and its power was many times stronger than when he and the purple-robed quasi-emperor were controlling this heavenly treasure. The difference was like heaven and earth, and they were not on the same level at all. The hurricane was vast and mighty, shattering the void. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead danced wildly in the wind, but his expression did not change. He even ignored the Yama Fall Pagoda that was bearing down on him and tilted his head to look at the black-armored quasi-emperor. Then, he moved. His pace was calm as he forced his way toward the quasi-emperor. The black-armored quasi-emperor could not help but tremble. He naturally knew that Lin Tian wanted to deal with him, so he could not help but take a step back. He was both shocked and angry. You. The soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda was clearly attacking at this moment, but this person was actually forcing his way toward him. Human, you're too arrogant and stupid. The soldier spirit of the Yama Fall Pagoda could see that Lin Tian wanted to kill the black-armored quasi-emperor at this moment, and this made it very uncomfortable. This was because it wanted to suppress Lin Tian at this moment, but Lin Tian ignored it. As a Nirvana realm cultivator, he dared to ignore it at this moment. Boom, it emitted a monstrous light as it controlled the Yama Fall Pagoda. Its speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, it pressed forward. The space in all directions was completely confined in an instant, and all techniques and Dao seemed to have lost their effect. Lin Tian shifted his gaze and slapped with the back of his hand. Buzz. He used 90% of his strength in this slap, and it directly shattered all the divine light outside the Yama Fall Pagoda. With a bang, the Yama Fall Pagoda was sent flying thousands of feet away, crushing pieces of the void. You're just a soldier spirit of a heavenly treasure. You said that you're comparable to an ordinary emperor, but do you really think you can compare? The weapon soul of a primal chaos heavenly treasure was said in ancient books to be comparable to ordinary chaos realm emperors, but in reality, that wasn't the case. Only peak-grade heavenly treasure weapon souls could reach this level. Ordinary heavenly treasure weapon souls definitely couldn't compare with emperors in terms of combat strength. Even the weakest emperors couldn't compare with them. It was enough to see that the fallen Yama Pagoda was far from reaching the category of a pinnacle heavenly treasure. The soldier spirit inside was at most invincible under the emperor realm. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. If the soldier spirit of the fallen Yama Pagoda was invincible under the emperor realm, then he was invincible among the invincible under the emperor realm. You are not good enough. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. The soldier spirit of the fallen Yama Pagoda's eyes were cold with a trace of anger. You, a Nirvana realm human, actually looked down on him and said he was not good enough. Strong enough. Lord Crocodile likes it. Not far away, the whooshing crocodile bared his teeth. At the same time, he was a little surprised. He did not expect Lin Tian to be so strong now. A fully awakened soldier spirit of a heavenly treasure could not stop Lin Tian at all. The black-armored quasi-emperor of the netherworld race changed his expression and couldn't help but tremble. No, how can this be? His lips trembled. He paid such a great price to awaken the soldier spirit of the fallen Yama Pagoda, but it could not stop this human in front of him. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the black-armored quasi-emperor again. Die. His voice was calm without any change in emotion. He raised his hand and slammed down. With a buzzing sound, the space trembled as an unparalleled force suppressed everything. The black-armored quasi-emperor trembled in horror. He supported all his strength to resist, but he could not stop this palm at all. Pfff. Blood splattered. The quasi-emperor of the netherworld race was smashed by Lin Tian on the spot, and his divine soul was also destroyed. After killing the black-armored quasi-emperor, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. He tilted his head and looked at the soldier spirit of the fallen Yama Pagoda and the 13-layered pagoda. I happen to lack a heavenly treasure, he said. When the falling Yama Pagoda's spirit heard this, it became even angrier. Lin Tian really didn't put it in his eyes. Now that he said such words, it was obvious that he wanted to seize its body. Human. It released a low roar. Its body formed from divine light erupted with endless radiance, heaven overflowing emperor force surging outwards. Suppress! It roared and controlled the 13 fallen Yama pagodas to descend. The runes on the pagodas all lit up, turning into true dragons that flew out and attacked Lin Tian. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. His steps were steady as he walked towards the other side. Faint light intertwined on his body. His body shook, and all the Tao marks that the fallen Yama pagoda had created were shattered. Then, in the next moment, he stepped in front of the fallen Yama pagoda and slapped it. Buzz! The void rumbled. As his palm descended, even the great Tao began to tremble. Terrifying power shook all sides of the heavens. With a bang, the fallen Yama pagoda's spirit was directly sent flying. It seemed to be in a sorry state. I already said that you're not strong enough. Just lie there obediently. Lin Tian Dao. He was now at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm, the most powerful reincarnation imperial body. At the same time, his physique was enough to compete with an emperor. With such strength, it was not a big deal for him to face the spirit of a heavenly treasure. It was enough to suppress it in all aspects. Damn it! The fallen Yama pagoda's spirit roared. Cracks appeared on the spirit's body. With a rumble, it directly entered the fallen Yama pagoda's body. The 13 fallen Yama pagoda erupted with even more terrifying power. It grew to a height of a few hundred feet. It was like an immortal pagoda that descended from the heavens. It shattered everything in all directions and enveloped Lin Tian. This killing power was undoubtedly terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but shiver. It immediately moved 1,000 feet away. Rumble, rolling divine power and emperor chi interweaved. More rune Tao marks interweaved from the fallen Yama pagoda, turning into a light net of Tao marks. It covered every corner of the surroundings as if the heavens had fallen. Suppress! A loud roar came from the fallen Yama pagoda. The fallen Yama pagoda expanded again. It was almost 10 feet tall and directly pressed down on Lin Tian. The air suddenly became incomparably oppressive. The sky trembled again as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian's expression was calm. This time, he turned his palm into a fist. It was still pure physical strength. He punched towards the sky. Dong! With this punch, the oppressive air instantly exploded. Then, with a bang, the punch landed on the fallen Yama pagoda and directly smashed it far away. An angry roar came from the fallen Yama pagoda. The spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda was very unwilling. It was not a match for Lin Tian. Human, just you wait. It roared and controlled the fallen Yama pagoda to escape into the distance. At this moment, it truly understood that even if it fully recovered, it would not be a match for Lin Tian. With a whoosh, in just an instant, it controlled the fallen Yama pagoda to escape tens of thousands of feet away. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward. His body shattered everything, shaking out a spatial tunnel. With another step, he stepped in front of the fallen Yama pagoda that had escaped. He directly raised his hand. His large hand covered the sky and the sun. It covered the fallen Yama pagoda and pressed down majestically. His large hand was intertwined with astonishing power. As it fell, it suppressed the enlarged fallen Yama pagoda to only about an inch tall. He grabbed it in his hand. Damn human! Let go! The spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda roared. With a rumble, it vibrated with divine power in the pagoda. The rune imprints on the entire fallen Yama pagoda lit up, intertwining with strands of resplendent divine light. They turned into a powerful force that pushed outwards, trying to push Lin Tian's large hand away. Boom! At this moment, it was going all out. The intertwining power was several times stronger than before. It shook everything in all directions. Lin Tian's large hand that was holding the fallen Yama pagoda trembled. A crack appeared on it, and bits of blood spilled out. A heavenly treasure is indeed extraordinary. He muttered to himself. His current physical body was enough to compete with ordinary emperors. However, this heavenly treasure had cracked his palm without its master's control. Although it was only a small crack, it was still very shocking. As he muttered to himself, he snorted softly. Rolling divine light surged out from his large hand and immediately repaired the crack on his palm. At the same time, the divine light surged straight into the fallen Yama pagoda. At this moment, it began to refine the spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda. This spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda's master had evolved. If he wanted to seize this heavenly treasure, he naturally had to shatter it. Of course, after shattering the spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda, the power of the heavenly treasure would not weaken. It would just lose an ability to attack. Moreover, after that, he could spend time to evolve a new spirit of the weapon. It was no big deal. He grabbed the fallen Yama pagoda. His hand glowed, and a steady stream of energy poured into the fallen Yama pagoda. At the same time, he sent his divine consciousness into the fallen Yama pagoda. In the blink of an eye, he found the soldier spirit inside the fallen Yama pagoda. The divine power and divine consciousness poured into the fallen Yama pagoda turned into a secret sword and penetrated it. Damn it! The spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda was shocked and angry. The pagoda trembled violently and released an immortal light to resist the attack of Lin Tian's divine power secret sword. At the same time, it wanted to shatter Lin Tian's large hand that was grabbing the pagoda so that it could use a strange technique to escape. With a rumble, the entire pagoda shone brilliantly. The divine light drowned everything in the surroundings, and a terrifying force spread in all directions. However, it was useless. Although it shattered inch by inch, it could not shake off Lin Tian's large hand. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! It roared angrily. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He grabbed the fallen Yama pagoda with his right hand and formed a seal with his left hand to condense the four symbols Tao diagram. The four symbols Tao diagram appeared, emitting a shocking silver light. It rotated slightly and then began to shrink. Like a bolt of lightning, it rushed into the fallen Yama pagoda with a swoosh. Immediately, an angry roar came from the fallen Yama pagoda again. At the same time, it was mixed with a sense of panic. Human! You! What is this thing? The spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda was shocked and angry. With the influx of the four symbols Tao diagram, its power began to drop rapidly. Shatter your thing. Lin Tian Dao. His expression was very calm. The space between his brows was shining brightly. The phenomenon in his sea of consciousness condensed and evolved into a black and white yin-yang lotus diagram. It quickly shrank like the four symbols Tao diagram and rushed into the fallen Yama pagoda under his control. For a moment, the yin and yang auras intertwined. Black and white divine light enveloped the entire fallen Yama pagoda in his hand. Ah! Inside the fallen Yama pagoda, the spirit of the spirit roared and shook the sky. Damn it! Stop! It was extremely shocked and angry. At this moment, the four symbols Tao diagram and the yin-yang lotus diagram rushed in together. Its existence was quickly being shattered, which made it angry and horrified. Now that it had intelligence, it naturally did not want to be annihilated and disappear just like that. It struggled frantically and roared again and again. It exhausted all its strength, but it was useless. It could not break free from Lin Tian Dao. Seeing this scene, Wuxing Crocodile was surprised and excited at the same time. From the looks of it, Lin Tian Dao could really seize the fallen Yama pagoda. With a rumble, the spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda roared even louder, and the power that erupted was even more terrifying and terrifying. However, Lin Tian Dao's expression was still very calm. No matter how the spirit of the fallen Yama pagoda struggled, it was useless. It's about time, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound. Behind him, the reincarnation diagram also rushed up. Strands of mysterious runes were intertwined on it. As the divine light flickered, it quickly shrank and then directly entered the fallen Yama pagoda under his will. As the reincarnation diagram entered, the divine and holy auras intertwined, and the vibration of the fallen Yama pagoda immediately weakened. No! A terrified and unwilling scream came from the fallen Yama pagoda. Then, the entire fallen Yama pagoda became quiet. At the same time, the space also became quiet. Lin Tianyi smiled and released his right hand. Golden divine light intertwined and enveloped the fallen Yama pagoda. At this time, the fallen Yama pagoda was only an inch tall. He gently curled his finger, and the fallen Yama pagoda, which was wrapped in golden divine light, immediately floated in front of him. The 13 layers of the pagoda looked a little old, but at the same time, they were intertwined with a majestic power. He really took it. The fallen Yama pagoda interweaved with a faint radiance. It was only an inch tall, and there were all kinds of mysterious symbols engraved on it. It seemed extremely extraordinary as it slowly floated in front of Lin Tian. There was an incomparably boundless energy fluctuating within it. Lin Tian raised his hand and held the Zhong Luoyan pagoda in his palm. He immediately felt its vastness. It was like a bottomless black hole that contained unparalleled power. It was as if he was holding a source of destruction in his hand. This is a heavenly treasure. It's really powerful. His eyes flashed. Dragging the fallen Yama pagoda, he truly felt its power. It was as if he was dragging a huge star. Great! He couldn't help but say. Not far away, the whooshing crocodile flashed over and stared at the fallen Yama pagoda in Lin Tian's hand. It was surprised and excited. A heavenly treasure. I've really struck it rich. Its eyes were shining. Heavenly treasures were difficult to forge. Even many emperors found it difficult to possess their own heavenly treasures. Now, Lin Tian had seized a flawless heavenly treasure here. It was really a huge gain. It was equivalent to taking a peerless emperor's treasury. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of emperor's aura rushed out from the distance, shaking the 9 heavens and causing the entire sky to shake. This was the real emperor's aura. It was emitted by a real emperor-level powerhouse. It was mixed with clear anger and shocking murderous intent. It spread out mightily, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear and unease. This is? The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the place where the emperor's aura rushed out. The owner of the fallen Yama pagoda, the lord of the 8th lord of the underworld. He must have felt that his heavenly treasure has been taken away. There was a faint light in his eyes and a sneer on his face. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. He won't kill us, right? It's possible. Lin Tiandao quickly erased all the imprints on the fallen Yama pagoda that he had seized. Then, he placed his divine sense imprint on it and stored it in his divine sense before saying, "Let's go, let's leave this place." As he spoke, he called out to whooshing crocodile and took a step into the distance. Now that the fallen Yama pagoda had been taken away, the lord of the 8th lord of the underworld might come to kill him directly. That was a true emperor. If the fallen Yama pagoda really came to kill him, even if he had a heavenly treasure now, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The difference in cultivation was too great. At this time, he called for whooshing crocodile to leave quickly, preparing to find an absolutely secluded place to settle down. In the depths of the 8th territory of the underworld, Emperor surged. A tall figure rushed out with astonishing Emperor Qi. This was an emperor, the leader of the 8th lord of the underworld. He had been in seclusion, but he was suddenly awakened. His celestial treasure had been snatched away, and his weapon spirit had been shattered. Crack! The void shattered on the spot. This powerful emperor's strength was astonishing. He left the 8th lord of the underworld in a single step, and then appeared at the place where Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile were just a moment ago. However, this place was empty. There was only a dilapidated land, and there were no signs of life at all. Humans, ants. This powerful emperor's eyes were extremely cold, and his killing intent was as vast as the ocean. As the owner of the fallen Yama pagoda, although it had been taken away when he was in seclusion, he had learned many things. He knew about the existence of Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile. They came from another world, and the fallen Yama pagoda was taken away by Lin Tian. Slay! This person's voice was cold, and his eyes were frightening. An enormous emperor-level consciousness rushed out and spread in all directions. He wanted to find Lin Tian and find out how Lin Tian had entered this world, and then kill him in the cruelest way possible. For a moment, the rolling emperor-level consciousness was vast and mighty. The void was distorted inch by inch, and countless ferocious beasts were constantly trembling. At the same time, in the 8th lord of the underworld, the quasi-emperors in this territory were all shocked and trembling. Even the most powerful quasi-emperor, who was infinitely close to the emperor level, was trembling at this moment. Old 8 and Old 9 have both died in battle. The Lord's fallen Yama pagoda was also, the 7 quasi-emperors all felt a chill down their spines. Outside the 8th Lord of the Underworld, the territory was very wide. There were many mountains, and all of them were intertwined with a majestic aura. These mountains seemed to have existed since ancient times, and each one was larger than the other. They had a desolate aura that made one's heart tremble. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile traversed through one of the mountains at extreme speed. Not long after, Lin Tian found a deep cave. "Go in," he said to Whooshing Crocodile. Then, he quickly set up 81 layers of ceiling formations outside the deep cave. Then, he stopped and entered the deep cave. Almost at the same time, an extremely terrifying aura came from afar, shaking the earth in all directions. A tall figure stepped on the void. The Emperor Qi around his body was vigorous, and the underworld Qi was rolling and intertwining. He was like a great demon of the underworld realm. His eyes were bone-chilling as he looked down at the surroundings. His tyrannical emperor-level consciousness swept across the mountains. Rumble, as his consciousness swept across, the mountains trembled, and cracks appeared on the ground. It was very frightening. He caught up so quickly? Whooshing Crocodile could not help but tremble. He lowered his voice and asked Lin Tiandao, "Kid, can the ceiling formations you set up block this emperor's consciousness? Won't we be discovered?" Sensing the Lord of the 8th Underworld Lord in the sky, he seemed to be a little nervous. This was a true emperor. If he and Lin Tian were to be discovered, then only death awaited them. "Don't worry, Lin Tiandao." Now that he was almost at the peak of the 8th level of Nirvana realm, and he had an extremely powerful reincarnation body, he was confident that he could block the divine senses of an emperor rank expert by engraving 81 ceiling formations with his current cultivation level. Rumble, at the top of the mountain, the eyes of the emperor of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld were as cold as ice. An extremely terrifying aura interweaved around his body, and his killing intent was slightly shocking. His surging divine sense was like a ripple of destruction that swept through the nearby mountains and forests. During this process, the deep cave that Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were in was scanned by the 8th sky of Nirvana realm's consciousness 3 times in a row. The soil kept shaking, and cracks appeared. However, nothing happened in the end. The rolling consciousness of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm didn't discover them. In the sky, the 8th Underworld Lord's Emperor Realm expert was surrounded by a dense cold air. His majestic Emperor Realm divine sense swept towards the distance while he also stepped forward. His killing intent fluctuated and shattered the void inch by inch. Even the sky was about to collapse. Soon, this nether race emperor walked far away and left the mountain. At this moment, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile let out a long sigh of relief. "Your great formation is really powerful. It can actually avoid the divine consciousness of an emperor-level expert at such a close distance," Whooshing Crocodile said to Lin Tiandao. "His cultivation should be roughly at the 2nd heaven of Emperor Realm. With my current cultivation, it shouldn't be too difficult to block the divine consciousness of an emperor-level expert." Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and looked towards the sky. The 8th Underworld Lord had already walked far away. "Should we go out now?" it asked Lin Tian. "There's no hurry for now. The other party should be scanning this area. It's not safe to go out now," he said. "I think I should stay here for now and go into seclusion for a while to organize my cultivation and various techniques." During this period of time, his cultivation had increased very quickly. He felt that he should properly stabilize his realm and Tao foundation. At the same time, his current realm had increased. Many powerful divine powers and secret techniques, such as duality steps, Four Symbol Seal, Towering Heaven Sword Scripture, Formation Control Technique, Alchemy Tao, and so on, had a lot of room for improvement. He wanted to spend some time to comprehend these divine powers and secret techniques and cultivate them to the highest level that his current cultivation could reach. That makes sense. It's indeed risky to go out now. Whooshing Crocodile pondered and said, "Then we'll do as you say. I'll go into seclusion here for a while. Lord Crocodile also wants to cultivate the few supreme techniques that I used to control." Boom, almost at this moment, the mountain roared. A tyrannical emperor's divine consciousness swept over like waves. The eighth underworld lord walked to the sky here for the second time and scanned with his divine consciousness again. That old bastard, he really came here again. Whooshing crocodile gritted its teeth. At the same time, it felt lucky that it didn't go out just now. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous. Boom, in the sky, the eighth underworld lord's eyes were as sharp as a knife. His murderous intent intensified. Powerful divine consciousness swept out wave after wave, completely covering the range of tens of thousands of feet. He searched for the traces of Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile. However, it was still to no avail. Ants. A bone-chilling voice reverberated in the sky. After a dozen breaths, the man left again and quickly went far away. Below, cracks appeared in the mountain one after another, all caused by the eighth underworld lord. He finally left again. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at the sky and said, "Don't worry about him. It's very safe to stay here." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before making a move once more. He moved his hands within the deep cave, and he successively inscribed another 81 grand sealing formations nearby. After that, he stopped and said to the five-element alligator, "We'll enter into closed-door cultivation and comprehend the technique. However, just in case, we should restrain ourselves slightly during the process of comprehension. Don't emit overly intense fluctuations." Although the nearly 200 sealing formations were enough to conceal all auras and safely avoid the divine consciousness of a second-layer emperor, if they emitted too strong waves of energy when they were in seclusion, it could become a fuse, allowing the eighth underworld lord to sense their existence. Understood. Whooshing crocodile said. Naturally, he knew what Lin Tian meant. Lin Tian nodded. He did not say anything else as he shut his eyes and began to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra. He adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit. Very quickly, his essence, energy, and spirit reached their current peak condition and became absolutely stable. Study the four-symbol seal first. The four-symbol seal was an extremely powerful divine ability. It could be said to be a supreme sealing technique that could shake the heavens and earth. Moreover, not long ago, the old drunkard had passed down a secret technique that evolved the fifth and sixth layers of the four-symbol seal, making this precious technique even more powerful. It could be said to be a supreme killing technique. At this time, Lin Tian decided to first comprehend this divine ability while he was in seclusion in this deep cave. Buzz, he activated the essences of the four-symbol seal. Suddenly, faint divine light intertwined around his body and emitted a dazzling radiance. He began to comprehend the four-symbol seal. Of course, the four symbols Tao diagram did not appear. He was worried that the powerful sealing force would be sensed by the divine consciousness of the eighth lord of the netherworld after he condensed the four symbols Tao diagram. He mainly comprehended the treasure skill in his sea of consciousness. His divine soul practiced the treasure skill in his sea of consciousness. He deduced it again and again and familiarized himself with the complicated seals of the treasure skill. Finally, he condensed 3 layers of Tao diagrams in his sea of consciousness. There shouldn't be a problem to break through to the 4th layer. He thought to himself. A long time ago, he had cultivated the 4-symbol seal to the 3rd level. Now, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. With his current cultivation, he believed that he should be able to comprehend the 4-symbol seal to the 4th level. He focused his mind and his hands moved quickly. The trajectory was invisible to the naked eye, but there was a very shocking Tao rhyme circling around him. There was a sealing force jumping around. It felt very faint, but it gave people a feeling that it was incomparably vast. It was like a part of the universe, which made people feel intimidated. Each layer is harder to cultivate and more powerful than the previous one. He muttered to himself. He moved his hands and his divine soul intertwined divine seals in his sea of consciousness. He comprehended the treasure skill over and over again. Because of this, the sealing aura around his body became thicker and thicker, as if it could annihilate everything. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Buzz, at this moment, the light on his body intertwined. It was a little sacred. The sealing force was even more powerful and vast. He had completely comprehended the 4th layer of the 4-symbol seal. Let's try the 5th layer that the old man has evolved. He muttered to himself. Old Drunkard's talents were heaven-defying, surpassing the limits of the four-symbol seal. He evolved this divine technique to the 5th and 6th level, which was extremely powerful. He once killed an old monster at the 9th heaven of Monarch realm in the blink of an eye and taught it to him. At this time, he had finished cultivating the original 4 layers of the 4-symbol seal and started cultivating the 5th and 6th layers of the 4-symbol seal passed down by an old drunkard. Buzz, his body glowed faintly as strands of divine runes leaped out of his sea of consciousness. An old drunkard had evolved special rune Dao marks, which were connected to the 4th realm of the 4-symbol seal. They were the cultivation runes for the 5th realm. He carefully comprehended these rune Dao marks and cultivated according to the special cultivation method imprinted on them. Instantly, the sealing aura around his body became even denser and more terrifying. However, very soon, he gradually began to frown. It was because it was too difficult to cultivate. It was extremely complicated and profound. He calmed himself down and continued to try, but very soon, his frown deepened. It was too difficult to cultivate it. This old man, it's already so difficult for me to cultivate it step by step. He actually said that he had nothing better to do and deduced the 6th realm. He could not help but grind his teeth. He took a deep breath and continued to try to cultivate the 5th realm of the 4-symbol seal. In the end, he found that it was still difficult to advance. It was too complicated. I have to at least reach the boundary Emperor realm before I can comprehend and cultivate it. He muttered to himself. He shook his head. He already knew how difficult it was to cultivate this divine technique, so he stopped and did not force himself to cultivate it. Let's try that, he said in his heart. With a buzz, he formed a seal with both hands. Faint divine light leaped and the sealing power surged, becoming even more vast. Immediately, his glabella lit up and became hazy. In the next moment, the sealing aura around his body became even denser. At the same time, one could vaguely see 4 layers of silver divine patterns hidden in his glabella, stacking on top of each other. Several layers of Dao patterns are stacked, and the corresponding Dao mark patterns on each Dao pattern are connected with one's own divine power, forming a powerful killing force that increases the power of this divine technique by several times or even 10 times. He muttered to himself. This attack method was naturally not created by him, but by an old drunkard who had comprehended it and passed it on to him. Back then, he had also used several layers of Dao patterns to attack, but it was just a simple stacking. It was not like an old drunkard who had completely connected the spirit and form of the Dao patterns. It was far from being as powerful as an old drunkard. Buzz. At this time, he had comprehended the 4th realm of the 4 symbols Dao pattern. After discovering that he could not cultivate the 5th realm, he decisively began to comprehend the special attack method of the 4 symbols Dao pattern that an old drunkard had passed on to him. He compared the Dao mark patterns on the various Dao patterns so that the Dao mark patterns on each Dao pattern would slowly correspond and harmonize. At the same time, he surged with divine power and quickly connected them. This was a very complicated process. Lin Tian cultivated seriously, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this day, the light between his eyebrows was much thicker, and one could clearly see the 4 layers of Dao patterns stacked together. The runes between them were completely harmonized, and the sealing power emitted was many times stronger than before. It was as if it could really annihilate everything in the world. That shocking aura caused the whooshing crocodile, who was comprehending the great demonic technique, to tremble. It opened its eyes and looked at Lin Tian. "Kid, what are you doing?" "Nothing." Lin Tian smiled. At this time, he had thoroughly comprehended the special attack method of the 4 symbol seal that an old drunkard had passed on to him. It was equivalent to having another extremely powerful attack method. The whooshing crocodile glanced at him suspiciously, but did not ask much. It closed its eyes again and continued to comprehend its great demonic technique. Lin Tian took a deep breath on the spot and practiced the 4 symbol seal in his sea of consciousness again. Then, he stopped. Duality steps, he muttered to himself. The duality steps was an extremely powerful movement technique that he had mastered. There were a total of 9 realms. Back then, he had already cultivated to the 8th realm. At this time, he planned to break through to the 9th realm in one go. He felt that he should be able to do it. He closed his eyes and practiced the duality steps in his sea of consciousness with his spirit. Although his body did not move, his control of this technique continued to improve. After all, when one's cultivation reached such a high level, many techniques could be cultivated in the sea of consciousness. He practiced the duality steps in his sea of consciousness, and his entire person seemed to be much calmer. It was not like when he was cultivating the four-symbol seal, when there was divine light surging around his body. Everything seemed very calm. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. On this day, he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. "The 9th realm, I've arrived," he muttered to himself. In these 2 months, he had comprehended the duality steps in his sea of consciousness and cultivated this movement technique to the 9th realm. Although he could not test it himself at this time, he could feel that his body's speed had skyrocketed. He was not slower than an ordinary emperor. At this point, his physique and speed were comparable to an ordinary emperor. "Array Dao," he muttered to himself. He had mastered many techniques, so many that it was shocking. At this time, he wanted to comprehend them one by one. He wanted to cultivate all the various divine powers and secret techniques that he had mastered to the highest level that he could control with his current cultivation. He believed that at that time, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly, and he would be several times stronger than he was now. Buzz. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique. In his sea of consciousness, dense array patterns appeared and intertwined in his sea of consciousness. He comprehended them one by one and cultivated seriously, comprehending the essence of Array Dao. "Alchemy, let's do it together," he said. As he cultivated the Array Dao, he also activated the Medicine Codex to cultivate the Codex of Alchemy. In this deep cave, light suddenly shone brightly. Every corner was illuminated, and the power of Array and Pill Qi intertwined. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On this day, Lin Tian stopped cultivating. The light in his eyes was even brighter, the power of Array outside his body was stronger, and the Pill Qi on his body was more abundant. 9th level Array Dao, 9th grade alchemy, he muttered to himself. In a year, he had cultivated both Array Dao and alchemy simultaneously. He had made great progress in both of them, reaching the 9th realm. The power of Array in his body was extremely surging, and the Pill Qi in his body was extremely turbulent. Both were very shocking. At the same time, he had also learned some powerful Array Dao and some terrifying alchemy skills. At this time, he could use many of them, and they all contained astonishing power. All right. His eyes were bright. Suddenly, his body shook, and the aura emitted from his body decreased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became extremely weak. "This is?" He was a little surprised. In the past 2 years, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the four-symbol seal, the yin and yang steps, Array Dao, and alchemy. His cultivation had unknowingly increased, and at this time, he had reached the 9th level of nirvana and was about to begin the 8th nirvana. When he sensed this, he quickly calmed himself down. After all, he could not be careless during the nirvana process. He slowed down his entire body and stopped cultivating. He protected his heart meridian. Then, in the next moment, the aura on his body became even weaker, and his body began to petrify. From his legs to his waist, from his waist to his chest, from his chest to his hands, then to his neck, and then to his head. In the end, his entire body turned into gray stone, and his aura was extremely weak. He was not nervous at all because he had already gone through 7 nirvanas in a row. He was already familiar with the process. Just like that, he maintained this stone body. Soon, 1.5 months passed. Ka. On this day, with a crisp sound, cracks began to appear on his stone body and spread in all directions. More and more cracks appeared on his body, causing his stone-like body to begin to crumble. Pieces of broken stone fell to the ground. The old stone body completely faded away, revealing a new body. Faint light interweaved on the skin, and the precious body was like colored glass. Nirvana Stage 9. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His eyes glowed as he clenched his fist. Instantly, he felt his essence, energy, and spirit become much stronger. His sea of consciousness became vaster, and his soul became stronger. As for the increase in the strength of his flesh, it wasn't too obvious. After all, he had used the Saint Refinement Treasure technique to refine dozens of quasi-emperor corpses and hundreds of half-step emperor corpses. His physique had already reached the emperor level. Compared to this level of physical strength, the increase in strength from this nirvana wasn't too great. Phew. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to consolidate his current cultivation. As he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra, a faint golden divine radiance appeared and curled around his body. It was as if his skin was covered in a thin layer of gold. He circulated his divine power with this ancient sutra, causing the newly strengthened divine power to vibrate and tidy up his Tao foundation. This process took a total of 9 days in a flash. After 9 days, his essence, energy, and spirit had completely stabilized. His blood was like an ocean, and his entire body was like a furnace. He opened his eyes, and 2 divine radiances flashed past. Divination Divine Technique, High Heaven Sword Sutra, Chaos Emperor Fist, Dragon Burial Sutra, one by one. He muttered to himself. He had mastered too many techniques. At this time, he had to comprehend them one by one to better control them. He took a deep breath, formed a seal with his hands, and began to comprehend the Divination Divine Technique. He practiced this divine technique in his sea of consciousness. As his hands formed seals, divine images intertwined in his sea of consciousness, such as the desolate mountain, the divine weapon bell, the 3-leaf clover sea, the bloody crack, the divine cry palace monarch region, the sun ocean monarch region, the starry sky moon monarch region, etc. They all appeared in his sea of consciousness and trembled under his will. Divine radiance covered all directions. He used this method to practice this divine technique. He practiced it over and over again in his sea of consciousness, creating divine images of the heavens. Then, he would shatter them and create them again. The cycle repeated, and his control over it gradually improved. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In half a month, he had comprehended the divination divine technique to the highest level he could control with his current cultivation. Continue. He muttered to himself. Sitting cross-legged in the deep cave, Xianxia calmed his mind and began to comprehend the High Heaven Sword Scripture, Chaos Monarch Fist, and Dragon Burial Scripture in his sea of consciousness. His understanding of the various great arts gradually deepened, and his essence, chi, and spirit were also enhanced. Buzz. For a time, the glow of treasures interweaved within this deep cave, and various talisman markings flickered, causing it to seem miraculous and resplendent. During this process, time passed unknowingly. Very soon, another 3 months had passed. 3 months later, the radiance around Lin Tian's body was even thicker, and his essence, chi, and spirit had become much stronger. It's about time. His eyes shone brightly. It had been almost 3 years since he entered seclusion in this deep cave. In these 3 years, he had cultivated the 4 symbols seal to the 4th rank, the yin-yang steps to the 9th rank, his array skills to the 9th rank, and his alchemy skills to the 9th rank. At the same time, his dragon burial scripture was stronger, the high heaven sword scripture was sharper, and the divination divine technique was at the peak of perfection. He had comprehended all the various treasured arts that he had learned to the highest level he could control with his current cultivation. At the same time, his cultivation had also reached the 9th level of Nirvana realm from the 8th level of Nirvana realm. All right. He clenched his fist, and his eyes shone brightly. After 3 years of consolidation, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of Nirvana realm, and his various divine abilities and treasured arts had reached the peak. He could clearly feel how powerful he was now, and he was much stronger than 3 years ago. At this moment, he felt that he could even fight with an ordinary early-stage emperor without fear. There was a low groan from the side, and there was a shocking demonic power fluctuation. Whooshing Crocodile had awakened from his seclusion. Did you end your seclusion? It saw that Lin Tian had already opened his eyes and was looking at it calmly, so it couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian nodded, almost. How's the harvest? It asked Lin Tian. Not bad. Lin Tian Dao. Lord Crocodile too. Whooshing Crocodile bared its teeth. In 3 years, it had comprehended several great arts, and its Tao foundation had become more stable. Its cultivation had reached the 6th level of Nirvana realm. Have you gone out? It asked Lin Tian. Although it had been in seclusion all this time, it could still roughly sense how much time had passed. It had been 3 years since it had entered seclusion. Let's wait for a few more days. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he took out a pagoda from his sea of consciousness. It was 13 stories high and was made of unknown materials. It was covered with various rune Dao marks, and there was a very powerful aura around it. It was the fallen Yama pagoda that he had seized back then. This was a heavenly treasure. After seizing it back then, he just hurriedly erased the other imprints on it and imprinted his own divine sense imprint on it. Then, he threw it into his sea of consciousness. At this time, he was ready to sacrificial refine it. After all, it was seized from someone else. Re-refining it would allow him to better control this treasure weapon in the future. Buzz. He channeled the Sun Heart Sutra, and strands of golden divine light surged out and surged into the pagoda. At the same time, he also took out the pure yang flame and forged it with the golden divine fire, constantly burning it. For a time, divine light shone in this deep cave, and various treasure lights intertwined, illuminating the cave. Just like that. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, Lin Tian stopped channeling the Sun Heart Sutra, and he also put away the pure yang flame. Buzz. In front of him, the 13-story fallen Yama pagoda floated up and down. At this time, it was only an inch tall, and its entire body was sparkling and translucent. In the past, when he activated it, the light of the underworld was mostly intertwined, but now, after 7 days of sacrificial refining by Lin Tian with the Sun Heart Sutra and the pure yang flame, he no longer intertwined light of the underworld, but golden divine light. Great! Lin Tian could not help but mutter to himself, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this time, he felt that he could control this heavenly treasure with ease, as if he was the one who had forged the pagoda. A heavenly treasure. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. The value of a flawless heavenly treasure was shockingly high. Lin Tian smiled, and with a thought, the fallen Yama pagoda turned into a ray of light and instantly disappeared into his sea of consciousness. Come, let's go. He said. As he spoke, he stood up and waved his hand to disperse the nearly 200 ceiling formations in this place, and beckoned Whooshing Crocodile to come out. Outside, ancient trees were everywhere, forming an old forest. However, the ground was full of cracks. Many of the ancient trees and boulders were shattered. This was caused by the divine will of the 8th Underworld Lord when he was searching for a human and an alligator. That old thing's lungs are probably hurting from anger. Whooshing Crocodile bared its teeth. Lin Tian had taken away the fallen Yama pagoda, which was the heavenly treasure of the 8th Lord of the Underworld, and it was very difficult to refine a heavenly treasure. When the 8th Lord of the Underworld attacked, he could not find Lin Tian, and it guessed that he was so angry that he vomited blood. Lin Tian smiled but did not say anything, and walked out. This mountain forest was very large, and some of the ancient trees were frighteningly tall, as if they were going to reach the clouds. It was very imposing. A man and a crocodile walked in, and their steps were very gentle. In the blink of an eye, they had left the deep cave and crossed a distance of thousands of feet. Boom! Billowing evil chi surged, and the sand and stones in this place flew. A huge monster appeared and pounced on the man and the crocodile. It was a blood ash wolf, and it was 10 feet tall. Its eyes were crimson red, and its claws were so sharp that they could cut through the void. It was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the man and the crocodile. It's comparable to an early-stage Nirvana realm expert. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the blood ash wolf that was pouncing on him. Suddenly, the blood ash wolf trembled violently, and it stopped pouncing on the man and the crocodile. It looked at Lin Tian in panic. At this moment, facing Lin Tian's eyes, the Nirvana realm blood ash wolf felt its heart palpitate, and a sense of death rose in its heart. The human in front of it was like the Grim Reaper from hell. Lin Tian did not attack it. He glanced at the blood ash wolf, called Whooshing Crocodile, and continued to walk forward. I wonder where the Demon King and the others are now. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. They came to the sealed dust ancient region together, but they were separated by accident. It had been 3 years since then. Don't worry about them. No matter where they are, there is no problem with their safety. Lin Tiandao said. With Wu Yi on the Violet Fairy's side, no one in the 10 Direction celestial domains could do anything to them. Who's worried about them? Lord Crocodile is depressed. I was sucked here by a spatial vortex, and the few super experts who were originally with me are not by my side. I feel very insecure. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was speechless. This is a useless crocodile. They continued to walk forward, and soon, they walked out of the old forest. They appeared outside the old forest and walked into the distance. Is there really an incredible divine item in the primitive mountain range? It's said that the 7-colored divine light is soaring into the sky, and the aura is majestic. It must be a super treasure, and it is even said that it is not inferior to a heavenly treasure. What? A few netherworld race cultivators appeared in front of him. They hurriedly rushed in a certain direction, their faces full of shock. Lin Tian's cultivation was very strong now. Although the netherworld race cultivators were very far away, he could still hear their discussion. 7-colored light? Kid, is that what you are looking for? Wuxing Crocodile stared. It knew that Lin Tianyi had been looking for the 7-colored light. This world also had it. Lin Tian had been looking for it 3 years ago. Lin Tianyi stepped out and appeared in front of the netherworld race cultivators in the blink of an eye. Where is the 7-colored light you were talking about? He asked. Seeing Lin Tian, the netherworld race cultivators were shocked. You are a human. Someone recognized him. A puny human actually appeared in our world? You are courting death. Capture him first. The netherworld race cultivators' eyes were cold, cruel, and ruthless. Naturally, not every netherworld race cultivator in the sealed dust ancient region knew about Lin Tian's existence. These people did not know anything about him. Rumble. The netherworld race cultivator who attacked was not weak. He was at the level of the Great Path. Dao power surged around him and pressed down on Lin Tian. Surrender obediently and you won't suffer any physical pain. There was a dark light in this person's eyes. Everyone in the netherworld race knew about the world on the other side of the sealed dust ancient realm. They knew that the passage connecting the two worlds had been sealed by a supreme human cultivator who sacrificed his life in the past. They knew that humans were a race from another world. At this time, a human actually appeared in front of him. It was really a little shocking. Capturing this person and bringing him back would definitely be a great merit. Buzz. This person stretched out a large hand. Netherworld light surged, intertwining with an icy chill. In the blink of an eye, this large hand fell on the top of Lin Tian's head and pressed down mightily. However, in the next moment, with a poof, Lin Tian did not move at all, and this large hand exploded into pieces. The netherworld race cultivator who attacked was shocked. His large hand pressed down, but it did not touch Lin Tian at all. It only touched Lin Tian's aura, and it shattered. How terrifying was this? He only needed an instant to know that this human in front of him was very powerful. Run. In an instant, this word appeared in this person's heart. He turned around and ran, not even having time to call out to his other clansmen. At this moment, he was very clear that this human in front of him was someone they could not afford to provoke. Lin Tian looked at this person and had nothing to say. His gaze swept over, and the space collapsed, directly causing this person to explode. His body and soul were destroyed. How can this be? Run. At this place, the other netherworld race cultivators were directly scared silly. They were all horrified and turned around to flee. The person who attacked just now was the strongest among them, but now, he was killed so easily. Lin Tian swept a glance at these netherworld race cultivators. Sword light appeared around his body and slashed across the sky. Poof, 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 blood splattered everywhere. Of the fleeing netherworld race cultivators, only one was left alive. The rest were all mercilessly killed. In Demon Corpse's Ridge, he had seen what Di Sha of the human race had gone through. He had seen the cultivators of the netherworld race rush into that world and slaughter thousands of living beings. They did not even spare the women and children. It was extremely cruel. Even though it had happened countless years ago, it still made him very unhappy with this race. In addition, these people had always looked down on the human race and wanted to capture and suppress him. Therefore, he naturally would not show mercy to these people of the netherworld race. When he had to kill them, he would kill them directly. Don't kill me. The last remaining netherworld race cultivator trembled in fear. Lin Tianyi took a step forward and arrived in front of him. Without saying a word, he used his divine sense to search the other party's sea of consciousness, looking for information about the seven-colored light that several people had been talking about. In the blink of an eye, he found it and then crushed this person with a finger. Broken Cloud Mountains, he whispered. From this netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness, he knew that the seven-colored divine light had appeared in a vast mountain range called the Broken Cloud Mountains. It was located outside the 8th territory of the netherworld and was still very far away from where they were now. Let's go. He briefly explained this matter to Wuxing Crocodile and then called the Tao of 5 elements to leave. He directly soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Kid, are you sure that it's what you're looking for? Wuxing Crocodile asked. I'm not completely sure, but I'm 90% sure. Lin Tiandao. The seven-colored light was unparalleled in the world. Once it appeared, there was a great possibility that it had something to do with the sword soul of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. He was very fast. In a flash, he had traveled tens of thousands of feet. Wuxing Crocodile did not say anything and followed him. After walking for an unknown period of time, the man and the crocodile finally arrived in front of a vast mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range in front of them was very tall and majestic. One mountain range was connected to another, and some even towered into the clouds with a sense of vigor. There was a primitive aura surrounding the mountain range, and there was even fog and divine light intertwined. This is the Broken Cloud Mountains? Wuxing Crocodile looked ahead and said. Yes. Lin Tiandao nodded. From what he knew from the netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness, the Broken Cloud Mountains were not famous at first. It was not a deity land, nor was it a forbidden land. It was just an ordinary mountain range. However, because the seven-colored divine light had recently rushed out from this mountain range, the mountain range had undergone a drastic change. The terrain had changed greatly, and there were even various kinds of fog intertwining. It had become very extraordinary. Let's go. He called out to Wuxing Crocodile and directly stepped into the Broken Cloud Mountains. In the Broken Cloud Mountains, there were all kinds of strong ancient trees. They were much thicker than other places, and the aura of life was very strong. Oh, that's strange. These ancient trees seem to have just grown crazily recently. They shouldn't have been so thick before. Wuxing Crocodile was slightly surprised. It looked at an ancient tree. The soil at the roots of the ancient tree had obvious traces of being pushed open. Moreover, the traces were very new. That's indeed the case. Lin Tiandao nodded. From what he knew from the netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness, this mountain range had undergone a great change recently because of the appearance of the seven-colored divine light. The terrain had changed, and the ancient trees here had also grown crazily overnight. They were several times thicker than before. He did not say much. He glanced around, paused for a moment, and then walked toward the depths of this mountain range. From the netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness, he found out that the seven-colored light had rushed out from this Broken Cloud Mountains. However, he could not find the specific location. Therefore, at this time, when he entered this Broken Cloud Mountains, he could only search with his divine thought as he walked. At the same time, he consciously paid attention to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. This was because as long as he was within a certain range of the divine sword's soul, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness would give him a special reaction. He and Wuxing Crocodile walked forward. Not long after, there was a loud roar in front of them. It sounded like the rolling of a stormy sea. At the same time, it was accompanied by a shocking fluctuation of energy. The man and crocodile looked at each other and quickened their pace. Soon, they walked for tens of thousands of feet. A huge lake appeared in front of them. They did not know where the source was. A faint strange light flowed on the surface of the lake, and there was a shocking power intertwining. Many netherworld race cultivators were looking for treasures. Red alchemy gold, a precious material for forging divine weapons. That's a divine weapon fragment over there? Immortal Lingjing. It's 10,000 pounds. The purple roots contain shocking vitality. This seems like it can be refined into a life-prolonging elixir. That piece of metal is emitting netherworld divine light and has emperor power. Could it be a fragment of a heavenly treasure? Cries of surprise echoed in the air. Although the seven-colored divine light quickly disappeared after it appeared, this mountain range has completely changed. In this place, the netherworld race cultivators were extremely excited. Netherworld divine light surged and turned this huge lake upside down. They grabbed one treasure after another from the bottom of the lake. Some of them even went directly to the bottom of the lake and used their divine abilities to search the bottom of the lake. A treasure lake. Whooshing Crocodile said. From this scene, one could see that this huge lake was extraordinary at a glance. It contained all kinds of strange objects. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the light of the dragon patterns. He also stared at the huge lake. Not long after, his expression changed slightly, revealing a wisp of light. Looking ahead, he saw a sparkling and translucent gem in the huge lake. It was only the size of a fist and looked like a divine jade. Heavenly Heartstone. He whispered. What? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Heavenly Heartstone? In the huge lake ahead? You found it? Lin Tian had previously found a piece of exquisite celestial attraction jade in an underground area. Moreover, he possessed a peak-level high-rank Saint Bao. As long as he could find a piece of Heavenly Heartstone, he would be able to forge that Saint Bao into a heavenly treasure. At this time, it heard Lin Tian stare at a certain spot in the huge lake and say the words Heavenly Heartstone. It was immediately moved. Lin Tian nodded. Found it. After 3 years of seclusion, he had a deeper understanding of the dragon burial scripture. His delusion breaker divine eye had also become stronger. His eye power was so much stronger that he could see through many things with a simple glance. At this time, he saw the Heavenly Heartstone lying at the bottom of the huge lake ahead. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly grab it. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, Whooshing Crocodile did not need to say much. He stepped out and arrived above the huge lake. On the huge lake, the netherworld race experts looked over and were all moved. Human? Someone exclaimed. Aren't humans a tiny race on the other side? How could they appear in the world where our race resides? Isn't the passage between that side and this side sealed? What's going on? These netherworld race cultivators were shocked. They could tell that Lin Tian was a human at a glance because the human aura on Lin Tian's body was too different from the aura of the netherworld race on their bodies. Grab him! Someone shouted. At this place, the netherworld race cultivators moved. Their hands rumbled as they all grabbed at Lin Tian. A human cultivator suddenly appeared in this world. The impact was too great. How did he break in? Boom! The netherworld light intertwined. In this place, the netherworld race experts who were originally searching for treasures temporarily stopped looking for treasures in the huge lake. Each of them made their move, grabbing at Lin Tian and freezing the surrounding void. There were dozens and hundreds of people making their moves. Among them, there were even ordinary early-stage Nirvana realm experts. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Lin Tian did not even look at these people. Dragon runes intertwined under his feet, and rays of treasure light rushed up from the bottom of the huge lake. Ah! Screams suddenly rang out. On this huge lake, the netherworld race experts were annihilated by the treasure light. This huge lake was extraordinary. The treasure light was the power of the huge lake that Lin Tian mobilized with the dragon burial scripture. Ordinary cultivators naturally could not resist it. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the netherworld race cultivators in this place were dead. Lin Tian raised his hand. Dragon runes surged, and a piece of jade rushed out from the bottom of the lake and landed in his hand. Yes, it's the Heaven Heart Stone. He muttered to himself. The Heaven Heart Stone was only the size of a fist, but it was very warm and carried a shocking amount of spiritual energy. With this heaven heart stone, he could find time to forge the saint craft into the sky treasure bow. The fist-sized heaven heart stone was intertwined with a faint halo. Holding it in his hand gave him a warm feeling. It seemed very extraordinary. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Finding a heaven heart stone here was an unexpected gain. Soon, the pinnacle holy bow he controlled would evolve into the celestial treasure-killing bow by combining the immortal attraction exquisite jade and the heaven heart stone. He waved his right hand slightly and put the heaven heart stone in his stone ring. At this time, on the lake, some netherworld race cultivators were still alive. They stared at Lin Tian in shock, fear, and anger. "Human! How dare you commit murder against our race?" Someone roared at Lin Tian. Some other netherworld race cultivators also spoke. Their eyes were filled with fear and malevolence. They were all emitting killing intent. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. He didn't do anything. Only the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered, and a halo spread out in all directions. This halo seemed gentle, but it contained an astonishing power. It was very powerful. Poof, 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 in the blink of an eye, a bloody mist exploded. Many netherworld race cultivators exploded. Blood dyed the lake red. There were still a dozen Enlightenment Realm cultivators and an early-stage Nirvana netherworld race cultivator who were lucky enough to survive. At this moment, these dozen people were terrified. They could feel how terrifying Lin Tian was. They definitely couldn't fight against him. With the early-stage Nirvana netherworld race cultivator as the leader, the dozen people began to retreat. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you want to run away with your tail between your legs?" Whooshing Crocodile mocked. The dozen netherworld race cultivators had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything more. They rushed into the distance with a whoosh. At this time, they felt how powerful Lin Tian was. If they really attacked, they would definitely die. They all chose to run. If they ran, they still had a chance to survive. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Clanging sounds rang out beside him. Dozens of sword lights appeared out of thin air, aimed at the dozen people. However, in the next moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly and tilted his head to look southeast with the lake as the center. Whooshing Crocodile naturally saw Lin Tian's action and was a little curious. "What's wrong, little Boom?" In the southeast, a powerful divine power manifested, forcing Whooshing Crocodile to stop what he was about to say. This tyrannical divine power was mixed with an astonishing emperor's might. Rumble, the void trembled, and the earth trembled as well. Emperor's might appeared in the distance, sweeping towards this place with extreme speed. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared in the sky above the Great Lake. Emperor Qi intertwined around his body, and the netherworld Qi billowed. He was like a great demon of the netherworld. The domineering aura around his body distorted the space around him. "My lord!" Cries of surprise rang out. The dozen or so netherworld race experts who had fled into the distance stopped. When they saw the tall figure appear, they were both surprised and delighted. Now that their bloodline's emperor rank expert was here, why would they need to flee? "My lord, a human has entered our world." "That person is over there, my lord." "That damned human killed so many of our people." "My lord, you must not let him off so easily." These people shouted. In the air, the eyes of the tall figure were as cold as ice. He looked down at Lin Tian mercilessly. "It's this old bastard again. Kid, get out of here." Whooshing Crocodile recognized the person. It was the lord of the 8th Netherworld territory, a powerful emperor rank existence. 3 years ago, he had walked out of the 8th Netherworld territory and chased after it and Lin Tian. However, he could not find any trace of it or Lin Tian. Staring at this person, its expression changed. After all, this was an emperor rank. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He looked at the lord of the 8th Netherworld territory without any fear. "Stand back," he said to Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile was immediately stunned. "What do you mean? What about you?" Rumble, at this moment, rolling Emperor Qi vibrated. In the sky, the lord of the 8th Netherworld territory made his move. His huge hand covered the sky and covered all directions. It pressed down on Lin Tian majestically. At the same time, it covered Whooshing Crocodile as well. Whooshing Crocodile's scales stood up. It was a terrifying feeling to be covered by the Emperor's huge hand. At this moment, the void vibrated and the air was distorted. Majestic Emperor Qi sealed off the surroundings. Damned human, die! A cultivator from the Netherworld race called out from afar. They were all cultivators from the Netherworld race from the 8th territory of the Netherworld race. All of them looked at Lin Tian with cold, emotionless eyes. At this moment, the Emperor rank Lord of the 8th Netherworld territory made his move. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a human? Rumble. The sky trembled at this moment. His aura was extremely powerful. The Lord of the 8th Netherlord's eyes were deep and cold. He had come here for the 7-colored light, but he had never thought that he would discover the traces of Lin Tian, who had taken away his heavenly treasure 3 years ago. He had immediately come here. At this moment, he pressed down the Emperor's hand and sealed off the surroundings. He didn't want to kill Lin Tian. Instead, he wanted to suppress Lin Tian. He wanted to capture Lin Tian and take the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda from Lin Tian. He wanted to find out how Lin Tian had entered the sealed dust ancient region from the other world so that they could break into the other world earlier. They wanted to unify the 10 directions heavenly domain. At the same time, he could find out what the other world was like from Lin Tian. It could be said that Lin Tian, a human who had suddenly appeared in the sealed dust ancient region, was very useful to the Netherworld tribe. After finding these things, he would not let Lin Tian off easily. He would definitely kill him. Boom! The giant hand wrapped in the Netherworld Emperor's force descended and arrived above Lin Tian's head. Die, human! In the distance, the dozen or so Netherworld tribe cultivators saw this scene and roared ferociously with sinister smiles. Lin Tian stood on the big lake with a calm expression. At this moment, when the 8th Netherworld territory's giant hand descended, he finally made his move and punched up. How dare you fight against our emperor? You overestimate yourself. Do you think you can block our emperor's palm? Fool! In front of the emperor of my race, the human race is but an ant. These people sneered. In the next moment, a loud boom resounded. Lin Tian's fist collided with the hand of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld, and it erupted with divine radiance that practically drowned out every single inch of space in the surroundings. It was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Although I can't see clearly, that damned human should have turned into ashes. Someone said. Nonsense. How could a mere human withstand the palm strike of my clan's emperor? Death is inevitable. It's too easy for him to die like this. He should be tortured to death. The dozen or so Netherworld tribe cultivators said coldly. In front of them, the divine radiance in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the surrounding scene. Specks of blood floated in the void. A large crack appeared on the outstretched hand of the 8th Lord of the Underworld, and blood flowed out. Lin Tian stood on the surface of the big lake, unscathed. How can this be? In the distance, the dozen or so Netherworld race cultivators turned pale. Their emperor-ranked overlord had used his emperor's hand to suppress Lin Tian and collided with Lin Tian's fist. Now, he was actually injured. This is an illusion. This is an illusion. These people were unwilling to believe and could not accept such a scene. Even Whooshing Crocodile was a little surprised. Although he knew that Lin Tian's physical body was terrifying, he did not expect Lin Tian to crack the arm of a second heaven emperor with a single punch. Emperor's blood flowed out. In the sky, the 8th Netherworld territory's lord looked at his bleeding hand. His eyes became even colder and more eerie. He was a dignified emperor, but he was injured by a human in the Nirvana realm. This was a disgrace. Human. His voice was ice cold. He attacked again, and once again, he pressed down with a palm. That palm strike just now was just a casual one, and he did not use his full strength. But this time it was different. As this palm strike pressed down, the space in all directions shattered, and streaks of chaotic light shot out with terrifying destructive power. Whooshing Crocodile trembled. He was shocked by such a powerful attack. He looked at Lin Tian Dao and said, "Kid, hurry up." Before it could finish speaking, Lin Tian grabbed its tail and gently flung it out of the lake's range. Watch from afar. Lin Tian Dao. then, he attacked again. He met the palm with a punch again with pure physical strength. Dong. In the blink of an eye, the palm and fist collided again. The surrounding space was shattered even more. Streaks of chaotic light scattered. This time, they were evenly matched. How can this be? Impossible. In the distance, the dozen or so netherworld race cultivators were trembling. Their race's overlord had attacked Lin Tian twice. Once, he had been injured, and once, he had been blocked. Yet, he had not been able to do anything to Lin Tian. Whooshing crocodile was thrown out of the big lake by Lin Tian. At this time, he could not help but stare. This kid's physical body is even more abnormal than I thought. In terms of pure physical strength, he can already compete with a second Heaven Emperor realm expert. Crack. 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 The sound of porcelain shattering rang out as the eighth overlord of the underworld and Lin Tian's fists clashed. The surrounding space was unable to withstand the force at all, shattering and collapsing one after another under such great force. The eighth lord of the netherworld's eyes were cold. He looked down at Lin Tian from the sky. His eyes were even colder, and his killing intent was intense. At the next moment, his other hand also reached out, moving through the air, suppressing Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He also raised his other hand and punched upward. Dong. In the blink of an eye, the palm and fist collided again, erupting with a monstrous divine light. The eighth lord of the netherworld's big hand was still firmly blocked by Lin Tian. The eighth lord of the netherworld's hand shook. His emperor realm power surged and broke free from Lin Tian's fist. He pressed down with his palm again and again. In an instant, the surging palm energy slammed into the sky, shattering piece after piece of space. Lin Tian was fearless. His golden blood boiled. He faced the eighth lord of the netherworld's attacks with his iron fist. This scene caused the dozens of netherworld race cultivators in the distance to tremble. He completely blocked our Emperor Realm expert. How is this possible? This human, these people were terrified. The dozen netherworld race cultivators were terrified. Their Emperor Overlord had attacked, but now, Lin Tian had completely blocked it. These people trembled. In front of them, rumbling sounds were constantly heard, rolling in all directions. The eighth lord of the netherworld kept attacking. His palm force was powerful, and his pure physical strength was like a stormy sea, constantly falling on Lin Tian below. It was unknown how much space was shattered, and streams of void turbulence were constantly scattered. Lin Tian stood on the surface of the lake, calmly waving his fist, and met the emperor's hand head-on. Boom. 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 As the two collided, the space seemed to be beaten by a divine drum, and the sound waves were extremely ear-piercing. In the distance, the dozen netherworld race cultivators were shocked to find that Lin Tian stood on the lake. Not only did he block all the attacks of the eighth lord of the netherworld, but he was also unharmed. Even the lake under his feet was calm, without the slightest ripple. This was an extremely terrifying manifestation. It's just a strong physique. As long as the overlord uses his divine ability, he can instantly suppress him. Someone gritted his teeth. As soon as this was said, the others nodded. That's right. The overlord hasn't used his divine ability yet. Divine ability is the strongest manifestation of a cultivator's combat strength. That's right. As long as the overlord uses his divine ability, the insignificant human race will be nothing. He must die. In front of the overlord, he's nothing. These people's eyes were sinister. Whooshing crocodile heard these people's voices. Although he was very unhappy, his heart was slightly shaken. Lin Tian's physique was very terrifying, and he could undoubtedly contend with an emperor. However, in a real life and death battle, the strength of the physical body was definitely not the key. The key to victory was often the divine ability secret technique, unless the physical strength had reached an absolute level. Clearly, Lin Tian's current physical strength had not reached a level that far surpassed the eighth lord of the underworld. Boom. In the sky, the eyes of the eighth lord of the netherworld were cold. He was a dignified emperor rank expert, but after so long, he actually couldn't suppress a Nirvana realm human. He stared at Lin Tian, then withdrew his hands. His body flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared on the surface of the lake, staring coldly at Lin Tian. Your physical body is not bad. He stared at Lin Tian, his voice incredibly cold. Speak, how did you enter this world? Guess. Lin Tian was very calm as he looked indifferently at the eighth lord of the underworld. Such an attitude undoubtedly caused the eyes of the eighth lord of the nether underworld to turn cold, and the coldness on his body became even denser. With a hong sound, the emperor force around his body became even stronger, underworld light surging. I'll suppress you. I'll see for myself. He said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of halos rushed out from his body. Instantly, a terrifying power intertwined, and runes filled the sky. At this moment, the eighth lord of the netherworld was no longer suppressing Lin Tian with pure physical strength. He began to use the power of divine powers, and the netherworld runes that filled the sky pressed down on Lin Tian. There were all kinds of strange power surging, and it was very oppressive. This power was very shocking, and it carried true emperor force and might, causing the sky here to change color. Divine powers. The overlord is using divine powers. That human will definitely be defeated. Dozens of netherworld race experts sneered. Even whooshing crocodile was moved. When an emperor rank expert used divine powers, the killing power was much stronger than pure physical strength. With a rumble, the eighth lord of the netherworld's divine powers pressed down on Lin Tian, and the entire lake could not help but boil. The waves rolled and splashed loudly. You're using divine powers because your physical body is weak? Lin Tian looked very calm and said, however, the outcome will not change. He stepped on the lake, and his right leg shook slightly. Dragon patterns spread and shone brightly. Roar. In an instant, the lake began to glow, and an ear-piercing dragon's roar sounded. A light dragon rushed out from the lake, and it was dozens of feet long. The dragon's roar resounded in all directions, and its huge dragon tail swept past, directly smashing all the netherworld runes. This is? He shattered the overlord's divine powers? How can this be? In the distance, dozens of netherworld race experts were all shocked. They had just said that Lin Tian would definitely not be able to defeat the eighth lord of the netherworld who used divine powers and could only be suppressed. But now, the eighth lord of the netherworld's powerful divine powers was crushed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. This, whooshing crocodile widened his eyes, shocked by this scene. An emperor's divine powers were destroyed by Lin Tian so easily. Even the eighth lord of the netherworld's expression changed, and he was truly moved. The emperor-level divine powers he used were easily destroyed by a human of the Nirvana realm. Human. His voice was low and cold, and he directly moved, pressing towards Lin Tian. He waved his hand, and his palm covered the sky. Dao marks intertwined, forming a very powerful divine powers with dense netherworld energy. I'll suppress you here, and use you to cultivate. Lin Tian spoke at this time. He stared at the eighth lord of the netherworld, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. This was an emperor-level expert. If he could obtain the other party's physical body and refine it with the saint refining treasure technique, he would definitely be able to step into the emperor level, and even the emperor level. He shook his right leg, and the dragon patterns spread in all directions, and the entire lake glowed. Roar. The dragon's roar sounded again, and it was incomparably ear-piercing. This time, dozens of large dragons rushed out, and each of them was dozens of feet long, as if dozens of true dragons were born. The dozens of true dragons roared as if they were real, and under his will, they rushed towards the eighth lord of the netherworld. Crack! In this place, the void that had just returned to normal shattered, and the scene was terrifying. Lin Tian rode the dozens of true dragons up, and the dragon roars were intimidating, and mighty waves surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the eighth lord of the netherworld. Boom! There was an astonishing collision, and stormy waves swept past. The eighth lord of the netherworld's big hand that was pressing towards Lin Tian was directly bounced away, and the intertwining netherworld light was shattered. Dragon kill. Lin Tian Ondao. As his voice fell, the true dragon roared again, and behind him, a dragon of 300 feet rushed out, as if the dragon emperor was reborn, overlooking the heavens. In the next moment, this dragon moved, and together with dozens of other dragons, they attacked the eighth lord of the netherworld. The void trembled, and it seemed that this place would be completely destroyed at any time. The eighth lord of the netherworld attacked, and his divine power and secret technique were all extraordinary, as he faced the dozens of dragons. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. Whoosh! 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 A soft sound came out, and the divine power and secret technique of the eighth lord of the netherworld was disintegrated again, bit by bit. Roar! The 300 feet dragon roared and rushed over, and with a divine dragon tail, it whipped the emperor's chest. With a bang, the nether race's overlord was instantly sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His powerful emperor body was almost shattered by the force of the blow as cracks began to appear on his body. Such a scene completely shocked everyone. How is it possible? The dozens of netherworld race's cultivators were terrified. Lin Tian stood on the big lake, and stepped on the water surface, forcing the netherworld emperor to fly out in one step. He raised his hand, and without any superfluous movements, he directly punched forward. Boom! With a punch, thunder rumbled, and it was very terrifying. After 3 years of seclusion, he had comprehended all the divine powers and secret techniques he had mastered to the best level he could now. His cultivation had also broken through to the 9th sky of Nirvana realm, and he could definitely fight against an early-stage Emperor realm expert. And now, although the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race was at the 2nd stage Emperor realm, and was much stronger than an early-stage Emperor realm expert, this place happened to have an extraordinary big lake that contained majestic power. At this moment, he stepped on the big lake, and used the dragon burial scripture that he had comprehended to draw the power of the big lake to fight. He was not afraid of the Netherworld Emperor at all. He punched down, and his fist appeared in front of the Netherworld Emperor in the blink of an eye, and landed on his cheek. Bang! The solid punch directly sent the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race flying, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Human! The man roared, and he quickly stabilized his body. His eyes became more terrifying than a divine weapon, and his emperor chi surged. Space buzzed as dense talisman markings charged out from his body, and they interweaved into a dense mass of netherworld swords. Clanging sounds rang out, and it seemed as if they wanted to shatter the world. They pierced through numerous spatial rifts as they slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted, and dozens of dragons rushed forward. At the same time, he activated the dragon burial scripture again, and poured the power of the big lake into his body. He forcefully increased his strength, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose several times in the blink of an eye. Then, in the next moment, he shook his right hand, and the same sonorous sound of swords rang out. Dense Lin Tian sword radiance appeared around him. Slash! His voice was indifferent. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and it suppressed everything. In the past 3 years, he had cultivated the Ling Tian sword scripture to become even more powerful. At this moment, the Ling Tian sword was fully displayed, and it already had a trace of profundity. As soon as it appeared, it shattered everything, and all the netherworld swords slashed by the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race were shattered. He stepped forward and formed a seal with one hand. Suddenly, a primordial mountain, a divine weapon bell, a sea of clover, a bloody crack, and other divine elephants appeared behind him. They intertwined with a wave that could suppress all things, and pressed down mightily. Divine divination technique. Bang! The 8th Lord of the Netherworld race was directly swept away, and under the pressure of the divine elephants, he was almost crushed. Lord! In the distance, a Netherworld race cultivator could not help but cry out, shocked by this scene. This kid, whooshing crocodile's eyes almost popped out. A second layer emperor was actually sent flying by Lin Tian several times. Roar! The dragon roared again, and dozens of dragons rolled toward the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race. Dozens of divine elephants appeared in the sky, and dense sword rays filled the sky. There were also peerless dragons roaring, locking onto the 8th Lord of the Underworld. They directly enveloped the 8th Lord of the Underworld and pressed down on him. The terrifying power covered a radius of a few hundred feet in the blink of an eye. Boom! The space shook and then collapsed. Destructive rays of light intertwined in all directions. The 8th Lord of the Underworld was sent flying, coughing up blood. There were more cracks on his emperor body, and in the next moment, he exploded. Lord! In the distance, dozens of underworld race cultivators trembled and could not help but cry out. Their lineage's emperor-level powerhouse, the lord of a territory, had his emperor body shattered by a nirvana realm human. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. It was truly shocked by Lin Tian's current strength and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. An emperor-level powerhouse was defeated by Lin Tian just like that. It was too shocking. After 3 years of seclusion, this kid's strength has improved too much. It muttered to itself. Boom. In front, rolling underworld light intertwined. The 8th Lord of the Underworld reformed his body, and his eyes were cold. Human. He stared at Lin Tian, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. The Emperor Qi outside his body became stronger. With a boom, the underworld light outside his body became even more intense, as if it was about to burn. It was very oppressive. Boom. The void shook, and he moved. He directly attacked Lin Tian, and an even more powerful divine light flew out, suppressing all directions. On the surface of the lake, Lin Tian looked at this person and clearly felt a trace of pressure. However, his expression did not change, and he was still not afraid. He appeared to be very calm as he walked on the surface of the water. Dense dragon tattoos intertwined under his feet with every step he took, spreading towards the surroundings of the large lake. He absorbed the mysterious mighty power within this extraordinary large lake and poured this power into his body, forcefully increasing his strength, causing his essence, energy, spirit, and other aspects to experience a great increase. After 3 years of seclusion, his cultivation had reached the 9th heaven of Nirvana realm, and his control of the dragon burial scripture was even stronger. Now, he had such an ability. As long as he was in a special situation, he could pour the power contained in this situation into his body and forcibly increase his strength. It was not like before, when he could only use this power to perform simple attacks. At the same time, he could also rely on this method to increase the strength of the other people who were in the same area as him. Roar. The dragon's roar was ear-piercing. This time, when he swung his right fist, the shadow of a true dragon appeared and coiled around his fist. At the same time, the phoenix's cry shook the world. A fiery red celestial phoenix rushed out from behind him as if it was flying from the primordial times. In these 3 years, he had cultivated all the abilities he had learned to an extremely profound level. At this moment, he channeled the mysterious energy of the lake into his body and activated the primal Chaos Emperor fist. The power was truly terrifying. Just the aura of his fist was enough to distort the surrounding space and then shatter it with a series of cracking sounds. Boom. On the opposite side, the 8th Lord of the Underworld charged over at this time. He used several magic to attack Lin Tian. Outside his body, the underworld light was like a flame that burned everything. In front of him, the imperial light was like a demonic star that crushed everything. His offensive power was unparalleled. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He was not afraid at all. His right hand shook, and an even stronger power burst out. Roar! Roar! The celestial phoenix and the celestial dragon soared into the sky, letting out earth-shaking roars. The dragon and phoenix cried in harmony. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. For a moment, the space exploded with divine brilliance, and the light covered everything. Bang! 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 In the sky full of divine brilliance, the underworld magic and the chaotic emperor's fist collided. Lin Tian and the 8th Lord of the Underworld's real bodies charged together. Fist radiance and leg shadows were everywhere. They violently collided on the lake, and waves of terrifying waves were created. In the space, the sky was full of divine rainbows. Rune imprints appeared one after another, and all kinds of light surged in all directions. The sky trembled, and an oppressive aura spread in all directions. This was a battle between imperial emperors. Crack! 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 The void shattered, and then it reassembled on its own. Then it was shattered again. The two collided on the lake. After an unknown period of time, they both flew out. Lin Tian's body was slightly staggered, and so was the 8th Lord of the Underworld's. This time, they were evenly matched. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and looked at the lord of the 8th territory of the underworld. He had to admit that a second-layer emperor was indeed very powerful. With his current strength, if he didn't borrow the power of this extraordinary lake, it would be very difficult for him to resist. However, it just so happened that there was such an extraordinary lake here. This lake became a source of power for him to suppress his opponent. He looked at his opponent. His right leg shook slightly, and dragon patterns spread out in all directions. Roar! The dragon roar was ear-piercing, and it resounded through the sky. This time, hundreds of dragons rushed out together. Each of them was dozens of feet long, and each of them had the power to destroy everything. They charged straight at the 8th Lord of the Underworld's 8th Lord. These dragons were formed by him using the dragon burial scripture to activate the power of this lake. Each dragon was equivalent to a great magic. They were so powerful that they could almost destroy everything. The 8th Lord of the Underworld's 8th Lord made his move. With a wave of his hands, dense underworld killing light interweaved and slashed forward. With a sizzling sound, the dragons were shattered and dissipated into light. At this time, the 8th Lord of the Underworld's 8th Lord's eyes were very cold. The aura on his body was much stronger and was very shocking. In the blink of an eye, the dragons were completely shattered. The Underworld Emperor made his move again. He created a pitch-black vortex that devoured everything around it. It was like a peerless black hole. It shrouded Lin Tian, and a terrifying aura spread out. This is Dark Devour? One of the Overlord's most powerful great magic. It can devour everything. This human must die. In the distance, dozens of underworld race cultivators clenched their fists in excitement. Then, they all stared coldly at Lin Tian. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile was also moved. He naturally felt the terror of the 8th Lord of the Underworld's great magic. Buzz! The void hummed softly. The black hole-like vortex shrouded Lin Tian. Then, it quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it shrouded an area of thousands of feet. Then, the entire space became pitch black. Even the sky darkened. A surge of dark power surged. A force that could corrode everything intertwined. Even the air was annihilated. Lin Tian was shrouded in it. Naturally, he felt the terror of the pitch-black vortex. It seemed to be sucking his divine power and spiritual soul out. However, his expression did not change. He formed a seal with one hand. His right hand faced the sky. Suddenly, a silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions appeared. It instantly enlarged to a diameter of thousands of feet. He faced the sky with a single Tao diagram of the 4 divisions. The Tao diagram rotated, and the sealing power surged. It faced the pitch-black vortex. Chi! 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 A soft sound was heard. The pitch-black vortex disintegrated and was annihilated. At the same time, the Tao diagram of the 4 divisions broke. Dense cracks appeared and it began to collapse. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's right hand shone. The second Tao diagram of the 4 divisions appeared. It stopped the collapse of the first Tao diagram of the 4 divisions. It emitted an even more terrifying aura. The Overlord's dark devour was, how could it be? It's impossible. In the distance, dozens of Netherworld race experts trembled. They originally thought that the Dark Devourer would be enough to suppress and destroy Lin Tian. However, this was the scene now. The Dark Devourer was actually destroyed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Looking at the 8th Lord of the Netherworld, his right hand shook slightly. Suddenly, the 2 Tao diagrams of the 4 divisions trembled and flew out, rolling toward the Netherworld Emperor. Buzz! The 2 silver Tao diagrams buzzed and cut across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. This Netherworld race emperor clearly sensed the extraordinariness of the 2 silver Tao diagrams. He did not take it head-on and quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian moved. He used the yin-yang steps and appeared behind the Netherworld race emperor in a flash. The Netherworld race emperor was shocked. Lin Tian's speed was too fast. Even someone as powerful as him could not react in time. Lin Tian directly pushed him to the side. Dong. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He directly swung his fist and pressed down with the Chaos Monarch fist. This fist landed firmly on the 8th Lord of the Netherworld's body and directly sent him flying. At the same time, Lin Tian's footsteps flashed. He forced himself in front of the 8th Lord again and punched down again. Dong! The space trembled and collapsed. In 3 years, he had cultivated the yin-yang steps to the 9th level. Now that he had used the power of the lake to strengthen himself, his speed was comparable to a 3rd Heaven Emperor. With a bang, the 8th Lord of the Netherworld suffered another punch. His chest was pierced through, and he was sent flying again. Buzz! The 2 silver Tao diagrams spiraled and emitted divine radiance. They rushed toward the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. The divine radiance scattered across the land. At the same time, Lin Tian used the 9th level of the yin-yang steps and approached again in the blink of an eye. The 8th Lord of the Netherworld's eyes were cold. There was shock and anger. You, seal! Lin Tian quickly formed a seal and pressed down with his right hand. Together with the 2 4 symbols Tao diagrams that he had condensed before, the 3rd and 4th 4 symbols Tao diagrams were condensed in the blink of an eye. The 4 Tao diagrams stacked together and emitted endless divine radiance. This is? In the distance, the whooshing crocodile was shocked. It had seen the attacking method of the 4 symbols Tao diagrams from an old drunkard. It was ridiculously powerful. The 8th Lord of the Netherworld trembled, and his expression changed. At this moment, being enveloped by the 4 symbols Tao diagrams, he felt the Emperor Qi in his body condensing. Even his divine soul showed signs of shattering. The threat of death rushed toward him. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. The netherworld light shook and surged upward like a divine waterfall. For a moment, the space trembled uncontrollably, and all kinds of light mist appeared. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with divine radiance. The 4 symbols Tao diagrams stacked together, and a sealing force enveloped all directions and suppressed all things. Then, he formed another seal at an extremely fast speed. The 4 symbols Tao diagrams trembled and turned into a silver vortex. Once the silver vortex appeared, an even more shocking power spread out. The air and light were about to be annihilated. As soon as the silver vortex appeared, it was transformed from the 4 silver Tao diagrams. As soon as it appeared, it blended with an incomparably terrifying aura. It was at least 1,000 feet in diameter, completely enveloping the 8th Lord of the Underworld and suppressing him. This was a terrifying attack. Wherever the silver vortex passed, the air was annihilated, and the light was also annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The 8th Lord of the Underworld roared as he felt a greater threat. The surrounding space was sealed. At this moment, he roared as the underworld energy in his body surged, turning into pitch-black underworld flames that were about to burn the silver vortex. Lin Tian snorted lightly and pressed down with his right hand. Divine light shone brightly. Suddenly, the silver vortex became even more terrifying. It directly annihilated a large amount of underworld flames and swallowed the 8th Lord of the Underworld into the center of the vortex. Then, with a boom, there was nothing left. Lord Emperor! In the distance, a dozen underworld cultivators were horrified. They could no longer see the 8th Lord of the Underworld in their field of vision. Even whooshing crocodile was stunned. He's dead? A person of the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm was killed just like that? Boom! Astonishing Emperor Qi surged. At the place where the silver vortex exploded, the void split open, and a figure walked out. It was the 8th Lord of the Underworld. At this moment, this 2nd layer of the Emperor realm expert was covered in blood. His aura was much weaker, and he looked very miserable. In the distance, a dozen underworld cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Their Emperor realm expert was still alive. But soon after, these people started trembling again. Their monarch overlord was actually injured to such an extent. Lin Tian stepped on the surface of the large lake and looked at the 8th Lord of the Underworld. He narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not surprised. As expected of a 2nd layer of the Emperor realm expert. It's indeed not easy to kill. He spoke and continued, however, this is good. After all, I have to leave your complete Emperor realm body. If it's destroyed like this, it will be a loss. At this time, he made up his mind to suppress the Lord of the 8th Underworld domain and leave him with a complete Emperor body. Then, he would use his Emperor body to cultivate the Saint. Refining treasure technique. At that time, he would at least be able to step into the quasi-Emperor level. He looked at the Lord of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. His tone was very calm, and his expression was very calm. He walked towards him step by step. The eyes of the 8th Lord of the Underworld were piercingly cold. A human in the Nirvana realm dared to speak to him in such a manner and even had designs on his imperial body. Yi Futian did not put him in his eyes at all. Boom, he stared at Lin Tian. Eerie netherworld light surged like a volcanic eruption. In the next moment, his imperial body shone. 1 turned into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16, in the blink of an eye, he split into 10,000, and the 10,000 figures surrounded Lin Tian, all of them exuding an extremely shocking imperial might. Immortal Tao Incarnation. In the distance, dozens of underworld race cultivators stared ahead excitedly. They knew how terrifying this remarkable ability of the 8th Lord of the Underworld was. One could split into 10,000, and the true body could not be identified. Back then, even a 9th Heaven Emperor ancestor of the 1st Lord of the Underworld was unable to find the true body of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. Most importantly, each of the avatars created by the Zong divine art possessed real combat strength. This technique, Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. He used his powerful divine consciousness, but he could not tell which was the incarnation and which was the true body. Human. A cold voice resounded through the space. The 8th Lord of the Underworld spoke, and all the figures spoke in unison. They came from all directions, cold and vast, and caused the sky to tremble. It was as if it would fall in the next moment. Boom, 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 the rolling light of the underworld was vast and mighty. At this moment, the 10,000 figures of the 8th Lord of the Underworld began to move. They all began to form seals, and the mighty power of their remarkable abilities were all aimed at Lin Tian. In the next moment, whooshing sounds could be heard as the 10,000 figures moved together, all of them heading toward Lin Tian. Immediately, kacha-kacha sounds could be heard. The void collapsed, and numerous cracks appeared. This was a terrifying offensive momentum. The 8th Lord of the Underworld's divine technique was unparalleled. He could split into 10,000 figures, and every figure was real. They all had terrifying battle strength and could easily kill quasi-emperors. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Tian stepped on the large lake and naturally felt the terror of the 8th Lord of the Underworld's divine technique. With his divine consciousness, which was not weaker than that of an emperor expert, he could not see the 8th Lord's true body at all. It was as if all the figures were real. However, his expression was very calm, without the slightest emotion. In the next moment, he closed his eyes slightly. This scene stunned the dozens of underworld race cultivators in the distance, and then they all laughed wildly. Can't do anything? Are you ready to die? Puny humans can't do it. Of course not. The human race is too weak. According to the records of our race's ancient history, the experts of our race once entered the other world and stepped on the corpses of the human race to advance. They were invincible. This race can only become our race's food and is extremely weak. It's a pity that the few people of this race who could fight set up a despicable scheme and blocked our race's passage to the other world. Otherwise, our race would have unified the 10 directions celestial domain long ago. However, sooner or later, our race will kill again, slaughter the human race, and unify the 10 directions celestial domain. No, we don't have to kill all the human race. We can keep them in captivity and make them our slaves or food. It's said that the human race's flesh and blood taste very good. If we kill them all, we'll lose a good kind of food. These people's expressions were fanatical, and their words were full of hostility. They worshipped the underworld race cultivators who had rushed into the other world to cause chaos and kill the human race. They treated the human race as if they were nothing, as if they were ants and insects. Moreover, they began to fantasize about slaughtering their way into the other world again and keeping the human race as slaves and food. Boom. In front, the underworld energy rolled. The 8th Lord of the Underworld's tens of thousands of incarnations finally flashed, and their killing intent became even more intense. Tens of thousands of incarnations attacked Lin Tian together. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the lake. His slightly closed eyes opened at this moment. Dragon rings appeared on his pupils. They were mysterious and magical, as if they were engraved. It was as if he could see through everything. Delusion breaker divine eyes. After 3 years of seclusion, he had cultivated this pair of divine eyes to a higher level. At this moment, he opened them. Then, he moved. He walked among the tens of thousands of incarnations of the underworld race and appeared in front of one of the incarnations. Without any superfluous movements, he directly swung his fist and fiercely punched this incarnation's abdomen. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Accompanied by a pool of blood, this incarnation's abdomen was directly penetrated. Following which, sizzling sounds could be heard as the other figures on the lake shattered one after another. Suddenly, there was only one incarnation left on the lake. It was the incarnation that was penetrated by his fist. This incarnation was the true body of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. This is the true body of the Lord? He. How can it be? Is it really the true body of the Lord? He saw through it? How is this possible? Back then, even an old ancestor of the First Lord who was at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm couldn't see through it. How can he see through it? In the distance, dozens of underworld race cultivators were shocked. However, in the next moment, these people trembled again when they saw Lin Tian's eyes from a distance. This is his eyes? This is an eye technique? He knows an eye technique? These people trembled. At this time, they were very far away from the lake. Just by glancing at Lin Tian's eyes, they felt a chill run down their spines. They felt as if they were transparent in front of this pair of eyes, and their divine souls were in pain. This brat's eyes seemed to be even more powerful. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. At the same time, on the lake, the 8th Lord of the Underworld coughed out blood. He was shocked that Lin Tian instantly broke his immortal Dao incarnation divine ability. Then, he noticed Lin Tian's eyes at this moment, and his tyrannical emperor body trembled involuntarily. Facing Lin Tian's eyes at such a close distance, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine even though he was an emperor realm expert. There was a strange demonic power in this pair of eyes. Lin Tian's fist penetrated the 8th Lord of the Underworld. With a shake of his right hand, the power of the Chaos Emperor fist spread out. Poof! Emperor blood splattered. The 8th Lord of the Underworld exploded, and his powerful emperor body was torn to pieces. My lord! In the distance, the dozen or so netherworld cultivators could not help but cry out. Just a moment ago, they were still excited because their emperor, Realm Lord, had used a powerful immortal Dao incarnation divine ability. They thought that Lin Tian would definitely be suppressed by this divine ability, but they did not expect that it would end like this. Lin Tian stood on the lake. At this moment, he tilted his head and looked at the dozen or so netherworld cultivators. Dragon rings intertwined in his eyes. His gaze was indifferent and emotionless, and it immediately made these people tremble violently. The dozen or so netherworld cultivators retreated in fear. Die. These cold words came out of Lin Tian's mouth. He had never intended to let these netherworld cultivators go. Just now, these netherworld cultivators were excitedly discussing how the netherworld race experts had harmed and killed humans on the other side of the land. They worshipped them and thought about how they would kill humans again in the future and enslave humans for food. This made him very uncomfortable. After all, he was a human himself. With a clang, a dense sword light appeared beside him. Like a sword storm, it slashed toward the dozen or so netherworld cultivators. The dozen or so netherworld cultivators fled in fear. Unfortunately, they could not escape at all. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, these dozen or so people were all killed. It was also at this moment that a loud boom came from the lake. The 8th Lord of the Underworld reformed his emperor body. Upon hearing the words of the 8th Lord of the Underworld, Lin Tian was shocked. The netherworld race was going to kill their way to the other side through another path? Had they found another path to the other side? Even Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian looked at the 8th Lord of the Underworld and asked, "Where is that path?" Why would I tell you? The eighth lord of the underworld had a cold look in his eyes. The aura on his body surged and became several times stronger in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression was very calm and did not change at all. He naturally knew that the eighth lord of the underworld would not tell him where that path was. He was only casually asking. Boom, shocking Emperor Qi intertwined and spread out. The eighth lord of the underworld stared at Lin Tian emotionlessly. At this moment, his glabella shone. Then, a netherworld sea appeared and surrounded him. The sea waves surged and its aura was monstrous. At the same time, a shocking brilliance of Tao appeared beside him. It turned into a waterfall of Tao that seemed to want to annihilate everything. It was very frightening. Consciousness sea anomaly. Tao law. In the distance, whooshing crocodile was shocked. The consciousness sea anomaly was very terrifying. Ordinary people would not be able to comprehend it. Tao law was the strongest trump card of a cultivator. Now, an emperor-level powerhouse was using these two techniques at the same time. The destructive power was of course terrifying. It was very scary. Boom, the lake was very deep. At this moment, huge waves surged. It was a bit scary. The eighth lord of the underworld stepped on the lake and approached Lin Tian step by step. His Tao was the Tao of darkness. At this moment, it was like the Lord of Darkness was patrolling the world and wanted to kill Lin Tian in the darkness. At the same time, his consciousness sea anomaly was also very powerful. The underworld sea anomaly swept out and seemed to want to corrode everything. As he stepped forward, the void was directly shattered. Kid! Be careful. Whooshing crocodile reminded him in a deep voice. Even though Lin Tian had blasted the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld flying numerous times and displayed shocking combat strength, it still couldn't help but feel worried when the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld utilized the phenomenon in his Sea of Consciousness and the Grand Tao laws at the same time. On the Great Lake, the wind and waves rolled up Lin Tian's black hair. Facing the Eighth Lord of the Netherworld who was closing in, his expression was very calm. He was not afraid of the other party's strange phenomenon in the Sea of Consciousness and the law of Great Tao. He stood firmly on the spot like a pine tree. Dense dragon patterns surged into the Great Lake under his feet. Using the dragon burial scripture as a guide, he guided even more of the lake's energy into his body, strengthening himself once again. In the next moment, his glabella shone brightly, and a black and white lotus sea floated out. Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, Yin-Yang Lotus Sea. He took a step forward, and golden divine light surged around his body. The reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a divine and holy light. It was like the primordial saint diagram at the beginning of the world, as if it could suppress everything. At the same time, hazy Tao light surged out from his body. It was difficult to sense what kind of great Tao it was. He could only sense that it was as vast as the starry sky. It quickly merged with his reincarnation diagram, forming the strongest reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao. Suddenly, the void rumbled, and a terrifying aura surged around him. It was not inferior to the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld at all. The Eighth Underworld Lord Gone Rong naturally sensed how powerful Lin Tian was at this moment. His expression became even colder and heavier as an icy killing intent spread out from him. Kill. A cold word came out from his mouth. The strange phenomenon in the Sea of Consciousness and the law of Great Tao suppressed Lin Tian together. Lin Tian stepped forward without dodging. He used the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and the reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao to meet it. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Boom, the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea against the Netherworld Sea. The reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao of Darkness met the Great Tao of Darkness. Terrifying divine light immediately spread out. Clack, 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 the void shattered countless times. It was constantly changing between recombination and shattering. The crisp sounds were endless. Streak after streak of symbols interweaved in the void, causing the heavens to change color as pitch-black clouds converged. It was as if a peerless heavenly tribulation was about to descend here. It was terrifying. Lin Tian and the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld clashed with the strange phenomenon in the Sea of Consciousness and the law of Great Tao. The two of them charged together, and their fists collided again and again. Bang! 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 Violent booms shook the sky, and the huge lake was swept up by stormy waves. After an unknown period of time, the two of them were sent flying at the same time. They both trembled violently. The Lord of the Eighth Netherworld had a transparent bloody hole in his chest. His aura was much weaker. However, the strange phenomenon in the Sea of Consciousness and the law of Great Tao had not dissipated. His eyes were even colder, like a grim reaper from the dark underworld. Boom! In the next moment, the Emperor Qi in his body became stronger again. The strange phenomenon in the Sea of Consciousness and the law of Great Tao pressed down together. He attacked Lin Tian again. There was blood at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Even with the support of the lake, he was still injured. However, his expression still didn't change at all, and he charged towards the Eighth Lord of the Netherworld, who attacked him once more. The Yin-Yang Lotus Sea by his side was like a Yin-Yang divine sword that clanged loudly, and the diagram of the great Tao of Samsara erupted with peerless divine light that surged into the sky. Just like before, the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea faced the Netherworld Sea. The diagram of the great Tao reincarnation faced the Lord of the great Tao of Darkness. At the same time, he used the power of the lake as support and swung the Chaos Emperor fist. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The shadows of the true dragon and the celestial phoenix appeared beside him. They flooded toward the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld. Moreover, he stared at the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld. His pupils shook, and the light of the dragon pattern flickered. The delusion breaker divine eye saw through illusions and saw through the Eighth Netherworld Lord's great Tao of Darkness. He used the duality steps to avoid the killing light and appeared in front of the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld in the blink of an eye. Roar, roar! The true dragon and celestial phoenix roared together. He swung the Chaos Emperor fist and landed steadily on the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld's chest. With a poof, dazzling blood splattered everywhere. The Lord of the Eighth Netherworld was penetrated. Roar! The Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord roared like a ferocious beast. His Emperor Qi vibrated, and a great Tao killing sword formed by the great Tao of Darkness appeared. It was extremely fast. Like an immortal lightning, it slashed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The delusion breaker divine eye trembled slightly. He captured the trajectory of the great Tao killing sword. He dodged to the side. Then, using the 9th level of the duality steps, he appeared in front of the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld in an instant. Buzz! He activated the divining divine technique. All kinds of divining divine images appeared, such as the divine bell, the desolate mountain, the sea of 3-leaf clovers, the bloody crack, and the 9-spring sword. They enveloped the Lord of the Netherworld with a suppressive force. With a bang, the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord was sent flying again. The surface of his body was covered with dense cracks. The strange phenomenon of the Sea of Consciousness and the great Tao principle that he supported almost collapsed on the spot. In the distance, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Boom! The sky shook. Lin Tian stepped up. He opened a path with the divine eye. The Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and the great Tao reincarnation diagram pressed forward together. The Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord roared. His hands moved, and the Netherworld Emperor Qi rolled. He rushed toward Lin Tian mightily. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided again. Shocking waves of destruction swept out. This place became the center of destruction. Streaks of destructive light mist surged. The two of them clashed with their supernatural powers. The scene was terrifying. In contrast, Lin Tian had the delusion breaker divine eye. He had the upper hand. The Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord was wounded continuously. It's about time. Lin Tian Ondao. He looked at the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord. At this moment, a pagoda emerged from his body. The pagoda had a total of 13 floors. It was unknown what material it was made of. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. There was a blazing golden light that spread out. It suppressed the surroundings and shook the heavens and earth. The Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord's body shook. His eyes were filled with towering rage. He roared at Lin Tian, human. At this moment, the Netherworld race's emperor was extremely angry. This was because this pagoda was originally the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama pagoda that he had forged. 3 years ago, when he was in seclusion, Lin Tian took it away. Now, Lin Tian was using the heavenly treasure that he had forged to attack him. This was unbearable. He was so angry that he felt like he had been slapped in the face. Kill! He roared. The vision in his sea of consciousness and the great past precepts were pushed to the limit. He exploded with a powerful killing aura and charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. The dragon burial scripture circulated rapidly, mobilizing almost all the power in the lake. It poured into the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda endlessly. The heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda smashed down on his opponent. At the same time, the vision in his sea of consciousness and the great path reincarnation diagram attacked together, freezing the surroundings. Boom! The two collided. Divine light filled the sky. In the next moment, the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord was sent flying. Under the pressure of the heavenly treasure, he was shattered into pieces. Ah! The Netherworld Race's Emperor roared. He quickly reformed his Emperor body and charged at Lin Tian again. His black hair was standing on end. He was mad with anger. However, Lin Tian was too strong now. He mobilized all the power of the lake with the dragon burial scripture. All kinds of supernatural powers and secret techniques were astonishing. Coupled with the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda, the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord was completely suppressed. Pft! 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 Blood splattered again and again. The Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord's Emperor body was shattered several times. He was in a sorry state. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Netherworld Race's Emperor roared. He went crazy. An even more terrifying power surged and charged at Lin Tian. You can't do it. Lin Tian was very calm. With a buzzing sound, in this space, formation patterns suddenly appeared in the void. All kinds of ninth-level ceiling formation patterns appeared. They were like chains. After the heavenly treasure shattered the Lord of the Eighth Netherworld Lord's killing aura, they wrapped around his body and tied him up, imprisoning him on the lake. As early as the battle with the Eighth Lord of the Underworld, Lin Tian had secretly engraved ceiling formation patterns in the void above the large lake. They were all ninth-order formation patterns that could imprison the movements of ordinary emperors for a short period of time. This was also the result of his 3 years of cultivation. His formation skills had reached the level of a ninth-order formation controller, and he had also mastered quite a few ninth-order formation patterns. Now, as the battle was coming to an end, he activated these ceiling formation patterns that he had secretly engraved in the void and directly restrained the severely injured Eighth Lord of the Underworld in the air. Formation patterns. The Eighth Lord of the Underworld's expression changed. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. When did you engrave them? The fact that a Nirvana-level cultivator knew the array way was not something that could shake the heavens and earth. What truly shocked the Eighth Emperor of the Netherworld race was that Lin Tian was actually able to silently imprint so many sealing runes in the void during the battle with him. He was completely unaware of them, and these runes were actually able to temporarily bind him. This was not something that could be done by an ordinary formation skill. It required at least an Emperor-level formation skill. Naturally, I engraved them during the battle. Lin Tian did not hide it. There was no need to hide it. Treacherous human. The Eighth Lord of the Underworld was furious. He roared furiously, and the rolling underworld light surged. The Emperor's aura became even stronger. For a moment, the ninth-order ceiling formation patterns that wrapped around his Emperor body turned into chains that rattled as if they were real. It was obvious that they would soon shatter. It was also at this time that Lin Tian snorted softly and took a step forward. Buzz. He used the heavenly treasure Yama Fall Pagoda to shatter the Eighth Lord's Emperor's divine power. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands. The Tao diagram of the 4 symbols immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, 4 layers appeared. The 4 layers overlapped each other and enveloped the Eighth Lord. In an instant, the Eighth Lord of the Underworld trembled and felt the Underworld Emperor's force in his body begin to condense rapidly. Damn it! This person roared out angrily. Fully activating the Netherworld ancient scripture he cultivated, crazily operating Emperor force. However, the power of the 4-symbol seal was too strong. Coupled with the 9th order sealing rune and the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda, the Netherworld race overlord found it difficult to circulate his emperor chi and was completely suppressed. Buzz. Lin Tian gave it his all, using the dragon burial scripture to guide the power of the lake into the four-layered Tao diagram of the four symbols. At the same time, he made the heavenly treasure pagoda even more powerful, suppressing the eighth lord of the underworld together, causing him to roar in anger. However, the Netherworld race emperor's roars gradually became softer and softer. Even his struggling started to weaken. The four layers of the Tao diagram of the four symbols rotated together, and with the mysterious energy in the lake as the source, it completely sealed the other party. Human! Release me! Roared the Netherworld race emperor. Is that possible? Lin Tianling smiled. He used the four-layered Tao diagram of the four symbols to seal the Netherworld race overlord. Then, his glabella lit up, and his divine consciousness began to surge. The Netherworld race overlord's expression changed drastically. He clearly sensed Lin Tianling's divine consciousness. What are you trying to do? Although he shouted, he clearly guessed that Lin Tianling wanted to search his sea of consciousness. He struggled even harder, trying to break free. However, it was useless. The four-layered Tao diagram of the four symbols had sealed his Netherworld Emperor force, and even his Emperor soul was frozen. At this time, he could barely move his Emperor body. Lin Tianling snorted. His powerful divine consciousness poured out of his glabella like a sharp divine sword and entered the Netherworld race overlord's sea of consciousness. The eighth lord of the underworld race overlord suddenly trembled and was extremely furious. Damn human! Get out! Ah! The Netherworld race overlord roared and struggled madly. However, it was useless. The heavenly treasure Yama Fall Pagoda and the four symbol seal had completely suppressed him. Lin Tianling's divine consciousness passed through the Netherworld race overlord's sea of consciousness. He seemed very serious as he searched for the Netherworld race overlords so-called killing their way into the other world from another path. This matter was too important. If the Netherworld race overlord had really found another path to the other world, it would definitely cause chaos in the other world. Countless creatures would die tragically. Now that he knew about this matter, he naturally had to find out. If he could stop it, he would even try to stop it and destroy this path. This was because there was a group of people who were very important to him in the other world. He used a wisp of his origin consciousness to pass through this person's sea of consciousness. He wasn't worried that there would be some terrifying God-shattering imprint in the other party's sea of consciousness to prevent secrets from being leaked. This was because this person was the leader of a territory and an emperor rank expert. The Netherworld race wouldn't plant something like a God-shattering imprint in the sea of consciousness of a clansman at this level. Damn it! Get out! The Netherworld race overlord roared. Lin Tianling's divine consciousness had actually entered his sea of consciousness and was searching for the Netherworld race's secrets. This made him extremely angry. Lin Tianling snorted and ruthlessly punched the Netherworld Emperor's abdomen. This person's back arched and a mouthful of blood was directly spat out from his mouth. This caused the Netherworld race overlord struggling and roaring to stop immediately. His emperor rank body was constantly spasming. It was also at this time that a wisp of divine consciousness passed through the Netherworld race overlord's sea of consciousness and finally found a clue about another path from this space to the other world. After the chaotic demonic ocean, a trace of light flashed across his eyes. The path to the other world that the eighth overlord of the Netherworld race overlord had mentioned actually existed. This bloodline had found a special chaotic zone after the chaotic demonic ocean at the extreme west of the sealed dust ancient region. Many emperors of this bloodline had unanimously deduced that they could open a spatial passage from this chaotic zone and then kill their way into the other world. This bloodline had been excavating this spatial passage for a long time. At most, it would take them another 100 years to succeed. They wanted to slaughter their way over like they did in the past, unify the 10 directions celestial domains, and enslave all living beings other than the Netherworld race. As for the humans who had sealed the original passage, the emperors of this bloodline actually wanted to wipe them all out. Human! The eighth overlord of the Netherworld race roared furiously. He already knew that Lin Tianling had discovered his secret. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Lin Tianling's eyes were very cold. He directly raised his hand and punched the eighth overlord's abdomen again, causing blood to continuously flow out of his mouth. In the past, the Netherworld race had entered that world to cause chaos and massacre. Countless living beings had died in the hands of this race. Countless homes had been destroyed by this race. That was why the human race experts of that world had sealed that passage back then. Now, it was unknown how many years had passed, but this bloodline's evil roots still hadn't changed. They still wanted to cause chaos in the other world. They wanted to unify the 10 directions heaven and enslave the other races. Moreover, they wanted to wipe out all humans as revenge. They wanted to take revenge on the human race experts for sealing the passage from this space to the other world. He was very unhappy. "Kid, how is it? What did you find out?" Whooshing Crocodile rushed over and asked. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with shock. Lin Tianling had actually suppressed an existence at the second heaven of the Emperor realm. This bloodline is excavating another passage that leads to the other world. It's located at the chaotic demon ocean in the extreme west of the sealed dust ancient region. At most, they will be able to open it in another 100 years. Lin Tianling briefly explained this matter to Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile was immediately shocked. Previously, he had heard the Netherworld race's 8th territory's Emperor Realm overlords say that they would soon kill their way to the other world through another passage. He didn't expect it to be true. He was truly shocked. At the same time, he frowned because this wasn't a good thing. It was very bad. If the Netherworld race really killed their way to the other world, it would cause a huge dark upheaval. Countless living beings would die tragically. Damn it. Damn it. Human, you deserve to die. The 8th Netherworld overlord roared angrily. The secret of his race had been stolen by Lin Tianling. He was like an angry lion, his eyes turning red. Lin Tianling snorted. The heavenly treasure Yama Fall Pagoda suppressed the surroundings. The 4 layers of the 4 symbols Dao diagram flickered together and entered the other party's body. Die. He said coldly. The 4th level Dao diagram of the 4 symbols converged most of the energy within this extraordinary lake, and it entered into Xianxi's body under his control. Amidst a shrill cry, it forcefully obliterated Xianxi's soul and only left behind a completely intact shell of flesh. With a thought, he stored the Emperor-level flesh shell into the Yama Fall Pagoda. Then, he stored the Yama Fall Pagoda in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, as he stored the Yama Fall Pagoda, the air in this place became much calmer. The destructive aura dissipated little by little. Gradually, the sun shone down from the sky. The Great Lake also became completely calm. "Let's go to the depths of this mountain range," he said. Just now, by borrowing the power of this extraordinary lake to fight, his essence, qi, and spirit were temporarily enhanced. He vaguely sensed the aura of the sword soul fragment in the depths of this mountain range. "Don't you want to refine the Emperor corpse first?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tianling shook his head. There was a wisp of light in his eyes. "No hurry. I'll keep this Emperor corpse for the time being. It will be useful in the future." As he spoke, he beckoned Whooshing Crocodile to go into the depths of this mountain range. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of several hundred feet. In this huge mountain range, there were many ancient trees. They were very large and towered into the clouds. He walked into the depths of the mountain range to search for the sword soul fragment. At the same time, he frowned from time to time. "Are you thinking about the path that the Netherworld race is digging to the other world?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Naturally, he saw Lin Tianling frowning from time to time. Lin Tianling nodded and then shook his head. "It's not just that." What do you mean?" Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. "What?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the Whooshing Crocodile's body trembled, and it was immediately stunned. 49 people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, and there was a real heavenly venerable realm existence overseeing them? The Whooshing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian with a face full of shock and disbelief. Just the fact that there were 49 powerhouses infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm was already terrifying enough. Apart from that, this clan actually had a real heavenly venerable realm existence? "Are you sure?" it asked Lin Tian. This matter was too terrifying, Lin Tian nodded seriously. This was obtained from the consciousness of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor, so it could not be fake. The whooshing crocodile could not help but tremble slightly. The Netherworld clan of the Sealed Dust Ancient region was actually so terrifying. 49 people infinitely close to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and there was a real Heavenly Venerable Realm existence among them. This kind of strength was enough to sweep across the other side. As it pondered, it thought of another question. Since this clan has a Heavenly Venerable Realm existence, why didn't they directly break open the sealed passage that we used to enter this place? Isn't this much simpler than digging a new path from scratch? Lin Tian shook his head and said, I tried, but I couldn't open it. From what he had learned from the 8th Lord of the Nether Underworld Sea of Consciousness, a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse from this lineage had tried to break the seal of the passageway but failed. That was why they had chosen another path. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Those few supreme powerhouses of the human clan back then were amazing. As expected of the power of the seal created by sacrificing oneself, flesh, and soul. Even the Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouses of this clan could not break open it. As it spoke, it suddenly revealed a doubtful expression. Wait. Previously, didn't Miss Wui quickly open the seal of that passage and enter the Sealed Dust Ancient region? The Heavenly Venerable Realm existences here could not open the seal there? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. Although it is many times more difficult to break the seal from one side to the other, since the Empyrean level Miss Wui was able to enter from the other side, the Empyrean level existences on this side should also be able to break the seal and enter the other side. At most, it will take a bit longer, but... Its eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment, as if it couldn't figure it out. Lin Tian was also slightly suspicious. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a little strange. He paused, and said, Celestial Venerables are also divided into 3, 6, and 9. Wui should be much stronger than the Netherworld race's Celestial Venerables. At this moment, this was the only explanation he could think of. Really? Why do I feel that it's not that simple? Whooshing crocodile was suspicious. Then, it shook its head and didn't mention this again. Instead, it thought of another question and said, speaking of which, even the Netherworld race's Empyrean level existences can't open the seal there. After we enter this world, can we still go back through that passage? No problem. Wui will definitely be able to fuse with the seal there and go to the other side of the world. Lin Tianandao. Although he was also surprised that the Netherworld race's Empyrean level existences couldn't open the seal there, he believed that Wui could definitely do it. At the same time, he believed that Wui and the others were definitely still in the Sealed Dust Ancient region. It was impossible that they would abandon him and Whooshing Crocodile and go to the other side alone. As long as they met up, they could directly go to the other side. He said, let's not think about this for now. Let's go deeper. There was a sword soul fragment in the depths. He had to quickly get it. After that, he had to do some other things. Let's go. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Then, a man and a crocodile walked toward the depths of the mountain range. They were very fast and covered several hundred feet in the blink of an eye. This mountain range was called the Broken Cloud Mountain Range. There were many mountain ridges, one connected to another, and the ancient trees were all tall and straight. Boom! A powerful ferocious beast appeared in front of them. Its demonic aura was extremely strong. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black beast fur, and its claws were extremely sharp. Its eyes were a little blood-red as it grabbed at Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. Obviously, it saw them as prey. Third Sky of Nirvana Realm. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He casually blocked the beast's claw and shook his arm, sending it flying more than 100 feet. He and Whooshing Crocodile continued to go deeper. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious beasts, but they were nothing. Soon, an hour passed. At this time, a man and a crocodile had really walked into the depths of the mountain range. The ancient trees here were more abundant and towering. There was a very rich spirit chi intertwined, and there was a primordial aura of vicissitudes in the air. It was also at this time that the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and a faint radiance overflowed. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with two rays of light. I sensed it. At this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved strangely, and wisps of seven-colored light spread out. Obviously, it had sensed the traces of a new sword soul fragment. He was all too familiar with this scene. Let's go, he said and called out to Whooshing Crocodile. With a single step, he covered several hundred feet. After about 15 minutes, he and Whooshing Crocodile arrived in front of a huge depression in the mountain range. There was a huge ferocious beast surrounding it. It was comparable to a quasi-emperor expert, and it was reaching its claws into the depression. In the depression, there was a fist-sized seven-colored light source flickering, as if it was the source of the world. Another one. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. It had seen this seven-colored light source several times. Then, it looked in that direction and said, "Boy, that ferocious beast is also eyeing that thing." Looking over, the quasi-emperor ferocious beast was reaching its claws into the depression, trying to grab the seven-colored light source. The quasi-emperor demonic light was vibrating. It can't take it away. Lin Tian Ondao. As he said this, he had already moved, and in one step, he arrived in front of the depression. In the depression, the quasi-emperor ferocious beast naturally sensed Lin Tian's arrival. Its eyes were ice-cold, and a frightening aura was emitted. Scram! This was a ferocious beast that had truly awakened its spiritual intelligence. At this moment, it spat out this word at Lin Tian with a cold aura, telling Lin Tian to stay away. Lin Tian stepped forward. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slapped the quasi-emperor ferocious beast. Bang! With a loud bang, the quasi-emperor ferocious beast was directly sent flying, rolling thousands of feet away. Of course, he was merciful. He did not kill the ferocious beast, but only made it faint. He stood in front of the depression. In it, the fist-sized seven-colored light source jumped slightly, shining brightly. He raised his hand. The sword pattern in the palm of his right hand flickered, and the fist-sized seven-colored light source suddenly trembled. Then, in the next moment, this seven-colored light source floated up on its own and came to Lin Tian, bobbing up and down. What the hell is this thing? Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian had found many of these things. He had seen them many times and could feel that this thing was extraordinary. However, he did not know what it was. Buzz. In the depression, the fist-sized seven-colored light source floated slightly in front of Lin Tian for a moment as if it had its own consciousness. Then, it directly entered Lin Tian's right palm into Lin Tian's body, and in the next moment, appeared in his sea of consciousness. After that, this seven-colored light source went straight to the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated slightly and resonated with this seven-colored light source, emitting an even more dazzling divine light. Then, the fist-sized seven-colored light source directly integrated into the divine sword, and more seven-colored light overflowed. Just like before, when these seven-colored lights rushed out, most of them swayed and poured into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. Then, they drifted to every corner of Lin Tian's body, carrying with them an astonishing amount of spiritual energy and strengthening Lin Tian's strength. Lin Tian was very familiar with this. He immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and quickly refined this divine light. Buzz. Suddenly, the aura on his body began to rise, and his internal organs resonated with it. Golden divine light penetrated his body and spread over the surface of his body, dyeing his hair with a layer of gold. His essence, energy, and spirit became much stronger in the blink of an eye. This? Is he going to level up again? The Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. At this time, Lin Tian's aura was rapidly increasing, which surprised it. In the depression, Lin Tian sat down cross-legged at this time and activated the Sun Heart Sutra even more seriously. He wholeheartedly refined the seven-colored light in his body, causing his aura to become stronger and climb higher bit by bit. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the aura on his body became stronger. Golden light shone in all directions, and his internal organs resonated. Moreover, an emperor's aura gradually surged out of his body. Although it was very faint, it was extremely vast. Buzz. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. The emperor's aura on his body became much stronger, and on this day, it stabilized and no longer grew stronger. It seemed to have reached a saturation point. Half-step emperor. Not far away, the whooshing crocodile opened its eyes wide. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the depression. The golden divine light on his body calmed down, but he did not wake up. His soul was in his divine sense, and he was looking at the divine sword at the bottom of his divine sense. At this moment, he saw that the divine sword was covered in dense divine runes. A part of the originally dim divine runes had lit up at this time. The sign of gathering all the sword soul fragments scattered in the world is that all these divine runes have lit up. He thought to himself. At this time, the divine sword calmed down again, motionless like a boulder in his divine sense. He took one last deep look at the divine sword, and his soul retreated. His consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his eyes. Brat, you're awake. You've reached half-step emperor realm just like that. You're even more heaven-defying than your prodigy master. The whooshing crocodile opened its eyes wide and bared its teeth at Lin Tian. This is the strongest reincarnation king physique? It's simply. Lin Tian was still so young, but he had already reached the half-step emperor realm. He wasn't far from the emperor realm. Thinking about it, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the emperor realm. Such cultivation speed was too shocking. Lin Tian's cultivation speed was too fast. At such a young age, he had already reached the half-step emperor level, which shocked the whooshing crocodile. It stared at Lin Tian, dumbfounded. Lin Tian stood up from the ground and said, I've had many fortuitous encounters, and my luck is very good. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he naturally felt that he had reached the half-step emperor level. The divine power in his body was even denser, like a boiling yellow river. At the same time, his physique, soul, and other aspects had also improved by quite a bit. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, adjusted his breathing, and calmed the aura outside his body. Then, he quickly absorbed it. The whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly calmed down. It said, What are we going to do next? You have already found the 7-colored light source. Now, let's go find Miss Wu Yi and the Demon Emperor, and then return to the other side. If it and Lin Tian wanted to return to the other side from the sealed dust ancient region, they had to rely on Wu Yi. Lin Tian shook his head. No hurry. Let's do other things first. Other things? What other things? The whooshing crocodile was puzzled. Let's go to the 8th underworld territory. There must be many treasures there. Let's go and take them all. Lin Tian Dao. The 8th underworld territory was an important territory of the netherworld race. After such a long time, the treasures that had been accumulated there would definitely be shocking. The 5-element crocodile's eyes flickered. Indeed, there would absolutely be numerous treasures within the 8th territory of the netherworld, and it would definitely be a few times or even a few tens of times more shocking than the collections of the top powers in the other world. It could be said to be an extraordinary treasure trove. Thinking of this, its eyes immediately lit up. It urged Lin Tian Dao, Go go go, let's fight our way in. The lord of the 8th underworld domain had been killed, and now, the most powerful person was only at the quasi-emperor realm. Given Lin Tian's current strength, he could directly fight his way in. No one in the 8th underworld domain would be able to stop him, even if there was a powerful protective killing formation. This was because Lin Tian himself was a 9th grade array manipulator. There's no need to fight our way in. We'll attract the attention of the other territories and attract a group of experts. It's too troublesome. Lin Tian shook his head. Oh, that's true. Whooshing crocodile nodded and said, Then, how about we sneak in? No need. Lin Tian shook his head. Just walk in. Whooshing crocodile was stunned. Walk in directly? Then why don't we just fight our way in? If it and Lin Tian walked into the 8th territory of the netherworld without concealing themselves, they would definitely be discovered, and the netherworld race's war would be directed at them. At that time, wouldn't they still have to fight their way in? Don't worry, it's different. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he summoned the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda and took out the emperor's body of the 8th territory of the netherworld. I'll put a wisp of my divine soul into this emperor's body, and use the fallen Yama pagoda to take you and my body into it. We'll just walk in. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened immediately. There was such a trick? Boy, you're so insidious. It stared and said. At this time it finally understood why Lin Tian didn't refine the emperor's body of the 8th territory of the netherworld immediately. It turned out that he had such an idea. Thinking about it, Lin Tian would put a wisp of his divine soul into this emperor's body, and he would be the lord of the 8th territory of the netherworld. He could indeed walk into the 8th territory of the netherworld openly, and the netherworld race experts in the 8th territory would respectfully welcome him in. Then, they could take away all the treasures accumulated in the 8th territory of the netherworld without any accidents or disturbances. As it thought so, the light in its eyes became brighter. Then, hurry up. It urged Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao nodded. His glabella glowed, and a wisp of his divine soul flew out and rushed into the body of the 8th territory of the netherworld. Then, in the next moment, the emperor's body immediately opened its eyes. 2 dazzling divine lights flashed and intertwined to form a very shocking emperor's power that lingered in the surroundings. It's done. Lin Tiandao's voice came from the emperor's body. He controlled the emperor's body with a wisp of his divine soul and asked Whooshing Crocodile to prepare. Then, he put Whooshing Crocodile and his body into the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda, and put the Fallen Yama Pagoda into the emperor's body. He controlled the emperor's body and looked in the direction of the 8th territory of the netherworld. He directly soared into the sky and stepped over there. Not long after that, a vast territory appeared in his field of vision. He could see many magnificent ancient buildings inside. He did not know how long they had existed. Looking from afar, he could feel a very heavy aura of time, as if they had fallen out of the river of time. It gave off a very shocking feeling. He controlled the emperor's body to arrive outside the 8th territory of the netherworld. He did not stop and directly flew into the territory. Now, the emperor's body he controlled was the lord of the 8th territory of the netherworld. He did not need to care about any rules. No one stopped him. He stepped into the void and walked into the 8th territory of the netherworld. He calmly walked toward the center of the territory. During this process, this scene was naturally seen by the netherworld cultivators in the 8th territory of the netherworld. They all knelt down and bowed toward the sky. My lord! The group of netherworld race cultivators shouted. At this time, in the eyes of these netherworld cultivators, Lin Tian controlled the emperor's body and was their lord. Lin Tian did not care about these voices. He did not even look at the netherworld cultivators who were bowing to him. He directly walked toward the center of the vast territory and soon arrived. Everywhere that met the eye, at the center of the 8th territory of the netherworld was the most magnificent ancient buildings. They were constructed from various miraculous and strange stones, and it was even to the extent that they were inlaid with extremely special metals and precious gems, causing them to emanate a dazzling aura. My lord! 7 figures rushed out from an ancient building in the center of the territory and bowed deeply. My lord, that human, and the fallen Yama Tower, one of them asked carefully. He was the first quasi-emperor of the 8th territory and was infinitely close to the emperor realm. Next to him, the other 6 people were also quasi-emperors. They all had respectful and cautious expressions. Humph. Lin Tian used a wisp of his origin spirit to control the physical body of the 8th territory of the netherworld and snorted coldly. The heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Tower appeared on his shoulder and intertwined with astonishing Emperor Qi before quickly disappearing. His eyes were cold and indifferent. He swept a glance at the 7 people and walked toward the most majestic ancient building in the center of the territory. Now that he was controlling the emperor's body, he was the master of the 8th territory of the netherworld. There was no need for him to explain anything to these quasi-emperors. It was best to maintain enough indifference. That was the attitude that a lord should have. Moreover, he deliberately displayed the Fallen Yama Tower. This was enough for these 7 quasi-emperors to comprehend a lot. He bypassed the 7 quasi-emperors and disappeared into the most majestic ancient building in the center of the territory. Behind him, the 7 quasi-emperors bowed deeply in the sky. Each of them appeared to be trembling with fear. My lord is not happy. We almost lost the Fallen Yama Tower and lost 2 quasi-emperor level commanders. How can my lord be happy? Fortunately, we took it back. The 7 quasi-emperors could not help but wipe away their cold sweat. Then, what about that human? One of the quasi-emperors asked. Are you an idiot? My lord personally came out of seclusion and took back the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Tower. Do you still need to ask what happened to that human? I don't even need to think to know that after being suppressed by my lord, he searched everything out and then directly killed. The strongest quasi-emperor said. In the most majestic ancient building in the center of the territory, Lin Tian used a wisp of his origin spirit to control the physical body of the 8th territory of the netherworld. He did not conceal himself and directly walked toward a certain floor of the ancient building. Soon, he came in front of a huge stone door. There were many runes engraved on it that intertwined with an extraordinary aura. He stepped forward, pushed open the huge stone door, walked in, and then closed the door from the inside. Then, the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Tower appeared. His true body and whooshing crocodile stepped out together. We're here, the treasure vault of the 8th territory of the netherworld. His true body said. Using a wisp of his origin spirit to control the 8th territory of the netherworld's emperor corpse, he naturally knew everything like the back of his hand. So fast? We're already in the treasure vault of the 8th territory of the netherworld? Whooshing crocodile was shocked. It seemed that it had just entered the Fallen Yama Tower not long ago, and now it was already in the treasure vault of the 8th territory of the netherworld? We're here. Lin Tian nodded. He used a wisp of his origin spirit to control the 8th territory of the netherworld's emperor corpse to guard the edge of the huge stone door. His true body took a step forward and looked into the stone chamber. As far as the eye could see, this stone chamber was extremely large. It was difficult to estimate exactly how many square meters it was. Inside, there were piles of all kinds of rare treasures. There were strange glistening gold, spirit crystals, immortal spirit crystals, killing saint weapons, powerful precious pills that could increase one's cultivation, and even many life-prolonging elixirs. There were all kinds of treasures, there was everything one could think of. This, whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. It saw a 5-colored sparkling immortal Daolingji. It was a super treasure even for Nirvana realm experts and was even more astonishing than the underworld fruit. If anyone below half-step emperor realm consumed and refined it, they would be able to raise their cultivation by at least a small rank. It saw a huge hammer that was intertwined with faint netherworld light and covered in runes. It was a quasi-heavenly treasure. It saw a piece of pitch-black metal that was the size of a fist. It was the legendary black flame divine gold, an immortal material used to forge heavenly treasures. It saw a huge immortal Lingjing that weighed a few thousand kilograms. It was worth tens of millions of kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. And this was only one corner of the treasure vault. There were even more treasures in other corners. I'm rich. It trembled with excitement, and its saliva almost dripped down. Even Lin Tian, who had a strong mental state, was shocked at this moment. He was stunned by the scene before him. Lin Tian was indeed stunned. There were too many treasures in this giant stone room. He was dazzled at first glance. Even though he had reached the half-step emperor realm and his mental state was extremely profound, he was still a little stunned. There were more than 100 saint weapons in here. The Lingjing here was measured in hundreds of millions of kilograms. There were too many Baodan here to count. The immortal medicines here were all extraordinary. The divine materials here were all very rare. He glanced around and even saw the saint fruit that could allow one to directly enter the half-step emperor realm from the half-step emperor realm. His eyes glowed as he took a deep breath and calmed down again. We're rich, rich, rich. We're really rich this time. Whooshing crocodile almost drooled as he said to Lin Tian, "Brat, quickly pack everything up and then retreat. With the things here, our cultivation can increase in the blink of an eye." Lin Tian nodded and immediately moved. He began to collect all the treasures in this stone room and quickly finished collecting them. During the collection process, he had a rough impression. Among them, there were more than 170 saint weapons, more than 1,000 divine weapons, and countless Dao weapons and immortal weapons. Lingjing, according to the weight of a normal Lingjing, was more than 3 billion kilograms. Moreover, there were dozens of life-extending immortal medicines, all of which could extend one's life by more than 1,000 years. There were even a few that could extend one's life by 10,000 years. There were also many divine materials and divine items that could increase one's cultivation. At the same time, he also found many ancient scriptures, all of which were extraordinary. There were even emperor-ranked divine abilities. Done. More than 2 hours later, this stone room was completely emptied by him. There were no less than 10 spatial artifacts with enormous capacity. With these things, not only can our cultivation increase greatly in the blink of an eye, when we return to the other world, we can even create an immortal holy land in a short period of time. We have all the resources we need. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes glowed. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Creating an immortal holy land? Maybe he could give it a try. He took another deep breath, called out to Whooshing Crocodile, and prepared to leave. Beside the stone door, he entered the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body with a wisp of his original spirit. He walked over and summoned the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda. He put his true body and Whooshing Crocodile into the Fallen Yama Pagoda before putting away the Fallen Yama Pagoda. Then, he drove the Emperor's body to push open the stone door. Soon, he left the majestic ancient building and walked out of the 8th territory. He was extremely calm. He walked into the void, not in a rush at all. After all, he was controlling the body of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. Sir Lord. Inside the 8th Netherworld territory, many Netherworld race cultivators bowed and paid their respects. Their expressions were incomparably respectful. At the same time, 7 quasi-emperors appeared in the center of this territory and bowed to send him off. Sir Lord, why did you leave so soon after coming back? He must have come back to prepare some things, and then go to the first territory of our race to discuss with the powerful emperors there about the insignificant human who has intruded into our space. Of course. One of the 7 quasi-emperors whispered. Lin Tian controlled the emperor's body of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. His steps were slow, but his speed was not slow. Soon, he was out of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. After a few more steps, he was already hundreds of thousands of feet away. Then, he increased his speed. Not long after, he was completely out of the 8th Lord of the Underworld and walked into a vast primitive mountain. He found a very secluded cave in this mountain and engraved 81 ceiling formation patterns to isolate the cave from the outside world. Then, he took out the heavenly treasure Fallen Yama Pagoda and released his true body and Whooshing Crocodile. Kid, you've walked out of the 8th Lord of the Underworld? Whooshing Crocodile asked. You'll know when you see it. Lin Tian's true body said. The 5 elements crocodile sized up the surroundings and only then did he discover that he was already in an unfamiliar cave. It was so easy to take out the treasures that had been accumulated in the 8th Lord of the Underworld for countless years. Really? It was excited and couldn't help but bare its teeth. It looked at Lin Tiandao and said, You controlled the Emperor's body of the Lord of the Underworld to enter and take away all the treasures in the stone room. You're so cunning. Lin Tian wanted to beat it up. What did you mean by cunning? Don't you know how to talk? Let's cultivate. He said. As he spoke, he controlled the Underworld Emperor's body with a strand of his divine soul to guard one side. His true body walked to one side and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a treasure fruit. It was about the size of a fist and flowed with mysterious treasure light. It was the saint fruit of heaven and earth. It could allow a half-step Emperor realm expert to enter the quasi-emperor realm in a short time. It was extremely precious. Heh. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled and took out a 5-colored Lingji. It was the legendary immortal Lingji. It was also a divine item of heaven and earth. If consumed and refined, it could allow those below half-step Emperor realm to increase their cultivation by at least a small level. Lord Crocodile is starting. It laughed and swallowed the immortal Lingji in one bite. Then, it activated the demon race's ancient scripture to refine it. Suddenly, the demonic light outside its body became bright and dazzling. It couldn't help but howl in excitement. Lin Tian glanced at it and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. After raising his essence, chi, and spirit to a certain level, he slowly consumed the saint fruit. In an instant, he felt a warm current entering every corner of his body. It was indescribably comfortable. He knew that this was the effect of the saint fruit. He didn't let his guard down and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. Even faster. As he began to activate the Sun Heart Sutra, his aura suddenly began to rise. The golden divine light outside his body was blazing brightly. It was as if a sun was blooming in this cave, illuminating every corner of the cave. Closing his eyes, he sat cross-legged in the cave and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden divine light gradually grew thicker, quickly refining the power of the saint-reaching fruit, allowing it to fully enter his flesh, blood, bones, spiritual sea, and even his divine soul. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by his flesh, blood, bones, and spiritual sea. In an instant, the golden divine light outside his body became even brighter. His essence, chi, and spirit rose even faster. His cultivation increased little by little. At the same time, on the other side, Wuxing Crocodile activated the demon race's ancient scripture to absorb and refine the immortal Lingji's essence. The aura outside his body also rose rapidly. Outside Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light became 3 times stronger in an instant. It quickly absorbed the saint fruit's essence. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. 7 days later. On this day, the aura he exuded began to weaken. His powerful body slowly petrified. Since he stepped into the Nirvana realm, he began his 9th body metamorphosis and stepped toward the Quasi-Emperor realm. Is the Quasi-Emperor realm the 9th petrification metamorphosis? He was naturally able to sense this and could not help but mutter to himself at this moment. He still had his eyes closed. After he spoke, he immediately focused his mind and his Tao heart quickly calmed down. Then, gradually, the golden divine light outside his body was absorbed. His aura became weaker and weaker. More parts of his body began to petrify. From his legs to his waist, from his waist to his chest, from his chest to his hands, then to his neck, and then to his head. Finally, his entire body turned into a dull gray stone. For a time, the aura outside his body almost completely disappeared. It was as if he had been completely annihilated from this world. Very quickly, he maintained this stone body for a full 3 months. On this day, there was a crisp sound like porcelain shattering. Cracks began to appear on his stone body. Like a spider web, the cracks spread all over his stone body in the blink of an eye. After that, the stone body started to crumble. After about a dozen breaths, it completely shattered. Pieces of dim old stones fell to the ground, revealing a new body. Its skin was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of glass, and faint divine radiance interweaved with it. As this new physique appeared, streaks of electric arcs intertwined around it, making sizzling sounds in the void. There was no doubt that this new body was very powerful. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. Quasi-Emperor realm. He muttered to himself. Clenching his fist slightly, he felt an even stronger power. After the 9th Nirvana metamorphosis, his physique had become even stronger. He felt that his current pure physique wouldn't be any weaker than a peak 3rd sky of Emperor realm expert. At the same time, he felt that the divine power in his body had become more vast. His essence, chi, and spirit had increased by leaps and bounds. His overall combat strength had increased by a lot. The Emperor's aura was even more shocking. He felt that he could even kill a 1st Heaven Emperor. Crack! At this time, there was another crisp sound. Not far away, the Wuxing Crocodile had unknowingly entered the Nirvana metamorphosis. At this time, the metamorphosis was complete. Its old body turned into gravel and fell off. A new demonic body appeared. Its scales were flowing with a demonic glow. It seemed even stronger. Awesome! It exclaimed. At this time, it had reached the 6th heaven of Nirvana realm from the 5th heaven of Nirvana realm. Its strength had increased by a lot. Lin Tian looked at it and did not say anything. He closed his eyes and consolidated his quasi-emperor realm. The Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian and laughed. It also began to consolidate its cultivation. Then, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, the man and the crocodile woke up one after another. Their newly promoted cultivation had stabilized and was as solid as a rock. The Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian. Its eyes were shining with a demonic glow. "Kid, you've reached the quasi-emperor realm." It looked at Lin Tian and then looked at the 8th Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor's body. It said, "Use the Sect Saint's artifact refining technique to refine this Emperor's corpse. With your current cultivation, after refining this Emperor's corpse, you should be able to reach the Emperor realm." Lin Tian looked at the Netherworld Emperor's corpse. A faint light flashed across his eyes. "There's no hurry. Keep it. It's still useful." "It's still useful?" Wuxing Crocodile was curious after hearing Lin Tian's words. What did Lin Tian want to do with the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body? "It's useful." Lin Tian nodded. He waved his right hand and took out the exquisite Immortal Attraction Jade and the Heavenly Heart Stone. Then, he summoned the Immortal Slaying Bow, which was a pinnacle divine weapon. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian took out these things to forge the Immortal Slaying Bow into a heavenly treasure. This process is not simple. It takes a lot of energy and time. It said. "I know." Lin Tian nodded. It was very difficult to forge a heavenly treasure. It was also very difficult to evolve a pinnacle divine weapon into a heavenly treasure with other divine items. However, he had to do it even if it was difficult. With a heavenly treasure that could attack from a distance, his combat power would increase greatly. He took a deep breath and ran the Heart Sutra of Sun to the extreme. His energy reached the strongest state after a few dozen breaths. He adjusted his breathing and used his divine power to revolve around the Immortal Slaying Bow. The Immortal Attraction Exquisite Jade and the Heaven's Heart Stone floated beside the Immortal Slaying Bow. After his divine power surged in, they emitted a pure light and slowly moved closer to the Immortal Slaying Bow. To forge the Immortal Slaying Bow into a heavenly treasure with these two divine items, he had to merge them into the bow. This was the first step. The second step was to merge the two divine items into the divine bow. It would increase the strength of the bow and the bowstring like a catalyst. It would even draw in the power of the great path of heaven and earth to strengthen the bow and the bowstring. After that, the third step, which was also the most important step, was to use his own divine soul to create a soldier spirit for the bow. Once these 3 steps were completed, the Immortal Slaying Bow, which was a pinnacle divine weapon, would completely evolve into a heavenly treasure. Buzz, Lin Tian ran the Heart Sutra of Sunday. Golden divine power surged and wrapped around the exquisite Immortal Attraction Jade and the Heavenly Heart Stone, merging them into the Immortal Slaying Bow. The 3 steps of forging did not seem complicated, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Just the first step was not something an ordinary person could do. This was because the exquisite Immortal Attraction Jade was an extraordinary item. It was even more valuable than a quasi-heavenly treasure. It was not easy to merge them into a saint weapon. At the same time, these 2 items were extremely sturdy. It was even more difficult to melt them after fusing them into the saint weapon. It was 10 times more difficult than the first step. As for the final step, the evolution of the weapon soul, needless to say, was 10 times more difficult than the second step. "Enter." Lin Tian's eyes glowed as he spat out a word. A ring of blazing divine light radiated from his body. This divine light contained his powerful quasi-emperor level emperor aura, which was almost no weaker than that of a true emperor level expert. The moment it appeared, it caused the space to tremble. It wrapped around the exquisite Immortal Jade and merged with the divine weapon murdering Immortal Bow. The second step. He muttered to himself. After fusing the 2 items into the Saint Bow, his pupils shook and a dragon pattern ring appeared. At this moment, he opened his eye of delusion. He stared at the Immortal Murdering Bow with this pair of divine eyes. He could see everything inside clearly, including the exquisite Immortal Attraction Jade and the Heavenly Heart Stone. Then, he slowly formed a seal with both hands. Golden divine power, nameless Tao Law, and powerful divine consciousness vibrated together and entered the Saint Bow. They enveloped the exquisite Immortal Attraction Jade and the Heavenly Heart Stone. He used these powers to envelop the exquisite Immortal Attraction Jade and the Heavenly Heart Stone. Then, he began to quickly refine them with his eye of delusion. The dragon pattern light in his eyes shone brightly. Divine power and Tao power were continuously infused into the Saint Bow. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. For half a month, Lin Tian used his divine power, divine consciousness, and Tao Law to melt the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heart stone in the Saint Bao. Along the way, he even used the immortal Ling Jing to replenish his divine power 3 times. Finally, on this day, the two items completely melted. A powerful aura surged out and spread out from the immortal murdering Bao, filling the entire cave. The Emperor's aura naturally nurtured in these two items? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Rumble, in this cave, the void vibrated. The immortal murdering Bao vibrated as well. The Emperor's aura surged out from within, growing stronger and stronger. Lin Tian opened his eye of delusion and stared at the immortal murdering Bao with a focused expression. Fuse. He softly uttered a word. The dragon pattern light in his eyes grew stronger. Everything within the immortal murdering Bao could be seen clearly. He used his eye of delusion to observe the Saint Bao. He used the power of this divine eye to capture the light mist and natural patterns formed after the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heart stone melted. He slowly and accurately guided them into every corner of the immortal murdering Bao. This allowed the light mist and natural patterns to quickly fuse with the immortal murdering Bao and increase its power. Suddenly, with a boom, the immortal murdering Bao exploded with towering divine light. The Emperor's aura it emitted began to rise. This Emperor's aura was originally contained within the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heart stone. At this time, as Lin Tian guided the power of the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heart stone to fuse with the immortal murdering Bao, the Emperor's aura also gradually fused with the Bao and bowstring. Buzz, in an instant, the immortal murdering Bao's power increased rapidly. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused. His eye of delusion remained open the entire time. He guided the power of the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heart stone to better fuse with the immortal murdering Bao. Gradually, the holy celestial Bao started fusing with the celestial slaying Bao. More and more inscriptions appeared on the holy celestial Bao. They were imperial-level natural inscriptions. They were extremely powerful. At the same time, the saint patterns on the immortal murdering Bao slowly changed. They became brighter and brighter, and the intertwining power became stronger and stronger. Upon closer inspection, it was actually transforming into emperor patterns at a very fast speed. No wonder the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heart stone are divine items born from heaven and earth. They can actually cause the saint patterns to evolve. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly calmed down and focused on forging the immortal murdering Bao. He kept his eye of delusion open the entire time because this pair of divine eyes could clearly see all the power and divine patterns within the immortal murdering Bao. With the help of his divine eyes, he could make the saint weapon immortal murdering Bao evolve into a heavenly treasure more quickly and accurately. Buzz, the immortal murdering Bao vibrated, and an even more shocking divine light burst out. The Emperor's aura became even stronger. In the next moment, there were continuous cracking sounds. The void in the cave began to shatter inch by inch. Moreover, the entire cave was shaking as if it would collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian had expected this. After all, it was a saint weapon evolving into a heavenly treasure. During this process, there would naturally be a terrifying power that would spread out and affect the void around it. In response, he did not panic and took out the heavenly treasure Luoyan Pagoda. A powerful force surged and protected the cave, stabilizing the space within the cave. Buzz, gradually, the immortal murdering Bao exploded with a stronger light and emitted a stronger emperor aura. It was still growing. Just like that, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian used his eye of delusion to complement the forging. From time to time, he would replenish his divine power with the immortal Ling Jing. In the end, the power of the exquisite immortal attraction jade and the heavenly heart stone completely merged with the immortal murdering Bao. An extremely shocking emperor aura surged out, even stronger than the Luoyan Pagoda. The third step. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In fact, when the second step was completed, the immortal murdering Bao was no longer a saint weapon. It could be considered a heavenly treasure. At least in terms of power, it had definitely reached that level. However, he still had to complete the third step because it could further enhance the immortal murdering Bao's power. It could also allow the immortal murdering Bao to have the ability to attack on its own in the future. Buzz, he shook his divine soul and sent his soul power directly into the immortal murdering bow, using his divine soul to evolve the weapon spirit. He sent his divine soul power into the immortal murdering bow and guided the power within the immortal murdering bow, slowly and carefully evolving it. Just like that, 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 5 months later, a low roar came from the immortal murdering bow, shaking all directions. Even though the cave was protected by the heavenly treasure Luoyan Pagoda, it couldn't help but shake violently. Pieces of gravel and dust fell. The voice of the weapon spirit. Whooshing Crocodile whispered. After 5 months of evolution, the weapon spirit finally appeared in the immortal murdering bow. In an instant, the aura emitted by the immortal murdering bow became even stronger. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly as he continued to deduce. Just like that, another month passed. The weapon spirit in the immortal murdering bow was completed, and a whistling sound came from within. This whistling sound was like the roar of an unparalleled emperor. It was domineering and looked down on the world. Then, it gradually quieted down. Done. Lin Tian Dao. His eyes shone brightly as he closed his divine eye of illusion breaker and returned to his usual appearance. At this moment, the immortal murdering bow had completely turned into a heavenly treasure. It floated above his head, intertwined with a faint golden light. It floated above Lin Tian's head. The bow was covered with emperor runes. It looked very peaceful, but if one carefully sensed it, one could feel a very oppressive power. It's comparable to a mid-grade heavenly treasure, or maybe even stronger. Whooshing Crocodile stared. It took almost a year to forge. Of course, it's not bad. Lin Tian Dao. At this time, even if he didn't test it, he knew how powerful the immortal murdering bow was now. It was definitely far stronger than the Luoyan Pagoda. He looked up at the immortal murdering bow that had turned into a heavenly treasure. With a slight thought, the immortal murdering bow went directly into his sea of consciousness. We found the 7-colored light source and taken out all the treasures in the 8th Lord of the Underworld. The immortal murdering bow has also been forged into a heavenly treasure. It's about time to find Miss Wui and the Monster King, right? After we find them, we'll go back to the other side. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian shook his head. There's still another thing to do. What is it? Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. After we go to the chaotic demonic sea, destroy the path that the Netherworld race is digging to the other side. Lin Tian Dao. The Netherworld race was very terrifying. If they really succeeded in digging that path and entered the other side, it would definitely be a dark day for the countless creatures in the other side. Who knew how many creatures would die tragically? What? You want to destroy the ancient road that the Netherworld race is digging? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened immediately. The Netherworld race was digging an ancient road that led to another world. That place was obviously very dangerous, even more dangerous than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Lin Tian actually wanted to go there and destroy the road that the Netherworld race was digging. This was too risky. Lin Tian naturally knew what Whooshing Crocodile was thinking and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. There shouldn't be a problem." As he spoke, he looked at the emperor corpse of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld not far away. Whooshing Crocodile followed his gaze and was stunned at first. Then, it understood, and its eyes could not help but light up. Use this emperor corpse to go there? Just like when we entered the 8th Lord of the Netherworld? It immediately guessed what Lin Tian was planning. Lin Tian nodded. It was indeed so. He didn't refine the emperor corpse with the Saint Refinement artifact art because he wanted to use his divine soul to drive the emperor corpse into the chaotic demon sea and head towards the path that the Netherworld race was digging. Then, he would secretly destroy the path. This method is not bad. Whooshing Crocodile nodded at this time. Its previous worries had lessened by more than half. After all, Lin Tian would be the Netherworld race emperor after entering this emperor corpse with a wisp of his spirit. With this identity, the risk factor would be reduced countless times. At the same time, the process of secretly destroying the ancient road would be much smoother. After all, the Netherworld race would not guard against and stare at their own people. Go now? It asked. Lin Tian shook his head. There's no hurry for now. Let's make some other preparations. using a strand of his soul to enter the body of the eighth lord of the underworld, then secretly destroy the ancient path after entering the chaotic demonic sea. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any problems and it would go very smoothly. However, just in case, he had to make more comprehensive preparations. After all, that place was not ordinary. It was indeed an extremely dangerous place. Other preparations? What preparations? Wuxing Crocodile was curious. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the sky across the cave. He said, increase your cultivation by another level. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the Heart Sutra of Sun began to circulate slowly. The essence, energy, and spirit that he had used to forge the heavenly treasure, the killing bow, began to recover. After half an hour, he had reached his peak condition. Then, he waved his right hand and took out 3 treasured fruits. All of them were intertwined with light and appeared extraordinary. King Flame Fruit. Emergence Plant. Tao Transformation Lotus. The Wuxing Crocodile widened its eyes. These are divine items that can allow a cultivator to break through from the half-step Emperor realm to the half-Emperor realm. They are much more precious than the Saint Fruit. You. As it spoke, its eyes widened even more. You can't be thinking of using them to break through to the Emperor realm, right? More or less. Lin Tian Ondao. King Flame Fruit, Emergence Plant, and Tao Transformation Lotus. These divine items were naturally the treasures of the eighth lord of the underworld. At this time, he took out these 3 divine items because he wanted to break through to the Emperor realm. Of course, he would not rush in. It has been almost a year since the last breakthrough. You can continue to cultivate and reach the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, he said to the Wuxing Crocodile. As he spoke, he did not hesitate and began to refine the King Flame Fruit, Emergence Plant, and Tao Transformation Lotus. Suddenly, a shocking spiritual fragrance floated in the void and entered his body continuously. The Wuxing Crocodile looked at this scene and widened its eyes. Then, it walked to the other side and took out a divine item to refine. Let's go to the 7th sky, it muttered. The 8th lord of the underworld had accumulated a shocking amount of treasures. It and Lin Tian had taken too many of them. At this time, they began to refine the divine item they took out. It was an immortal fruit. Their aura began to rise rapidly. On the other side, Lin Tian was refining the King Flame Fruit, Emergence Plant, and Tao Transformation Lotus. Golden divine light shone out of his body. Buzz, he seriously circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and refined the King Flame Fruit and the other 2 divine items. His aura increased again. For a time, the golden divine light that lingered around his body became thicker and more blazing. It was like the sun shining in all directions. Just like that, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 3 months later, a powerful demonic energy rushed out from the cave. The 5 elements crocodile's 6th rebirth was a success. It had reached the 7th heavenly layer of nirvana from the 6th heavenly layer of nirvana. Its demonic body was reborn and became even stronger than before. This feels so good. It laughed. As it spoke, it looked to the side. Lin Tian was still cultivating. Golden light shone around his body. His aura was still rising. He is really going to reach the Emperor realm, it muttered. Beside it, the golden light around Lin Tian's body was very dense. His essence, qi, and spirit had increased a lot compared to 3 months ago. His expression was very peaceful. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and his cultivation was also rising little by little. The Wuxing Crocodile watched from the side. After a pause, it began to consolidate its current realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Boom, on this day, the heavens trembled, and a terrifying power began to surge. Thunder rumbled. An oppressive aura came down from the sky. It was as if the universe was about to fall. All creatures were instantly terrified. At the same time, in the cave, the golden light around Lin Tian's body dissipated. He stopped cultivating immediately. The thunder and oppressive aura in the sky disappeared without a trace. The sky returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. He opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly. His aura had increased a lot. At the same time, cold sweat flowed down his forehead. I. Beside him, the whooshing crocodile's scales stood up. It stared at Lin Tian. That's your Emperor Tribulation? This feeling, the heavens are serious this time. Even those who are infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm might not be able to withstand it. A thunderous roar resounded in the sky. A destructive aura descended, and an oppressive aura descended. It immediately knew that this was Lin Tian's heavenly tribulation after entering the monarch realm. That feeling was simply too terrifying. Just a single thunderous roar caused its divine soul to almost shatter. Even the great Tao of heaven and earth was trembling. I expected this. Lin Tian Ondao. He used the king's flame fruit and other divine items to refine. He spent 5 months to enter the emperor realm from the quasi-emperor realm. The first thing he did was to attract the emperor tribulation. Of course, this was a treatment that only he could enjoy. Other people who entered this realm would not have such a heavenly tribulation. At the same time, everything was within his expectations. He retreated the moment he entered the emperor realm. He forcefully suppressed his realm and stopped the heavenly tribulation. He took a deep breath and adjusted his aura. After dozens of breaths, he finally calmed down. Aren't you being too calm? How are you going to survive that kind of heavenly tribulation? It might really kill you. The whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. It's not that serious. There's a secret pill in the treasury of the 8th territory of the netherworld that can temporarily increase one's combat strength by 10 times for a short period of time. Although there will be side effects afterwards, I'll improve it and minimize the side effects. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a 5-colored treasure pill. Then, he took out a dark green treasure cauldron. It was the cauldron that the master apothecary used to refine medicine. Although it did not have any offensive ability, it was a rare treasure on the path of refining medicine. This 5-colored bowdan was called the divine water pill. After he put it into the dark green cauldron, he immediately activated the medicine encyclopedia. At the same time, he activated the golden pure yang flame to improve the divine water pill. Now, as a 9th-grade alchemist who controlled the medicine encyclopedia, he had the ability to improve it in about a day. Done. He put away the improved divine water pill. The side effect after using it was that he would become very tired for a short period of time. The whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. There's only one bowdan? It's amazing to have one. After all, it can increase one's combat strength by 10 times. Lin Tiandao. He adjusted his breathing again and stood up from the ground. Let's go. He called out to the whooshing crocodile and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave was an old forest with towering ancient trees. The air was much better than inside the cave. Are we going directly to the chaotic demonic ocean? The whooshing crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. The whooshing crocodile glanced at him and said, speaking of which, I really didn't expect you to take the risk to get involved in this matter. You surprised Lord Crocodile. In any case, I'm also a human. They want to enter the world over there to unify and slaughter all humans. Since I know about it, I naturally can't sit back and do nothing. Most importantly, there are many people who are important to me in that world. Lin Tiandao. The whooshing crocodile nodded. Naturally, it understood. In fact, it was also very clear that if it really allowed the netherworld race to enter the world over there, the 10 heavens domain would definitely be in chaos. Countless creatures would die tragically because of this. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. He used the heavenly treasure, Yen Luo, to store his body and the whooshing crocodile. A wisp of his divine soul entered the imperial body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. He covered thousands of feet in one step and quickly headed towards the westernmost position of the sealed dust ancient region. Soon, half a month passed. On this day, he rode the imperial corpse of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and arrived outside a blue ocean. As far as the eye could see, the ocean surged with waves, and it emanated an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if a god of death resided beneath the ocean. Chaotic demonic ocean. He muttered to himself. At this time, he was still some distance away from the chaotic demonic ocean. At this place, he released the whooshing crocodile from the fallen Yama pagoda and asked the whooshing crocodile to carefully find a place nearby to hide. Then, he used a wisp of his divine soul to drive the imperial body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld to the opposite side of the chaotic demonic ocean. His body was still in the fallen Yama pagoda. Boom! Waves rolled over the chaotic demonic ocean. Sometimes, they could rush up to thousands of feet high. The momentum was terrifying and shook the void. Lin Tiandao rode the imperial body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and stepped into the chaotic demonic ocean. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed tens of thousands of feet. What happened next was beyond his expectations. Apart from the oppressive waves, there was nothing special about the chaotic demonic ocean. He walked on the surface of the ocean and didn't even see the weakest Class 1 demonic beast. Chaotic Demon Sea? This place doesn't seem to fit the description. Lin Tian muttered. Other than the towering waves, there wasn't much danger in this vast ocean. It didn't really fit the description of chaotic. Of course, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. He walked on the surface of the ocean and headed towards the opposite side of the chaotic demon sea. This vast ocean was extremely vast. He walked on the surface of the ocean at an extremely fast speed. However, it took him 3 days to reach the end of the ocean and arrive at the chaotic demon sea. Looking around, what entered his eyes was a slightly turbid area. There were no mountains, no grass, no sand, nothing. There was only an unimaginable sense of emptiness. He appeared to be very calm. He inserted a strand of his divine soul into the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. He controlled the Emperor Corpse to emit the unique Netherworld Emperor power of the Netherworld race and walked forward. Swoosh! 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 There was an ear-piercing sound. 3 tall figures instantly appeared in front of him. All of them had powerful auras and emperor power. 3 Netherworld race emperors. Luo Yan. One of them spoke. Luo Yan was naturally the name of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. Lin Tian inserted a strand of his divine soul into the 8th Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor Corpse and nodded at the 3 Netherworld Emperors. He had searched the sea of consciousness of the 8th Underworld Lord before, so he roughly knew that these 3 people had been guarding this place all these years. They were called Yu Lieqi, Yu Qinghu, and Yu Hongshi. They were all at the second sky of Emperor Realm. Among the lords, you come here the most frequently. You can't wait to kill your way into the other world? Yu Lieqi said. After all, Luo Yan's ancestor killed his way into the other world and was then killed by the despicable and insignificant humans. As the descendant of that hero, the blood of that hero flows in my body. Luo Yan naturally wants to be the first to kill my way over and avenge my ancestor with the blood of the humans in the other world. Yu Qinghu said. Yu Hongshi's eyes were deep and flashed with a dim light. This time it will not be the same as before. We will definitely slaughter all of the humans. Lin Tian used a wisp of his soul to enter the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld and heard the conversation between the 3 Netherworld Emperors. It turned out that the direct ancestor of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld was a 9th Heaven Emperor of the Netherworld race. Back then, he had caused chaos over there and was killed by a group of human experts in the 10 Directions Great Killing Formation in a desolate mountain. I'll have to go to the other side sooner or later. He controlled this emperor's body to make a sound. Of course, this sound was exactly the same as the voice of the 8th Lord of the Underworld. This kind of sound was not difficult for him. The reason he said this was firstly to deal with the 3 Netherworld race emperors in front of him. Secondly, he was indeed going to the other side of the world sooner or later. Over there was someone very important to him. It won't take long. The excavation of that road is much faster than we expected. Yu Qinghu said. Beside him, the other 2 nodded with a cold smile. Their eyes were bloodthirsty as if they could already see the scene of bloodshed in the other side of the world. Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race's emperor's body and looked at the 3 of them. The 3 of them naturally knew that he was asking. One of them said, "Let's go." Just like before, we'll know once we enter that road. Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race's emperor's body and followed the 3 of them. They passed through turbid lands and soon saw a group of other figures. They were all cultivators of the Netherworld race. The weakest of them was at the Enlightenment realm. He wasn't surprised that there were cultivators of the Netherworld race here. From the eighth lord of the Netherworld race's sea of consciousness, he knew that these cultivators of the Netherworld race were in charge of excavating the ancient road here. Moreover, there were some who had reached the Nirvana realm and even half-step emperors here. After all, it was impossible to let emperors excavate the ancient road. Of course, after these people came here, they couldn't leave unless the road was completely excavated. Moreover, during the excavation process, these people weren't told where the road led to. Therefore, the only people who truly knew where the ancient road led to were those above the Emperor realm. Lin Tian followed the three of them deeper into the chaotic demonic ocean and saw even more cultivators of the Netherworld race. They were all busy. Then, he came to a region of chaos. The surroundings were filled with chaotic light, which was very oppressive. He shifted his gaze and looked around. He saw a tall blue golden door standing in the middle of the chaotic zone. On both sides of the door were chaotic zones. Behind the door, the chaotic zone seemed to have been destroyed and moved away. A spatial passage was excavated. It was circular and had a diameter of about 3 feet. It was like a tunnel in the mountains, shattering the chaos and excavating space. This passage is the road that the Netherworld race is excavating to the other side. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He stared at the spatial passage in front of him. His eyes couldn't help but intertwine with a cold light. The Netherworld race wanted to use this ancient road to go to the other side of the world to cause chaos and slaughter. They wanted to unify the 10 Heavens domain and enslave all the other races except the Netherworld race. They were extremely ambitious, and very cruel. Let's go in and take a look. This road is almost finished, Yu Qinghu said to Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian followed the others into the spatial passage. The interior was filled with chaotic light. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. He followed the three of them and sensed the scale of the spatial tunnel. At the same time, he placed his right hand behind his back and hid it in his sleeve, carving the eternal killing marks in the space of the tunnel. Strands of eternal killing marks were imprinted on the spatial tunnel. His current cultivation was very powerful. Moreover, after 3 years of seclusion, his array Dao had reached the level of a rank 9 array controller. His control of the eternal killing runes had reached 30%. It was extremely powerful. It was much easier to carve the runes now. It wasn't as difficult as before. At this moment, he was carving the eternal killing runes with the emperor body of the 8th lord of the Netherworld race. He was serious and cautious, completely avoiding the senses of Yu Qinghu and the other 2 Netherworld emperors. He continued to carve the eternal killing runes as he walked through the spatial passage. After an unknown period of time, he finally reached the end of the spatial passage. There were many experts from the Netherworld race who were busy destroying the chaotic zone. Seeing Lin Tian enter the body of the 8th lord of the Netherworld race, as well as Yu Qinghu and the other 3 Netherworld race emperors, the experts from the Netherworld race all saluted respectfully. You all leave first, Yu Qinghu said to the Netherworld race cultivators. Yes. The Netherworld race cultivators naturally didn't dare to hesitate. They saluted again and left the spatial passage as quickly as possible. It wasn't until the group of Netherworld race cultivators had truly left the spatial passage that Yu Qinghu spoke again. He said to the 8th lord of the Netherworld race that Lin Tian had entered the body of the 8th lord of the Netherworld race with his divine soul. Those who aren't strong enough won't be able to sense it. However, with our Emperor Realm cultivation, we can already sense the aura of the other world. Luo Yan, did you sense it? Lin Tian stared ahead. All he saw was chaos. He was still digging. He sensed a little and was immediately moved. Compared to the Netherworld race cultivators of the sealed dust ancient region, he came from the other world. He was undoubtedly the clearest about the aura of the other world. At this moment, he sensed a little and indeed sensed the aura of the other world. I sensed it, he said in a low voice. Of course, his voice was still exactly the same as the 8th lord of the Netherworld race. According to the current situation, we'll be able to complete this ancient path in a few years at most, Yu Lai said. That's right, Yu Hongshire said. Yu Huqing patted the shoulder of the 8th lord of the Netherworld race that Lin Tian had entered with a wisp of his divine soul. He said, Luo Yan, we'll be able to kill our way to the other side very soon. We'll unify the 10 heavens domain and then slaughter all the humans in the other world. Saying this, the man sneered. His eyes were cold, and at the same time, there was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Lin Tian listened to the man's words and looked at the man's eyes. His gaze was also very cold. Wait a few more years. In a few years, we'll directly go over and slaughter them to our heart's content. Yu Huqing sneered. At this moment, the Netherworld Emperor saw the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes. It was undoubtedly directed at the humans of the other world. He wanted to immediately go over and slaughter them. He didn't think that this gaze was actually directed at him. In the end, Lin Tian followed the 3 Netherworld Emperors to look at the spatial passageway. Then, he walked out of the passageway. During this process, his right hand was always behind his back, secretly carving eternal killing runes in his sleeve. Soon, he walked out of the spatial passageway and bid farewell to the 3 Netherworld Emperors. The spatial passageway to the other world had already been carved full of eternal killing runes. They were hidden in the void. After leaving here, he would activate them immediately. Thousands of eternal killing runes would be enough to destroy the passageway. Get ready to kill your way to the other side. Yu Huqing said to him. Lin Tian entered the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race with a wisp of his divine soul. He nodded and walked to the other side of the demon sea. At this moment, the void vibrated. A figure came from the other side of the chaotic demon sea. The aura he emitted was extremely shocking. The Netherworld Emperor's power was extremely vigorous, far beyond that of an ordinary emperor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived here. He was actually a person who was infinitely close to the Heavenly Master realm. He felt like a burning furnace. Ancestor King. Yu Qinghu and the others were shocked. They hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. Lin Tian was moved and followed suit. The so-called Ancestor King of the Netherworld race is actually a person who is infinitely close to the Heavenly Master realm. This person is even stronger than the 7 ultimate demonic emperor. He thought to himself. The Ancestor King of the Netherworld race was tall and sturdy. The aura he emitted was incomparably oppressive. When he scanned the place, Yu Qinghu and the others stood up. What? Yu Qinghu and the rest of the Netherworld race's experts turned pale when they heard the Ancestor Monarch's words. He's not Luo Yan? How can that be? Yu Lieqi looked at Lin Tian. This is indeed Luo Yan. His aura is the same. There's no mistake, Ancestral King. Yu Lieqi was an emperor rank elite and was very familiar with Luo Yan, the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. He could clearly feel that this was Luo Yan. The aura matched perfectly. It was definitely not some transformation technique. Ancestral King, it's Luo Yan. Yu Hongshire also spoke. The 3 Netherworld elites guarding here were not weak. They scanned the area with their powerful emperor-rank divine senses and did not find anything unusual. That's right. It's Lord Luo Yan. I've seen him many times. That's right. It's indeed Lord Luo Yan's aura. It doesn't seem fake. There were many Netherworld race cultivators here. They were in charge of digging the ancient path to the other world. At this time, they were all waiting outside to see the Netherworld Ancestral King. After hearing the Netherworld Ancestral King's words, everyone's eyes fell on the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race that Lin Tian controlled with a wisp of his soul. They could not see a trace of falsehood. Ancestral King, what are you talking about? I'm Luo Yan. Lin Tian also spoke, controlling the body of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race to speak. The Netherworld Ancestral King's physique was tall and burly. The aura he emitted was very oppressive. His eyes were as cold as heavenly blades. You can fool them, but you can't fool me. This person stared at Lin Tian. His voice was very cold. As he spoke, the Netherworld light in his body flickered. A majestic force surged out and swept toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not dare hesitate. He immediately retreated, dodging with the yin-yang steps and moving dozens of feet away. Old thing. He spoke. This time, he did not imitate the voice of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld race. It was his own voice. He knew very well that he had been completely exposed. He could not hide from this infinitely powerful heavenly venerable. That's not Luo Yan's voice. It's really not Luo Yan? Yu Qinghu and the others' expressions changed. The rest of the Netherworld race cultivators were also shocked. Since he'd already been exposed, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. He directly left and headed towards the other side of the chaotic demon ocean. He didn't really care about Yu Qinghu and the others, but the Nether Ancestor King, who was infinitely close to the heavenly Venerate realm, was somewhat terrifying. He was definitely not a match for such a person. Humph. The Nether Ancestor King snorted and took a step forward, stopping Lin Tian on the spot. He then raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. At the same time, Yu Qinghu, Yu Lieqi, and Yu Hongshi acted as well. They condensed a mysterious underworld seal, causing dense underworld runes to appear in the air and on the ground, sealing off the surroundings. Don't even think about leaving. The three of them growled. At this moment, the three of them clearly knew that the person before them wasn't the true eighth lord of the underworld and had come with ill intentions. Their expressions were very unsightly. As strong as they were actually deceived and did not sense that the one who came was the fake Luo Yan. Lin Tian used the 9th level of the Yin Yang steps and barely avoided the Nether Ancestor King's palm. He then moved another 1,000 feet away. Reveal your true body. Yu Hongshi pressed towards Lin Tian, and the Nether Giant palm pressed down, enveloping the surroundings. At the same time, Yu Qinghu and Yu Lieqi also acted. The Nether light was very frightening. The Nether Ancestor King was the most terrifying. His palm swept out again, bringing about a hurricane. Just a slight graze from the hurricane caused cracks to appear on the 8th Lord of the Underworld controlled by Lin Tian. It almost collapsed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Underworld's physical body and was forced into a corner. Come out. The Nether Ancestor King's eyes were cold. He had obviously sensed that the 8th Lord of the Underworld's physical body had been occupied. Lin Tian controlled the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body and faced the Nether Ancestor King. He felt immense pressure, but he didn't show the slightest fear or apprehension. Buzz. The fallen Yama pagoda floated out, flickering with light. His true body walked out and faced the Nether Ancestor King and the others calmly. For a moment, the Nether Ancestor King and the others' expressions changed. Human. The Nether Ancestor King's pupils shrank. Human, you actually entered my clan's world? How? Then, what's going on with Lord Luo Yan? The other Nether tribe cultivators stared at Lin Tian, and then their gazes fell on the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body behind Lin Tian. They were all shocked. Lin Tian's true body walked out, his expression calm. With a thought, the wisp of origin spirit that entered the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body left his body. Then, the heavenly treasure Yama Pagoda took the 8th Lord of the Underworld's Emperor's body. Immediately, the Nether tribe cultivators' expressions changed again. That's Luo Yan's heavenly treasure Yama Pagoda and Luo Yan's physical body. You took Luo Yan, how is that possible? You killed Luo Yan? You took his body and heavenly treasure? Yu Qinghu, Yu Lieqi, and Yu Hongshi's expressions all changed. The three of them were not stupid. They could tell that Lin Tian had taken the 8th Lord of the Underworld's physical body and entered it with a wisp of origin spirit to come here. What? The Nether tribe cultivators were all shocked. The 8th Lord of the Underworld was killed? No wonder we didn't realize it. So that's how it is. You killed Luo Yan and used his emperor's body to come here. How bold of you. Yu Qinghu's voice was cold. Speak. What despicable means did you use to kill Luo Yan? This person had already sensed that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor level. He didn't think that Lin Tian had killed the 8th Lord of the Underworld with his own strength. It was impossible for a quasi-emperor to kill an emperor in a head-on battle. As soon as he said this, the venomous gazes of the other Netherworld race cultivators became even more venomous. Damn human, how dare you use despicable means to kill Lord Luo Yan? Ancestral King, 3 emperors, you must tear him into pieces. Let this lowly human never be reincarnated. These Nether tribe cultivators stared at Lin Tian with ferocious gazes. A quasi-emperor level human had snuck into their world, killed one of their emperor level lords, seized his physical body and heavenly treasure, and then ran over here. How did you come here from the other world? Speak. The ancestral king of the underworld stared coldly at Lin Tian and asked. Take a guess. Lin Tian Ondao. When the ancestral king of the underworld saw his attitude, his gaze became even colder. A quasi-emperor human dared to speak to him, who was infinitely close to becoming a heavenly venerable. Then there's no need for you to say anything. After I suppress you, I'll see for myself. The man said mercilessly. Lin Tian could sense the terrifying aura from this man, but he wasn't afraid. You're not weak, but you can't suppress me. He was very calm. Shameless boasting. You're just a quasi-emperor ant. How dare you say such arrogant words in front of our ancestral king? Yu Qinghu said coldly. The ancestral king of the underworld pressed forward to suppress Lin Tian. Do you really think you can defeat me? Lin Tian Ondao was still very calm. The 10 directions have been sealed by the divine runes. The 3 of us are here, and the ancestral king is here in person. How can a quasi-emperor ant like you be so calm? Disgusting. Do you think you can leave this place unscathed? Yu Hongshire said coldly. You can't escape. You'll die without a burial place. Another man said. Lin Tian was still calm and didn't show any emotion. You'll be disappointed. As he said this, he stopped suppressing his cultivation. A faint emperor aura surged and began to attack the emperor domain. In an instant, the emperor aura on his body rose steadily. In the blink of an eye, the faint emperor aura became extremely dense. A true emperor aura surged out of his body. It was vast and shocking, much stronger than Yu Qinghu and the others. This shocked Yu Qinghu and the other 2 underworld emperors. Even the ancestral king of the underworld was surprised. As for the other ordinary underworld race cultivators, they were all shocked. This is an emperor? He has directly stepped into the emperor realm? He wasn't a quasi-emperor before? This? The ordinary underworld race cultivators were shocked. The ancestral king of the underworld looked at Lin Tian. He could feel that the pure emperor aura exuding from Lin Tian was extraordinary. It was stronger than the average 4th heaven emperor. However, he didn't care. The surprise in his eyes dissipated. So what if you've entered the emperor realm from the quasi-emperor level? Do you think you can escape this place? Stupid. The ancestral king of the underworld's voice was cold. This time, he moved slowly towards Lin Tian. He was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. Even a 9th heaven emperor wouldn't be able to enter his eyes, let alone Lin Tian who had just entered the emperor realm. Seeing this person walking towards him, Lin Tian didn't move. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. You'll be bloody unlucky. As his words fell, the heavens and earth shook violently. An extremely oppressive aura covered the sky as if the heavens were about to fall. Boom! An earth-shattering thunder suddenly exploded. A terrifying destructive force spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. Yu Hongshire and the other 2 underworld emperors trembled. The other underworld race cultivators were terrified. The ancestral king of the underworld who was walking towards Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine and stopped in his tracks. Yu, staring at Lin Tian and looking up at the heavens, this existence who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear rose in his heart. Boom! The ear-piercing thunder exploded again. In the firmament of this space, endless dark clouds appeared in an instant. Bucket-sized bolts of blood-red lightning interweaved in the thick clouds, like the roar of an ancient true dragon, as if it wanted to destroy everything in this world. For a moment, all the Daos trembled. This is heavenly. Heavenly tribulation. That human attracted a heavenly tribulation? The group of netherworld race cultivators were shocked at this place. Boom, thunder rumbled, shaking the surroundings. Tens of thousands of bloody lightning bolts interweaved in the sky as if they were going to destroy everything. This, actually, attracted a heavenly tribulation? Isn't a heavenly tribulation only attracted after entering the immortal ascension realm? He's now. This is an emperor-level heavenly tribulation? But, it's impossible to attract a heavenly tribulation after entering the emperor realm. What's going on? Attracting a destructive heavenly tribulation after entering the emperor realm. this has never happened before. All the netherworld race cultivators were stunned. Under such destructive tribulation lightning, their internal organs turned cold. Boom, the space turned pitch black as thick clouds covered the sky. Tens of thousands of bloody lightning bolts rumbled in the sky, echoing through the 9 heavens. No one knew how vast the area was. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. Seeing this, even the netherworld race's ancestral king trembled. He had an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. Xianxia couldn't help but cry out. A human actually attracted a heavenly tribulation after entering the Emperor realm. This was simply a fantasy, however, such a scene was right in front of him. The destructive lightning bolts were vast and mighty in the sky. It was indeed a heavenly tribulation. Boom, the sky rumbled as tens of thousands of lightning bolts interweaved. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian stood at the center of this heavenly tribulation. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of obvious mockery. Since you're so kind, I can't be stingy. I invite you to undergo the Emperor tribulation together. You have to know that this kind of thing isn't something that just anyone can encounter. He said. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a large amount of bloody lightning bolts fell directly. With a crack, the protective saint runes that Xianxia and the others had activated here shattered and were completely destroyed. The bloody lightning bolts were like a downpour, splitting heaven and earth. Ah! Miserable screams immediately sounded. It was very ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, before the blood-red lightning had even struck, more than half of the netherworld race cultivators had been shattered by the aura of the lightning. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot, and their life auras were completely wiped out. Ka! 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 The void was directly shattered. Crisp sounds continued to ring out as the dense blood-red lightning bolts descended. No! Ah! Lord Ancestor King, Lord Emperor, save! Ah! Screams and cries for help rang out incessantly. At this place, the group of netherworld race cultivators that had been glaring at Lin Tian with ghastly and malevolent gazes a moment ago were completely enveloped by blood-red lightning at this moment. All of them covered their heads and fled like rats as they were struck into pieces one after another. These people originally wanted to escape this area, but they discovered that with the formation of this heavenly tribulation, the periphery of the space enveloped by the heavenly tribulation was actually covered by a lightning barrier. It was impossible to break through, and if one went near it, they would die on the spot. Ah! Blood-curdling screams rang out continuously. In just the blink of an eye, this place was completely destroyed and charred. Apart from Xianxia, who, and the other 2 emperors and the netherworld ancestral monarch who was infinitely close to the heaven venerable realm, the other netherworld race cultivators were all dead. Damn it! The netherworld race's ancestral king and the 3 netherworld race's emperors were furious. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing and shook the heavens and earth. Blood-red lightning struck down one after another, almost shattering the sky. Lin Tian naturally felt how terrifying his emperor heavenly tribulation was. At this moment, without any hesitation, he immediately took out the improved divine river pill that he had obtained from the 8th lord of the netherworld and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, his physique shook, and the aura he exuded surged. In the blink of an eye, his strength had reached a terrifying height. 10 times my combat strength. A glint flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he clearly felt his own strength. He could shatter the heavens and earth. With 10 times his combat strength, at this moment, he was no longer afraid of the heavenly tribulation above his head. He tilted his head and looked at the netherworld ancestral king who was closest to him. The corners of his mouth curled up even more. Old man, pay attention. I'm coming. He said to this person. In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of this person. In an instant, the rolling thunder moved with him. Blood-red lightning fell like raindrops, shattering the heavens and earth. The netherworld ancestral king was very powerful. However, when he faced Lin Tian at this moment, he immediately trembled violently. Firstly, Lin Tian's aura had become 10 times stronger after consuming the divine river pill. It was extremely terrifying. Secondly, this destructive emperor heavenly tribulation was centered around Lin Tian. As Lin Tian stepped forward, the most terrifying destructive lightning moved with him. At the same time, it enveloped Lin Tian, the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation, and the netherworld ancestral king. That aura terrified him. At this moment, this existence who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm retreated without any hesitation. Didn't you want to suppress me? I'm delivering myself to you, but you want to run away? Lin Tian Ondao. Lightning flashed around his body. He was like the Lord of Thunder. Stepping on the 9th stage of the Yin Yang steps, he moved with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the retreating netherworld ancestral king. He raised his right hand and ruthlessly smashed the Chaos Emperor fist. With a bang, the netherworld ancestral king was directly smashed to the ground at Lin Tian's feet. Half of his emperor body was almost smashed to pieces. It was also at this moment that the first round of the heavenly tribulation fell with a rumble. The dense tribulation lightning was countless times more terrifying than the scattered blood-red lightning from before. It drowned Lin Tian and the netherworld ancestral king who was smashed to the ground. Ah! A miserable scream rang out on the spot. It was mournful and sorrowful, causing one's scalp to go numb. The netherworld ancestral king was smashed to the ground by Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist. He did not have time to use a secret technique to resist the descending tribulation lightning. His body was immediately charred, and his blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! The netherworld ancestral king growled in anger. He endured the intense pain and retreated, fleeing into the distance. Lin Tian stood in place. Relying on the divine river pill to increase his battle strength by tenfold, he perfectly broke through the first round of tribulation lightning with the divination divine art. He was unscathed. At the same time, he did not give the netherworld ancestral king a chance to repair his damaged body. Stepping on the 9th stage of the Yin Yang steps, he once again stepped in front of the netherworld ancestral king and brought down the blood-red lightning that filled the sky. Boom! The blood-red lightning split the heavens and the earth, enveloping all directions. At the same time, Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist struck out at the netherworld ancestral king's body once again. With a bang, the netherworld ancestral king was sent flying. His emperor body was covered in cracks, and blood flowed continuously. The netherworld ancestral king steadied himself in the distance and glared at Lin Tian. Even his face was stained with blood. He was battered and exhausted. How ugly! Lin Tian Ondao rubbed salt on the wound. Moreover, as he said this, he did not stop at all. He took a step forward and pressed in front of the netherworld ancestral king again. Endless thunderbolts surged and struck down continuously. He didn't say much. His primal Chaos Emperor's fist was unleashed with tenfold battle prowess. The true dragon and immortal phoenix were sent out and shrouded the ancestor king of the netherworld race. Bang! 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 He was extremely fast, bringing along destructive lightning attacks. Punch after punch landed on the netherworld ancestral king's body. Boom! Dense bolts of lightning continued to fall, scorching the chaotic void. At this moment, there was another deafening rumble, and the second round of destructive heavenly tribulation fell. The entire sea of lightning seemed like it was going to crush everything. The netherworld ancestral king was caught off guard by the first round of tribulation lightning. Then, he was enveloped by Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor fist and was hit repeatedly. At this time, facing such a sea of lightning, he was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Even if he was in existence infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, it was the first time he had seen such a terrifying tribulation lightning. At this moment, he didn't have any intention to go head-on against Lin Tian at all. He dodged Lin Tian's attacks and left Lin Tian's side as quickly as possible. Because so long as he was far away from Lin Tian who was undergoing the tribulation, then he would be able to lead this sea of lightning of destruction. However, Lin Tian obviously would not give him such a chance. He used the 9th level of the Yin Yang steps to the limit and was almost sticking to the netherworld ancestral king. Ordinary people can't encounter such an emperor-level heavenly tribulation. I'll let you see it up close. This is your fortune of 3 lifetimes. Why are you running? Lin Tian said. Get lost. The netherworld ancestral king felt a chill down his spine. He was shocked and angry and almost cursed it out loud. He would be stained with blood if he got hit. What kind of fortune of 3 lifetimes was this? Lin Tian snorted. Dense sword radiance appeared around him. Each radiance was terrifying and completely sealed off all of the Netherworld Ancestral King's escape routes. They pressed forward majestically like a destructive rain of swords. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the second wave of heavenly tribulation pressed forward with a rumble. You deserve to die. The Netherworld Ancestral King was furious. Lin Tian had calculated the right time to send out dense sword radiance at him. He had exhausted his energy to deal with the destructive sword radiance. After that, it would be difficult for him to have a chance to resist the sea of lightning that followed closely behind. Lin Tian looked at his opponent and smiled indifferently. Clang, boom, the clanging of sword radiance reverberated, and ear-piercing thunder rumbled. The dense sword radiance and the sea of lightning came one after another. It was terrifying to hear. In the blink of an eye, this place was drowned by the light. Nothing could be seen or heard. When the light dissipated, Lin Tian had safely withstood the second wave of lightning punishment. He stood firmly on the spot. The Netherworld Ancestral King opposite him had exploded. His flesh was scattered all over the void. He looked extremely miserable. Ah! This person's divine soul roared. His flesh wriggled and quickly reconstructed his body. However, his aura was countless times weaker. Lin Tian looked at his opponent. Lightning intertwined around his body. He used the 9th level of Yin Yang steps and stepped forward again. Boom, he showed no mercy. He still attacked with the Chaos Emperor fist. The terrifying fist aura was shocking. The Nether Ancestor King had just reformed his physical body when Lin Tian approached him. His face took a heavy punch, and half of his face was smashed. Blood gushed out, and he looked like a ferocious ghost that had walked out of hell. No. When Lin Tian stepped into the Emperor rank, the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Normal emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even the ordinary scattered blood lightning contained unparalleled power that could destroy everything. Lin Tian glanced at the direction where Nether Liechi exploded with a calm expression. Immediately after, the primal Chaos Emperor fist became even stronger. For a moment, the sound of the fist resounded in this space along with the thunder, shattering the Nether Ancestor King's defensive divine light. Bang! Another punch penetrated the Nether Ancestor King's chest and sent him flying a few hundred meters away. This Nether Ancestor King, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, was incomparably furious. His entire body was covered in blood and cracks. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He moved with the duality steps and approached his opponent again, pressing down with the Emperor fist again and again. Boom, 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 the primal Chaos Emperor fist's power was terrifying. It directly shattered the void and let out a sound like the beating of a sacred drum. Boom, thunder rumbled while dense bolts of blood-red lightning descended incessantly like rain, and they struck this expanse of space to the point it was scorched to the extreme. The space behind the chaotic demonic ocean was originally incomparably sturdy, but at this moment, Lin Tian attracted an Emperor rank heavenly tribulation. This space instantly began to crumble as large cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. The scene was horrifying. The Nether Ancestor King gritted his teeth. The fury in his eyes seemed to have materialized. He defended against Lin Tian's Emperor fist and quickly retreated. At this moment, Lin Tian attracted the heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian was the center of destruction. The most terrifying heavenly tribulation force was all around Lin Tian. It was too dangerous to be in the center of such destruction. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand it. Why are you retreating? Lin Tian Dao. The 9th rank of the duality steps was extremely fast. He forced himself to the side of the Nether Ancestor King and bombarded it with the primal Chaos Emperor fist. The Nether Ancestor King was furious, but he couldn't escape. Bang, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Tian swung the primal Chaos Emperor fist, which transformed into a true dragon and immortal phoenix. The fist landed on the Nether Ancestor King's chest. The Netherworld Ancestor King was sent flying. Half of his body was almost smashed into pieces, and several of his ribs were broken. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the distance. This was someone who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. To be able to withstand Lin Tian's emperor fist that was 10 times stronger, if it was any other ordinary emperor, they would have been instantly smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Boom! Thunder rumbled and lightning interweaved. Dense blood-red lightning bolts fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The Netherworld Ancestral King had an ugly expression on his face. He used all of his strength to dodge the light of lightning punishment. However, Lin Tian's fist came close again at this time and landed on his chest with a bang. Pooh! Blood splashed out as the Netherworld Ancestor King was sent flying. This time, half of his body was blasted apart. Damn it! On the other side, there was an angry shout. Yu Qinghu's entire body was covered in blood as he dodged the blood-colored lightning in the sky. He cut an extremely sorry figure as he dodged with great difficulty. Lin Tian tilted his head to look at this person and took a step forward. As he moved, the blood-colored lightning in the sky moved with him. Destructive tribulation lightning bolts struck down one after another as if they were the source of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. Yu Qinghu instantly trembled. His scalp couldn't help but feel numb as his internal organs trembled. Damn it! Originally, it was already extremely difficult for him to deal with ordinary lightning, and it was very difficult for him to block it. However, at this time, Lin Tian, who was at the center of the destruction, stepped over and directly brought along even more terrifying lightning, which made his back turn cold. He quickly retreated and pulled away from Lin Tian. Lin Tian's speed was very fast. Relying on Yu Qinghu's movement, Yu Qinghu couldn't escape at all. You said before that you would kill your way to the other side and wipe out the human race? His voice was cold. Yu Qinghu could feel the terrifying aura on Lin Tian's body. Hearing this, he trembled again and retreated even faster. However, Lin Tian clearly wouldn't give Yu Qinghu such a chance. Lightning crackled around him, and he was like a thunder god walking in the mortal world. He directly swung the Primal Chaos Empyrean fist, smashing it towards Yu Qinghu. Roar, roar, a dragon roared and a phoenix cried. A true dragon and a phoenix appeared at the same time and drowned Yu Qinghu together. Ah! Yu Qinghu screamed. His cultivation was far inferior to the ancestor of the Netherworld race who was infinitely close to the Sky Venerable realm. He was directly smashed into pieces by this punch, turning into a bloody mist. It was also at this time that a large amount of blood-colored lightning fell with a rumble. No! A shrill scream rang out. This powerful emperor of the Netherworld race was completely annihilated on the spot. There was no trace of him left. From now on, this place had lost a second emperor of the Netherworld race. Qinghu. The other Netherworld emperor, Xianxia, couldn't help but cry out. However, he quickly stopped and fearfully dodged the blood-colored lightning falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was heavily injured again. Damn it! In the distance, the ancestor of the Netherworld race glared at Lin Tian. The anger in his eyes was so strong that it was about to materialize. Lin Tian lightly snorted. He took a step forward with the duality steps. Boom! It was also at this time that a loud sound rang out in the sky. The third round of the main heavenly tribulation began to brew. An incomparably oppressive aura spread out. It was unknown how many times more terrifying than the first and second round of tribulation lightning. It caused Lin Tian to tremble. With a rumble, the entire world turned dark. The aura of destruction spread out in all directions, frightening all living beings. At this moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation increased by more than a few times. In an unknown place in the sealed dust ancient region, Wu Yi, Violet Fairy, and the others were walking together when they suddenly stopped. Wu Yi tilted his head and looked in the direction of the chaotic demon ocean. Ya! Little Taichu lay on her shoulder. His aura was stronger than a few years ago. He also looked in the direction of the chaotic demon ocean. Brother's aura, and the heavenly tribulation. It's a very terrifying heavenly tribulation. Violet Fairy looked in the direction of the chaotic demon ocean. Her fairy-like eyes were filled with specks of brilliance and a strange light. Wu Yi was very calm. Only specks of light emerged from her body and spread out in all directions like a gentle breeze. She moved and walked in the direction of the heavenly tribulation aura. After the chaotic demon ocean, thunder rumbled. It was terrifying. Boom, thunder rumbled incessantly, and the space was constantly crumbling. Lin Tian was under the thunder. At this moment, his large body suddenly moved slightly. He tilted his head and looked in the distance. Wu Yi. His eyes glowed as he sensed Wu Yi's aura. This aura was as calm and peaceful as usual. It was as if the other party was deliberately letting him feel it. Boom, above the firmament, thunder rumbled and became even more terrifying. Destructive auras pressed down one after another. Lin Tian looked at the firmament. Blood-red lightning kept striking down. The third round of the main heavenly tribulation was in the midst of brewing. It seemed to take some time. At the same time, he could feel that this round of main heavenly tribulation was very terrifying. It was far more terrifying than the previous ones. He looked at the firmament and tilted his head to look in the direction of Wu Yi's aura. He then looked at the Netherworld Ancestor King in this place. Faint brilliance intertwined in his eyes. He took a step forward and left this place, heading south. With a rumble, the heavenly tribulation moved with him as he moved. It also headed south of this place. After moving several hundred feet away, he tilted his head and looked behind him. His right hand formed a seal. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, in the space passage that the Netherworld race had opened to the other side, terrifying murderous intent surged out and surged into the clouds. At this moment, Lin Tian left with the heavenly tribulation. He activated the eternal killing array that he had previously engraved in the space passage. Dense eternal killing light immediately erupted, slashing horizontally and directly causing the space passage to collapse. It was destroyed in the blink of an eye. No. How could this be? A heart-wrenching howl came from behind. The eyes of the Netherworld Ancestor King, who was infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm, turned red. They had excavated this road to the other side for countless years. They had set up all kinds of defenses on the outside. Even someone infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm would find it difficult to destroy this road from the outside. Just now, the heavenly tribulation light had not destroyed it. He was very confident in this road. However, at this time, what he did not expect was that the inside of the ancient road would erupt with such terrifying killing light and directly destroy the ancient road. Yu Hongshi trembled. As an emperor rank expert, he was not stupid. At this time, he could understand the cause and effect. It must be that after Lin Tian killed the 8th Netherworld Overlord, he learned that the Netherworld race was excavating the ancient road to the other side. Then, he used the 8th Netherworld Overlord's Emperor body to come here and deceive them into entering the ancient road. Then, he set up a destructive attack on the ancient road and then activated it at this time, filling the ancient road with destructive power and destroying it from the inside. Thinking of this, the powerful Netherworld Emperor was shocked, angry, and terrified. They had been digging this path for countless years, and it wouldn't be long before they succeeded. But now, it had been destroyed by Lin Tian. All their efforts over the years had gone down the drain, all for naught. Moreover, it was him, Yu Qing, and Yu Lai who abandoned Lin Tian and brought him here. It was entirely their responsibility. Ah! The Netherworld Ancestor King roared. He stared at Lin Tian crazily. His eyes were even redder. He could not help but directly attack. Lin Tian glanced back at this person and left with a sky full of thunder. He did not look back. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of feet away. Let's do something big. His eyes shone with a sharp light, appearing very cold. Boom, thunder rumbled in the sky. Blood-red destructive lightning fell like a torrential rain, shattering the space and striking Lin Tian. These were just ordinary lightning in this heavenly tribulation. Although they were terrifying, they could not do anything to Lin Tian, who was now 10 times stronger. He stepped on the void and went straight to the south. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the chaotic demon sea. Crack! 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 The void shattered inch by inch, and the ground collapsed inch by inch. The scene was extremely terrifying. Boy, what are you doing? Your grandpa crocodile is here. Don't come over. The whooshing crocodile's voice came from the front of Lin Tian. This guy rushed out from a hidden place. The scales on his body stood up. When he saw Lin Tian, it was as if he saw the god of plague. He immediately turned around and ran. It was really because the heavenly tribulation above Lin Tian's head at this time was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Nothing could be preserved. As a matter of fact, it had been hiding near the chaotic demon ocean. The moment Lin Tian triggered the heavenly tribulation, it had already sensed it. It had been anxiously looking at the opposite side of the chaotic demon ocean. However, it didn't expect that Lin Tian would actually directly cross over with such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian saw the whooshing crocodile and transmitted his voice, "Go to the north of this place and meet up with Wu Yi and the others. They are rushing to this place." As he said this, his pace remained unchanged. With the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation, he quickly headed to the south. Why are you running around with the heavenly tribulation instead of transcending it properly? What are you doing? Where are you going? At this time, the whooshing crocodile had already left Lin Tian's direction and moved far away. Boom! The heavenly tribulation rolled, and thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. It was terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. To the first lord of the netherworld. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the whooshing crocodile's body shook, and its eyes almost popped out. Go. Go to the first territory of the netherworld? Kid, are you trying to play big? It was extremely shocked. The first territory of the netherworld was the core of the 9 territories of the netherworld. It gathered the most netherworld race cultivators. Not only were there powerful overlords on the surface, there were 9 ninth heaven emperors, and there were even a few super ancestral kings overseeing it. There were more than 10 emperor rank experts. Lin Tian actually wanted to go to the first territory of the netherworld with such a mighty heavenly tribulation. This was simply bringing a monstrous disaster to the first territory of the netherworld. Such a heavenly tribulation would only get stronger and stronger. It could almost raise the first territory of the netherworld to the ground, and countless netherworld race cultivators would die tragically. If you want to play, then play big. Lin Tian Ondao. His eyes were filled with a sharp and cold light. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of feet away. The whooshing crocodile trembled and came back to its senses. It didn't stop and followed Lin Tian's direction to the other side of this place to meet up with Wu Yi and the others. At this time, its speed was extremely fast. The 5-colored wings on its back flapped, creating a 5-colored hurricane that caused the surrounding space to distort a lot. It instantly went far away. Boom! Tribulation lightning rolled in the sky, shaking 100,000 mountains. Lin Tian moved with the emperor. Heavenly tribulation, passing through one mountain after another. Everywhere he passed, countless territories were destroyed by him. Chaotic light was blasted out of the void, and then, even this chaotic light was shattered by the lightning. His expression was indifferent. Now that he was truly at the emperor rank, he moved tens of thousands of feet with a single step, as if the ground was shrinking into an inch. Bastard! The netherworld ancestral king from before chased after him with murderous intent. Lin Tian actually destroyed the ancient path that their race had painstakingly dug and was about to succeed. Bastard! That person roared. He was furious to the extreme, forgetting the terror of the heavenly tribulation that Lin Tian had triggered. At this time, he chased after Lin Tian like a mad beast, his heart filled with killing intent. He only wanted to tear Lin Tian to pieces. Xianxia, who was at the second stage of the emperor rank, was nowhere to be seen. His speed could not compare to Lin Tian and the ancient netherworld monarch. Lin Tian glanced back at the netherworld ancestral king. His expression was cold as he sped up again. Boom! Rolling thunder rumbled. The third round of heavenly punishment had been brewing for quite some time, still in the midst of brewing, not descending. Only those scattered blood-colored lightning became a bit more terrifying, blasting the void until it was scorched, the great earth caving in. Lin Tian was in the middle of it. He activated the divination divine technique to protect himself, shattering the blood-red lightning bolts one after another as he continued forward. The netherworld ancestral king chased after him. His eyes were as red as blood, filled with murderous intent and madness. However, gradually, this powerful ancestral king who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm couldn't help but tremble when he saw the direction Lin Tian was heading. At this time, he understood the direction Lin Tianyi was heading in. It was clearly the direction of the Netherworld First Lord. Lin Tian, with the mighty heaven-destroying lightning tribulation, was heading straight for the Netherworld First Lord at this time. Damn it! Stop! This powerful ancestral king immediately realized what Lin Tian wanted to do. This was clearly going to the Netherworld First Lord to face the tribulation. Lin Tian glanced back with an indifferent expression and sped up again. His speed was so fast that he even tore through space several times to move forward, leaving the ancestral king of the Netherworld race far behind him. Then, not long after, a huge territory appeared thousands of feet ahead. Looking from the outside, one could see many magnificent ancient buildings inside. All of them were incomparably tall, and their auras were much stronger than that of the ancient clan and the eighth lord of the Netherworld. The aura of time that had accumulated was extremely shocking, as if there was a long river of time flowing there. We're here. Cold light intertwined in his eyes. The Netherworld race was incomparably cruel. In the past, they went to the other side of the world to bring disaster to all living beings. Countless living beings of the human race died under the butcher's knife of this race. They didn't even spare the old, young, women, and children. It was also unknown how many homes were destroyed by this race. At that time, several supreme masters of the human race sacrificed their flesh and divine souls to seal the passage from here to the other side. Now, countless years had passed since that era. However, this race still did not have the heart to repent. The base of their aggression remained the same. They dug the ancient road that led to the other side of the world, wanting to slaughter their way to the other side and unify all the other races except the Netherworld race. They also wanted to slaughter their way to the other side and enslave all the races except the Netherworld race. They also wanted to wipe out the human race. No matter what, he was still a human. In the face of such things, he naturally would not be happy. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Now, since this race always wanted to kill their way to the other side and slaughter the human race, then as a human, he naturally had no reason to be merciful. Since he was going to face the tribulation anyway, then he would directly go to the First Lord of the Netherworld to face the tribulation and bring this destructive heavenly punishment to the First Lord. This territory was the first of the 9 territories of the Netherworld, and there were the most Netherworld race cultivators gathered there. He descended as a human, bringing with him a destructive heavenly tribulation. No one in this first territory could withstand such a heavenly tribulation, and no one could stop him. He wanted to destroy this place and let this race feel the greatest pain. As for the Netherworld Sacred Hall, there was a celestial venerable of this race guarding it. Naturally, he could not bring the heavenly punishment there. This was because such a heavenly punishment would not be of much use to a celestial venerable. Boom! Thunder rumbled. He looked at the First Lord of the Netherworld in front of him. Without a trace of hesitation, he directly stepped over. The heavenly punishment was above his head. The sky was dark. At this time, he slowed down and walked step by step toward the First Lord. As he moved closer, the darkness began to cover the First Lord of the Netherworld. The aura of destruction began to envelop the First Lord of the Netherworld. The space and earth trembled, causing the Netherworld race cultivators in the First Lord to be shocked. They all looked up. That is? Thunder, dark clouds, lightning. That is a heavenly punishment? Someone is facing the great tribulation of the immortal connection? How is that possible? Whose immortal ascension tribulation can be so terrifying? In the First Lord of the Netherworld, the Netherworld race cultivators were all extremely shocked. There is a figure under the thunder. That seems to be a human. That's right, it's a puny human. The thunder is moving with that human. It seems to be attracted by that puny human. Many Netherworld race cultivators stared at Lin Tian in the thunder. Their eyes were filled with horror. Many people could not help but tremble because the heavenly punishment was too terrifying. Even so, they still called him puny human. Lin Tian walked in the void with the heavenly punishment. He walked step by step and naturally heard the voices of the netherworld race cultivators. The words insignificant human beings were especially clear. A foolish and inferior race. His voice was cold. In the next moment, he took a step forward and crossed a distance of several thousand feet. He stepped into the First Lord of the Netherworld. Blood-red lightning struck down around him. As he stepped into the First Lord of the Netherworld, the heavenly punishment enveloped an area of several thousand feet. Terrifying bolts of blood-red lightning directly struck the First Lord of the Netherworld. The destructive power spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ancient buildings collapsed one after another. Ear-piercing screams rang out. A bloody mist exploded and dyed the void red. Ah! Blood-curdling screams reverberated throughout the First Lord of the Netherworld. The group of Netherworld race cultivators who had just called him puny human were now incomparably terrified. They covered their heads and fled like rats. In the blink of an eye, they were smashed into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed on the spot. Run! Someone shouted. This kind of emperor-level heavenly punishment was too terrifying. To ordinary cultivators, it was completely destructive. Lin Tian stepped on the void and arrived with the destructive heavenly punishment. He started from the outer edge of the First Lord of the Netherworld and walked step by step towards the center. Everywhere he passed, ancient buildings collapsed, the void shattered, and the ground caved in inch by inch. The Netherworld race cultivators were smashed into pieces by the blood-red lightning, leaving only dilapidated and blood-stained ground. How can there be a human in the world where my race resides? He actually rushed here with the heavenly punishment. Is that the immortal ascension heavenly punishment? How can it be so terrifying? He has an emperor's aura. He is a human emperor-level existence. Damn it. He's coming, run. In the First Lord of the Netherworld, the Netherworld race cultivators trembled. At this time, they were incomparably terrified. The heavenly punishment brought by Lin Tian was simply too terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything in the world. It caused the internal organs of many Netherworld race cultivators to tremble. Many of them were scared out of their wits. Ah! A half-step emperor-level expert was struck by a blood-red lightning and exploded on the spot. His body and soul were directly destroyed. Lin Tian pushed the heavenly punishment forward. Everywhere he passed, there were endless screams. The Netherworld race cultivators fled in panic, constantly exploding in the lightning. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them died. Human, you're courting death. A faint emperor's aura rushed out. A quasi-emperor-level expert rushed out and pierced towards Lin Tian with a divine spear. However, in the next moment, a large patch of blood-red lightning fell and directly drowned this person. He was struck to death on the spot. Commander! A Netherworld race expert couldn't help but cry out when he saw this scene. His cheeks instantly turned pale. A quasi-emperor-level expert was instantly buried in that patch of blood-red lightning. Boom! The rumbling of thunder grew louder and louder. The sky had almost turned pitch black. The blood-red tribulation thunder was like a true dragon roaming in the sky. The scene was horrifying. Just the pressure of that aura was enough to shatter a large part of the void. Lin Tian had such a heavenly punishment above his head. He used the divination divine technique to protect his body. At this time, he didn't attack at all. Wherever he passed, the blood-red lightning was enough to shatter everything. The Netherworld race cultivators could only scream and flee. Boom! A dozen figures appeared. One was the overlord of the first domain of the Netherworld, 9 ninth heaven emperors, and 7 ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the Empyrean Exalt realm. As soon as they appeared, they caused the space here to distort. The auras that naturally intertwined around their bodies shook and attracted the attention of all the nearby Netherworld race cultivators. Overlord. Elders. Ancestor kings. Many Netherworld tribe cultivators were pleasantly surprised. When they saw these people appear, they immediately relaxed. They felt that these people could definitely deal with this human in front of them. Rumble, thunder rumbled and blood-red lightning flashed across the sky. Each bolt was like a real dragon. The destructive aura shrouded all directions, causing the entire First Lord of the Netherworld to tremble. heavenly tribulation? In the void, the First Lord of the Netherworld and the others were shocked. They rushed out because they felt the terrifying power outside. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. As far as the eye could see, the sky of the First Lord of the Netherworld was pitch black. Dense thunderbolts intertwined in the sky. They did not know how vast the area was. Bolts of blood-red lightning struck down, shattering ancient buildings. At the same time, the dozen emperors who rushed out from the First Lord of the Netherworld territory saw Lin Tian in the lightning. Their expressions changed again. Human? These people's eyes all narrowed, carrying coldness. How could a human from the other world appear here? At the same time, they saw that the rolling thunderbolts in the sky was the heavenly tribulation that was triggered by Lin Tian. At this time, they also saw that Lin Tian seemed to have just entered the Emperor realm. Entering the Emperor realm and triggering heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? It shouldn't be. The dozen or so experts were all stunned. Because the scene in front of them was too unbelievable. Since ancient times, cultivators would only trigger heavenly tribulation when they entered the immortal realm. But now, a human actually triggered heavenly tribulation when he entered the Emperor realm. Thunder rumbled continuously. Dense blood-red lightning struck down continuously, almost covering the entire First Lord of the Netherworld. Ah! No! My lord, save me! Screams and cries for help rang out as the Netherworld race cultivators fled in all directions within the first Netherworld domain. However, there were very few who could truly escape. No one who was struck by the blood-red lightning could survive. Even a quasi-emperor level expert would be a weak mess in the face of such blood-red lightning and would be destroyed in both body and spirit. Bastard! You're courting death. The dozens of emperors from the First Lord of the Netherworld all had cold eyes as they roared furiously from afar. At the same time, they executed their divine arts from afar and attacked Lin Tian. Their true bodies didn't move forward. Because at this moment, these people all felt the terror of the heavenly tribulation that Lin Tian had drawn over. The might of the heavenly tribulation caused their hearts to palpitate, and they didn't dare to approach Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the dozens of people with an indifferent expression. He executed the 9th level of the duality steps and crossed over with a single step. He used the divination divine art to protect his body against the scattered blood-red lightning. As for the divine arts that the dozens of experts from the First Lord of the Netherworld attacked him, he completely ignored them. Just the descending blood-red lightning alone was enough to shatter these divine arts. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the dozens of experts from the Netherworld race. You once went to the other side of the world to wreak havoc and killed countless humans. Now that so many years have passed, you still want to go to the other side to wreak havoc and slaughter the human race. Now, all of you will also have a taste of being slaughtered. His voice was indifferent. Lightning surrounded his body, and he was as oppressive as the god of thunder. You dare to seek revenge? Among the dozens of people, one of the Netherworld ancestral kings spoke coldly. The dozens of people quickly retreated and distanced themselves from Lin Tian. They were shocked that Lin Tian could actually draw a heavenly tribulation when he stepped into the Emperor realm. They were aghast at the terror of this heavenly tribulation. They were furious that Lin Tian had actually brought such a terrifying calamity to the First Lord of the Netherworld race, causing a large number of Netherworld race cultivators to die tragically. However, their rationality didn't weaken. They knew very well that Lin Tian was the center of this terrifying heavenly tribulation. They didn't want to get too close to Lin Tian because it was tantamount to putting themselves in the center of destruction. Revenge? Lin Tianling smiled. I just don't like you guys. Boom, as soon as his words fell, the sky rumbled, and a boundless palace of lightning appeared and fell directly. The third round of heavenly tribulation. As the third round of heavenly tribulation appeared, the entire First Lord of the Netherworld trembled. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ground, and ancient buildings collapsed one after another. The Netherworld race cultivators were blasted into pieces by this aura. Damn it! The dozens of Netherworld race experts were shocked and furious. At this time, they hadn't completely escaped and were submerged by this round of heavenly tribulation. With a rumble, blinding lightning flooded the surroundings. The huge First Lord of the Netherworld race was ruined beyond recognition. A deep pit with a diameter of about 3,000 meters appeared on the surface of the ground. The bottom couldn't be seen at all, and rolling magma was bubbling out. Lin Tian stood in the void 100 meters above the ground. He was still unharmed. With his battle strength multiplied by 10, he was still able to withstand the bombardment of that terrifying palace of lightning. Whoosh, 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 the sound of air being torn apart rang out, and there were traces of blood in the void. The dozens of Netherworld race experts were all in trouble. They had suffered heavy injuries from that round of heavenly tribulation, especially the First Lord of the Netherworld, who had the weakest cultivation. His imperial body had been shattered, and after forcibly reassembling, he couldn't even stand steadily. His origin source was about to shatter, and he was on the verge of death. At the same time, under the third round of heavenly punishment, expanses of ancient buildings collapsed, and expanses of Netherworld race cultivators exploded. Most of them didn't even leave behind a corpse, and blood dyed every inch of the ground red, causing it to be a ghastly sight. Damn human, you actually came with heavenly tribulation. You are so vicious. The First Lord of the Netherworld race roared angrily. Vicious? Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. How many humans did your race kill when you went to the other side of the world? How many homes did you destroy? Even now, you still want to kill your way to the other side of the world, unify the land, and slaughter all humans. With such evil deeds and thoughts, you still have the nerve to say that I am vicious? The First Lord of the Netherworld's eyes were red. Don't compare my Netherworld race with your puny human race. But now, you are going to die in the hands of the puny human race. Lin Tianling said. He used the 9th tier of Yin Yang steps to the limit, and dodged the killing lights of the other Netherworld emperors. Vast and mighty thunderbolts appeared in front of the First Lord of the Netherworld in the blink of an eye, and the Chaos Emperor fist directly bombarded his opponent. Roar, roar, the true dragon celestial shadow appeared, and the phoenix celestial shadow soared into the sky. The two merged as one, and rushed directly toward the First Lord of the Netherworld. At the same time, the blood-red lightning around Lin Tian's body fell together with him. The scene was terrifying. Immortal Subjugation Seal. The First Lord of the Netherworld's First Lord took out a seal, which was a middle-grade heavenly treasure, and faced Lin Tian. Boom, the two collided. Lin Tian controlled the power of his fist, and the true dragon celestial shadow and phoenix celestial shadow immediately shrouded the celestial subjugation seal. At the same time, he stepped in front of the First Lord of the Netherworld, and the Chaos Emperor fist mercilessly pressed down again. He used all his strength in this punch, and 10 times the battle strength burst out. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to be blown apart by this punch. The First Lord of the Netherworld's First Lord showed a horrified expression. His heavenly treasure was suppressed, and he couldn't summon it back. Lin Tian's punch was even more terrifying, and it sent chills down his spine. He didn't hesitate to retreat. Unfortunately, Lin Tian was too fast, and the Chaos Emperor fist sealed the surroundings, and crashed down mightily. No. Blood splattered, and accompanied by a scream, the First Lord of the Netherworld's First Lord was killed in both body and soul. One punch had killed an emperor. Boom. Behind him, the celestial subjugation seal shook violently, and the weapon spirit inside struggled, bursting with monstrous emperor aura. Lin Tian's glabella shot out a glaring divine sense, and it instantly shot into the celestial subjugation seal, erasing the weapon spirit inside. Then, he branded it with his divine sense and put it away. Human. In the First Lord of the Netherworld's First Lord, the First Lord of the Netherworld roared, and his eyes turned red. In just a short moment, Lin Tian brought the heavenly tribulation to the First Lord of the Netherworld, and destroyed it. Many cultivators of the Netherworld race died tragically. At this time, he even killed an emperor of the Netherworld's First Lord, and forcefully took the heavenly treasure. This was a great humiliation. When had the Netherworld race ever encountered such a thing? Lin Tian tilted his head, and his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care. Boom, thunder rumbled, and blood and lightning intertwined. The destructive aura flooded the surroundings, and the ancient buildings collapsed one after another. In the next moment, he moved again, and charged towards the 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors and the 7 Netherworld Ancestral Kings. Now, his combat strength had increased tenfold, and he brought the heavenly tribulation with him. Even if the 9 ninth heaven emperors and the 7 heavenly venerables gathered together, he wasn't afraid at all. Boom, thunder rumbled in the sky, and as he moved, the dense destructive lightning moved with him, suppressing the 9 ninth heaven emperors and the 7 netherworld ancestral kings. The space was scorched. This tribulation light was a little terrifying, and even the ancestral kings who were close to the heavenly venerables were frightened. In addition, Lin Tian was now the center of the destruction of this heavenly tribulation. These people quickly retreated, and they didn't want Lin Tian to come close. You keep saying that you are a puny human, but when you see me, a human, coming close, you actually turn around and run away. You don't dare to confront me head-on. How ugly. Lin Tian Ondao. His voice was very calm, but such a calm voice was extremely harsh in the ears of the dozens of netherworld race experts. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. Junior. You have a sharp tongue. A netherworld ancestral king stared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. It was as if he was a poisonous netherworld beast, and his eyes made one's heart tremble. Old fool. Weak beyond words. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. He faced him head-on, and in a single step, he chased after this person with extreme speed. Boom. The sky trembled, and a huge thundercloud vortex appeared. The 4th round of heavenly punishment was completed. A lightning pillar with a diameter of several hundred feet struck down, covering Lin Tian and the netherworld ancestral king he was chasing. The huge thundercloud vortex seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. The netherworld ancestor king who was covered under it was horrified. Such a main heavenly punishment was too terrifying. He quickly moved to the side and displayed his fastest speed, wanting to escape as soon as possible. Why are you running? Let's go through the heavenly punishment together. How interesting. Lin Tiandao. His whole body bloomed with precious light as he moved close to the netherworld ancestor king. Dense sword light appeared immediately. He used the sword light to attack the netherworld ancestor king. At the same time, he used the divination divine technique and the 4 symbols seal to resist the heavenly punishment. Boom, finally, the 4th round of heavenly punishment was completely suppressed and destroyed everything. Lin Tiandao resisted the heavenly punishment again and did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the netherworld ancestor king who was covered by the heavenly punishment was in a miserable state. His powerful monarch body was directly shattered and reassembled in the distance with difficulty. Blood filled the void. Another huge pit appeared on the ground. It was unknown how deep it was, but it was dark and terrifying. The netherworld ancestor king whose monarch body was shattered roared and quickly reassembled his body. Human. He stared at Lin Tiandao with extreme anger. Just now, Lin Tiandao used a dense sword light to slash at him. It was a terrifying killing sword technique. The moment he blocked the technique, he was struck by the 4th round of heavenly punishment and almost died on the spot. Lin Tiandao looked at this person. Without hesitation, he used the yin-yang steps to rush over. Boom, as he moved, the dense blood-red lightning moved with him. The center of the heavenly punishment's destruction moved with him. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the netherworld ancestor king who spoke and directly attacked with the Chaos Emperor fist. With a bang, the void was shattered on the spot. At the same time as he punched out, the blood-red lightning falling from the sky became even more turbulent. As his fist moved, it also struck toward the netherworld ancestor king. Ka! The void shattered, penetrated through, revealing numerous cracks. Presently, as the person undergoing the tribulation, he was naturally able to guide the energy of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. Of course, this wasn't because he was able to control the energy of the heavenly tribulation, but because he was using his own aura as a guide. He mixed a strand of his own quintessence aura into the chaotic emperor fist and struck it towards the vicinity of the nether ancestor king, so as to guide the dense and destructive energy of the heavenly tribulation. Damn it! The nether underworld ancestor king gritted his teeth. He couldn't dodge anymore, so he could only raise his hand to meet Lin Tian's terrifying punch head-on. At the same time, he used his other divine arts to fend off the blood-colored lightning bolts that were slashing towards him. Bang! The two collided in the blink of an eye, causing the surrounding void to crack inch by inch. Lin Tian had used the Divine Waters pill to multiply his combat strength by 10 times. This nether ancestor king infinitely approached the level of an Empyrean. As the two of them collided, they were evenly matched. Neither was able to injure the other. Lin Tianling smiled. His other hand moved as well. It was still the chaotic Emperor fist, but it carried even more of his own aura as it bombarded the nether ancestor king, directly attracting unparalleled lightning bolts. One could only see thousands of blood-colored lightning bolts falling together. Each of the blood-colored lightning bolts contained terrifying energy. They covered a radius of a few hundred meters as if they were going to destroy the world. These blood-colored lightning bolts were all capable of severely injuring an Emperor expert. The Nether Emperor couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. If such blood-colored lightning bolts were to strike him, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. He dodged Lin Tian's chaotic Emperor fist and quickly retreated in an attempt to escape. However, he couldn't escape at all. Dong. Boom. Lin Tian struck out the chaotic Emperor fist again. The destructive lightning bolts fell together at this time, directly engulfing the Nether Ancestor King. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came out. The Nether Ancestor King's physical body was shattered, leaving only his divine soul to escape. Originally, this Nether Ancestor King wouldn't be in such a miserable state if he fought head-on. However, after seeing the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation, this person instinctively became fearful. His battle intent and battle prowess greatly decreased. Lin Tian's expression was cold. As the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he should be in the most danger in this place. However, at this moment, his aura was vigorous like an ancient emperor descending to the mortal world. He took a step forward and attacked the Nether Ancestor King's divine soul. Stop him! In the first army, other Ancestor Kings shouted. Naturally, they couldn't watch Lin Tiansha kill their clansmen without doing anything. In an instant, a few Ancestor Kings and 9 ninth Heavenly Layer Emperors attacked together with shocking murderous lights towards Lin Tian. Humph! Lin Tian snorted. With a shake of his left hand, the Murdering Immortal Bow appeared in his hand. Now, the Murdering Immortal Bow was a heavenly treasure that was comparable to a mid-grade heavenly treasure. The moment he took out the longbow, he pulled the bowstring and shot out 15 light arrows at once. With his current combat strength, he shot out 15 light arrows at once. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of the air being pierced, 15 Emperor-grade light arrows flew past, directly shattering the divine skills of the 15 Netherworld race emperors. After that, the 15 light arrows didn't shatter. Instead, they continued to move forward, piercing through the 15 Netherworld race emperors who were trying to kill Lin Tian. The 15 Netherworld race emperors were shocked and quickly dodged. Buzz! At this moment, the space vibrated. Lin Tian pulled the bowstring with all his strength under the sea of lightning. He merged his great Tao precepts into the bow and aimed at the Nether Ancestor King who was running away. Then, he released the bowstring. Boom! As he released the bowstring, a 3-foot-long arrow of destruction appeared. It was faster than lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before the divine soul of the Nether Ancestor King. With a poof, it pierced through the divine soul and shattered it into pieces. At the same time, the 3-foot-long arrow carried his origin energy, which directly attracted a dense cloud of blood-red lightning. It drowned the Nether Ancestor Wang Po's fragmented spirit on the spot, shattering it completely in the blink of an eye. His body and soul were destroyed. He killed the Nether Ancestor King. Ancestor King, how is this possible? This human, most of the Netherworld race cultivators were gathered in the First Lord of the Netherworld. At this time, they were all shocked to see one of their bloodline who was infinitely close to the Heavenly Master level being killed just like that. Many people's internal organs were trembling. Whoosh! A ray of light rushed in from the outside of the First Territory. The Netherworld race's Ancestor King, who was chasing after Lin Tian in the chaotic Devil Ocean, rushed back to the First Territory. His eyes were scarlet red, and when he saw the ruins of the First Territory, his eyes turned even redder. Human! This person stared at Lin Tian and wanted to swallow Lin Tian alive. Lin Tian, this human, really brought the heavenly tribulation to the First Lord of the Netherworld. He had already destroyed most of the First Lord of the Netherworld and killed a large number of Netherworld race cultivators. Kill this damn thing, kill him. The path to the other side of the world was destroyed by this beast. This person roared. What? That path was destroyed by him? How? In the First Lord of the Netherworld, several ancestor kings and 9 ninth heaven emperors were shocked. As Netherworld races emperor-level existences, they naturally knew what the ancestor king meant. That path was actually destroyed? It's destroyed. All our efforts are wasted. It's all because of this bastard. The Nether ancestor king who chased over from the chaotic demon ocean roared and even took out a god's seal for others to see. At this point, the ancient road had been completely destroyed, so there was no need to hide it anymore. The 9 ninth heaven emperors and the experts who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm were all enraged. They were even more enraged than when Lin Tian killed one of their ancestral king clansmen. Their eyes were all red like crazy beasts. How dare you do such a thing? Damn it. Kill. Kill him. These people roared. After the chaotic Devil Sea, the path leading to the other world had already been excavated for countless years. Not long later, they would be able to complete it, able to slaughter their way from here to the other world, unifying the 10 directions heavens. But now, that path was destroyed. Kill. Including the Nether Ancestor King who returned from the chaotic demon ocean, a total of 7 Nether Ancestor Kings and 9 ninth heaven emperors attacked together. All of them had forgotten the terror of the heavenly tribulation and rushed towards Lin Tian. They were furious to the point of madness. That ancient path was too important to their race and it was destroyed by Lin Tian. Die. These people roared. Endless great Tao killing lights bombarded Lin Tian and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian was not afraid. Instead, he sneered, "You came at the right time." As his words fell, there was a rumbling sound. The sky shook, and the 5th round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a vast expanse of gigantic mountains of lightning. They were connected to each other, and they interweaved with each other. The moment they appeared, they immediately pressed down on the ground. The dozen or so Netherworld race experts trembled in unison, and their expressions changed drastically. Even though they were furious and mad at this time, they were still shocked by the power of the heavenly punishment. This was because the destructive power of the connected mountains of lightning was too terrifying. Boom, the sky exploded. The 5th round of heavenly punishment instantly fell and flooded the surroundings. Ah! A scream came from the lightning that filled the eyes. A Nether race expert of the 9th heaven was blasted into pieces. Even his spirit was destroyed. He could not withstand such a heavenly punishment. At the same time, the other ancestral kings and 9th heaven emperors of the Netherworld race were also in trouble. They were heavily injured. Although 2 9th heaven emperors of the Netherworld race survived, more than half of their origin was obliterated. Ah! The 2 of them could not help but roar. More than half of their origin was obliterated by the heavenly punishment. This kind of damage was too heavy. They were almost half crippled. Lin Tian stepped on the void. Naturally, he was not in a better state. Bright red blood flowed out from his mouth. His face also became paler. His sturdy body was full of cracks. Clearly, even if he had 10 times his battle strength, he could not completely withstand the heavenly punishment just now. The 5th round is already so terrifying. How terrifying will the next heavenly punishment be? How many more rounds are there? He looked at the sky. 9 was the limit of the heavenly punishment. Generally speaking, only 9 rounds of heavenly punishment would descend. However, he knew that he was different. Common sense would not work on him. After all, when he entered the Enlightenment realm, he experienced 18 rounds of heavenly punishment in a row. Now, he instinctively felt that this heavenly punishment was definitely not as simple as 9 rounds of heavenly punishment. The goddamn pill's medicinal effect can only last for half an hour at most. Just it alone will definitely not make it through this heavenly punishment. He muttered to himself. Although he thought so in his heart, his expression was very calm. He was not worried at all. thunder rumbled. Lin Tian immediately sensed the aura of Wu Yi and the others. He tilted his head and looked out of the first territory of the netherworld. He immediately saw Wu Yi, the Violet Fairy, AI, and little Tai Chu. Wuxing Crocodile had also gathered with the others. Ya! Little Tai Chu made a sound and called out to Lin Tian. AI also called out from afar and waved at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at little Tai Chu, AI, the Violet Fairy, and Wuxing Crocodile from afar. His gaze finally landed on Wu Yi. The reason why he dared to guide the heavenly tribulation to the first territory of the netherworld without hesitation, and the reason why he wasn't worried even though he clearly sensed that it would be difficult to pass this heavenly tribulation with just the goddamn pill, was because he knew that Wu Yi and the others would come for his heavenly tribulation. With a powerful existence like Wu Yi standing here, he had nothing to worry about whether it was his heavenly tribulation or the threat from the netherworld race that might appear later. He believed that it would definitely not be difficult for Wu Yi. At the same time, in the first territory of the netherworld, several netherworld ancestral kings and netherworld elders of the ninth heaven of emperors also saw Wu Yi and the others. They were all shocked. Other than Lin Tian, there were actually other humans who entered their world. How did they come in? The dozen or so important figures couldn't understand. Boom! Thunder rumbled and dark clouds rolled in the sky. Blood-colored lightning surged like an angry dragon, shaking all directions. The sixth round of heavenly punishment began to brew. An even more intense aura of destruction intertwined, and the range of the heavenly tribulation suddenly increased. Terrifying thunderclouds shrouded the space of more than 10,000 feet, and the falling blood-colored lightning became even more terrifying. Lin Tian stood under the lightning and naturally felt that the power of the heavenly tribulation had become even more terrifying. The pressure increased sharply, but he didn't feel any fear or apprehension. Lightning surrounded his body as if the Thunder King of the immortal world had descended. At this time, he stared at the ancestral kings of the netherworld and the others. Boom! Accompanied by surging thunder, he moved, directly slaughtering his way towards the nearby netherworld ancestral king and the others. At this moment, the lightning was even more terrifying. As he moved, the center of destruction moved as well. This caused the nether underworld ancestral monarchs and ninth heaven emperors in the first territory to feel their scalps tingle and their backs tremble. However, even then, these great figures from the first territory of the netherworld didn't retreat at this moment. Human! Kill! Kill him! Several ancestral kings roared. Because Lin Tian destroyed the ancient road they were excavating, their hearts were filled with killing intent. They charged through the dense lightning, resisting the crimson lightning punishment as they charged toward Lin Tian. Buzz, someone activated Great Dao laws, Dao radiance surging for this. In an instant, this large space trembled. Shocking murderous forces pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions. Lin Tian felt the pressure, but it wasn't great because he was in the Emperor's domain now. Moreover, he was in the reincarnation body, and he had 10 times his battle prowess. Even if he faced so many experts at the same time, he wasn't afraid. Buzz, he directly pulled the immortal murdering bow that had turned into a heavenly treasure. The bowstring was pulled to the shape of a full moon. He poured the nameless Great Dao laws into it, condensing a 1-meter-long arrow of killing. He aimed it straight at a ninth heaven emperor. In the next moment, he released the bowstring. Whoosh, the 1-meter-long Great Dao killing arrow shot out. Because he had purposely added a shred of his origin aura, the sky was filled with blood-red lightning as it shot towards the ninth-layer Emperor realm expert he was aiming at. Damn it! This Emperor rank expert was one of the two whose origin source was half destroyed by the tribulation lightning. When he faced Lin Tian's terrifying killing arrow, he instantly felt his scalp go numb. He immediately used a mysterious movement technique and retreated backwards. However, Lin Tian's arrow was too fast. It was shot out with a heavenly treasure. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of this emperor. PFFF, Emperor blood spilled. This netherworld emperor who had half of his origin destroyed was shot to death. In the next moment, the sky was filled with crimson lightning that pressed down, enveloping every inch of space. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came out from the crimson lightning. In the next moment, it was quiet again. This ninth heaven emperor from the netherworld race was killed in both body and soul. The netherworld ancestor and the other ancestral kings and ninth heaven emperors were enraged. Since Lin Tian entered the first territory of the netherworld with the lightning punishment, many netherworld cultivators had died tragically. Many ancient buildings had been destroyed. An ancestral king that was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm had been killed. 2 ninth heaven emperors had died. The lord of the first territory had also died. A total of 4 emperors had died. This made the eyes of these important figures even redder. This was a great loss to the netherworld race. Most importantly, this was done by the human cultivators that they had always looked down on. This was even more unbearable. Ah! A powerful netherworld ancestor king roared angrily. He released terrifying great Tao-killing light and attacked Lin Tian even more crazily. Kill! The other important figures in the territory also roared. Several of them even took out their heavenly treasures, such as a divine furnace, a treasured sword, and a purple hammer. All of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Lin Tian didn't dodge or evade. With his battle strength multiplied tenfold, he wasn't afraid of the combined attacks of these people at all. He raised his hand and pulled the bowstring. Great Tao-killing arrows fell like rain, killing more than a dozen people at the same time. At the same time, he used the weapon controlling technique. He activated the falling Yama Pagoda and the immortal subjugation seal that he had taken from the first territory's lord. These 2 heavenly treasures burst out with monstrous divine might and swept forward together. Boom! 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 He fought against more than a dozen netherworld race experts alone. His body was surrounded by lightning, and crimson lightning kept striking down. He was imposing. Ah! Help! Help! Ancestor King! In the first territory of the netherworld, screams kept coming out. Lin Tian brought the heavenly tribulation into the first territory of the netherworld. The area of the heavenly tribulation covered more than 10,000 feet. The disciples of the netherworld race couldn't even escape. They were constantly struck by the crimson lightning and died tragically. Even those who were infinitely close to the emperor realm couldn't withstand it. At the same time, Lin Tian kept moving the heavenly tribulation as he clashed with the netherworld ancestor king and the others. The crimson lightning fell to every corner of the first territory, destroying ancient buildings. Large cracks kept appearing on the ground. No! A quasi-emperor expert screamed in horror. He was struck by a crimson lightning, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. As far as the eye could see, the first territory of the netherworld was almost completely covered by lightning as Lin Tian moved. Pieces of the ground collapsed, and many places were scorched. Magma gushed out, and a sea of fire wantonly in the first territory. Beast! The group of important figures in the netherworld race's territory naturally saw all of this and attacked Lin Tian even more ferociously. Lin Tian snorted. His expression was cold as he drew the immortal slaying bow again. At the same time, he controlled the other 2 heavenly treasures to attack. In the corpse demon territory, he saw some of the things that Disha of the human race had experienced. He saw the scene of the netherworld race massacring humans. It was truly brutal. They didn't even spare infants. It was incomparably bloody. And now, this bloodline still wanted to kill their way to the other side of the world and slaughter all humans. As such, there was no need for him to show any mercy to this clan. He directly brought the heavenly tribulation to kill the First Lord, coming as a human. This wasn't because he felt that he was the guardian of the human race. He also had many enemies in the human race. He wouldn't show any mercy to those who deserved to be killed. He just didn't like the netherworld race's unreasonable contempt for humans and killing them. They were self-righteous and proud of the netherworld race's cultivators who had gone to the other world to slaughter countless humans. They couldn't wait to rush over and slaughter them wantonly. This really made him very unhappy. Buzz. He activated the Great Path precepts again. Rolling Tao light surged. He couldn't see what kind of great path it was, but it was unimaginably vast. It seemed to be even vaster than the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, another 3-foot-long great path-killing arrow was condensed. In the next moment, he released the bowstring. With a whoosh, the great path-killing arrow dragged a long tail and pierced between the eyebrows of a ninth heaven emperor nether race cultivator whose source energy had been obliterated. It directly destroyed his spirit and sea of consciousness. Damn it! A dozen important figures of the first territory of the netherworld roared. Another ninth heaven emperor race cultivator had died at the hands of Lin Tian. Kill! They roared and attacked crazily. Lin Tian was fearless. He fought a dozen important figures together. Heaven and earth collapsed, causing the first territory of the netherworld to become more and more dilapidated. This brat is truly ferocious. In the distance, whooshing crocodile sucked in a cold breath. He rushed into the first territory of the netherworld with the heavenly tribulation and struck the first territory with lightning. Moreover, he shook several ninth heaven emperor race cultivators and several emperors who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. He killed several of them in the blink of an eye. This battle prowess was truly terrifying. The heavenly tribulation attracted by the emperor realm is brought by the reincarnation body. The violet fairy stared at the first territory. Her eyes were intertwined with specks of light. Wui looked at the first territory. It was as quiet and peaceful as usual. There wasn't any fluctuation in her emotions. Boom, 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 in the first territory of the netherworld, Lin Tian's battle prowess was amplified tenfold. He fought a dozen emperor race cultivators together and didn't fall behind. A few netherworld ancestral kings and ninth heaven emperor race cultivators' eyes were scarlet red. They were filled with anger as they attacked Lin Tian crazily. Someone else held up a powerful heavenly treasure. It was also at this moment that the firmament shook violently. The sixth round of heavenly punishment was completed. It suddenly pressed down. This round of heavenly punishment fell at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and the dozen or so netherworld experts were drowned in it. The terrifying power exploded into multiple spatial vortexes. The netherworld first domain was almost torn to pieces. Although many netherworld cultivators were not within the range of this round of heavenly punishment, they still suffered a great calamity and exploded in large swathes. Damn it! There was a low roar. A few netherworld ancestral kings and ninth heaven emperor race cultivators suffered great losses. They were all severely injured. A ninth heaven emperor race cultivator's heavenly treasure was shattered into pieces. It was destroyed by the lightning. On the other side, Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. After withstanding the sixth round of heavenly punishment, he naturally suffered great injuries. However, he didn't care. At this time, he used the sun's nirvana art to protect his body and heal his wounds. He pulled the immortal slaying bow again and aimed at a netherworld race expert in the ninth heaven. The great Tao-killing arrow shot out at an extremely fast speed. End of chapter 1230. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.